World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 974 to Chapter 998. Kill. Fang Ping's throat was a little hoarse. It had been almost 3 hours since he parted ways with Qi Huanyu and the rest. The space battlefield seemed to be endless, with no end in sight. More and more origin demons appeared, but Fang Ping also noticed that they were getting weaker and weaker. Looks like you guys don't have the ability to continue creating. Fang Ping smashed a rank 7 demon into smithereens with a single punch and sneered. From a peak rank 8 demon to a rank 7 now, it was about to drop to rank 7. Obviously, the number of origin demons here was not infinite. Kong Lingyuan said tiredly, Fang Ping, who is controlling these origin demons? Fang Ping was speechless. You're asking me, how would I know? Beside him, Yu Wuhua panted slightly. If not for the owner of the space battlefield reviving to defend against external enemies. Either that, or some of the survivors from back then didn't leave, and found a way to control these origin demons. No matter which one it is, everyone is in danger. Yu Wuhua said in a low voice, the owner of this place reviving to be able to create such a space battlefield, I'm afraid it was at the level of the 36 saints back then. Even if it's just a little bit, we won't be enough to kill them, and if there are people left here. Yu Wuhua took a deep breath and said, those who could enter this place back then were at least true god powerhouses. As soon as he said that, everyone looked solemn. Jiang Kuei, who participated in this battle, said slowly, in that battle back then, everyone left at the last moment. It was the last batch of people who came to clean up. If there are people left, they are either their people or the second Wang's people. No matter which side, they are our opponents. True God, everyone fell silent. There was a huge gap between them and a true God powerhouse. They were not their opponents. At this time, Li Wuqi's mentality fluctuated. It's been more than 2,000 years since they left. Whether it is the second Wang's people or the remaining people, they probably haven't left. Otherwise, if a true God leaves, I'm afraid it will cause Chaos Origin to riot. In these 2,000 years, if it is the second Wang's people who are still in some danger, their Heavenly Court army might send some supplies in. If it is the people from that organization, then there might not be anyone who will send supplies in. Everyone looked at this big water buffalo. His face was filled with surprise. Li Wuqi could analyze the problem. The big water buffalo's bull nose panted. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is it that difficult to analyze? Does a cow have no intelligence? Fang Ping watched Li Wuqi for a while but did not say anything. After killing this batch of demons, he said after a moment of silence, we need to worry about the people behind this. We also need to be careful of Qi Huanyu and the rest. I'm just afraid that these two sides will join forces in the end. That would be even more troublesome. Fang Ping was silent for a while. He took a deep breath and said, After a pause, Fang Ping asked again, can I step onto the origin path here? He did not know if he could walk out of the origin path in the space battlefield. Would this place be isolated from the Great Tao? After all, this was someone else's source space. If it was possible, perhaps he should walk on the origin path. After a moment of silence, Jiang Kuei reminded, you probably haven't reached the peak of the 9th refinement yet. Although you can continue to temper your body at reciprocity, it'll be extremely slow. It's better for you to give up now that you've reached the 9th layer. Fang Ping smiled. Almost. I'm only worried about 2 things now. First, I can't leave. Second, you can't go far. Fang Ping sighed. My understanding of martial arts isn't too deep. Although I have some understanding of the origin path, compared to some of the older martial artists, I'm still far behind. After all, I'm only 21 years old. I've only practiced martial arts for 3 years. Everyone felt a headache coming on. Was there a need to act like this now? This was also the first time Yu Wuhua and the others had come into contact with Fang Ping. When they heard him say this, they felt extremely awkward. I know you're awesome, but there's no need to keep saying it. Yu Wuhua interrupted him directly. I've heard that the Devil Emperor achieved origin level 6 in a day when he was double 8th layer. In your words, that's walking more than 500 meters of the main path. Of course, your knowledge isn't as good as the Devil Emperor's, and your experience isn't as good as his, but you're still a double 9th layer. Walking on the origin path actually has a lot to do with the strength of your physique and the strength of your spiritual consciousness. If you leave now, even if you're not stronger than the Devil Emperor, you won't be too far off. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. In that case, I can walk on the origin path here? It should be possible. Jiang Kui explained, since we can use the origin, it means that we can enter the origin world. Walking on the origin path should be possible. Fang Ping. Kong Lingyuan frowned slightly. It wasn't easy for you to walk to double ninth layer. Your physique hasn't reached its peak yet, and your mentality can still continue to improve. Walking on the origin path now might not be worth it. Fang Ping smiled. It's nothing. Now that I've reached this realm, I can continue to hone my physique. I'm mainly worried that if I walk on the origin path, the improvement in strength won't be as much as I thought, so it's not necessary. But if I can really walk 500 meters, the 0.5 times increase, Fang Ping broke into a grin. Now his vitality was almost 190,000 cal, 9-grade transformation, an increase of 220,000 calories, walking 500 meters, an increase of 25,000 calories, more than 230,000 calories of vitality, a 0.5 times increase, more than 300,000 calories of vitality, in addition to the fact that his vitality was twice as strong as others. With this calculation, his vitality strength was more than 600,000 cal, even if his control had dropped slightly with the new promotion, reaching only 60%, a casual outburst was still stronger than Qi Huanyu's all-out desperate move. If there are true gods here, after so many years of consumption, without replenishment, they might not be as strong as Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping looked around. Everyone present could still continue fighting to the death. However, at the end of the battle, how many could survive? Enchanted Island beyond the sea, outland, bounded boundaries, they had some casualties, but Fang Ping was not as sad as he imagined. In reality, everyone was just using each other. They were comrades now, but they might not be in the future. However, Kong Lingyuan and the others were the true source of humanity's confidence. Now that the casualties were so severe, even if old Zhang and the others took away absolute peak, how could humanity have the strength to fight back? No matter how strong he was alone, could he really block all the enemies? We can't let more people die. My vitality is almost at 190,000 calories. Didn't Old Manly walk on the origin path without hesitation? Everyone has sacrificed enough. I'm just advancing, not dropping a realm. Before coming in, Fang Ping did not choose to advance. That was because his advancement speed was very fast, and the upper limit of his vitality was not too high. Now, however, he was very strong. It's time to walk on the origin path. There's nothing perfect in this world. Maybe it's better to leave some regrets. Moreover, it's not like I don't have a chance to remedy it. I've reached rank 9. Even if the origin path rejects me, I can still continue to hone my body. Old Zhang could hone his physique from 7 refinement to peak rank 8 at rank 9, then I can also hone to peak 9 refinement. It was not too far from peak. Fang Ping looked around and thought for a while. A compass appeared in his hand. After looking at it for a while, there was no trace of Qi Huanyu and the others on it. There was also no trace of his group. After entering the space battlefield, there was no trace of them. But there was still a red dot on it. One of the red dots was huge, and there were dozens of people following it. Fang Ping glanced at it and made a judgment in his heart. This could be a group of people from Mount Wanguo. They seem to have come in again. Not only them, there are powerhouses hiding in Second Palace. Even if we get the treasures, the moment we go out is extremely dangerous. If old Zhang and the others can't rescue us in time, we will definitely die. I can't always pin my hopes on them. Thoughts flashed quickly in Fang Ping's mind. It's time for me to walk my own path. Fang Ping was silent, standing on the spot. At this moment, the others were also silent. Walking the origin path, everyone had experienced it before. However, when Fang Ping walked the origin path, everyone had an indescribable feeling. Jiang Kui and the others had mixed feelings. That was because Fang Ping had become stronger. This time, the treasures might really be taken away by Fang Ping. Kong Lingyuan and the others had mixed feelings. That was because they felt that Fang Ping had not reached peak yet. He had the chance to reach peak, even if there was a small difference. They felt that it was not perfect. Because Fang Ping was their hope, if Fang Ping could not make up for this small difference in rank 9, what would they do? A difference of more than 10,000 calories of vitality. The few of them actually had some ideas. Li Chongqing said that the limit of the 9th refinement was probably 200,000 calories of vitality. Fang Ping should not have reached this stage. More than 10,000 calories of vitality was not a small difference. The qualitative change of the 9th refinement's vitality, over and over again, would be 30,000 calories. At rank 9, the higher the vitality, the greater the increase in the moment of advancement. There might also be a difference of thousands or even tens of thousands of cal. In addition, the increase of the origin path was also related to the basic vitality. The Fang Ping who had advanced now might end up with a few tens of thousands of cal less than the Fang Ping who had achieved full advancement. Fang Ping had hope, a very, very big hope. After going out this time, he might be able to achieve it in a month or so. People like us, the older we get, the more useless we become. Kong Lingyuan and the others had this thought in their minds. Now that there was danger, these young people had to bear it. They felt that their usefulness was getting smaller and smaller, 3rd place on the wind cloud list, so what? This time, if it was not for Fang Ping's efforts to turn the tide, if it was not for Li Hansong and the others' timely help, they would have been long dead. At this moment, Kong Lingyuan's aura changed slightly. Beside him, some of the people's gazes changed as they looked at him. Kong Lingyuan did not say anything. Seeing that Fang Ping was also looking at him, he smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just walked a few tens of meters." He said it simply, but the others' expressions changed. Kong Lingyuan had already walked more than 900 meters, now he walked another few tens of meters. What did he mean? Fang Ping was also surprised. Limit? More or less. Kong Lingyuan smiled, but there was some bitterness in it. Limit of rank 9, so what? The improvement was really limited. Previously, after all kinds of enhancements, he was close to the limit of 370,000 calories. Now, at most, it was 380,000 calories. His ability improvement was limited. He did not care, but the others were shocked. Jiang Kuei was about to curse in his heart. Was it so easy to walk the origin in the human world now? How long could he live? His Tao of origin was currently more than 900 meters. In fact, it was not the limit yet. Not everyone could walk out of the limit. After 900 meters, some people might enter the peak directly. Whether they could walk to the limit or not, it still had a big impact. After entering the peak, there would be another qualitative change. Under normal circumstances, the basic vitality would increase by 50,000 calories. However, if one's foundation was deep, then it would not be 50,000 cal. For example, if Qi Huanyu advanced, it might not be 50,000 calories, but 60,000 cal. As for Zhao Xingwu, no one knew how much he had improved when he advanced. At that time, he did not actually transform. However, after leaving the battlefield, Zhao Xingwu dared to slash at Heavenly Emperor Pingyu. This was enough to prove that he was powerful. Kong Lingyuan did not care, but Fang Ping laughed. Then, he looked at the Sino nation people and said, "I want to cultivate in seclusion here now. Within 3 hours, I will try my best to come out of seclusion. If I can't, then I will give up. Seniors, please protect me." Having said that, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Other than Sino nation martial artists, the others are not to come within 100 meters of me. I will say this first, if you come near, Fang Ping might attack." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Soon, Yu Wuhua chuckled and said, "Of course. However, Minister Fang, please be quick. Otherwise, if Qi Huanyu and the others get the treasures, then all our previous efforts will be in vain." Fang Ping nodded and said, "Qi Huanyu and the others will not rashly clash with the other party until I arrive. If I don't go, the probability of them attacking is not high. They can still wait for 3 hours. Then, I wish Minister Fang's origin 1,000 miles a day." Yu Wuhua gave his blessings, smiled, and left the place with some people from the overseas Immortal Islands. Seeing that, Jiang Kuei frowned slightly. He did not say anything and left with Waiyushan and the other people from Grandmaster. At this moment, the remaining human powerhouses were from the 6 sacred lands. Kong Lingyuan glanced at everyone and said slowly, me, De Yong, Hai Ping, Fang Yu, will guard the inner circle. You guys keep an eye on them outside. Although everyone was on the same boat now, it did not mean that they wanted to see Fang Ping advance. The advancement of Origin could be said to be very safe, but it was also very dangerous. If it is disturbed by someone and chaos is created at the critical moment, it will be a big problem. Everyone, please do your best. I will not let you down. Everyone responded one after another. The group looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. The powerhouses from the 6 sacred lands spread out in all directions, extending the front line to 1,000 meters away. 100 meters away, Kong Lingyuan and a few other powerhouses, each of them guarding a corner, looked extremely solemn. In the middle, Fang Ping looked at the powerhouses around him and suddenly laughed. Then I, Fang Ping, cannot let everyone down. Since unquestionable Jian can walk 500 meters in a day, I should be a little more than him no matter what, right? Having said that, Fang Ping sat cross-legged and began to prepare for stepping into Origin. It had been some time since he entered rank 8. When the evil sect attacked last year, Fang Ping still remembered that it was around October when he entered rank 8. Until now, it had not even been half a year. However, in this half a year, he had experienced too many things. Eliminating the evil sect, entering the restricted area, destroying the Magic City catacombs, attacking the Outland, suppressing everywhere, becoming the Heavenly Division's minister, entering the Emperor's tomb. In total, it had only been 5 months. However, in these 5 months, he had experienced too much. In these 5 months, many people had died. Back then, I said rank 4 in a year, rank 12 in 3 years, Fang Ping murmured and laughed. Rank 12, there really was. According to the current classification, Paragon was no longer rank 9. The Fengyun list divided powerhouses into rank 12. Rank 10 Paragon, rank 11 Emperor, rank 12 was Emperor. In April, it had been exactly 3 years since his rebirth. I can't hope for rank 12, rank 9 in 3 years is enough. Fang Ping laughed. Then, he would step into Origin today. Fang Ping sat cross-legged and checked the data again. Wealth, 2, 5 billion points. Vitality, 185,800 calories, 185,800 calories. Mentality, 10,005 Hz, 10,005 Hz. Separable consciousness, destructive force, 78 yuan, 78 yuan. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time. I'll hone my body with all my might for an hour. I don't have to care about the imperishable substance. I'll increase as much as I can. If I increase my vitality by 1 calorie now, I'll have a few more cal in the future. Fang Ping made up his mind. Stepping into Origin was just a matter of time. He reserved 3 hours for himself. He wanted to try his best to increase it. Fang Ping's body was covered by countless imperishable substances in the blink of an eye. His entire body turned golden. Only Fang Ping would do something so extravagant and wasteful just to increase his upper limit a little. The imperishable substance was consumed continuously, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 100 yuan. The overflowing imperishable substance even filled Fang Ping's surroundings with a large amount of golden color. It was too rich. Fang Ping did not care about the consumption at all. Not far away, Kong Lingyuan laughed and shook his head slightly. This guy was the only one. If it were someone else, he would have gone up and beaten them up. The imperishable substance should not be wasted like this, especially at this time, when everyone needed it. They were in short supply. Would they not flip out when they saw someone wasting it like this? However, Fang Ping did this. No matter whether the things were Fang Ping's or not, no one had any objections. It was necessary for Fang Ping to become stronger. Forget about his own, even if it was Sino Nation's reserve resources, it was also worth using it. This was because Fang Ping had brought too many miracles to everyone. In the past 2 years, if it were not for Fang Ping, who knew how many people would have died in Sino Nation, and they would not have become so powerful now. With Fang Ping, Tiannan, Purple Forbidden City, and Magic City, the 3 major catacombs, Sino Nation had achieved decisive victories. With Fang Ping, Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, Qin Yaozu, and the rest could enter the top. With Fang Ping, there were today's longevity sword, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, Wu Quishan, ranked 31st, Tian Mu, ranked 197th. He had changed too many things. Although he was very reckless and often caused trouble for powerhouses, Kong Lingyuan understood that without Fang Ping, it might be more troublesome. The Great War was not far away. If humans continued to be like before, fighting on a small scale, then when that day came, they could only wait for death. The neo-martial arts era had been established less than 100 years ago. When it was first started, Shen and Chen were mainly still defending. When it came to Zhang Tao's generation, they began to attack and counterattack, obtaining some resources to feed back to humans. When it came to Fang Ping's generation, Fang Ping officially pulled the curtains and began a full-scale counterattack. Moreover, he had a winning streak. It was because of this continuous victory that the spirits of humans were lifted. Only then would the 6 holy lands have a unified opinion. There was no other reason. They saw Sino nation's victory. The 6 holy lands were not won in the past. Although Zhang Tao was strong, he did not show it too obviously. Zhang Tao initially wanted to lie low and fight for a chance for humans at the last moment. After seeing Fang Ping's performance and the opportunities he created, they became invincible martial kings now. It was also because of the continuous victory that the 6 holy lands saw Sino nation's desire to improve, hence the current alliance. Fang Ping, who was only rank 8, had already changed a lot of things. Thinking of these, Kong Lingyuan sighed again and said in a low voice, "I'm old." Beside him, Li Daong chuckled and said, "Yes, I'm old. It's the era of the young." When these words were heard by some people in the distance, they did not feel good. Jiang Kuei, Yu Wuhua, and the rest were so confused that they did not know what to say. Old? Did this group of neo-martial artists really know what old was? However, at this moment, everyone felt a little emotional. Every second counted. This was neo-martial arts. If it was someone else, would they have advanced at this time? No way. Gu Qing was a role model. In order to achieve a perfect state, he had been waiting. After waiting for so many years, he did not advance to true God, all because he wanted to advance in the most perfect state, but in the end, it still came to a regretful end. As they were lamenting, Fang Ping was constantly honing his body. His physique strength was also increasing rapidly under the consumption, regardless of the cost. 186,000 cal, 187,000 cal, it stopped when it reached 190,000 cal. 10,000 cal was a small hurdle. If Fang Ping was given some time, he could quickly grind through it. But now, Fang Ping did not have the time. His vitality had reached 190,000 cal. In order to increase the limit of a few thousand cal, Fang Ping had used up a total of 300 million wealth points. He had 2 billion wealth points left. As for Fang Ping, he did not get up. He did not open his eyes. A scene of the dark space appeared in his mind. Last time, this space was tempting him to enter. Last time, he rejected it. This time, he was not going to reject it. Today, I will enter Origin. After seeing so many Origin Daos, my origin should be determined. There were thousands of Daos. Which one should he take? He knew about Old Zhang's path of convergence, Song Mao's lazy path, Li Zhen's swordsmanship or massacre path, and Chen Yaozu and the rest's iron blood path of not returning until the enemy was defeated. In the end, Fang Ping discovered that all these paths had something in common. Believe in it, walk on with determination. In this world, what kind of belief could make you hold on to it for the rest of your life? Sometimes, Fang Ping thought, when humanity achieved a great victory and defeated all the strong enemies, would old Zhang still be as strong as he was now? Would he still hold on to his belief and continue to lead humanity down? Maybe. He would also be lost. Once the origin path was lost, it would definitely be hindered, unable to continue forward. I'm just a small fry. I don't have old Zhang's great love, old Wu's pain of losing his daughter, and I definitely don't have senior Tian's generation's stubborn belief to avenge their compatriots, to avenge their comrades, to fight for humanity's rise. I'm a selfish person. I don't know if I'll be lost in the future, if I'll continue to fight for humanity. I don't know if I'll be able to continue like this the moment the darkness arrives. I don't know if I'll still be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility when old Zhang and the rest really die in battle. I don't know either. The only thing I know is that I want to protect my home, I want to protect my family, I want my family and I to be able to live together. even if it's just an ordinary life. At this moment, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. Fang Ping laughed at himself. I'm just a small fry. I'm just a small fry. I'm just a selfish guy. Even if I pretend to be a leader, but I don't love this world. I don't love this world. I don't love this world. I only love my home, my family, my friends, and my teachers. If teacher Huangjing did not die in battle that day, would I have initiated the Battle of Magic City? No. If old Zhang and the rest did not pour their hearts out today, would I have brought people here to fight to the death? No. Because they are good to me, I will be good to them. This is me, Fang Ping. I can't be like Tian Mu. His entire family died in battle and still remain calm, leading the military department powerhouses to continue suppressing everywhere, obeying military orders and attacking wherever I point. Perhaps the only ones who can make me persevere for the rest of my life are my parents who raised me, my younger sister who grew up with me, and those who love me. If there comes a day when I can't even persevere for these, then let the origin collapse. A smile appeared on Fang Ping's face. If there comes a day when even these people can't make me persevere, what's the point of practicing martial arts? If you don't even care about the people closest to you, who else can you care about? His origin was flawed. Fang Ping knew this was the flaw. When he gave up on his family and all these, he became aloof and indifferent to everything. He would no longer be the Fang Ping of today. Rumble, in his mind, a sudden clap of thunder sounded. In the void, Fang Ping's silhouette took a step forward and walked toward the darkness. Rumble. In the darkness, a small island that could only accommodate one person appeared. Fang Ping stepped onto the small island. Origin, rumble. The rumble sounded again. At this moment, the entire space battlefield seemed to tremble slightly. In the origin world, he stepped into the origin. Resonance. In the depths of the space battlefield, in the infinite darkness, there seemed to be a flash of light. It disappeared in a flash, in the darkness. Fang Ping continued walking forward. As he walked, he left black floating reefs along the way. The further he walked, the bigger the island in the darkness. Bigger. It's so small. Is it suitable for people to stand on? In the darkness, Fang Ping roared at the sky. With a rumble, the small island grew a little bigger. In the origin space, where the will was, there was nothing it could not do. Walk the path of the sword, there is nothing the path of the sword cannot break. Walk the path of the saber, wherever the long saber points, there is nothing to stop it. Walk the path of all things, everything is for me to use. All paths return to one, the path of return to one, there is nothing it cannot do. A voice full of temptation sounded in Fang Ping's mind. Temptation, this was something all martial artists would face at this time. If your will was not strong enough, you might be bewitched and eventually walk on that uncertain path. In the dark void, Fang Ping looked around and seemed to see people talking to him from all directions. Fang Ping laughed and said slowly, "Is there such a path where one can achieve emperor in a second? If there is, I'll leave. If there isn't, get lost." A thunderous roar exploded in the dark void. Fang Ping looked down on him. "My path, I'll walk it. What you say doesn't matter." Rumble, the void exploded again. There was light in front. Rumble, at this moment, it was not just Fang Ping's origin space that was shaking. The entire space battlefield was shaking. Qi Huanyu looked at the shaking space. At first, he was at a loss. Then, as if remembering something, he frowned. What's happening? Is the space battlefield shaking? What would cause the space battlefield to shake, he did not know. However, he had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen, at this moment, somewhere not far away from him. Where the altar was, the gray matter on the outer layer of the 4 statues shattered. What's happening? Why is the space battlefield shaking? Is the owner of this place awakening? No, no. At this moment, the gray matter on one of the statue's cheeks shattered completely. In its eyes, 2 beams of light pierced through the void. The light was dazzling. Someone is walking on the origin path. Damn it. It seems to be resonating with the source world. This is bad. If this goes on, the other party might be able to awaken the owner of this place. Why is it resonating? Could it be that the other party's origin path is similar to the owner of this place? Perhaps the essence Daos of both sides are similar, and some parts of them are overlapping. These powerhouses knew something about the source world. It was possible for the origin Daos of experts to coincide, a part of it, but not all of it. Some of the powerhouse's disciples might be walking on the origin path inherited by the powerhouses. However, as long as there was a slight deviation or partial overlap, it would not cause the path to be unable to continue. Qi Huanyu's path was overlapping 999 meters, which was why he could not continue. Now, the person who was breaking through might also have some overlap with the owner of this place, which caused the space battlefield to shake. If this went on, the owner of this place might really be awakened. If that happened, some of their plans would be ruined. They were prepared to let an emperor-level powerhouse control the other party. Moreover, it was not that they did not do anything in the space battlefield all these years. They had also found some things that could control the origin demons. Moreover, they were endlessly depleting the origin chi of this place. Once the owner woke up and found out about this, he would also attack them. Faceless, go and kill him. At this moment, the old man whose cheeks had shattered said coldly. The next moment, a statue in the east shattered. A powerhouse about 2 meters tall stood up. He was wearing a mask that seemed to be one with his cheeks, so his facial features could not be seen clearly. I'll be right back. Faceless said indifferently. The old man, whose eyes were shining, said in a deep voice, be careful. There are quite a few reciprocity experts there. We've been asleep for many years and are no longer the same as before. Faceless let out a faint smile and said, Azure Dragon, are you still worried about me? In the end, Origin Source was just Origin Source. True gods were legends. I've exhausted them for a long time. Even if I haven't reached my peak, killing Origin Realm experts is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Origin and true divinity were two completely different realms. Ordinary origins had a vitality limit of 100,000 calories and above. Even the weakest true god had 800,000 calories of vitality in origin. This was a qualitative change. After saying that, Faceless added, there are a lot of people over there. Watch the gate of all living things carefully. Wait for the divine emissary to take over with you. I'll be back as soon as possible. With that said, Faceless disappeared from the altar in the blink of an eye. After he left, the other 3 people whispered to each other and soon fell silent. The gate of all living things had been nurtured to its final stage, now they only needed to wait for the divine emissary to hand it over. They could only leave if the oracle brought the order of the church. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave rashly. Rumble, the void was still shaking, the space battlefield was shaking. Fong Ping's origin world was also shaking. In the origin world, Fong Ping continued to move forward, laughing. Bigger. It's so small, how can you let me go? Boom, no matter how big the floating island was. Bigger still. Rumble, the floating island continued to grow. Give me some sunlight, I don't like the dark. In the darkness, a ray of light appeared. Fong Ping had seen Song Mao's origin world. That was a real paradise. Looking at the light source in his origin world that was like a light bulb, Fong Ping was furious and shouted, brighter. The light became brighter. Fong Ping turned around, looking at the floating island with an area of about 100 square meters behind him, shaking his head slightly. It was too small. Unfortunately, he couldn't expand it anymore. Right now, he could either walk on the origin path or continue to expand the floating island, like Song Mao, walking on the true infinite path. But that would take far too long. He didn't have that time. Now, he could only open up his own origin path. Fong Ping looked at the endless dark void outside the floating island and said softly, even if I'm not as good as Song Mao, the path I open up can't be too bad. My path must be wide. As soon as he said that, Fong Ping punched out, and the void exploded. Fong Ping punched out light in the darkness. A pit appeared, separating it from the surrounding darkness. Old Zhang's path is 10,000 meters wide. My path is wider than his. Fong Ping roared, bombarding madly, and the pit kept expanding. Fong Ping did not walk forward, but along the floating island, bombarding on both sides continuously. My path must be wider. Only with a wide path can I go far. For the first time stepping on the origin path, the wider the path, the more solid the foundation. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, he could only open it up slowly in the future, which would take up more time. Rumble, the darkness in front was blasted apart bit by bit. 10 meters wide, 20 meters wide, Fong Ping was like a tireless Iron Man, waving both fists, incomparably crazy, bombarding the void continuously. 50 meters, 100 meters. Width, height, he wanted it all. He did not want a narrow and winding path. At the same time, in the void, a few figures appeared. Fong Ping laughed and said, "Dad, Gun, you're here too. Then let's open the path together." It was not just these few figures. After a while, Old Man Li, Chen Yunqi, Wang Jinyang, one after another, the figures appeared again. Fong Ping rubbed his chin, laughed and said, "So many people? Have I ever thought of protecting so many people?" No one answered. Everything here was just some illusion, the manifestation of willpower. One by one, the figures joined the ranks of opening the path. At this moment, these people had no difference in strength. They were all manifested according to Fong Ping's willpower. One by one, they began bombarding the void. 10 people, 20 people, gradually, Fong Ping's expression changed. "That's enough. I'm only guarding my little home. That's enough, don't show your head anymore. F***ck, Big Lion, you're here too? What's the situation? Old Wang, what does your little wife have to do with me? Why did you bring her here? Iron Head, that's enough. What are you people from CCMAU doing here?" At this moment, more and more figures appeared in the void. Fong Ping was terrified. F***ck, this was not right, I'm only guarding my little home. Why did you add more people here, and more, that's enough. I didn't think of protecting everyone. Fong Ping was about to break down in grief. Mother ***, what's going on? Aren't you forcing me to follow old Zhang's path? He vaguely remembered that old Zhang's path seemed to be like this. Countless figures lining the path to welcome him. I don't need it. I just want to protect my little home. Why are there so many people here? Fong Ping scolded, "That's enough. It's fine that you came alone, but you even brought your family with you. What do you think this place is?" Scolding aside, watching these people opening the path together, Fong Ping mumbled, "After opening the path, walk on your own." As soon as he said that, Fong Ping looked at the void in despair, crying and yelling, "Old Vice-Chancellor, you're already dead. You're here even though you're dead. It's fine that you're here, but what are you doing? Are you holding a school meeting?" At this moment, the old vice-chancellor who died in the catacombs years ago appeared. Many teachers and students followed behind him. Most of them were people who had died in battle. Fong Ping saw familiar faces. He saw Xia Lei's girlfriend, Zhang Ziwei. He saw the little fatty Guoxing who had promised to deliver packages for him. He saw Jin Lei who had participated in the championship with him. He saw Huang Jing who had died in battle a few days ago. Fong Ping's eyes were red. "You're all dead. Is there still a need to protect the dead? You're all dead. Go." Too many people had died in the past few years. He had witnessed the deaths of countless martial artists with his own eyes. MCMAU's graveyard had added hundreds of lone graves. He had sworn that the southern area's graveyard could not hold so many people. After the Skygate battle that year, he had said that no more people would die. However, people were still dying these days. His classmates were dead. His teachers were dead. Was he willing to accept this? He was not. What was his little home? Were there really only those 3 people? Fong Ping did not know. He had already been assimilated. Perhaps Zhang Tao was the same as him back then. They had both been forced to this point step by step. Their original thoughts might not have been great. They might have only thought of themselves and their families. Protect the world, they did not have such great ambitions. They did not have such great abilities. However, at this moment, in Fong Ping's source world, there were more and more silhouettes. He even saw Zhang Tao. "Old Zhang, you're joining in the fun. Can I protect you?" Go. Do I have that ability?" Fong Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. "How can I protect you? You should protect me first. Why are you joining in the fun as well?" The others seemed to be illusory. However, at this moment, the old Zhang that appeared in the void seemed a little different. His gaze seemed to be more human-like. He looked around, at the silhouettes around him, at the darkness, at the path that was being opened up continuously. The silhouette seemed to be smiling, as if giving a thumbs up. It seemed to be saying, "Son of AB*TCH, you still fell into the trap that I set for you." Fang Ping seemed to have understood it. He seemed to have heard it too. Suddenly, he scolded loudly, "Get lost. I've never thought about this at all. Get lost as far as you can, bastard. You deliberately made me some *T minister. You have bad intentions. I'm not as stupid as you. You want me to walk the path of an emperor, *T the path of an emperor. In this world, it's enough to protect myself and my family. Do you really think I'm a saint? I don't have that ability. Take everyone away." Old Zhang's illusory figure ignored him. He seemed to be laughing even more happily. In the next moment, old Zhang's illusory figure dashed into the darkness and began to open up a path. His speed was extremely fast. He seemed to be stronger than the others, outside the king's battleground. Zhang Tao was slightly shocked. His gaze moved slightly. After a while, he murmured softly, this kid, seems to overlap with me a little." Beside him, Li Zhen looked at him. Zhang Tao did not speak, but he stood up. Looking at the king's battleground, a smile gradually appeared on his face. His smile grew brighter and brighter. "I have a successor. A true successor. Although he has never learned my antiques or learned any martial arts knowledge from me, this is not important. What's important is that their ideals and paths are the same. Even if he has his own path, there are places where his path overlaps with mine. This is enough." Origin. Rank 9. Zhang Tao murmured softly. He had stepped into Origin, 3 years. He had entered Origin in 3 years. Right then, Zhang Tao suddenly threw a punch at Daoist Feng Yun, exploding his illusory figure and 2 stone steels again. King Wu. The illusory figure appeared again and Daoist Feng Yun screamed. "Damn it, why did I provoke him again? Why did this lunatic explode the stone steels and my projection all of a sudden?" The others looked at Zhang Tao as well. However, Zhang Tao did not care about that and laughed. "Awesome. Are you unhappy?" Everyone fell silent. "What is this?" Zhang Tao laughed again. "I feel great now. I feel so good that I want to fight someone. After thinking about it. Damn, Ping Yu, you actually dared to kill Zhao Xingwu in front of me. Who gave you face?" With that said, Zhang Tao exploded the void with a punch. Crack, the void exploded. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu frowned and walked out of the void. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Tao stepped out in the next second, breaking the void and laughing. "Come, let's have a fight to liven things up." With that said, the pointer in Zhang Tao's hand suddenly appeared, turning into a blood saber in a blink of an eye. "Nobody interfere. I want to kill him. If you guys interfere, then I'll kill you all." Throwing down these words, Zhang Tao split heaven and earth with a saber. "Bastard." Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu nearly vomited blood. "What is this?" He did not provoke this bastard without rhyme or reason, but Zhang Tao actually attacked him. The matter of killing Zhao Xingwu earlier was also long over. He did not continue to attack because he gave Zhang Tao face. Who would have thought that this guy was crazy to this extent? "Ha ha ha, old thing, damn it, to dare let your people kill human martial artists, courting death." Zhang Tao was incomparably arrogant, laughing crazily. The blood saber in his hand was so huge that it could split the sky. Slash after slash slashed out, splitting the void and splitting heaven and earth. Even the radiant sun could not block this saber light. In all directions, some powerhouses made a move one after another, scattering the aftershock. Lunatic. Crazy. This guy is really crazy. This peaceful battle to the death for no reason. What is he thinking? Everyone was dumbfounded. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu was an ancient venerable emperor after all. Zhang Tao could go crazy just like that. It had been a while since he killed Zhao Xingwu. As for killing humans, the people of Ping Yu Heaven were all dead, even Gu Qing was killed, yet you still want to fight him? Was it worth it? At this moment, even Fate King was frowning. This guy seemed to be getting more and more crazy. This time, he brought all the resurrected true monarchs here. Was he going to fight him to the death? In the distance, Li Zhu looked at Zhang Tao, then at the king's battlefield, frowning slightly. Zhang Tao seemed very excited. He destroyed the stone monument for no reason. Now no one could see anything. What was he hiding? Someone had advanced to True Monarch? No, advancing to True Monarch, he did not need to do this. Could it be? Li Zhu frowned again. Could it be Fang Ping? Fang Ping had advanced to rank 9? Li Zhu vaguely had some ideas, but he still did not understand. Could Fang Ping advancing to rank 9 turn the whole situation around? At this moment, there were not many people coming out from the king's battlefield. Most of them were from the human side. When the remaining people from Mount Wangu came out, Fang Ping and the others were still facing a desperate situation. The news of Fang Ping breaking through to Double 9 had not spread yet. As for how Fang Ping and the others turned the situation around, it was still unknown. And now, Zhang Tao suddenly went crazy. Could it be that Fang Ping breaking through to rank 9 really had the ability to turn the situation around? Li Zhu did not understand and did not think about it anymore. In his heart, however, he had a vague judgment. I'm afraid it's Double 9 refinements. Advancing to Double 9 refinements. Maybe it's beyond the limits of the origin realm. Even if an ordinary rank 9 really surpassed the limits and was stronger than Qi Huanyu, there was still a limit. If one person was not a match, what about 10, but Fang Ping? It was hard to say. This guy had many tricks up his sleeves. He was extremely cunning and perhaps even more terrifying. I'm afraid the martial artists who entered this time will be in danger. Li Zhu thought about this again. This time, there were more than 100 powerhouses in Godland. This time, it might be really dangerous. Could it be that they were all wiped out? This thought rose in Li Zhu's heart. Before this, he did not consider this. Even if there were a lot of changes previously, while he was thinking about this, in the distance, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu roared angrily and smashed the blood saber with one palm. Right after smashing the blood saber, Zhang Tao laughed maniacally, condensed the blood saber again, and rushed forward in a frenzy. Buzz, the void shattered, and Heavenly Emperor Pingyu's sleeves were also cut instantly. As for Zhang Tao, at this moment, directly shredded his shirt, holding the long saber, roaring wildly to teach him a lesson. Barbaric, crude, tyrannical, human devil. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu did not know how many times he had cursed in his heart. Lunatic, what did this old man do to you? Wasn't Gu Qing killed by Zhao Xingwu? It was all in the past now. This human leader, this generation's emperor, actually wanted to fight him at this time. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu could feel some gloating coming from the void, and he was about to go crazy from being sullen. This idiot, did he really not care that he and I are being watched like monkeys? Both of us are injured, and in the end, others will benefit. Is this what he wants to see? How did such a person become the human leader? At the same time, in the origin space, Fang Ping was also violently and crazily opening the path. I want it to be 10,000 meters wide. Fang Ping wanted a 10,000 meters wide path. It was too narrow, he would not walk. If it was so narrow, how could he walk long? But this path, the wider it was opened, the harder it was to move forward. The path opened by others was 10 meters wide, so he just had to walk forward along the 10 meters wide path. But Fang Ping insisted on opening a 10,000 meters wide path. There was no other reason. Old Zhang seemed to be like this. I can't be left behind by old Zhang too much. It was fine if it was not as far as him, but it should not be a problem to be as wide as him, right? Rumble. The darkness was opened up. More and more people joined in, helping to open up the path together. Fang Ping could not be bothered anymore. Whatever, come in if you have the guts. Let's see how many of you can come in. 500 meters wide, 1,000 meters wide, 2,000 meters wide. The next moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. His figure seemed to have become illusory. What was going on? No, this seems to have a limit. I'm almost at my limit. Damn it. I haven't left yet. Fang Ping looked at the path that had just been opened up. It was about 3,000 meters wide. As for the length, 5 meters, how was this a path? This was just a foundation. No, I can't do this. Fang Ping's heart trembled. He roared, open up the path, open up the path. Don't make it too wide, open up. At the same time, outside, Kong Lingyuan and the rest had felt the void tremble for a long time. But at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Where was Fang Ping? Why was he still in closed-door cultivation? Entering the origin path was very fast. Even Li Chongqing, who walked 300 meters in a day, would only take a few minutes. It had been almost 20 minutes since Fang Ping started moving, right? In the end, his Tao illusion had yet to appear. It was not that it did not appear. At this moment, everyone also saw that there seemed to be an illusion in the void. It might be Fang Ping. But under Fang Ping's feet, there did not seem to be any Tao appearing. This was the first time everyone had seen this situation. Under normal circumstances, even if one walked more than 10 meters, there would still be a slight reflection in the outside world. But did Fang Ping move? Kong Lingyuan swallowed and said bitterly, He can't have just stepped into the origin space and not confirmed his direction, right? Fang Ping's situation was a little odd. A weak rank 9 meant that he had entered the origin space but did not take a step. However, a weak rank 9 entering this stage would not cause too much of a movement. Fang Ping was a double 9 who advanced. The Demon Emperor walked 500 meters a day. You did not even take a step. Li Daong rubbed his eyes and said, That. I think he's gone? I think I saw him move a little. Yes, he moved a little. A small step, maybe his eyes were playing tricks on him. At this moment, someone said in a low voice, He's moving. Everyone fixed their eyes on him. Indeed, he had moved. Fang Ping was walking in the void. 1 meter, 2 meters, the projection at this moment was actually a reflection of the origin world. There might be a difference, but the difference would not be too big. Everyone was dumbfounded. He was walking too slowly. Initially, they thought that Fang Ping would not be the same as the Demon Emperor, but at least he would not be worse than Li Chongqing. He could walk 300 meters, right? But now, Kong Lingyuan could not be more bitter. It was over. He had advanced for nothing. With this speed, how far could he walk? The key was that in the origin space, there was only hope of staying in the origin space when he first stepped in. The rest of the time, he would be unconscious. If he wanted to advance in the future, he would have to walk step by step. This time was very limited. Fang Ping had already exceeded everyone's expectations by staying until now. The key was that if he had stayed until now, he would have to walk a little more. At this moment, they were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Further away, Jiang Kuei and the rest were watching too. As they watched, they were all dumbfounded. After a while, someone whispered, Can Fang Ping walk to the limit of rank 1 origin? 0-99 meters was the rank 1 origin realm. Could Fang Ping walk 99 meters? Previously, everyone thought that Fang Ping, who was a double 9, might break the record today and surpass the Demon Emperor. Now, it seemed that he might really break the record. They had never seen anyone walking so slowly on the origin path. Under normal circumstances, a weak rank 9 would have no problem walking 50 to 60 meters on the first step, right? But Fang Ping, they really doubted if he could do it. Looking at Fang Ping's sluggish gait in the void, walking 1 meter was like taking his life. It would be amazing if he could walk 50 meters. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was unexpected, shocked the whole world. This guy was so long just now. Could it be that he was bewitched in the origin world? Someone muttered, I thought it was another Demon Emperor. Now it seems, the human world might have really overestimated this Minister Fang. Which prodigy did not shock the 3 realms when they stepped out of origin? Demon Emperors walked 500 meters a day. Li Chongqing of the human realm also crossed 300 meters in a day. Of course, the 10,000 Tao as one was relatively easier. No matter what, these people were fully deserving of being prodigies. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was considered a prodigy if he walked 200 meters. However, if he walked less than 100 meters, although he was considered a genius to ordinary martial artists, it was really nothing to them. Do you guys think that he's opening up the width of the path, idiot? Just when someone had doubts, someone immediately refuted, this guy is not an idiot. Even if he wants to widen it, now is not the time. Moreover, if he's not a true god, there's not much difference in widening it, right? It's the same even if he widens it again when he's at the limit. Moreover, it's very difficult to expand the width, it's all fixed. Maybe he's different? What's different about him? Someone sneered, then said in a low voice, but at least he's entered origin, there's still a transformation. he'll be stronger more or less. This guy was strong to begin with. Now, he's considered a top-notch origin powerhouse. He can't be underestimated. Although that was what he said, this person was still somewhat speechless. Fang Ping at rank 8 was terrifyingly strong. Initially, he thought that when he reached origin, he would definitely shock the world. Now it seemed like, it was hard to say, this guy's origin path was so difficult, his future path would be even more difficult. The people of the extraterrestrial immortal island were discussing. The people of Outland were discussing. At the same time, Faceless, who had just arrived nearby, looked at Fang Ping and the rest who were more than 10 li away from him. He saw the shadow walking leisurely and sneered, extremely playful. Was this the origin who had advanced? Initially, he thought that advancing at this time could cause resonance in the space battlefield, and he might be another future supreme powerhouse. After all, being able to resonate with the owner of this place meant that his path had a good future. Not to mention becoming an emperor level like the 36 saints, even a normal emperor level was already an amazing achievement. Who knew? It would be so slow. This guy, if he could become a true god, he would already be considered lucky. No, you won't even have the chance to become a true god. Faceless chuckled softly. It was all this guy's fault, almost spoiling the big plan. If the owner of this place had really revived, then it would be troublesome. Then I'll use you as a blood sacrifice first. Faceless chuckled softly. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the air and headed straight for Fang Ping. At this moment, Kong Lingyuan and the rest also felt the danger. The next moment, Kong Lingyuan roared, "Danger! Stop the enemy!" The loud roar resounded through the sky. Yu Wuhua even shouted, "True God! Damn it, it's really a true god! Be careful! True God?" At this moment, Fang Ping opened his eyes. Golden light burst from his body, illuminating the entire world. It was snow white. At this moment, this place was as bright as day. Not far away, the figure of that Faceless was also clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. Seeing that Fang Ping had awakened, Kong Lingyuan immediately shouted through voice transmission, "You leave first." Leave? Fang Ping looked at his golden body condensing continuously, rubbing his chin. Can I defeat him? As for how many meters he had walked, Fang Ping was embarrassed. It was almost 100 meters, but I'm wide enough, 3,000 meters wide. As for how much the origin increased, whether it was 0.1 times, Fang Ping felt that it should be more than that, right? I keep feeling that I'm terrifyingly strong now. I keep feeling that this guy might not be able to defeat me. Fang Ping shot a glance at Faceless who had already rushed over and continued to rub his chin. Should I try now? P.S. 3 chapters with more than 20,000 words. Forget about missing chapters, it was impossible to finish updating in a day. My head would explode. Faceless attacked. Kong Lingyuan and the rest were extremely nervous. All the powerhouses began to gather. It was already the limit of what they could do that they did not disperse. When a true god-level powerhouse attacked, the powerhouses did not dare to flee easily. If they scattered and fled, they might die faster. Seeing this scene, Faceless, who was walking in the air, chuckled. Not bad. Facing a true god, these people did not run. This was much stronger than he expected. At this moment, Faceless was extremely relaxed and indifferent. Crossing his arms, Faceless looked at Fang Ping who was still emitting golden light and laughed. Do you know, you almost ruined my plan when you stepped into origin here. He was indifferent. Fang Ping was not anxious either. Looking at him, he thought for a while and asked, "Were you a weak true god back then?" As soon as he said this, many people looked at him strangely. The so-called weak true god, the weakest peak, was for powerhouses of the same rank. True gods were invincible, this was a real myth. Even in ancient times, true gods were overlords. Adding the word weak, this was considered a provocation. Jiang Kuei and the rest were surprised. Fang Ping broke through rank 9 and did not go far on origin path. Was this guy so full of himself? Weak true god? At this moment, Faceless also noticed that the space battlefield was no longer trembling, so he was not so anxious. He had not spoken for thousands of years. At this time, he said with interest, "In your eyes, what kind of true god is considered powerful?" At least 1,000,000 cal of vitality comparable to origin. As Fang Ping spoke, he observed his own data. Wealth, 2 billion points vitality, 219,999 calories, 219,999 calories, mentality, 10,455 Hz, 104,555 Hz, divided consciousness, destruction power, 85 yuan, origin, stage 1, increase 9% plus 30%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time vitality 220,000 calories. An increase of 39%. This was somewhat beyond Fang Ping's expectations. He was stage 1 origin path traveled about 90 meters, so the increase was only 9%. But the 30% that was added later, Fang Ping understood now. There was an increase in the horizontal as well. It was just that it was not as good as the vertical. The vertical 3,000 meters had an increase of 1.2 times. The horizontal widening seemed to be an increase of 0.1 times of 1,000 meters. It's equivalent to 420,000 calories vitality with an increase of about 40%. It's less than 600,000 calories vitality. Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart. If he included combat techniques, divine weapons, and the like, even though his divine weapon was no longer with him, but with all of them, his limit should reach about 600,000 calories of vitality. However, his control wasn't high. Under normal circumstances, he could only control 60%. Of course, he might be a little stronger when he was fighting with his life on the line. His maximum outburst might be close to 400,000 calories of vitality. However, he was still very far away from becoming a true god. Fang Ping was doing the math. Faceless laughed. 1,000,000 cal vitality? Fang Ping unleashed an attack casually, smiling. This is around 1,000 calories. Faceless was also a true god-level powerhouse. He smiled and said, if that's the case, I shouldn't be considered a weak true god like you said back then. I'm afraid I have 1,000,000 cal of vitality. The two of them chatted like they were friends. Kong Lingyuan and the others were worried. They gathered around Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not care about this. He said, what about now? After so many years, you should be close to your limit. I see that your golden body is dim, and your strength has declined greatly. Are you sure you still have half of your strength back then? Faceless laughed. He laughed a little maniacally. This guy was asking him this now. Did he want to try fighting him? Since when did an origin powerhouse come across a true god not run away immediately, but ask about the true god's strength? My strength has declined a lot, but you origin powerhouses, Faceless laughed and said indifferently, that's because you're really very weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Faceless struck a rank 9 powerhouse in the crowd. Fang Ping's movements were also extremely fast. With a flash of golden light, he appeared in front of the other party, waving his fist and unleashing a move. A loud boom was heard. Fang Ping took a few steps back. He shook his hands lightly and said with a smile, I'm a little curious. How much strength did you use? Very strong. It was at least around 200,000 calories of vitality destructive power, and this was just a casual strike from the other party. However, 200,000 calories of vitality destructive power had already exceeded the limit of most 5th or 6th origin powerhouses, even some 7th or 8th origin martial artists could only do so. The other party's casual strike was comparable to the other party's peak attack. It had the strength to kill martial artists above 5th origin. It was indeed terrifying, but this was not enough. Fang Ping's explosive power might not be strong enough, but the strength of his golden body was there. At this moment, even if Qi Huanyu unleashed his full strength, he might not be able to seriously injure Fang Ping, provided that Fang Ping did not move at all and let the other party attack him. Faceless' expression did not change, but his pupils contracted slightly. The other party actually took his move so easily. This newly ascended source was much stronger than he had expected. At first, he only paid attention to Kong Lingyuan and the others, but now he turned all his attention to Fang Ping. After a long time, he said slowly, Golden Body 9 refinements? He felt it, the other party's vitality seemed to be similar to his, and the quality was actually the same. This meant that the other party's strength was the same as his. And this seemed to be something that only a golden body 9 refinements possessed. It's golden body 9 refinements. Fang Ping said with a smile, "What's your name? Where are you from? Also, you haven't answered my question. How much of your strength did you use? Let's talk things over. There's no need to fight and kill each other the moment we meet. You don't have the right to question me." As soon as he said that, Faceless moved as fast as teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Ping and slammed his palm toward his head. Kong Lingyuan and the others beside him did not even have time to react when the palm was unleashed. Fang Ping was also a beat too late. The golden glow on his head flickered. He did not manage to evade and took the palm head-on. Rumble, a metallic sound rang out. Fang Ping's entire body sank into the ground, the golden glow on his head dimming. Faceless' expression changed. At this time, Fang Ping also threw a punch. Faceless clearly did not expect the other party to have the strength to fight back. He did not evade and was hit in the chest by Fang Ping's punch. Rumble, another rumble was heard. Faceless did not move, but he did not attack either. With a strange look on his face, he said slowly, "Interesting. Very interesting. You've actually surpassed the limits of the origin realm. No, the feeling you give me is that you can be even stronger." Fang Ping did not unleash his full strength, his aura, the strength of his physique, the strength of his vitality. The feeling he gave Faceless was that this person could be even stronger. However, at this moment, the other party's attack did not seem that strong. Fang Ping also stepped out of the ground, laughing. "You're not as strong as I thought. I initially thought that a true god like you, even without any replenishment, could theoretically unleash 70% of your strength without a problem. But now, I'm afraid it's really only half." The palm that Faceless gave him was very powerful. The powerful Fang Ping's skull had some cracks. His golden body was so powerful that it could crack his skull with one palm. His vitality strength was probably close to 500,000 calories. If it were any other rank 9, anyone, including Qi Huanyu, might have their skulls smashed. Even if they did not die, 1 or 2 more blows would definitely kill them. This was a true god. However, Fang Ping's skull only cracked a little. Fang Ping chuckled and said slowly, "Are you guys from that evil sect or something? You should know that the people I hate the most are these guys. I was in a good mood when I advanced today. Why don't you give me a few moves out of the blue? Maybe I, Fang Ping, can really slay a god to celebrate today." As soon as he said that, the surroundings trembled a little. Jiang Kuei and the rest were very surprised. Fang Ping's origin had not gone far. Why was he so confident? No, he was very powerful. So powerful that it was slightly beyond their expectations. Faceless' speed was too fast earlier. His palm strike gave him a feeling that it was extremely powerful. If it were someone else, even Kong Lingyuan, they might not be able to withstand it. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had blocked it. Although his golden body cracked slightly, it was not to the point where it would explode. This guy was a little too powerful. Slay a god? Faceless' gaze was deep. He said softly, "You want to kill me? Is it impossible?" Fang Ping grinned. "How much energy do you have left? If your energy is depleted, you might be able to kill most rank 9s with your physique alone. But, can you kill me? Old man, are you afraid? If you're not, why aren't you attacking me now?" "Afraid?" Faceless laughed. His silhouette moved again. In the blink of an eye, a pair of white jade-like palms appeared in front of Fang Ping. The palms pierced through the void directly, slapping toward Fang Ping's cheek. Fang Ping stomped on the void and took a few steps back, but the palms continued to extend, continuing to chase after him. Fang Ping let out a low growl. Both of his hands formed a knife-like shape, waving them rapidly. Slash after slash, he slashed at the white jade-like palms. Vitality surged. The surrounding powerhouses felt the pressure and chi waves. One by one, they retreated outward rapidly. Fang Ping laughed. "Go. I'll play with this faceless guy." "Fang Ping, go." Fang Ping let out a low growl. Faceless let out a cold humph. He covered the sky with one hand, grabbing at those people directly. Fang Ping roared furiously. He kicked out with one leg, shattering his energy palm immediately. At this moment, Fang Ping grinned brightly. I can become stronger the more I fight. Fighting was the best way to improve control, a weakened true god. This was simply the best target for training. Fang Ping liked this faceless too much. This was great, he had never seen such a suitable target for himself. This was the real whetstone. Perhaps today, his control of strength could be upgraded to a new realm. After Fang Ping's energy palms exploded, faceless speed was also extremely fast. A palm imprinted on Fang Ping's Baihui, Fang Ping landed on the ground. The space battlefield seemed to shake for a moment. The earth rumbled. Fang Ping leaped into the air in an instant, appearing in front of Faceless again. He laughed. Do you think my Baihui is a weakness? No, I'm a golden body 9 refinements. Golden body 9 refinements, this was the real golden body, Fang Ping shouted again, go away. I don't need your help. Wait for me to slay the god. He roared again. Although Kong Lingyuan and the others were worried, they knew that Fang Ping might have some reservations, so they left quickly. Faceless did not stop them this time. He actually did not want to stop them anymore. He was in trouble. This person was extremely strong. Once those people came to help again, he did not care about ordinary origins. However, Kong Lingyuan and the others could still hurt him. Junior, you're very confident. Your golden body 9 refinements entering origin has indeed exceeded my expectations. But today, you must die. Having said that, a long sword appeared in Faceless' hand. Die. With a low roar, the longsword slashed at Fang Ping's neck. Clang, a deafening roar was heard. Fang Ping tilted his neck, grabbing at the longsword with his bare hands. His speed was also extremely fast. He grabbed the longsword in an instant, but he felt an incomparably sharp edge piercing through his palm. Drip, a small wound appeared on his palm. A drop of golden blood dripped, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping grinned. At this moment, his smile was incomparably brilliant. This guy might really only have a limit outburst of about 500,000 calories or so. Was he a true god, a fake and inferior guy? If that's the case, then don't leave. Fang Ping growled. The small city descended instantly. It did not trap the other party, but surrounded him in all directions. Faceless snorted coldly. How dare the other party? He actually wanted to surround and kill him. Did he really think that he could not kill him just because he was not at his peak? He was underestimating a true god powerhouse. Myriad swords art. Faceless growled. The long sword in his hand suddenly dispersed into thousands of small swords. Countless small swords charged straight at Fang Ping. Not only that, even the small city was within his range of attack. Fang Ping's speed was also extremely fast. He did not care about all this, heading straight for Faceless. Halfway there, he encountered small swords. Fang Ping ignored them and charged straight at them. Puff puff puff, the small swords left streaks of bloody marks on Fang Ping's golden body. However, Fang Ping laughed maniacally. He was already close to Faceless. Neo-martial artists were more adept at close combat. Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast. He did not care about his injuries. As soon as he stepped forward, his hands formed into eagle claws and directly clawed at Faceless' eyes. Humph! Faceless snorted coldly. Countless small swords gathered again, merging into a long sword. The sword pierced at Fang Ping's throat. 9 refinements of golden body. Could one not die after 9 refinements? Clang, there was a crisp sound. Fang Ping's left hand formed a palm and grabbed the long sword again. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched at Faceless' right arm. Clang, like 2 golden men, both of their physiques were extremely strong. When they exchanged blows, there was a series of booming sounds. In the space battlefield, the void could no longer be shattered. At this moment, the aftermath of the battle spilled out, stirring up waves of air, far away. Kong Lingyuan watched the 2 golden men colliding in the void, his gaze solemn. Fang Ping was very strong. He was stronger than he had expected. However, Fang Ping still seemed to be at a disadvantage. He was constantly in a passive state of taking hits. The other party is a true god after all. As Kong Lingyuan spoke, Jiang Kuei said with some seriousness, how far has Fang Ping's origin gone? I don't think it's far. Why is it so strong? At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to be unfamiliar with the Origin's combat style. It felt like the Origin's amplification had not manifested yet. However, after a few times, everyone could already feel one thing. Fang Ping's Origin's aura was beginning to thicken. Kong Lingyuan shook his head slightly. He did not know the situation either. Fang Ping was indeed a little too strong. This had completely surpassed him. Right now, every move of these two people was stronger than his extreme outburst, an outburst close to 400,000 cal, and this was just a casual attack from both of them. It was frightening and shocking. Yu Wuhua said in a low voice, "This true god consumes a lot of energy. Actually, he mainly relies on his physique to fight. He's slightly weaker than I thought, but a true god has its own strong points. The other party's origin has gone far, and his spiritual consciousness is also very strong. I'm afraid that, later, she still felt that Fang Ping would definitely lose. There was no other reason. A true god's origin was incomparably strong. Once he felt that he had consumed too much energy, the other party might pull Fang Ping into the origin battlefield to fight. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Fang Ping's mentality was actually not weak, but the key was that Fang Ping's origin had just been developed. He might not be able to withstand too many fluctuations. They were discussing. At this moment, Fang Ping was getting braver as he fought. He did not care about his injuries at all. He gave it his all. He was using the void-fracturing swordplay very well. When he was fighting, it was incomparably fierce. Crack, Fang Ping grabbed Faceless' right arm. With a roar, his golden body erupted, crushing the flesh of his arm. Faceless also stabbed his sword into Fang Ping's throat. Blood gushed out, and the wound healed in an instant. Continue. Fang Ping grinned. His eyes turned blood red in the blink of an eye. Holding a saber in his hand, he slashed down madly. Faceless also wielded his sword and fought with him continuously. Every time he attacked, blood splattered. The more they fought, the more Faceless felt that something was wrong. He was consuming energy. The other party did not seem to care about energy consumption. True gods were very strong. In the outside world, he would not run out of energy even if he fought for a few months as long as he had energy to replenish himself. Here, however, he did not have any replenishment. He relied entirely on his own energy reserves. But after so many years, how could he have any reserves to speak of? Faceless suddenly unleashed his attack. Before the sword could even get close, Fang Ping's golden body already felt threatened. He did not even have time to dodge. Fang Ping's left arm was chopped off directly. Crack, a cracking sound rang out. Faceless panted slightly. Nine Forging golden body was very strong. It was already so difficult to chop off the other party's arm. However, in the next moment, Faceless could not help but frown. Fang Ping's left arm grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was exactly the same as before. Very strong. Continue slashing. Fang Ping chuckled. Then, he said, "I'm not going to play with you anymore. You're just a pseudo-true god. You're weaker than I expected." Having said that, Fang Ping's aura dissipated completely. Faceless was stunned. He lost track of Fang Ping's aura almost instantly. Just as he was feeling slightly shocked, the next moment, Faceless' expression changed. He swung a fist behind him. Rumble, Fang Ping flew backward, but he disappeared into the void again. He could not capture any aura. Rumble, Faceless kept attacking in all directions. However, Fang Ping's silhouette was like lightning, extremely fast. Again and again, he appeared near him from unimaginable angles and fought with him. Bang, Fang Ping's fist landed on Faceless' head, but his heart was also pierced by Faceless' sword. Fang Ping disappeared again. When he appeared again, he was full of energy. At this moment, Fang Ping felt like a boss. He could not kill Faceless instantly, but he wanted to grind this guy to death. He constantly consumed his wealth to repair his flesh, replenish his energy, replenish his vitality, replenish his mentality. The consumption was very fast. Hundreds of thousands of wealth points were depleted almost in the blink of an eye. But Fang Ping did not care. There were still 2 billion wealth points left. He had plenty to spend. However, the more Faceless fought, the more frightened he became. Something was wrong. Something was really wrong. Logically speaking, the vitality reserves of the origin should have been depleted long ago. Even if Fang Ping had brought along treasures to replenish consumption, after such a long battle, the other party should not still be so powerful. His condition did not decline at all. Moreover, recovery. That would require some time. However, Fang Ping maintained a balanced level almost from the beginning to the end. No. Not balanced, the other party seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. Faceless was shocked. For the first time, he felt threatened. At this moment, his energy was almost depleted. With energy, he could still explode with about 500,000 calories of damage. Without it, he would be in danger. Humph. Faceless snorted coldly again. Do you think that's all a true god can do? The next moment, Faceless' gaze was incomparably deep. He looked at Fang Ping abruptly. Fang Ping, who was about to continue his attack, was in a trance. Then, Fang Ping seemed to see a new world. The dark world was slightly different from the outside world. The origin world. At this moment, Fang Ping appeared in Faceless origin world. Not only Faceless origin world, but Fang Ping's too. Fang Ping's floating island also appeared under his feet. Faceless sneered. His longsword fell, and he shouted, "Thunder!" With a loud roar, thunder flashed in the void. It was like a real thunder calamity, striking rapidly toward the floating island where Fang Ping was. Fang Ping was about to make a move when a thin layer suddenly rose around the floating island. Not only that, Fang Ping looked down. He did not know when, but a battle armor had appeared on his body. Origin battle armor. Rumble. The violent thunder struck the thin layer, and the floating island trembled for a while. This was Fang Ping's first time fighting with someone in the origin world. When he fought with Qi Huanyu previously, he entered his origin directly, waving his divine weapon and hacking at the origin. This was really his first time fighting in the origin world. Fang Ping looked at Faceless in the distance and suddenly thought of a problem. It was said that the origin world and the flesh could fight at the same time. However, it seemed like they had to multitask. At this moment, Fang Ping was slightly in a trance. He seemed to see his own flesh floating in the void. Opposite him, Faceless' flesh seemed to be floating too. Both of them had not reached the stage where they could multitask and fight on both sides. This was Fang Ping's first time experiencing such a situation. He did not know what to do, but he could not care too much at this time. His floating island seemed to be about to be broken. Even without experience, he knew how troublesome it was to injure the origin. The origin world seems to have everything I want. When Fang Ping thought of this, a Changdao suddenly appeared in his hand. God-slaying saber. When the Changdao appeared, although it was only an illusion, its aura was incomparably powerful. Slash. With a furious roar, Fang Ping's saber cut through the sky, slashing toward Faceless. Crack. In the void, thunder and lightning exploded. Faceless frowned slightly. This was strange. This person's origin world was much bigger and stronger than he had expected. Could it be that this was the way to advance to a 9th grade golden body? Fang Ping did not care about this. He steered the floating island and charged forward, holding the Changdao in his hand, directly attacking the other party. No, he was also colliding with the other party's origin world. Faceless could not hold it in anymore. He shouted, "Idiot! When the origin worlds collide, both of us will suffer." Did this idiot know how to fight? Who would collide with each other's origin worlds the moment they appeared? Who would do such a thing until the very last moment? Fang Ping's eyes lit up. There was such a saying. The next moment, Fang Ping laughed loudly. Without another word, he steered the floating island madly and collided with the other party's origin world. Rumble. This rumble seemed to explode in his mind. In reality, Fang Ping was bleeding from his 7 orifices. On the opposite side, Faceless was the same. A wisp of origin energy overflowed from his body. D***it. In the origin world, Faceless almost died of anger. How could there be such an idiot? Fang Ping's floating island was slightly shattered. The floating island under his feet was also slightly shattered. He was a true god. His origin world seemed to be about the same as Fang Ping's. Fang Ping seemed to be addicted to colliding. Without another word, he continued to collide. Rumble, rumble after rumble rang out. At this time, Faceless also roared angrily, wielding his sword and charging over from the floating island. Fang Ping was not afraid of him. He brandished his saber and quickly engaged the other party in close combat. Not only that, Fang Ping was also controlling the floating island to collide with Faceless. Faceless was going crazy. He shouted angrily, "If we continue to collide, our origin will overflow and disperse, idiot." How could he do that? Having said that, he added, "You will definitely overflow and disperse before me. If I get hurt, you die." Fang Ping grinned. "Idiot, am I that stupid? Sorry, Nan Yunping, Jing Tao, Wang Qinghai, and the rest. I'm going to use the cat fruit. I'm going to use some of the one and only fruits too. I'll kill a true god first." Fang Ping grinned. Then, he gritted his teeth. While crazily colliding with the floating island, he ignored everything and slashed at Faceless with his saber. The two of them were entangled. Their willpower bodies kept fighting, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The flesh and blood here was not real flesh and blood, but origin energy. At this moment, the two of their origins were constantly being obliterated. The collision between the floating islands was also getting more and more intense. Outside, both of their bodies were cracking. However, Fang Ping's injuries were more serious. After all, he had just entered the origin. Just as Faceless was cursing in his heart and was determined to kill him, a cat-shaped fruit suddenly appeared on Fang Ping's floating island and merged with the floating island in an instant. The previously shattered floating island almost instantly recovered to its original state. "Cat fruit!" Faceless exclaimed, but it was already too late. Fang Ping did not expect the cat fruit to be so effective. It recovered immediately. He laughed loudly. Without another word, he steered the floating island and collided with the other side. Rumble, with a loud explosion, Faceless source world began to explode. At this moment, Fang Ping also seized the opportunity. With a slash of his saber, he slashed Faceless into pieces. Rumble, there was another explosion. In the next moment, Fang Ping retreated from the source world. On the opposite side, Faceless' body was already mostly cracked. His head had exploded. Without hesitation, Fang Ping swiftly charged toward Faceless in reality. Faceless opened his eyes. His gaze was dim. With a muffled humph, he turned around and fled. Something had gone wrong, he had almost been killed in the source world. "Running?" Fang Ping roared coldly. From all directions, the small city converged. The buildings in the city turned into living creatures and began to riot and attack Faceless. Faceless roared angrily, waving his sword in all directions. The buildings shattered. "Suppress!" Fang Ping roared. The crystal house came crashing down. Faceless faced the sky and roared. His hands held up the sky, blocking the crystal house. "Suppress again!" From afar, Fang Ping roared again. From all directions, the buildings in the small city merged into the crystal house. This time, the weight of the entire city merged into one. "Break!" Faceless roared. He could not avoid it. In the confrontation of mentality, his origin was injured earlier. It was difficult to resist now. The void trembled from the pressure. On Faceless' golden body, the blood vessels kept bursting. His arms began to crack from the pressure. At this moment, Fang Ping rushed forward, smiling. "I'll let you have a taste of my infinite teacher pacification technique." The so-called infinite teacher pacification technique was just a method of close combat. Fang Ping closed in, his hands like blades, attacking wildly. Faceless' head was in the crystal house. His legs exploded, sweeping in all directions, producing bursts of thunder. "Break!" Fang Ping roared. His arm turned into a Chengdao, slashing down. "Ah!" A cry of pain was heard. Fang Ping's hand blade slashed down, chopping off one of his opponent's legs. "You think you can kill me?" Fang Ping sneered. A half-crippled true god was quite arrogant. If a true god came, he would definitely not be his opponent. However, a true god who had stayed here for thousands of years, so what if he was powerful back then, could he still maintain his peak now? "Go to hell." Fang Ping's arm turned into a saber, sweeping across and cutting off his opponent's neck. It was at this moment that something unexpected happened. Faceless, whose head and torso were separated, roared. A torso grew below his head, and a head appeared above his torso. Two people, in the blink of an eye, Faceless had split into two people. Faceless seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. With a roar, one of his silhouettes turned into a long sword and slashed at Fang Ping's head. The other silhouette turned into a wisp of green smoke in an instant. Like a flame, it started burning the crystal house. "Junior, do you think you can kill me?" Faceless voice rang out. At this moment, Fang Ping's head was splitting. The crystal house was melting from the heat. This was also burning his mentality. Faceless, who had transformed into a sword, took advantage of this moment to slash down. Poochie, his head was chopped off. Ah! A blood-curdling scream escaped Fang Ping's mouth this time. His entire head was almost cut into two halves. Not only was his physical body damaged, but his mental power was also damaged. The crystal house started to crumble under the burning flames. This was Fang Ping's first time encountering such an attack. "I will refine you to death." Faceless' cold shout came from all directions again. The half of his body that had turned into flames continued to melt the crystal house. He refused to believe that he, a true god, could not kill an Origin Realm expert. As for the other side of his body, he continued to transform into a sword, slashing at Fang Ping madly, slashing Fang Ping's torso until it exploded continuously. Every time Fang Ping wanted to retaliate, he was interrupted by the excruciating pain. He didn't know what the flames of Faceless incarnation were, but they were burning him in excruciating pain. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to retract his crystal house. "Damn, these guys are stronger than I thought." Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He could only force himself to focus and fight with all his might. A man and a sword were fighting wildly in the void. On the other side, the flames were still burning, with the intention of burning the crystal house into nothingness. But it was very difficult. It didn't take Faceless long to notice something unusual as well. Although the crystal house was cracked from the fire, it was constantly being repaired. The repair speed was very fast. Faceless could still burn it in the beginning, but later on, it became very difficult to burn the crystal house. Right now, Faceless flames were also turning illusory, showing signs of extinguishing. "Damn it!" Faceless cursed in his heart. How could this be? His opponent's materialized object core had been burned by his spiritual consciousness until now, and the damage was actually limited. On the contrary, he was the one who felt powerless and exhausted. "Damn it, damn it!" Faceless cursed again. At this moment, Fang Ping was gradually waking up. The pain was no longer as intense. Sensing all this, Fang Ping also laughed loudly. "Is this all you've got?" "Humph." Faceless snorted coldly. His body that had turned into a sword attacked Fang Ping again. The flames began to extinguish. He transformed into a human and fled quickly. "Suppress again." A violent roar was heard. In the void, the crystal house broke through the air and crashed into Faceless with a rumble. Faceless let out a muffled grunt, but he did not care about this and continued to flee. He could not burn Fang Ping's materialized object core. His origin was heavily injured and consumed a lot. If he continued to fight, he might really suffer a great loss here. Right now, however, Fang Ping seemed to be inspired. With a violent roar, the next moment, more than 10 masses of imperishable matter were thrown out by him. This time, it was not an explosion. More than 10 masses of imperishable matter turned into Fang Ping's appearance in the blink of an eye. Kill. More than 10 golden Fang Ping. At this moment, some used fists, some legs, some wielded sabers, and some wielded swords. All of them charged toward Faceless. Cut. Fang Ping growled again. With a crack, a corner of the crystal house cracked. A gush of mentality was sliced out and integrated into the Fang Ping's bodies in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly had a very strange feeling. "It's all me." It was as if he had a 360-degree view. He could see Fang Ping in all directions. Clones, these were the clones of an absolute peak. Generally, an absolute peak was a pure mentality clone. Fang Ping, on the other hand, used the imperishable matter as a carrier, integrated a bit of mentality, and created a clone. Fang Ping could not be bothered to check the data. However, he knew that his mentality would drop a little. Still, he did not cut much. He was just testing it out. Right now, the Fang Ping formed by these golden imperishable matter had the strength of a weak rank 9. With this kind of strength, even a heavily injured Faceless would not be enough to kill him. More than 10 Fang Ping were blown up by him in the blink of an eye, but this bit of time was enough. At this moment, Fang Ping's real body erupted with an extreme brilliance. In the void, a blood-colored Chengdao materialized and slashed down with a rumble. The other half of Faceless' clone, the longsword, was sliced into pieces with a crack. The broken longsword quickly turned into a gush of energy and integrated into Faceless' body, which was surrounded by the clones earlier. Faceless spat out a mouthful of blood. His cheekless face became even paler. Fang Ping was also familiarizing himself with the new rank 9 combat style. At this moment, the more he fought, the more he realized that there were many rank 9 combat styles. Not only that, he was also constantly trying to use new energy combinations to attack. Sometimes he was extremely powerful, sometimes his combat strength dropped. As if he felt that one person's attempt was not enough, Fang Ping shot out more than 10 golden imperishable matter again, forming Fang Ping again. This time, Fang Ping did not cut off his mentality. Without mentality to cut off, the Fang Ping formed by the imperishable matter lacked some vitality. Usually, they would be blown up by Faceless in one move. But many ants could kill an elephant. Faceless was already heavily injured. Now, his injuries were getting worse. Sensing this, Faceless roared furiously, "How can you have so much destructive power?" This was too unbelievable. How much was this? Fang Ping's battle with him until now had probably consumed 10,000 yuan of destructive power. Was this still a martial artist who had just entered Origin? Fang Ping, however, sneered, "What was 10,000 yuan? It was only 100 million wealth points." His vitality replenishment and mentality replenishment had been consumed much more than this. But everything was worth it. He was constantly trying out various energy combinations, consuming a large amount of imperishable matter to try and hone himself. Not only that, as the battle continued, Fang Ping's control over his strength was getting better and better. He felt that it was worth it to consume this bit of wealth points. At this moment, Fang Ping's body trembled slightly, a clone of the imperishable matter slashed down with a saber, and the void rumbled. These imperishable substances without mentality were probably at most rank 8 in strength. They were all controlled by Fang Ping's main consciousness, but now, the strength unleashed by this clone seemed to have entered rank 9. This recombination method seems to be more suitable for me than the void-cleaving sword technique. Fang Ping's eyes flashed with joy. He memorized the combination method of the clone's move just now, and began to try it with his real body. With this attempt, Fang Ping suddenly felt the difference. Comfortable, the strength in his body condensed in his right hand almost instantly. A Chengdao formed by imperishable matter appeared in Fang Ping's hand. With a loud roar, the Chengdao pierced through the air, its speed 3 times faster, slashing toward Faceless. The Chengdao entered his body, and Faceless' right arm was chopped off. "Damn it!" Faceless cursed. This guy was using him as a whetstone, practicing his strength, and trying to deduce his own combat techniques. This was too much. He was a true god powerhouse, after all. Since when did he become a stepping stone to the Origin realm? Faceless was angry, but Fang Ping was overjoyed. Just now, he seemed to have unleashed an even greater strength. His strength control was even higher. The moment he converted and recombined his strength, Fang Ping felt that his strength control had increased by at least 5%. Combat techniques. Find the combat techniques that are most suitable for me. No, I have to be compatible with the Origin. Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. Right now, the improvement of his Origin did not seem too obvious. Compatible with the Origin. How do I do that? Fang Ping thought of something. Maybe if he tried this combat technique in the Origin space, it would be more compatible with the Origin. When the Origin space resonates, that might be the time when my unique combat technique will appear. At this moment, Fang Ping somewhat understood why the ultimate combat techniques were usually only taught to rank 9. Because before reaching rank 9, what they learned was a simple energy recombination method. At rank 9, they might be able to trigger a resonance with the Origin. Thinking was just thinking. Fang Ping attacked mercilessly, faster and faster. At this moment, Fang Ping's crystal house disappeared, no longer appearing, turning into nothingness. Like a sharp sword, he attacked Faceless again and again. Faceless was about to collapse. All of a sudden, he could not find where Fang Ping's mentality was. Just like before, Fang Ping's aura had disappeared. Mentality was formless to begin with. At this moment, there were no aura fluctuations. If Faceless was not careful, his head would be penetrated by mentality. As a last resort, he could only unleash his mentality to the limit to stop Fang Ping's mentality from killing. As for Fang Ping himself, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Sometimes, his real body did not show up. Clones formed by imperishable substances would come out to fight, and his real body would ambush in the dark. Drip, drip, Faceless blood dripped continuously. From golden yellow to pale gold, until the gold color began to fade. This meant that Faceless had exhausted himself to the limit. Right now, Faceless was really anxious. The others might not know that he was facing such a crisis. Those three were probably still waiting for him to return after killing someone, but they would not know that he was about to be killed here. The origin could kill a true god. He might become the first true god powerhouse to be killed by the origin. Faceless was indignant. He roared, "You're Fang Ping? You can't kill me. I'm one of the 72 Lord Gods of the Divine Sect. If you kill me, the Divine Sect will not let you off." Fang Ping laughed. "Are you trying to scare me? What Divine Sect? I've never heard of it." "Ignorant junior." Faceless roared, "The Divine Sect is the #1 sect in the ancient times. After the heavenly realm collapsed, the Divine Sect existed in the world. Their influence spread across the 3 realms. Thousands of years ago, there were 72 true gods. Above the Lord Gods, there was Venerable Emperor. Above Venerable Emperor, there were 3 great sect protectors. Never heard of it. Annihilated, right? Are you trying to scare me with this? Do you think I'm scared?" Fang Ping sneered again. "Annihilated? Impossible." Faceless roared in anger. What nonsense, the Divine Sect was incomparably powerful. The North-South War was secretly led by the Divine Sect. How could it be annihilated? In the North-South War that year, the Divine Sect was the biggest winner. After more than 2,000 years, even if the Divine Sect did not grow stronger, it would not be easily annihilated. If it was really annihilated, the Divine Sect powerhouses would have come here long ago and summoned them back. Fang Ping said playfully, "I'm telling the truth." "What Divine Sect? I've never heard of it. And 72 true gods? Do you think all true gods are as weak as you? True gods are incomparably powerful. They are all limited. Where did 72 true gods come from?" Faceless almost vomited blood. He said angrily, "Junior, are you questioning me?" "No, I'm going to kill you." Fang Ping roared and slashed his saber again, splitting Faceless' head in half. Faceless retreated rapidly. As soon as he did so, an invisible and intangible mentality Chongdao erupted from behind him. The saber slashed down, causing Faceless' mentality to explode. "Ah!" Faceless screamed in pain, saying sharply, "You can't kill me. The Divine Sect will not be annihilated. Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit and Venerable Emperor Qing Tong are so powerful, but they are also under the control of the Divine Sect. The Divine Sect will not be annihilated. Tell me, who is very famous in the Divine Sect? Maybe I know them. Maybe, you guys changed your names?" Fang Ping sneered. "Who knows if you're telling the truth or not? I know Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit of Mount Wangu, Venerable Emperor Qing Tong of Mount Weiyu, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu. I know all of these people. It's fine if you use them to scare me, but what *T Divine Sect are you trying to scare me with? Stop joking, I'll just send you on your way." Fang Ping sneered again and again. Faceless emotional fluctuations were very strong. Was this person ignorant, or did something really happen to the Divine Sect? He was still deep in thought when Fang Ping said, "Oh, right. 1,000 years ago, the Devil Lord came out of seclusion and attacked the land realm. He killed more than 10 venerable emperors and dozens of true gods. Don't tell me he killed your people? If that's the case, maybe I know what the Divine Sect is." "Impossible." Faceless screamed, "Why would the Demon Emperor kill the people of the Divine Sect?" During the North-South War, the Demon Emperor also cooperated with the Divine Sect. At this point, Faceless stopped talking. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. "Unquestionable Sword cooperated with you? This is beyond my expectations. But I heard that he had gone crazy to avenge his wife." His wife. Could it be that you guys schemed against her? If that's the case, it's normal for him to annihilate the divine sect when he finds out. Ridiculous. Faceless said angrily, the people who schemed against his wife are those grandmasters, people from the blessed grotto heavens. Moreover, he killed his wife by mistake. If he wants revenge, he can't find the divine sect. Fang Ping's heart trembled, he killed her by mistake, unquestionable sword killed his wife by himself, damn it, this was the first time he had heard of such a secret. Did this not mean that if unquestionable sword wanted revenge, he would have to kill himself first? Such a person might really be crazy. Faceless shouted again, you're lying. The demon emperor will not kill the people of the divine sect. The blessed grotto heavens, grandmasters. They might have heavenly kings behind them, secretly controlling everything. The divine sect is the only one who can help the demon emperor. If the demon emperor wants to kill someone, he would kill those people. Heavenly kings? 8 heavenly kings? Fang Ping slashed his neck again and laughed. Heavenly kings are behind grandmasters and blessed grotto heavens? But as far as I know, most of the 8 heavenly kings are dead. Only the subduing heavenly king is left, and the subduing heavenly king is on our side. Xianxia, do you know him? Faceless was a little dazed. Was this person ignorant, or had the situation really changed in the past 2,000 years? Heavenly king subduing. Xianxia. Faceless head and torso quickly fused together. He retreated as he fought. I don't know anything about Xianxia. I wonder who the heavenly King Zhen is. Of course, if you're talking about King Zhen, then I know. But Xianxia, there's no such person among the 8 heavenly kings. The 8 kings are named after the 8 trigrams of Qiankuan, and there is no such thing as Xianxia. Rumble, Fang Ping was truly shocked. His mind was shaken. The 8 heavenly kings were named after the Qiankuan Bagua, Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Can, Li, Zhen, Dui. He did not know about the others, but he knew one person, King Qian of the heavenly plants royal court. Coincidence? Accident? Also, King Zhen. King Zhen? Are the 8 heavenly kings still alive? Fang Ping was a little dazed. The catacombs had King Qian, the humans had the suppressing heavenly king, the divine sect, perhaps also had a heavenly king. According to Faceless, the land of domain and the realm beyond Avalon might each have a sky outer elder behind the scenes. Now, there were 5 of them. What about the overseas immortal islands? Could it be that everything today, including the division of forces, was actually led by those heavenly kings? Old Zhang said that there were chess players behind the scenes. Could it be that these heavenly kings were the chess players behind the scenes? He had just found out about the 8 heavenly kings, but in the blink of an eye, he felt that he had found out something incredible. Perhaps these things were common knowledge to Faceless, but it was Fang Ping's first time learning about them. Also, was this King Qian one of the 8 heavenly kings? According to the ranking, King Qian was, of course, he could not rule out the possibility of a random ranking. Don't tell me that your divine sect doesn't even have a slightly famous guy? Fang Ping suppressed the restlessness in his heart, chuckling. Like you, a nobody. If it's a nobody like you. Hee, I have an emperor-level powerhouse behind me too. I'm not afraid of your divine sect. Faceless gritted his teeth but said nothing. Fang Ping said playfully, you really won't say? Or are you just trying to scare me? Then I won't hold back. I'll talk after I kill you. If you say it. Maybe those people you know are related to me. As Fang Ping spoke, his mentality ambushed him again and exploded his head again. Faceless head recovered quickly, but his golden body was dim and lifeless. He could not withstand such exhaustion anymore. At this moment, even though Faceless knew that Fang Ping might be testing him on purpose to find out some secrets, he could not help but yell in horror, yes. Human. Human side. Are you a martial artist from the human world? That's right. The human world. The Hell King of the human world is one of the 72 Lord Gods of the divine sect. I don't know him. Fang Ping sneered. I've never heard of him. Was he killed by the Heavenly King? The Heavenly King seemed to have killed many powerhouses. Who knows if your Hell King has been killed? Seeing that Fang Ping did not seem to be lying, Faceless felt a little hopeless. At this moment, he was getting weaker and weaker as he fought. Every time he was injured, his foundation was being depleted. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and roared, "An Venerable Emperor Star Dome. You must know Venerable Emperor Star Dome." "I don't." Fang Ping sighed again. "It seems like you're really bluffing me." "Then you can go to hell." "No." Faceless roared angrily and began to flee frantically. However, there was resistance coming from all directions. Fang Ping's crystal house turned into a canopy, blocking all directions. Fang Ping walked forward step by step, slashing with his saber. The more he slashed, the more powerful he became. Faceless kept flying backward. Red blood began to drip. He screamed mournfully, "The divine sect will never let you go." "Never." "Fang Ping, let me go. I'll tell you where the ancient treasure land is and where some secret places are." "No, I'll tell you where the remains of the heavenly realm are. There are remains of Emperor Realm powerhouses there. It can help you reach the top in one step." "I'm not interested." Fang Ping said lightly, "I know all these. I know Old Cat. It knows where it is. So, you should just go to hell." "Sky Emperor?" At this point, Faceless eyes lit up. He roared quickly, "I know where the remains of the Celestial Emperor are. Sky Emperor and the Celestial Emperor are on good terms. They must want to find the remains of the Celestial Emperor." "Fang Ping, let me go. I'll tell you." "You know?" Fang Ping sneered. "I've heard about that battle. I heard that the Heavenly Hound fought until the end. It fought against the heavens and died without a complete corpse. Where did the remains come from? There really is. There really is. The divine sect also sent people there. 2 out of the 3 great holy guardians went. That time, the 2 holy guardians brought back the remains of the Celestial Emperor even though they were heavily injured. It's true. I know where the divine sect is." At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to be swayed. He stared at him and said, "Are you really willing to bring me to find the remains of the Heavenly Hound?" "I'm willing. Why don't you tell me where the divine sect is first? I'll look for it myself." "I'll let you go after I find it?" "Impossible. If you let me go, I'll definitely tell you." Faceless would not say it at this time. He was not that stupid. If he said it now, would he still be able to live? If that's the case, Fang Ping paused and said slowly, "I'll believe you this once. Old Cat and I are on good terms. Although I don't know the Heavenly Hound, the remains must be found." But, Faceless was looking forward to it. "Go to hell." Fang Ping roared. At this moment, all his mentality, vitality, and destructive force were integrated into the illusory Chengdao in his hands. The saber erupted. The saber gleam illuminated the void. "We'll talk after I kill you." Fang Ping's saber slashed down. At this moment, there were some ripples in the void. The entire space battlefield trembled slightly. Boom, the saber fell. At the last moment, Faceless seemed to have revealed his face. He let out a shrill roar and went all out, unleashing the last of his potential. It was not just his mentality. Fang Ping even saw a broken floating island appear. At this time, Faceless used his broken origin again. He just wanted to block this saber, however, his origin was injured and he had been exhausted by Fang Ping. How could he still have the ability to block Fang Ping's peak saber? The vitality outburst of this saber was about 450,000 calories at least. The severely injured Faceless could not even use the enhancement of the origin. Without the enhancement of the origin, even a true god was no match for Fang Ping. This was referring to a true god who was truly unharmed. How could Faceless block it? "Fang Ping!" A desperate, shrill roar resounded through the void. There was a rumble. The floating island was smashed. The saber gleam was still there. It fell again. The golden body exploded. The illusory mentality could not escape in time. It was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping refused to give up. He let out another roar and slashed down again. This was the first time he killed a true god. Who knew if there would be a little bit of mentality left? The saber fell. Fang Ping's mentality swept across the void. Very soon, a scream came from the void. A small person the size of an ant was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. "Fang Ping! The Church of God will avenge me." The shrill roar sounded again. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He could not help but say, "Yo, there really is a little bit of mentality left. Not bad. True gods are really awesome." Fang Ping was impressed. This worked too. He was just testing it. He really got rid of his backup. Rumble, the origin space trembled slightly. Very quickly, it returned to normal. Meanwhile, outside. Rumble, heaven and earth exploded. A roar sounded. Zhang Tao and Ping Yu, who were fighting, suddenly stopped. In the void, an illusory Tao broke. The sky turned blood red. There was no blood rain. A true king had died. It had not reached that point yet. Moreover, there seemed to be something blocking it. The reaction was not as big as when a true king was killed in the outside world. Even so, this moment still shocked everyone. A true king has fallen. Who? Who died? It shouldn't be far from here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen it. But everyone is here. That means, the next moment, everyone looked toward the place where the true kings fought. If that was the case, a true king had fallen in the place where the true kings fought. The space battlefield. Someone murmured softly. If it was outside the space battlefield, it might have triggered a riot in the place where the true kings fought. A true king had been killed in the space battlefield. At this moment, there was silence. The true king battle had not started, and someone had already died. Who killed him? Heaven and earth changed color. The outside world quietened down. After a long time, someone said indifferently, "The second king's man?" Or, "Someone from that organization?" There were only two forces with real gods in the king battlefield. At this time, Zhang Tao said with a smile, "Is it that little girl from Wangwu? It seems that he was a true god in the past. Could it be that he recovered his strength and was killed by the chaos origin?" Humph. In the distance, the Green Lotus sovereign was a little dissatisfied. How could it be Ling Xiao? Moreover, where did the word little girl come from? How old are you, Zhang Tao? Zhang Tao chuckled and said, "Don't snort. I'm just guessing. It might not be fake." "Oh right, Green Lotus, do you want to return the divine weapon to me first? I'll use something else to replace it." "I don't mind, but Fang Ping still needs this." "Are there any martial artists in the royal mansion who use sabers?" He really didn't care much about it. The god-slaying saber didn't give him a strong feeling. After all, Wangwu had brought people back, so he gave them to them. However, that kid Fang Ping used a saber. Now that he had lost his divine weapon and was barehanded, his combat strength would decline. The Green Lotus did not reply. Old Zhang did not continue to ask. "If you don't want to give it to me, then forget it. Take it easy." "Do you think it's so easy to take a cat's knife? The Azure Cat has so many divine artifacts. Do you think I've fooled any of them, this cat? Don't underestimate it." Anyway, Lao Zhang had never underestimated this cat that had lived since ancient times. The guy from Wangwu had taken the knife from Song Mao, and he might end up with nothing in the end. If he were to use some treasures to exchange for it, he might be able to obtain some benefits. They were shocked. At this moment, Daoist Fingyun's figure trembled again. Today, it was not the first time it had trembled. He had been beaten up by old Zhang twice. However, at that moment, Daoist Wind and Cloud could not help but tremble. Someone died. Real God faceless, Zhang Tao seemed to have sensed it. He suddenly looked at him and laughed. "Taoist Fengyun, your relative is dead?" As soon as he said that, many people looked at him. In the void, someone said indifferently, "Daoist Fengyun, could he be from that organization? In my opinion, only these few families have the ability to do so. Could it be that the people they left behind in the void battlefield died? Who killed him? Qi Huanyu? After all, it has been so many years, and the true gods are probably not as powerful as they used to be. However, it's no easy feat to kill a true god. Could it be that Qi Huanyu has made a breakthrough?" Just as they were talking about this, Zhang Tao smiled again and said, "Advancement? If the Fate Monarch wasn't dead, how could he advance? Speaking of which, Life King, is your disciple's Tao very strong? Why are you so moved?" This seemed to have poked Fate King's sore spot. He coldly snorted and said, "Martial King, it's not your place to lecture this king. Don't explode. That disciple of yours is probably your son, right? It was better to kill him as soon as possible. He was clearly a rebellious child, and sooner or later, something bad would happen to him. Kill him and you'll be safe. Do you want me to help you get rid of him?" Then, Zhang Tao said with a smile, "No, you haven't killed him for so many years. I think there's something wrong. You walked into his path, yet you didn't kill him. This is a very serious problem. What are you thinking about?" In the distance, the subduing heavenly king seemed to be yawning as he said lazily, "What are you thinking about? Maybe it's to force his son to advance to true monarch. After entering, there are two paths, but the origin is still one path, and maybe it can be superimposed. TSK, someone has thought of this before. Maybe, it can be directly connected. That would be amazing. Now that he has walked 5,000 meters, if he continues 1,000 meters, wouldn't it be 6,000 meters directly? However, this is not a simple matter, and some people are probably just trying it out. It's hard to say." As soon as this was said, Life King coldly snorted and said, "Subduing heavenly king, why deliberately sow discord?" "Sow discord?" The subduing heavenly king said indifferently, "This old man is not interested in doing this. However, this method was not created by you. After the heavenly realm was destroyed, some people thought about this. Back then, some people went crazy from wanting to become emperors, killing their sons, killing their fathers, killing their brothers, killing their disciples. What can't they do? Let's not talk about others, just look at those two fellows inside. How many paths have they walked? Don't these two fellows have many disciples and grand disciples? Back then, when that thing appeared in their hands, it didn't take long for most of their disciples and grand disciples to die. Who doesn't know how they died?" The subduing heavenly king said indifferently, then smiled and said, "Also, that crazy woman in the king house, how her husband died. It's hard to say now. Who knows if it was done by his brother? That guy is also a ruthless person." This old man remembers that the two brothers walked similar paths. If that's really the case, they might be able to connect a great Tao, which is even more powerful. As soon as these words came out, the green lotus the arch immediately said sternly, "Heavenly King, is that true?" "How is that possible?" At the side, Zhang Tao casually sent Pingyu away with a punch, patted his butt, and ran away, waiting to watch the show. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu almost went crazy from anger. "You want to fight, and you want to stop." However, just as he was about to get angry, he thought about it again. Forget it. This lunatic, it was good to stop. He felt that continuing to fight to the death now was not worth it. The subduing heavenly king ignored them and said with a smile, "Just chatting. This old man also knows that guy back then. He is not a good person. Relying on the fact that he has a sovereign for a father, he is very arrogant, looking down on everyone, daring to provoke the four emperors. In the end, I remember, it seems that he provoked Miao once. That person's temper is not too good. He almost beat him until he called father. No, father. It was his father who came forward and punished him to kneel in the heaven-destroying palace for 3 days before the matter was settled. Not many people know about this matter. After all, it concerns the sovereign and the extreme Tao heavenly emperor. Little girl Qinglian, you probably don't know. The subduing heavenly king talked about gossip. Everyone was very interested, no one interrupted. This was an ancient secret, there were really not many people who knew about it. Furthermore, it concerned the sovereign, the extreme Tao heavenly emperor, one of the 8 heavenly kings. These people were all supreme existences. Now that the subduing heavenly king was so gossipy, even some ancient thearchs were interested. Someone smiled and said, "Heavenly king, what's next?" Next? The subduing heavenly king smiled faintly and said, "What else can there be?" Indignant, unconvinced, these martial arts second generation are all like this. Their father is powerful, and they are not afraid. Eating such a big loss, how can they not be aggrieved? Back then, the celestial plan, the division of immortals, this person strongly supported it. There is no other reason. The 4 emperors opposed it, he supported it. As for what happened in the end, this old man is not too sure. After that there was no sign of him. This old man has seen his younger brother a few times. He is also a dragon among men. The feeling he gives this old man is stronger than him. Once his jealousy arose, he killed his brother, took his Dao, and continued his Dao. It is all too normal. So Wang Wu, that crazy woman, searched everywhere for the murderer, looking for him everywhere. This old man feels that what to look for. He has been dead for God knows how many years. Maybe when the living appeared back then, it was this guy who appeared. When the subduing heavenly king said this, he smiled and said, "Don't say, this old man also just thought of it. Maybe that is the case." He took his brother's Dao, with a slight disguise. It is very difficult to distinguish. That crazy woman probably recognized the wrong person. At this moment, someone in the void said again, "Heavenly King is talking about King Kuan?" "Nonsense, who else is it?" The subduing heavenly king laughed and said, "King Kuan. Earthly sovereign son." Earthly sovereign, this old and young pair are both interesting. There was silence all around. Life King was no longer arrogant at this moment. He smiled lightly and said, "The Demon Emperor is the earthly emperor. It is said that during the Demon Emperor period, the land of rebirth also had emperors." The subduing heavenly king was in a good mood today. He said lightly, "There are emperors in the human world. In fact, most of the 9 emperors back then came from the human world. But in the end, they have long forgotten. Who still remembers the past?" Life King did not talk about this. He smiled again and said, "Then is King Kuan dead?" "Dead? Hard to say." The subduing heavenly king said playfully, "Behind you, maybe it is him?" At this moment, someone said in a low voice, "Skyplant Royal Quartz King Qian, is he the King Qian from back then, Heavenly King?" This was another past. Many catacombs powerhouses looked confused. What King Qian, what King Kuan, why did so many baffling powerhouses appear out of nowhere? How would this old man know? The subduing heavenly king said lightly, "These catacombs true kings randomly named their names, who knows who they are? But King Qian, maybe, maybe not. I've exchanged blows with him a few times, and he isn't weak. However, he didn't go all out, so I'm not sure of his identity. However, speaking of which, it seemed like King Qian was the one who killed the previous Fate King. Fate Kings are nothing more than pawns. They might even be King Qian's pawns. Although the two clans seem to be fighting fiercely, they might be from the same family. King Qian, please be polite to Li Zhu and the others in the future. Who knows, they might be on our side." Ming Wang's expression was extremely ugly. At this time, Zhang Tao laughed and said, "Senior, let's not talk about this. Are the 8 kings very strong?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Zhang Tao smiled. "Let's talk. It's not easy for everyone to get together today. Some of the old fellows are about to crawl out of their graves. Let them understand how big the gap is between them and those heavenly kings, extreme Daos, and emperors. These people were just a bunch of small fries in the past. They might not have seen much of the world. Senior, please broaden their horizons." "Humph." The void trembled. Some people really wanted to erupt in anger. "This guy's words are really annoying." Heavenly King subduing chuckled and said, "It's meaningless to talk about this." However, there was no harm in saying it. Some old fellows still knew what they were talking about. Right now, the titles are all messy. Absolute, True God, True Monarch, Venerable Emperor, Title True God, it's so messy that it gives me a headache. Back then, when the heavenly realm was not destroyed, it was actually simpler. Because back then, most of the martial artists advanced around the 7th level of the golden body, and their foundations were about the same, so, we only look at the length of the origin Tao. True God, 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters is one level, and so on. 9,000 meters to 9,999 meters is the 9th level of True God. After that, 10,000 meters is the titled True God. Heavenly King subduing smiled and said, "Titled True God is also the Emperor level." In fact, back then, only when you reached this level would you have some titles. Like the North Sea Emperor, Demon Emperor, Dragon Emperor. At this time, you can be considered to have a name in the 3 realms. After that, the path will become more and more difficult. After 10,000 meters, if you want to continue walking, it will really be very difficult. The 4 Brahmas and the 10 great Grotto Heavens Lords have actually walked more than 50,000 meters. This is another watershed. However, 14 of them walked different lengths. but most of them are concentrated between 50,000 meters to 80,000 meters. Above 80,000 meters, then we have to talk about the 36 sages back then. These people are all between 80,000 meters to 100,000 meters. Above 100,000 meters, that is the heavenly king. The 8 heavenly kings should all be in this realm. As for the extreme Tao heavenly emperor, that is not something we can guess. 36 sages? Zhang Tao smiled and said, didn't you say that the one in Wangwu is very strong? Is he not as good as the 36 sages? Heavenly King Subduing chuckled and said, the crazy woman in Wangwu was actually average back then. But think about it, after the heavenly realm was destroyed, she lived for another 6,000 to 7,000 years. Now, I think she is also at the heavenly king realm. So she is still very strong, don't rashly provoke her. At the side, the arch-green lotus did not say a word. At this moment, she was still thinking about other things. Heavenly King Subduing seemed to know a lot. The arch-green lotus did not care about what he said and said in a deep voice, Heavenly King, Lord Kuan, is he really still alive? You're asking me? How would I know? Heavenly King Subduing said lazily. Just a random guess, not responsible for being correct. Why don't you look for your master? Forget it, it's useless to look for him. If he takes a liking to her and gets together with eldest uncle, it will be troublesome. What about the face of the earthly emperor? If his daughter-in-law and eldest son get together, he will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Zhang Tao smiled and said, so, Mount Wanwu, earthly emperor god dynasty, may be considered a family? Heavenly King Subduing smiled faintly and said, it's built by the projection. It's fine to say that they are a family, but not really. That crazy woman wants to save face and doesn't admit that the projection is her father-in-law. However, we still have to give her some face. For example, the two inside should have dealt with the crazy woman back then. As for whether they will recognize her as their young master, there is not much hope. Heavenly King, to the Emperor, we still have to show some respect. At this moment, someone chuckled. Heavenly King Subduing yawned and said, respect? If you have respect, why did you besiege the earthly emperor god dynasty back then? If you have respect, can the earthly emperor become a demon emperor? They have all been demonized, and it was you who shouted it. Saying that the demon emperor is not the earthly emperor. What does it have to do with me? This was another secret. It was only at this moment that Fate Monarch and the others realized that this was how the title of demon emperor came about. These people did not recognize the earthly emperor's projection as the earthly emperor, so they changed the title to demon emperor. Therefore, the catacombs had demon emperors, but no earthly emperor. Zhang Tao ate the melon with relish and said with a smile, Senior, I realized that the earthly emperor's family seems to be quite powerful. The 8 heavenly kings are from his family, so are the 9 emperors, the earthly emperor god dynasty, and the first heaven. Back then, the strongest of the 9 emperors was the earthly emperor. No one asked about the identity of heavenly king Subduing. One of the 8 heavenly kings, maybe, maybe not. However, he was here. Those who knew would know, and those who didn't know would not get to the bottom of it. Heavenly King Subduing did not mention himself and continued, I don't know about that. Who knows which of the 9 emperors is the strongest? At that realm, you won't even know if they attack. As for the power of the earthly emperor god dynasty, it's the same for the emperors. Don't the 4 emperors have any power left? The 4 emperors, Heavenly King Subduing chuckled and said, the extreme Tao heavenly emperors have very strange personalities. They don't make friends with ordinary people, and their Tao can't be popularized. It's very difficult for them to have disciples. The Tao of the 4 emperors also determines that most of them are loners, so they just communicate with each other. I see. Zhang Tao did not ask any more. At this moment, the blood color in the sky had already dissipated. The others listened for a while and also fell silent. As for who the guy who just died was, it was fine as long as he was not one of them. Whether it was Qi Huanyu or someone else, they would know later. In their opinion, this fallen true god was probably exhausted to the extreme. After all, it had been so many years. It was not too surprising that he was killed. In the crowd, only the arch-green lotus frowned. Heavenly King Subduing's irresponsible speculation made her feel a little uneasy. Was it King Kuan who killed the prince back then? Once this matter reached her master's ears, something big might happen. It was fine if King Kuan was dead, but if he was not dead, there might really be a heaven-shaking battle. The arch-green lotus had a headache. She glanced at the void where Heavenly King subduing was. This Heavenly King's personality was becoming more and more unpredictable. Fang Ping naturally could not hear the gossip in the outside world. At this moment, Fang Ping stood proudly in the void, looking carefree. Killing people was nothing. However, a rank 9 killing a god was a magnificent feat. Relatively speaking, killing him was considered easy. What true god, what trash? Fang Ping said disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring fell into his hand. Fang Ping's mentality erupted and quickly burst open the storage ring. Then, he swore, poor bastard. I've never seen such a poor true god. He deserved to die. The huge storage ring was almost empty. The only thing left was a rank 9 divine weapon longsword. This was probably used by the other party before he became a true god. And this was the only one, Fang Ping sighed. Actually, he had expected this. If there were treasures, they would have been used long ago. How many years had it been? If there were really recovery treasures, the other party would have used them long ago. Until the time of his death, he was still half crippled. However, the storage ring was not small, it was at least 100 cubic meters. 1 cubic meter was worth 50 billion. Fang Ping had earned a lot just from a storage ring alone. This thing was worth close to 5 trillion. If converted to wealth points, it would be 500 million. Not a loss. Fang Ping glanced at his wealth points expenditure. Killing Faceless had used up almost 200 million wealth points. After calculating, he had earned quite a lot. At this moment, his wealth points had reached 3 billion. As for a rank 9 divine weapon worth 100 billion, the increase of 10 million wealth points was almost negligible to Fang Ping now. The rank 9 divine weapon that was worth cities in the past was now something that Fang Ping could destroy easily. Not bad. My strength control has reached at least 65%. The key is that this new energy combination method can also increase combat strength by at least 3%. Fang Ping was in a good mood, now he had truly entered the peak state, 220,000 cal vitality. Origin increased by 39%, combat techniques increased by 3%. Excluding the divine weapon, after the increase, it was already more than 310,000 calories, coupled with the doubling of his vitality quality, it was as high as 620,000 calories and above. Normal outbursts could reach 65%. That was more than 400,000 calories vitality outbursts. As for Qi Huanyu, his limit was 400,000. It did not mean that he could achieve 100% outbursts. 95% was the limit. Being able to achieve 380,000 calories outbursts was Qi Huanyu's good fortune. In terms of golden body, he's no match for me. In terms of outbursts, he's no match for me. In terms of limits, he's no match for me. Fang Ping sighed. Qi Huanyu, whom he thought was unparalleled in the past, now looked like he was nothing more than this. Old Zhang, if you want to make him my whetstone, forget it. After killing him this time, the top 3 on the leaderboard will all be human powerhouses. It was okay that Zhao Xingwu had broken through. Fang Ping, will take the lead, first Fang Ping, second Kong Lingyuan, thirdly Chongqing. This was not bad. Once the top is gone, I'll be the undisputed number 1 in the 3 realms. Fang Ping was still lamenting when Kong Lingyuan and the others arrived. Seeing Fang Ping standing proudly in the void, everyone looked around and asked hurriedly, where's that person just now? Fang Ping had killed Faceless. The battle here was huge and the aftermath was strong. They dared not investigate rashly. Now that they did not see Faceless, they were in disbelief. They had some vague thoughts in their minds, but they dared not say them out loud. Fang Ping landed and said casually, I've sent him to heaven. A mere pseudo-true god is nothing. Everyone wanted to curse. Would he die if he did not pretend? However, at this moment, everyone was still extremely shocked. Forget it, pretend all you want. Fang Ping was really strong. Jiang Kuei could not help but ask, how far did your origin go? How could you kill a true god? Even if a true god did not have the amplification of the origin, if their energy was depleted, it would still be difficult for the origin to kill them, right? A true god's starting point was peerless vitality essence of 200,000 calories, comparable to an ordinary martial artist's 400,000 calories. Even if they had nothing, it would not be much lower than this. Moreover, Faceless' outburst earlier was slightly stronger than this. How did he die? How far did Fang Ping walk this time? Could it be that everyone was mistaken? Did he actually walk very far? Fang Ping glanced at them and smiled. Fortunately, I walked 800 meters. He dared not say that he had walked less than 100 meters. It was fine for his own people, but if Jiang Kuei and the others knew that he had become so strong after walking such a little, they would go crazy. They would tell others later that jealousy was an original sin. Moreover, Fang Ping would become stronger very quickly in the future. If he was already so strong after walking less than 100 meters, it would not be difficult for him to walk less than 1,000 meters. Would that not be shocking? When that time came, he might even become the Three Realms' public enemy. 800 meters, Jiang Kuei and the others did not doubt it. They were all amazed. 800 meters a day, as expected, this was the power of a 9-refinement golden body, double nines. The Devil Emperor could walk 500 meters a day. Fang Ping was even stronger than the Devil Emperor. This was a true prodigy. As for what they saw just now, the appearance of a virtual image did not necessarily mean it was real. It was just a projection of his strength. Fang Ping had good control of his strength. It was normal that they could not see anything. Kong Lingyuan and the others were a little suspicious. Could Fang Ping control his Tao to not appear? This fellow became stronger too quickly. If there was a weakness, the only one was probably his weak control of his strength. Otherwise, Fang Ping might be even stronger. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. If I say 800 meters, then it's 800 meters, I don't care if you believe it or not. It's fine as long as I believe it. Without further ado, Fang Ping exhaled and said, there seem to be people inside. These fellows are from some divine sect. It's probably the organization that originated from the cults. You guys stay here for now. I'll go take a look and find out the situation. If I meet Ji Huanyu and the others, I'll take care of them. Having said that, Fang Ping did not waste any more time. He disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. After leaving the crowd, Fang Ping's aura changed into Faceless aura. Faceless was a true god. Theoretically, Fang Ping could not imitate him. However, Faceless mentality was probably only about 10,000 Hz. Fang Ping tried it. It worked. 10,000 Hz mentality was exclusive to true gods. It was not strange that Faceless mentality was on par with Fang Ping's. Moreover, after all these years, perhaps his mentality had also declined substantially. There are still people. I'll go see these old friends then. Fang Ping did not know how many companions Faceless had. However, if he mingled in, it would be easier for his own people to kill each other. It's time to end this. Fang Ping murmured softly as he looked at the dim space battlefield. I don't really like this place. It's a little depressing. Those fellows outside were still waiting. Fang Ping also wanted to send them away as soon as possible. Let's all go. The Three Realms should let Fang Ping be the boss. In this battle, more than 1,000 rank 9s were killed. All parties suffered a great loss of vitality. Once Absolute Summit left, it would really be time for him to show off his skills. Fang Ping chuckled softly. His face instantly turned into Faceless appearance. Only his 2 eyes were exceptionally terrifying. Perhaps I can try infiltrating the enemy's inner circle? What's going on with this so-called divine sect? Also, I don't know if it'll work if I use this identity after I get out. I'll see. Various thoughts surfaced in Fang Ping's mind. Then, he broke into a grin. This trip was not in vain. He had really become much stronger. At the altar, the 3 statues were still motionless. However, the moment Faceless died, the old man whose eyes had shone earlier said slowly, Faceless still hasn't returned. Did something happen? In the space battlefield, the Tao did not appear. When Zhang Tao and the others killed the true king, the battlefield did not change much, but there was a rain of blood outside. At that moment, the space battlefield trembled slightly. But today, Fang Ping had stepped into origin. and it had already trembled many times. Although the old man did not know that Faceless had died, he still felt a faint sense of danger. Did something happen to Faceless? After all, he had been in hibernation here for too long. There seemed to be many powerhouses in origin on the other side. If they joined forces to attack Faceless, they might really hurt him, or even kill him. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a statue of a muscular man said quickly, "Faceless is a true god powerhouse. Those people are just origin. Even if we've been in hibernation until now, they probably can't do anything to Faceless." Faceless had used up a lot of energy and was out of energy. But in terms of strength, he was still ridiculously powerful. He could kill a regular rank 9 with a single punch. Even a rank 9 origin without any special abilities could do the same. The top rank 9 was definitely not Faceless' match. In most cases, when a martial artist reached peak rank 9, their explosive power could only reach about 300,000 calories or so. Under such circumstances, the muscular man did not think that anything would happen to Faceless. That was what the muscular man said. On the other side, the last statue was of a woman. At this moment, the woman also said, "Let's wait a little longer. Faceless hasn't fought for many years. Now that he's in the mood, he'll stay for a while." Listening to them, the old man suppressed the unease in his heart. Logically speaking, reciprocity realm experts shouldn't be able to do anything to Xianxia. Faceless was different from Dihao. Dihao's rank had dropped, but Faceless did not. It was just that his energy was depleted. These two were not the same. The old man did not continue this topic. He looked into the depths of the darkness and said again, "Those people have been waiting. We don't know if the Oracle is among them. They haven't contacted us yet. If we act rashly, we might accidentally kill the Oracle. Do you want to wait for Faceless to return, or subdue these people now?" About 20 li away from them, a group of people was waiting. There was no movement. The old man was getting impatient. The woman asked, "Could the divine emissary be among the other group?" The old man said slowly, "Faceless killed that person. If the Oracle was here, he would have revealed his identity." As for the person who had just advanced to the origin, they did not think that he was a divine messenger. The divine sect would not allow a golden body realm warrior to enter this place. The divine emissary's strength was not weak. The three of them communicated through voice transmissions. 20 li away from them, in the darkness. Qi Huanyu frowned. He looked in Fang Ping's direction for a while and then at the dim light in front of him. He could vaguely see something there. Did Fang Ping and the others encounter a strong enemy? As Qi Huanyu thought to himself, he sensed that there was a battle going on. Then, he looked at the darkness in front of him. After watching for a while, Qi Huanyu looked at the people he had brought with him. At this moment, there were still more than 100 people left. How many of the Second King's men are there? How many people from the various forces are there? Qi Huanyu sighed inwardly. Before the fight for the treasure, everyone was still in agreement. However, there were too many catacombs forces, one king, one faction. When it was time to fight for the treasure, they would escape after obtaining the treasure. Everyone would not have to act together. Among the remaining 100 or so people, there would not be many who would listen to his commands. "I can't snatch the treasure immediately. It's best to defeat Fang Ping and the others first, then snatch the treasure." Qi Huanyu weighed in his mind for a while and came to this conclusion. If the treasure was not in their hands, everyone would be won. Once it was in their hands, they would definitely go their separate ways. In front, there should be living people guarding. "I'm afraid it'll be troublesome." Qi Huanyu thought again. Maybe he could join forces with Fang Ping and the others to kill these people first, then fight Fang Ping and the others. Or, join forces with the people in front, kill Fang Ping and the others, and then snatch the treasure. As he was thinking, someone came to him and said in a low voice, "Temple Master, should we continue to wait?" "Wait." Qi Huanyu said lightly, "There's no hurry. Fang Ping and the others didn't come. If we have a conflict with them now and they suddenly attack, then they'll be taking advantage of the situation." "Yes." At this moment, Qi Huanyu's eyes moved, and he suddenly looked to his side. There, a figure flashed past at an astonishing speed. "Who's that?" Qi Huanyu was on guard, very powerful, at least the feeling he gave was not weaker than when Dihao integrated those blood spears. There was indeed such a powerhouse here, Qi Huanyu frowned. Divine Land was still confident in dealing with one or two such people. The Heavens Mandate Army's commander-in-chief had not died yet. There was no chaos origin here. At critical moments, he could also integrate the abilities of some military powerhouses and use a joint attack formation. The Skyplant's army probably had such a trump card. Therefore, he was still confident in dealing with one or two true kings whose strength had been greatly reduced. However, if there were more, then he would have to join forces with Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping's side had many powerhouses, and Fang Ping had many trump cards too. He was still confident in dealing with one. Moreover, my goal is not to kill these people, but to snatch the treasure. I'll find an opportunity to snatch the treasure and leave this place. Qi Huanyu stared at the figure. He did not speak, nor did he make any movements. Continue waiting, the altar. Fang Ping saw the three statues at a glance. In fact, he knew they were not statues, but their auras were very weak. These people must have fallen into a deep sleep. The gray matter on their outer skin must have been condensed by a special treasure. Very soon, Fang Ping saw the old man with the gray matter on his cheeks broken. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Very powerful, this old man gave him the feeling that he was slightly stronger than Faceless. Without looking at the old man, Fang Ping quickly glanced at the altar from the corner of his eyes. On the altar, a bead emitted a faint glow, illuminating the surroundings like a will-o'-the-wisp in the dark. It was somewhat terrifying. Fang Ping landed a few hundred meters away from the altar. Crack. He crushed the white bones on the ground with one foot. Fang Ping looked at the ground from the corner of his eyes, his heart sinking. How many powerhouses had died here in the past? Not only had they died, but all their strength had disappeared. White bones were all around the altar. Fang Ping roughly looked. There were probably no less than 300 of them. Some of these skeletons were lying on the ground, their heads facing the direction of the altar as if they were kowtowing. This is a formation? The kind that's similar to Unquestionable Sword's Emperor's tomb. Extracting the strength of these skeletons to nourish that bead? Fang Ping was not an ignorant person now. He could roughly guess what was going on at a glance. All these years, it was not that Faceless and the others did not work here. They were controlling this formation, extracting the strength of the dead and nourishing that thing. Perhaps it was the so-called Demon Emperor's treasure. How generous! This was really a big move, even more so than Unquestionable Sword. This so-called divine sect used the corpses of hundreds of true gods and even emperor-level powerhouses to nourish a bead. Perhaps only the war between the North and the South and the Earth Emperor God dynasty could gather so many powerhouses. Otherwise, where could they find so many powerhouses' corpses? Fang Ping's gaze once again shifted to the altar surrounded by the three of them. The altar was as tall as a person. There was only this bead placed on it. However, Fang Ping vaguely sensed that something was not right. The altar covered about 100 square meters. He had yet to reach the altar's boundary, but he sensed a strange force. He could not tell what kind of force it was. This force seemed to permeate the entire altar, converging toward the bead. The strength of the dead? Fang Ping glanced at the broken bones under his feet. They were already so rotten. How could there be any energy extracted? Just as he was observing these, the old man's gaze turned to Fang Ping. He said in a low voice, "Faceless, why did you only come back now?" Having said that, he added, "Those people don't seem to be all dead?" Fang Ping only had 2 eyes on his face. Right now, he was imitating Faceless' way of speaking, saying indifferently, "A bunch of ants. It doesn't matter if I kill them or not. They used up a lot of their strength. They scattered and fled. They didn't chase after them." As soon as he said that, the woman laughed. "That's true. We'll come here sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter if we kill them or not." The burly man said, "Faceless, did you meet the oracle?" "The oracle?" Fang Ping's heart trembled, but he did not show it on his face. He said slowly, "No." Having said that, he did not stay any longer. He had already seen a depression on the altar where someone had sat. That should be Faceless. Fang Ping did not want to say more. He walked to that spot and sat down cross-legged. Like the few statues, he did not move an inch. At this moment, the gray substance on the old man's body was slightly broken. He turned his head slowly and glanced at Faceless. He had a nagging feeling that something was not right. After all, they had been together for thousands of years. Even if Fang Ping's aura was the same, he did not speak much, his figure and everything else were similar, but there was something different about him. He could not pinpoint the difference, but the old man just felt that this Faceless was slightly different from the Faceless he knew. However, the old man had not gone out for thousands of years. He did not know Fang Ping's name either. Otherwise, based on this little bit of intuition, the old man could probably guess that Faceless had been replaced by someone else. After turning his head to glance at Faceless, the old man slowly retracted his gaze. Since Faceless had returned, the old man spoke again. Over there, a group of outsiders has been waiting for a long time. Why don't we take the initiative and kill them? The burly man said, the oracle hasn't shown up yet. Why don't we wait a little longer? Yes, the Divine Church's order hasn't arrived yet. If we kill the oracle by mistake, it'll be very troublesome. The woman also spoke up. These two words made Fang Ping a little wary. Oracle, the Divine Church's oracle. If that was the case, there were people from this Divine Church among the people who came in this time. Were they among Qi Huanyu's group or among his own people? How many oracles were there? If he left now, Old Kong and the others would have to be careful. If they were ambushed by this so-called oracle, it would be very troublesome. No. If the oracle is on my side, it'll be even more troublesome. They know that I killed Faceless. Once they arrive, my identity will be exposed immediately. Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart. Whether or not the oracle was on his side, his identity might be exposed once the humans arrived. Dozens of people might not be able to stay calm. Any slight abnormality might arouse their vigilance. When the old man looked at him earlier, he could feel that this fellow was very vigilant. He had not moved for thousands of years, yet he could still maintain such vigilance. He was probably not weak back then. At this moment, the few of them fell silent again, as if waiting for Qi Huanyu and the others to take the initiative. However, Fang Ping did not have time to waste with them. He said slowly, I'm worried that the oracle might have died on the way here. As soon as these words came out, the few of them were stunned. The old man frowned slightly. The oracle sent by the Divine Church can't be too weak. This, Fang Ping said lightly, I heard from those people that before coming in, thousands of origins had already died in battle. When these words came out, the few of them were a little surprised. So many people had died. When Fang Ping and the others entered, there were only about 200 people. They knew that people must have died outside, but they did not know that so many had died. It was fine if there were few deaths, but if there were many, the oracle might not be alive. The old man frowned. What should they do now? Fang Ping said again, although these juniors are origins, their strength is very strong. Previously, I delayed until now because of the other party's strength. I only managed to kill that person after consuming a lot of energy. It's best not to let these two parties meet. You mean, attack now? The old man asked. Fang Ping said lightly, I need to recover for a while. Attack is also your business. He did not know if the old man was their leader, but it did not matter. They were all true gods with equal status. He felt that there was no need to bow and scrape. In any place, strength spoke louder. True gods feared emperor level, but they would not fear powerhouses who were also true gods. Even if the old man was the leader, he might not be able to completely command the true gods. As expected, the old man did not mind Fang Ping's words. After a moment of silence, the old man said in a low voice, then attack. Faceless, stay with Elysian and guard the gate of all beings. In the future, the gate of all beings must not be moved. Elysian Moon, who was that woman, chuckled when she heard that. I know. In the future, the gate of all beings will not be moved easily. Besides, it's just a group of origins. If you, Chongqingzi, make a move, won't you return very quickly? The old man said no more. The gray matter on his body rapidly shattered. Beside him, the brawny man did the same. He said, it's been more than 2,000 years. To reduce our losses, we have not moved more than a few times. This time, after killing all these people, we should also go out. We have no choice but to go out. The old man, Xianxia, revealed his true appearance. His white hair fluttered in the wind. With a horsetail whisk in his hand, he looked like an immortal. After shattering the grey matter, Xianxia smiled faintly. Since we have been sealed, we have not been able to replenish our spirit qi. If we don't go out, we will hurt our golden bodies. The space battlefield's energy was sealed. Although hibernation could reduce consumption, it did not mean that there was no consumption. After thousands of years, they had also reached their limits. Xianxia shattered the grey matter. His aura flashed and disappeared. Fang Ping was slightly shocked. This guy was very strong. The fluctuation of a true god's vitality was not small. Based on rank 9 vitality, from 800,000 calories to 2 million calories was the range of a true god. More than 2 million calories was the emperor level. During this period, the fluctuation of vitality could reach as high as 1,000,000 cal. Of course, this was relative to a rank 9. Therefore, the combat strength of a true god was not small. Someone as strong as Battle King had killed more than one true king. This guy's aura flashed and disappeared just now. I feel that he is at least 30% stronger than Faceless. Faceless vitality at his peak was probably 1,000,000 cal. This old man, on the other hand, was probably 1.3 million calories. Even if he was severely exhausted now, his explosive power was definitely much stronger than Faceless. He can kill me. Fang Ping was on his guard again. Fang Ping had a standard to judge whether he could kill him. If the other party's explosive power exceeded his limit, it meant that the other party had the ability to kill him. Like now, his limit was about 620,000 calories. If the other party's explosive destructive power exceeded 600,000 calories, Fang Ping might be killed in a second. Weak true gods, the weakest kind, had 800,000 calories vitality. If their strength control exceeded 80%, they would have the ability to kill Fang Ping. Of course, Fang Ping could also run. But that was another matter. I have to be careful. This old guy is not to be trifled with. Fang Ping glanced at the strong man. The strong man's ability was similar to Faceless. A powerhouse like this might not have the ability to kill Fang Ping in one move. If that was the case, if Fang Ping continued to fight him, the other party's chances of dying would be higher. Among the three of them, the only one who was a threat was Xianxia. However, if his identity was exposed and he was surrounded by the three of them, Fang Ping would die a terrible death. Fang Ping glanced at Elysian Moon, who did not shatter the imperishable substance. This woman. If she and he were left alone, maybe he could take the opportunity to kill her. Then, he could seize this gate of all beings and get out of the space battlefield. These fellows might not dare to chase after him. Fang Ping calculated in his mind for a while. At this time, Xianxia and the strong man were ready to leave. Xianxia stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, he looked at Fang Ping and said slowly, "Faceless, don't touch the gate of all beings recklessly, lest you cause trouble." Fang Ping said nothing. He did not know what Xianxia meant. Why did he specifically warn him? Could it be that Faceless had done this often in the past, but obviously not? The strong man seemed a little surprised. He glanced at Xianxia, then looked at Fang Ping and said, "Faceless, this is something that the sect leader needs. You can't touch it." Fang Ping glared at them coldly without saying a word. The strong man smiled and ignored him. Xianxia saw this and said nothing more. His footsteps seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, he was 1,000 meters away. Qi Huanyu and the others were less than 20 li away from this place. They were only 10,000 meters away, but Xianxia was almost there in the blink of an eye. The strong man followed him quickly and said nothing more. After they left, Mingyu said with a smile, "Faceless, how did you provoke Xianxia? This guy is very close to the Lord Sect Protector. Be careful when you leave this place. He'll complain to the Lord Sect Protector." Fang Ping said lightly, "I didn't provoke him." Before he finished his sentence, Qi Huanyu's roar came from afar. "Get into formation. Who are you waiting for?" Qi Huanyu's voice was loud. Although he was cautious, he did not retreat without a fight. Fang Ping quickly sensed a strong aura rising. It was similar to Qi Huanyu's aura, but it seemed to be mixed with some other auras. Fang Ping had seen the Destiny Army powerhouses fusing energy and using joint attacks before. It was not too surprising, however, Qi Huanyu did not join them previously. At that time it was Jinan and the others who were leading. Although they were powerful, their limit was probably around 500,000 calories. Right now, with Qi Huanyu joining them, Fang Ping was still a little surprised. Qi Huanyu was already extremely powerful. Now that he had fused some powerhouse's energy, Fang Ping felt that he was even slightly stronger than Faceless. As expected, this guy still has a backup plan. Not many of the people who came this time are easy to deal with. It's not like Jiang Kuei and the others don't have any trump cards, including Gu Qing, who was killed. That guy also displayed the strength of a true god at the end. If Alliance Master Zhao wasn't stronger, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill him. Fang Ping was on his guard again. Powerhouses from all sides more or less had some trump cards. Except for humans, the humans indeed did not have much of a foundation. There was only one word to describe them, reckless. It could not be helped. The time for the rise of the new martial artists was too short. As he was thinking, there was a rumble, there was more than one aura. In the next second, Fang Ping sensed a second aura, a third, a fourth. They were all very powerful: Heavenly Plants Royal Court, Myriad Demon Royal Court, Guardian Royal Court. The 4 royal courts seemed to have joint attacks. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Did they get it recently, or did they exist in the past? If they existed in the past, the humans did not seem to have encountered such a situation in the catacombs. Of course, the humans mainly fought in the outer realm, but the outer realm might not. The people who came this time were the elite forces of the 4 royal courts. Perhaps this joint attack had not been leaked to the outside world. Fang Ping was too lazy to think about it. He had heard that this kind of combat technique had its drawbacks. The duration was very short. After a long time, the origin would be chaotic. However, the powerhouses from all 4 sides had used the joint attack now. Under their joint attack, they were fighting against 2 true gods who were severely depleted. They were not at a disadvantage for a while. Fang Ping even heard Qi Huanyu's roar. It was related to him. Both of you, I am the Deputy Hall Master of Destiny Royal Court's Destiny Palace. This time, I have come here on behalf of Divine Land. I have been reluctant to fight with you because there are still a group of powerhouses outside, some of them are extremely powerful. I have suffered a great loss before. Qi Huanyu was unwilling to fight the other party to the death now. He had no choice but to fight. If he did not fight and split up, the 2 of them would be able to kill a large number of rank 9s very quickly. He would be in trouble then. However, if he continued to fight, it might really benefit Fang Ping. Right now, he could only try to rope in the Chongqingzi duo and get rid of Fang Ping and the rest first. Your strength is severely depleted. It is not worth it to fight with us now. Kill the third party first. When the time comes, I won't say a word even if you and I fight to the death. Both of you, do you really want to fight us now? Qi Huanyu's voice was loud. His combat strength was also extremely powerful. Even though they were 10,000 meters apart and in the darkness, Fang Ping could see a long spear piercing the sky. Qi Huanyu combined the strength of some people and fought Chongqingzi alone. The horsetail whisk and the long spear shot out rays of light in the void. The other 3 parties besieged the burly man, and it was hard to tell who would win. At the altar, Mingyu said lightly, that Deputy Hall Master of Destiny Palace is not weak. However, Man Xiong is a physique Dao powerhouse. Even if his energy is depleted, his physique is still extremely powerful. I don't think the other 3 parties' joint attack will last long. Sooner or later, Man Xiong will break through. When that time comes, these people will definitely die. She was not too worried about the 2 of them. Although Qi Huanyu was powerful, this was not his own strength. Although they had depleted a lot of energy, they were only depleted of energy. The burly man cultivated the physique Dao. Even if his energy was depleted, his golden body was still extremely powerful. As time went on, the 3 parties would be defeated by him. If they went to help Chongqingzi, these people would all die. Fang Ping said calmly, be careful. We've depleted too much energy now. It'll be troublesome if we go out. Mingyu smiled. The divine sect will definitely have reinforcements outside. Don't worry too much. I'm just afraid that if we leave with the gate of all beings, we'll become everyone's target. Faceless, when did you become such a coward? Mingyu was a little surprised. Faceless was not a coward. On the contrary, he was a very proud fellow. However, he kept talking about this now. Could it be that he was frightened by a group of origins when he fought those people earlier? Fang Ping sighed softly. After a while, he said with some hesitation, Chong Qingzi was here earlier, so I didn't say anything. When I was fighting those people earlier, I heard a piece of news that made me feel a little uneasy. What is it? The divine sect has been destroyed. When she heard this, Mingyu was stunned. Annihilated? That was impossible. For more than 2,000 years, they had been guarding this place. It was as if they had never considered this problem. However, after more than 2,000 years, did the divine sect still exist? This moment of confusion was the opportunity that Fang Ping wanted to seize. Almost at this moment, Fang Ping's aura was instantly withdrawn. His mentality was shapeless and intangible, turning into countless long sabers, blasting into Mingyu's mind. Immediately after, a crystal house landed, covering Mingyu. He wanted to kill this true god without making a sound. They were more than 20 li apart. Mingyu's aura was already weak, and the gray substance on her had not fallen off. There was still hope. Only when she was covered by the crystal house did Mingyu let out a shrill scream. She had never thought of guarding against Fang Ping. More than 2,000 years, she still had some basic trust. More than 2,000 years, if they had been guarding against their companions, they would have exhausted their minds and died a long time ago. However, who would have thought that after more than 2,000 years, her companions would attack her? Faceless. No, you're not. Mingyu's mentality was severely damaged. The gray substance on her body cracked instantly, and her head split open. However, at this moment, Mingyu also realized, this was not Faceless. Faceless did not have such a materialization either. Faceless had been replaced by someone else. Mingyu exploded instantly, but this time, Fang Ping was faster than her. The moment her mentality was severely damaged, Fang Ping had already caught up. Almost at the same time Mingyu exploded, Fang Ping's fist landed from the sky. With a boom, Mingyu's head exploded directly. The power of this punch was horrifying. The crystal house was cracked by the attack. Ah! Another scream was heard. Mingyu's broken body retreated rapidly, but the crystal house shrank instantly. Both of them were squeezed together again. The headless Mingyu looked especially scary, but Fang Ping did not care if she was scary or not. His toes were like knives, and in the blink of an eye, he kicked dozens of times. The golden flesh fell instantly, as if it was slicing meat, leaving only an empty skeleton. With one move, he had the upper hand. Fang Ping was worried that these true gods had more tricks up their sleeves, so he did not hold back at all. He had no intention of testing the waters. His mentality recovered to its peak in the blink of an eye, and he exploded. Again. Sky Smasher. Fang Ping let out a low growl and threw another punch. This time, the entire crystal house cracked open with a series of cracking noises. Fang Ping's punch also blew up Mingyu's skeleton instantly. A true god powerhouse was ambushed by Fang Ping in the blink of an eye, killed on the spot in 3 moves. Even though Fang Ping had blown up her golden body, he did not let up. His mentality exploded again, sweeping in all directions. The entire crystal house shrank again, and his mentality exploded in waves. After a few consecutive explosions, in the crystal house, a sharp scream came from a crack in the wall. Then, a small person exploded with a bang. Fang Ping still did not dare to let up. He swept in all directions again. After a while, there was no response. Only then did Fang Ping panted heavily, half kneeling on the ground. Just now, he was extremely nervous. Luckily, there's Faceless as an example. Otherwise, this woman might really be able to escape. Fang Ping was shocked. These true gods were really capable. They could actually maintain consciousness with just a little bit of mentality left. If there was enough energy and treasures, they could be regenerated. Of course, this was not what he was afraid of. He was worried that the commotion would be too big, luring the 2 people in front to return. Phew, Fang Ping panted again. Soon, the crystal house disappeared. The commotion in front was still very big, The small commotion on Fang Ping's side did not seem to attract any attention. At this moment, the void trembled slightly. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. It was the same when he killed Faceless earlier. Would Chongqingzi and the other two associate it? Rumble, a clap of thunder rang out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The blood-red color that had just dissipated became even more intense. In the blood-red sky, a dark great path appeared and collapsed in the blink of an eye. The great path collapsed, another true god had fallen, the surrounding area was eerily silent. The ultimate battle had not yet begun, and two experts had fallen. The collapse of the great path meant that the other party was a real true god, not experts like Ling Xiao and Di Hao who had fallen in realms. The so-called falling in realms meant that the great path was blocked again. Now, the collapse of the great path meant that the true gods had died. The great path was unimpeded. Haha, true gods, seem to be worthless now. Someone in the crowd sneered. Needless to say, it was from the human side. In a short period of time, two true gods had fallen in succession. At this moment, some of the weaker true god experts were a little frightened. Blood was going to be shed today. The battlefield of the true gods had not been broken yet. In the distance, King Pingshan's face was full of fear. This was only the entry of a divine general realm expert, yet two true monarchs had already fallen. Once the battlefield of the true gods was broken, wouldn't more people die? King Pingshan looked around. At this moment, many experts looked indifferent, as if they were used to it. Used to it was a terrifying expression. This meant that this time, these experts all had the intention to kill. They all had the intention to kill experts. King Pingshan stole a glance at King Wu and the others. They all had sneers on their faces, which made his heart cold. He looked at Fate King, who was also smiling faintly, which made his heart even colder. King Feng and King Hua were indifferent. Li Zhu continued to cough as if he was about to die, but King Pingshan seemed to see something different. Li Zhu's expression was indifferent, as if the death of a true king was nothing. We are true kings. We are legends. Why do these people seem to think that we can die at any time and that our deaths will be in vain? King Pingshan was frightened. Today, these top experts were prepared for the death of a true king, but he was not. He did not want to die. King Pingshan subconsciously looked at King Huai, the weak true king expert, but this glance made King Pingshan's heart even colder. King Huai was also extremely calm at this moment. He looked up at the sky, thinking about something. There was doubt, there was melancholy, but there was no fear. Then he looked at the Bamboo King and the Green Wolf King. The true monarchs who had participated in the battle that day all had different expressions on their faces. Some of them were incomparably cold, as if they all knew something. They all know something, but I know nothing. King Pingshan was at a loss. Am I still a real king? These people all seemed to know the inside story, such as who had died, but he really didn't know. Even when some experts were talking about the ancient, he didn't understand much of it. 4 emperors, 8 kings. He didn't even know. Everyone has their own plans, but this king knows nothing about it. Damn it. King Pingshan wanted to run, but he could not escape at this moment. He did not dare to run. The true monarch of God continent was here. If he were to run away, he would probably incur the hostility of everyone. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, Fate Monarch and the others might even use him as a sacrifice. What should we do? What should I do? King Pingshan was anxious. He was afraid of death, and he didn't want to die. He was still young, and it hadn't been many years since he became a true king. This king only wants to be an overlord peacefully, to be a Dao ancestor king in the Pingshan region. Why do these trivial matters always come to me? These guys, what are they plotting? Just like this king is a fool, I don't know anything. King Pingshan cursed in his heart. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen today. No, something had already happened. More than 1,000 god generals had died, and 2 true monarchs had already died. This seemed to be just the appetizer. How many true monarchs were going to die today? What should this king do? King Pingshan's heart was filled with worry. He was worried that if he wasn't careful today, he would die. This wasn't a groundless worry. That was how the weak felt. Who asked him to be weak? Out of the hundreds of true monarchs present, he might not be the weakest, but he should be in the bottom 10. Those so-called emperor-class experts wouldn't take long to kill him. For an expert like King Wu, it would only take him 8 to 10 moves to kill him. King Pingshan looked around before looking at the human side. He quickly shifted his gaze. There were weak true monarchs here, but he didn't dare to fight with them. These people were crazy and didn't care about their lives. Looking at the Godland side, they were considered his own people, so he couldn't attack them either. In the void, King Pingshan's heart palpitated just by looking at the experts from the other sky and overseas immortal islands. These places had more emperor-class experts than true monarchs. Then who should this king spar with when the time comes? King Pingshan was filled with grief and indignation. He couldn't find an opponent. He felt that anyone would be dangerous. How about I find a god general martial artist to fight with? King Pingshan was hesitant. This was too embarrassing, however, for the sake of his life, perhaps he could give it a try. Ling Xiao from Mount Wanggu, Jiang Kuwei from Mount Weiyu. Sigh, this is a headache. The elders of these people are all experts, and they are all emperor-class experts. Moreover, they might not be enemies. It's not convenient for me to attack. The only place that might be enemies is the Land of Rebirth. Many people from the Land of Rebirth have left. Do I have to deal with others? But if I were to deal with the martial artists from the Land of Rebirth and kill them, King Wu would go crazy. King Pingshan was in a dilemma. If he killed them, he was afraid that King Wu would be beaten to death if he challenged him to a one-on-one fight. If he did not kill them, he was a true monarch. He couldn't kill a few god generals. Wasn't it obvious that he was going easy on them? Even a life king could get even with him. Sigh, if there's a half-step true monarch, similar to Qi Huanyu, I might be able to fight with him and win. I won't be able to kill him, but I won't be injured. I'll have an opponent. King Pingshan had a good idea, but he felt a little regretful. Even Kong Lingyuan, who was ranked 3rd, didn't have that ability. It's a pity that Zhao Xingwu has broken through. Otherwise, I could fight with him. In other words, Zhao Xingwu, who had broken through, was not prepared to fight with him. His opponent was extremely powerful when he was in the God General realm. Now that he had broken through and stabilized his realm, he might be even stronger than King Pingshan. He dared not fight an opponent who was stronger than him. He was afraid of death. King Pingshan was in a dilemma. Forget it, forget it. I'll wait and see. If it doesn't work, I'll fight with the newly promoted true monarchs from the Land of Rebirth, such as Zhang Weiyu or Chen Yaozu. There were so many true monarchs in Godland this time. When the time came, many people might attack one. That would be much easier. Also, the second monarchs had not appeared yet. If there were some half-step true monarchs under the second monarchs, he could give it a try. As for the true monarchs, forget it, many of the second monarchs' men came from the Demon Emperor God dynasty. They had conquered the 3 realms and were extremely powerful. He dared not court death. Looking around, King Pingshan suddenly felt very helpless. I shouldn't have come. If I had known, I would have found a place to completely seclude myself so that no one could find me and come out after they were done fighting. King Pingshan's thoughts were complicated. At this moment, no one knew what the others were thinking. Daoist Fingyun's shadow no longer trembled, but he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Mingyu was dead, first Faceless, then Mingyu. 2 of the 4 great Lord Gods were dead. Who killed them? Many of the 72 Lord Gods of the past had died over the years. He thought that with the 4 great Lord Gods coming out this time, the sect's strength would increase again. Who would have thought that 2 of them would die before they came out? Over the years, Heavenly King Zhen had secretly killed many Lord Gods and made arrangements in misery. He had also lost a few Lord Gods. They went to search for the most important ruins in the Heaven realm, where the Tomb of Heaven was located. A few more Divine Masters died there. How many of the 72 Divine Masters would be left in the end? Daoist Fengyun looked at Wang Zhan with an even more complicated expression. Would the 2 kings reach an agreement with the Divine Sect like they did in the past when they came out of seclusion? Previously, when the Divine Sect sent people in, the 2 kings did not show up. Was he in hibernation, or was he not going to continue working with him, who was standing behind Fate King? The 2 kings suspected that Fate King was a pawn of the celestial religion, but Daoist Fengyun didn't think so. This was because Fate King had nothing to do with the celestial religion and someone else was standing behind him. And Li Zhu, who was Li Zhu's subordinate, King Qian, the reason why he had listed Li Zhu in the top 10 of the monarch ranking was not because he was aware of Li Zhu's strength, but based on some clues. This included information leaked by other people in the true king's mansion. The Lord Sect Protector said Li Zhu must have concealed his strength. Was Li Zhu King Qian's man? Most importantly, King Qian was too mysterious. He had probed a few times, but he still could not confirm if he was King Qian of the 8 kings. If that was the case, it would be even more troublesome. The leader of the 8 kings was none other than King Qian. King Qian was known to be second only to the Heavenly Emperor in the past, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, followed by the Heavenly Emperor, followed by the 8 kings. These people were the ones who stood at the peak of the 3 realms, and King Wu, Heavenly King Garrison, and places like Mount Wangu. The more Taoist Feng Yun thought about it, the more troubled he felt. The current situation was even more complicated than a few thousand years ago. A few thousand years ago, most people were in the open. However, since the war between the North and the South broke out, many powerhouses hid in the dark, causing the situation to become more complicated. Will Chongqingzi and Man Xiong be fine? Taoist Feng Yun was slightly worried. The celestial religion's strength had been declining recently, and another 4 true gods had fallen. The problem was not the true gods, but the gate of all living things. The gate of all living things was safe if it was escorted out by 4 true gods. However, if it was in someone else's hands, they might not be able to get it back. Internal conflict? Or Qi Huanyu and the others? Or Fang Ping? At this moment, even Taoist Feng Yun could not help but think of Fang Ping. He had estimated Fang Ping's combat strength to be on par with the top 10 on the Windcloud leaderboard. However, he was still curious about how Fang Ping turned the tables and how he killed so many powerhouses in the catacombs. Fang Ping, Taoist Feng Yun glanced at the stone monument that had been erected once again. At this moment, these people had entered the space battlefield. Some information could not be transmitted back, so he did not know the specific situation. It seemed like he could only find out when these people came out. Space battlefield. The void shook. It was not too obvious. Chongqingzi, who was fighting with Qi Huanyu, seemed to have sensed something. His mentality spread rapidly, wanting to check out the situation at the altar. He was slightly uneasy, however, Qi Huanyu was extremely furious at this moment. He did not pay much attention to this. He had been shaken many times before, so he did not care about this. At this moment, Qi Huanyu was slightly anxious. The longer this dragged on, the weaker the joint attack would be. It would disappear very soon. Since these 2 people were not retreating, he would take this opportunity to kill them. Therefore, Qi Huanyu's long spear swept through the void, continuously attacking Chongqingzi. Qi Huanyu would not hesitate to fight when it was time to fight. Chongqingzi could not help but frown at his interference. He could not detect the situation 20 li away from him. Faceless seemed to be still there. As for Elysian Moon, she seemed to be there too. However, with the gray matter blocking his senses were not too clear at such a distance. In addition, the altar was mysterious and also had the effect of blocking probing. His senses were even more blurry. It should be fine. Elysian Moon is a true god. Even if I attack her, there should be some reaction. Chongqingzi comforted himself inwardly. He was overthinking. How could a true god powerhouse die so easily? As for the slight tremble in the void earlier, could it be that the owner of this place was still recovering due to the previous impact? At this moment, Chongqingzi did not have the mood to care about that side. He was more worried about the owner of this place recovering. Once he did, they would be in big trouble. Back then, at least one of the 36 saints had fallen here. It was transformed from the other party's origin space. Or one of the 8 kings, or one of the 4 emperors, the 9 emperors, no matter who it was, a true god like him could not defend against them. Chongqingzi did not think about this anymore. He waited on the spot for a while, panting again. On his forehead, beads of sweat rolled down. At this moment, Fang Ping felt a little sore all over his body. In order to kill Elysian Moon earlier, he had exerted himself to the limit. Even now, he was slightly exhausted. After killing Elysian Moon, one less true god powerhouse, Fang Ping felt much more at ease. Xianxia and the rest had not returned. This meant that they had not reacted in time. I've killed 2 true gods this time. Fang Ping laughed heartily in his heart. No matter how much these 2 true gods had exhausted themselves, true gods were true gods. It was a miracle that they had been killed by him. He took Elysian Moon's remaining storage ring into his hand. Fang Ping glanced at it and cursed again in his heart. It was the same as Faceless. No, it was worse than Faceless. At least Faceless still had a rank 9 divine weapon. Elysian Moon did not even have a divine weapon. There were a lot of clothes inside, and they were women's. They could not be sold as second-hand. However, after taking a look, Fang Ping's eyes moved. There was something else in Elysian Moon's storage ring. Fang Ping took it out and glanced at it. It looked like a book. No, a diary. Did this woman like to take notes too? Fang Ping's mentality permeated the crystal book and glanced at it. He was a little confused. Fortunately, most of these were seal scripts, not the Heavenly Realm's language. He could recognize some of them. Soon, Fang Ping seemed to know what it was. Earthhorn Lord, Faceless Earthine Lord, Elysian Moon Earth Demon Lord, Man Bear Earth Chow Lord, Evergreen. Fang Ping was half guessing. He could roughly distinguish these seal scripts. The list of 72 true god powerhouses. The ranking of 72 earthly malefic stars? Fang Ping thought of something. He was not very involved in these things, but it was not that he did not know them. When he knew about the situation of the blessed grotto heaven, he did some simple understanding of these things. Earth Chow Star, ranked 31st among 72 earthly malefic stars. Earthhorn Star, ranked 54th among 72 earthly malefic stars. Fang Ping was slightly shocked. Were they ranked according to this? Faceless was only ranked 54th among 72 Lord Gods. Although Fang Ping had killed Faceless, this fellow was not at his peak. Compared to a rank 9 at his peak, his vitality was over 1,000,000. As for Evergreen, who was ranked 31st, his vitality was probably around 1.3 million at his peak. Then, what was the strength of the first among 72 Lord Gods? An Emperor-level vitality close to 2 million cal, or, after all these years, he had already become an Emperor. Divine Sect. Evil Sect. This force is getting stronger and stronger. Fang Ping completely understood now. The evil sects on Earth were just the tip of the iceberg. He was not sure what the position of Earth's Grand Pope was in the evil sections. But the other party's strength was definitely not weak. The 3 great Papal Guardians, who knows how many Emperor-level powerhouses there are under the Papal Guardians, and then there are 72 Lord Gods. This divine sects model is a little similar to the Heavenly Realm, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Maybe this divine sect was really developed by some people from the Heavenly Realm. The key was, what were these people trying to do? The evil sects are so powerful, but they did not develop much power on Earth. If that's the case, maybe I have to re-evaluate the strength of Sky Subduing King. Fang Ping had an idea in his heart. The evil sects did not develop on Earth, maybe it was because of Sky Subduing King. This old man might not have been idle all these years. These thoughts flashed in his mind. Soon, Fang Ping's gaze turned to the bead. On the altar, the bead was still emitting a faint glow. Fang Ping approached it slowly. This thing was the purpose of everyone's visit this time, the Gate of All Beings. This was the name that Xianxia had mentioned. This name also had many meanings. The Gate of All Beings, the Gate of All Beings, or something else, it was related to the door. It was easy to associate it with the door that blocked the road. Could it be that the Emperor blocked the road back then and finally placed the door here? This bead could lead to the end of the road and see where the door was. Fang Ping wanted to know all these, but he also understood that now was not the time to get to the bottom of it. Fang Ping approached step by step. The closer he got, the more dazed Fang Ping looked. Open this door, and you will be the Emperor. Open the door. Open the door. Waves of voices rang in his ears. Fang Ping seemed to have returned to the source world, to the beginning, to those voices that attracted him to open the way. Fang Ping recovered quickly, shaking his head. No matter what this thing was, it was definitely related to the source, a little similar to the feeling in the source world. He had not come into contact with it yet. Fang Ping walked closer and closer, seeing that the bead was right in front of him. Fang Ping was just about to pick it up when he seemed to hear someone talking in his ear. "Don't take it." Fang Ping's outstretched hand froze. This voice felt very real, a little different from the illusory feeling just now. "This bead is a little strange," Fang Ping murmured softly. It was really a little strange. Just as he was about to continue, a voice rang in his ear again. "Don't take it." Fang Ping's hair stood on end. Even if there were no pores at the ninth refinement of the golden body, Fang Ping's scalp was numb at this moment, sweat dripping down. It was not an illusion, someone was really talking to him. "Who is it?" Fang Ping asked in a low voice, but his footsteps were slowly retreating. There was someone, there was a powerhouse nearby, a top-notch powerhouse. He actually did not sense anything. Fang Ping instantly retracted all of his aura, like a dead man, and continued to retreat. There was something wrong with this bead, and there was also something wrong with this altar. "Don't take the gate of all beings, and don't leave." Fang Ping felt the resistance coming from the altar. His expression changed drastically, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. He said in a low voice, "Senior, please don't joke with this junior. This junior has no intention of coveting the gate of all beings." "Don't take the gate of all beings," the voice repeated again. Then, as if it was clearer, the other party's voice rang in Fang Ping's mind again. "Who am I? You should be in my source world." Fang Ping's scalp was really numb. The master of this place had really revived. F***ck. To be able to turn the source world into a space battlefield after death, he must at least have the strength of an emperor level, right? No, even ordinary emperor levels were not enough. Fang Ping did not see Grand Peace and the others die. A space battlefield appeared. Maybe there was, maybe he did not know. However, this place had experienced a great battle between many emperor levels in the past, and it was not damaged. This meant that when the master of this place was alive, he was at least stronger than the emperor levels who participated in the battle that year. Which emperor levels participated in the battle that year? The two kings, Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit of Mount Wangu, Venerable Emperor Qing Tong of Mount Weiyu. This meant that the master of this place should be stronger than them. Now, the master of this place had revived. As if having guessed what Fang Ping was thinking, the voice in his mind continued, "I have not revived. Only some of my consciousness has awakened. It's very chaotic. Too many people died in the source world, attacking my consciousness. Maybe I'm not the master of this place, just a chaotic consciousness body?" The voice seemed to be mocking itself. Very quickly, it said, "Don't take the gate of all beings out. It's just a scam." "A scam?" "Yes, a scam. This gate of all beings is not a gate for emperors to block the way. This is a gate of reflection." "Gate of reflection?" Fang Ping looked confused. "Someone created this gate. He wants to become an emperor. He wants powerhouses to enter this gate. This gate can reflect Daos, even copy Daos." "Copy?" Fang Ping was shocked. Was this gate fake? Copy someone else's Daos? The voice did not stop, continuing, "This gate is a gate that reflects Daos. In the past, the divine spying mirror was broken. The master of this gate seized some of the divine spying mirror's core and created this gate. Countless powerhouses died. When they died, Daos collapsed. If someone enters this gate, Daos will be copied. The master of this gate can walk on the other party's Dao. Don't take the gate of reflection away. Once you take this gate away, there will be a storm again. The more powerhouses die, the stronger the master of this gate will be. In the end, he will walk on the Daos. Maybe he can really become an emperor." Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. A scam, an eternal scam. What earthly emperor's relic, what gate of all beings, what door to block the way? They were all fake. This was created by a powerhouse. Was it to reflect the Daos of all powerhouses who entered this gate? When they died, the other party would walk on his Dao. Fang Ping was shocked. He said hurriedly, "So many people died that year. Could it be that the master of this gate has already walked on the other party's Dao? Too many powerhouses died that year." Fang Ping was shocked. He was even a little frightened. If the other party walked on the human path of those who died, did it not mean that he might have walked on thousands of paths? Fang Ping was dizzy. How strong was the other party? No. Too many people died that year. The Daos collapsed. It was extremely chaotic. All these years, this gate has been absorbing the essence of those people's skeletons here to sort out these paths. The voice once again revealed a shocking piece of news. The gate of all beings was left here not for anything else but to sort out the chaos origin Tao. There were too many Daos. They were entangled and chaotic. The other party used the flesh and blood essence of the dead masters for the gate to absorb and sort out the Daos. No wonder 4 powerhouses were left behind to guard it. The divine sect. The divine sect did it. Fang Ping's expression was gloomy. Who was controlling the divine sect? The other party started the war between the north and the south. Was it to seize everyone's Tao? What a big ambition. What a big scam. Everyone actually believed that this was the gate that blocked the way. The other party had deceived the world and all living beings in the 3 realms. This was not something anyone could do. Among them, the 2 kings were also the core participants. Did the 2 kings know about it? If the 2 kings did not know about it, then it would be really shocking. The next moment, Fang Ping shouted in a low voice, "Who are you? How did you know about this? You died a long time ago. You should be a powerhouse from the heaven realm in the past. How did you know about all this?" He now suspected that this guy was deliberately preventing him from obtaining the gate of all beings. The battle over at Qi Huanyu's side seemed to have stopped. If he did not seize the treasure and leave now, he might have to face those people head-on. Who am I? Is it important who I am? The voice sounded self-deprecating. I've fallen long ago. Now I'm just a collection of remnant thoughts. Fang Ping did not believe it. Remnant thoughts, he had seen them before, over at the emperor's tomb. Those venerable emperor's remnant thoughts had been revived. They were all crazy. How could they be so calm? This person definitely had a clear consciousness. However, this person did not say anything. Fang Ping did not ask any more. He looked at the pearl and said in a low voice, "Senior, can I take the gate of all beings?" Huh? The person in the dark was a little surprised. He had already said it so clearly, yet the other party still wanted it. Are you coveting the Tao inside? However, the owner of this gate is extremely powerful and has already made arrangements. Besides, you're only at origin. Even if you get this gate, I'm afraid you won't be able to pry into the Tao inside. Fang Ping said nothing. I don't care. The point was, if this thing really had hundreds or thousands of Tao, giving it to old Zhang, convergent Tao, what was convergent Tao? The real convergent Tao, what was old Zhang's crystal book for? It specialized in integrating his Tao. Comprehending one, integrating one. After integration, his convergent Tao would become longer and wider. That was how the powerful old Zhang was now. Fang Ping did not know if this gate could be used. If it was, old Zhang could really integrate thousands of Tao. Even if one Tao was integrated and added 10 meters long, it could also be added to 10,000 meters long. Of course, Fang Ping did not know what was going on with convergent Tao. However, it was a treasure. It was better to have it than not to have it. The voice in his mind sounded again, I can wake up because you entered origin. Your Tao and my Tao may have overlapped in the past. You advanced here, triggering a resonance with my origin. That's why I can wake up. If you really want to take it, I won't stop you. However, this thing is the source of all evil. In the past, countless people died because of this thing. Sigh, if this thing is born, I'm afraid there will be countless deaths and injuries again. The 3 realms will be in chaos. This person's tone was very complicated, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Was this guy a saint? I don't care if the 3 realms are in chaos or not. Moreover, this time, this person wanted to throw the 3 realms into chaos. If not, how could humans benefit from it? That was not right. This person said that his origin Tao overlapped with his. He was not a saint, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Slander, the thought flashed through his mind. Fang Ping said in a low voice, please forgive me, senior. I do need this item to save someone. Now that the human realm was about to be destroyed, many people came here to seize this item, slaughter the human realm, sacrifice the common people, and open this item. The reason I took this thing out is to have someone destroy it, so that those people don't really want to slaughter the human world. Blood sacrifice? His voice trembled. Have we still reached this step? The human world is the place where many emperors stepped into the great Tao to prove their Tao. Sacrificing the common people there might indeed make the great Tao manifest, but that's billions of common people. Fang Ping's heart trembled as well. Really, he thought that the blood sacrifice to the human world was just a pretense or for the sake of the seed of rebirth. However, what this person meant was that Earth was the place where many emperors had proven their Tao. Sacrificing the humans on Earth there might allow the great Tao to appear. Damn it, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Since this person had said so, it meant that the blood sacrifice of humans was not groundless. It was very likely to happen. Fang Ping suppressed the restlessness in his heart and continued, Senior, can I take this with me? Also, can this thing be destroyed? Take it. Sigh, forget it, just take it. As for destroying the gate of reflection, the core of this door is the core of the divine mirror. Unless the divine mirror is found. I don't know if the cat is still alive. The divine mirror was destroyed by Tengu years ago, but the original owner is still the cat. If it is still alive, maybe it can retrieve the core and destroy this door. Fang Ping was stunned. Can a stray cat destroy this thing? The core of this thing was the core of the cat's divine mirror. He had heard it before, but he did not think much about it. Now, Fang Ping could not help but ask, the cat? Most of the cat's divine weapons were picked up. It's not the original owner, right? Many of the cat's divine weapons were picked up. It felt like it was picking up junk. Anyway, this cat wanted any broken things. It did not mind whether it was good or bad, as long as it could be used. Sometimes, when he thought about it, this cat was quite pitiful. It was a stray cat. With no one to play with, it could only pick up some junk to play with. It was just like how stray cats could play with a ball of yarn for half a day now. Tengu was still alive. It probably had a companion. Tengu was dead. It had finally met Unquestionable Jian, but in the end, Unquestionable Jian seemed to have let it down and even schemed against it. The cat often talked about the days when it fished with Unquestionable Jian. It was obvious that it missed those days. As for what happened after that, the cat did not mention it. Did the cat really not know that Unquestionable Jian might have schemed against it? The cat did not mention it either. The cat said that when it reached the human world, it would take back the bell and leave. In the end, it stayed here and did not leave. Fang Ping felt that it might really be too lonely and wanted to find someone to accompany it. At this moment, speaking of the cat, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little sympathy. Actually, were he and old Zhang not scheming against it? This was because the cat was very strong and very capable. While scheming, did the two of them really not take any precautions at all? They did. It seemed like no one cared about the cat in Magic City, but in fact, old Zhang would often monitor near Magic City. Not only that, this time when old Zhang and the others wanted to leave, they also wanted to bring the cat along. Could they not leave the cat? Without the cat, old Zhang had this plan before. Was he not prepared at all? There were some things that everyone knew, but they did not say it out loud. At this moment, when this person mentioned the cat, Fang Ping did not know why, but he suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. This cat was being watched by many people. The owner of the voice obviously did not expect Fang Ping to know about the cat. He said with some surprise, the cat is still alive? It's alive. If you know about the projection gate, don't tell me you don't know that the cat was sleeping in Quechang Mountain? Quechang Mountain. I have some impression of it, but, the owner of the voice seemed to have thought of something and quickly changed the topic. If the cat is still alive, then this thing can be destroyed. But you guys have to be careful. If the owner of this thing knows that the cat is still alive, he will definitely not let it go. No, if the divine peeking mirror is not in the cat's hands, it's here. Fang Ping blurted out suddenly. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. The 3 realms ranking list might have been created by the divine sect. The cat was number 1, there were so many divine weapons. Maybe the other party really valued the divine peeking mirror. The owner of the projection gate might want to make the cat the target of everyone, then kill the cat and destroy the divine peeking mirror. Fang Ping had some doubts. Maybe the person did not know that the cat still had the divine peeking mirror. Fang Ping had not communicated this to the Heavenly King garrison. Otherwise, he would understand that everyone really did not know before. Because the divine peeking mirror was broken, the cat rarely used it except when it was watching a show. In these thousands of years, the cat actually did not have the chance to watch a show. Therefore, not many people knew that the divine peeking mirror was in its hands. It was not until the last time it took it out in the Magic City catacombs and reflected those powerhouses that people found out. The divine peeking mirror is still in the cat's hands. I'm afraid that the cat is in danger. The person sighed and said, but he won't dare to attack the cat rashly. The cat is. Killing the cat is not tolerated by heaven and earth. But that person is full of tricks. Maybe he will have another way. Killing the cat is not tolerated by heaven and earth? Fang Ping was stunned. There was such a saying? This matter is hard to say. An emperor once said that if the cat dies, the path will collapse. The cat cannot die. But, later, an emperor said that the cat can die, but... The person spoke vaguely. Fang Ping did not know if he could not say it or something else. He said quickly, these are ancient rumors. It's hard to distinguish the truth from the lies. If you want to take this item away, then destroy it as soon as possible. If you destroy it, that person will not attack again. Fang Ping nodded and said quickly, Senior, can you revive now? Why don't you go out with me and we can destroy this item together? I'm afraid that when the owner of this item comes, we won't be able to stop him. Sigh. I'm just a wisp of my origin. I'm not really resurrected. This is my origin world. That's why I can say some things. Once I leave this place, you can't sense me, and I can't leave this place. Fang Ping was not surprised when he heard that. He continued, Senior, can you kill those villains here? Those who are fighting in front are all villains. This time, they all want to seize this item. I suspect that some of them are subordinates of the projection gate's owner. I've only revived a little of my origin. I don't have any combat strength. Fang Ping was speechless. Was it true? He was starting to doubt whether what this guy said was true or not. No combat strength. Did you think I would believe that? Right at this moment, the voice said again, this altar is built in the core of my origin world. Not only does it absorb the flesh and blood essence of those who died in battle, but it also absorbs some of my remnant origin. If I'm on the altar, I still have some combat strength, but once I leave the altar, Fang Ping's gaze flickered. Senior, how much strength can you unleash on the altar? Can you kill an emperor rank? Kill an emperor rank? The owner was stunned. This person was only at the origin realm. How arrogant, even the 8 kings of the past did not dare to say that they could kill an emperor rank, right? He had already said that it was just a wisp of origin that had revived. What was this guy thinking? After a while, the voice said, no, even a true god would find it difficult. Fang Ping was speechless. Was it true, even a true god could not kill it? Then what about the weakened true gods? The ones who were guarding this place previously. This should be possible. After all, this is my origin world. But, Senior. Fang Ping did not care whether this person was a true saint or not. With a mournful expression, he said, there are nearly 10 billion people in the human world now. 10 billion lives. These people took back the gates of projection and handed them over to their owner. Perhaps they really want to sacrifice the human world. Senior, since you pity the common people and have the ability to do it, do you really want to watch the human world be destroyed? All these years, countless martial artists of the human world have died in battle. None of them had a good ending. Among the martial artists of the human world, there are almost no centenarians. Is there a centenarian? I'm afraid not. Fang Ping said in sorrow, his eyes red. Senior, I lured Xianxia to this altar. If you really pity the common people, please help me stop him for a while. Senior, you don't have to kill him. I'll go and kill other strong enemies. If I don't die, I'll come and kill him. As soon as he said this, the voice in the dark was silent for a moment again. After a while, it sighed. Forget it, forget it. However, the gates of projection must be destroyed. Don't let any more innocent people die. Tragically, Senior, you are righteous. Fang Ping bowed solemnly, his right hand across his chest. He was extremely solemn. At this time, the voice said again, your aura-changing technique. At this moment, Fang Ping still maintained his faceless aura and appearance. After hearing that, he said without changing his expression, Song Mao taught it. I know Song Mao, so, Song Mao, the apparition thought for a while before saying, is that so? I've never heard of it before. Could it be that Song Mao learned it later? He thought of many things, but he did not ask in detail. Seeing that, Fang Ping said no more. He took a step forward, abandoned everything, and took the bead in his hand. As soon as the bead was in his hand, Fang Ping noticed something strange. It was very, very heavy. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Fang Ping wanted to keep it in the storage space, but he could not. This time, Fang Ping frowned immediately. Senior, can't this thing be kept in the storage ring? This is the gates of projection. It's also the gates of Great Tao. How can the Great Tao be kept in a mustard seed? However, this thing can be placed in the source world. However, in the source world, this thing will absorb the origin energy. This is also the reason that person put this thing in my source world back then. In other words, putting this thing in the source world might make Fang Ping unable to use his origin. Fang Ping understood. Then, he put the bead far away again. The voice was slightly surprised. You're not taking it with you? No, I'll leave it here first. When Xianxia comes later, I'll take it. Fang Ping said it calmly. If he took this thing, would Xianxia rush into the altar? Without a doubt, he had to lure him in, only then would he have the confidence to kill the others. Xianxia was too powerful. Moreover, he had the ability to kill him. Fang Ping dared not fight him recklessly. At this moment, the sounds of battle in the distance seemed to have stopped completely. Fang Ping did not know if the two sides were unwilling to continue fighting or if they had sensed something. He sensed that the qi movement was moving toward him. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said again, Senior, I'll depend on you then. Once Xianxia breaks free, I'll definitely die. The billions of living beings in the human world. Fang Ping sighed and did not continue. At this moment, Fang Ping took a few steps back. In the distance, Xianxia and Man Xiong's figures could already be seen. Behind him, Qi Huanyu had already stopped his joint attack and was following behind. Faceless. A furious roar reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Xianxia's hair and beard stood on end. Where's Elysian Moon? At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Faceless was striding toward the center of the altar, trying to take the orb away. Xianxia and Man Xiong's speed skyrocketed. They were extremely fast. Where's Elysian Moon? Thinking of the space tremor earlier, both of them had a bad feeling. Elysian Moon might be dead. Faceless killed her. Fang Ping did not turn around. He walked quickly toward the orb. However, he seemed to be tempted. He struggled a little and walked very slowly with difficulty. Xianxia was furious. Faceless, how dare you? The gate of all beings is not something you can covet. Faceless wanted to snatch the gate of all beings. Xianxia covered 1,000 meters with a step. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was very close to the altar. At this moment, Fang Ping was only one step away from the orb. In the next moment, Xianxia's horsetail whisk broke through the air and headed straight for Fang Ping's back. Fang Ping did not delay any further. He grabbed the orb and dodged it hurriedly. Rumble, the horsetail whisk broke through the void and charged toward Fang Ping again. At this moment, Xianxia also took a step onto the altar. He roared furiously, Faceless, you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping broke through the air and left the altar immediately. You, Xianxia wanted to say something, but the next moment, there was a dazed look in his eyes. Then, he suddenly stood still on the spot. Behind him, Man Xiong hurriedly stopped in his tracks. His face was full of horror. What was going on? Why was Xianxia not moving? Faceless, what did you do? Man Xiong roared furiously. What had happened? Elysian Moon seemed to be dead. Faceless had betrayed him. Xianxia had met with an accident. There were 4 powerhouses guarding this place. At the last moment, he was the only one left. At this moment, Qi Huanyu and the rest who were following behind him also stopped in the distance. Qi Huanyu glanced at Faceless and raised his eyebrows slightly. Were these people fighting among themselves? No, it did not seem like it. This fellow was the one who went to Fang Ping's place to fight and then returned, right? Fang Ping had not appeared until now. He did not think that Fang Ping was dead. Since he was not dead, those people from the land of rebirth had not come until now. The next moment, Qi Huanyu's pupils shrank. He roared, "He's Fang Ping." At this moment, Fang Ping also broke through the air. He bypassed the slightly dazed man Xiong and went straight toward them. He laughed and said, "Qi Huanyu, you really know me well." Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed and returned to his original state in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was close to them. Qi Huanyu roared and stabbed his spear toward Fang Ping. He roared, "Kill Fang Ping." Fang Ping came at the right time. This fellow was too bold. At this moment, that strong man was still here. Fang Ping killed his companion and pretended to be his companion. Now, they could join forces with him and kill Fang Ping. No, at this moment, Qi Huanyu suddenly remembered something. Fang Ping killed the other party's companion, and it seemed like there was more than one. How did he do it? After fighting with Xianxia earlier, he knew that these people's abilities were all true king powerhouses. Even if they were half-crippled, they were still true kings. Although Fang Ping's double 9 refinement was strong, compared to him, he was at most on par with him. He might even be slightly weaker. However, how did Fang Ping kill these true kings? Retreat. Qi Huanyu suddenly thought of something. He roared and retreated quickly without saying a word. However, it was too late. He had taken the initiative to attack Fang Ping earlier. How could Fang Ping give him the chance to retreat? Sky Smasher. A low roar echoed throughout the entire space battlefield. Fang Ping threw a punch and his right leg broke through the air, heading straight for his head. Boom, the punch and kick had blasted Qi Huanyu's spear apart, and even his arm had exploded in an instant. Qi Huanyu was terrified by the kick, and he hurriedly flew backward. Boom, the void was destroyed by the kick. Fang Ping did not chase after him. Almost without hesitation, he landed in the crowd behind. He did not give Qi Huanyu time to use the joint attack. After killing these people from Destiny Royal Court, Qi Huanyu would die sooner or later if no one cooperated with him. Die. Fang Ping was extremely brutal. He punched a rank 9's head. The other party did not have any time to react. He exploded in an instant. Even his mentality was destroyed. No. How strong was Fang Ping now? A casual move was Qi Huanyu's limit. It was too easy for a paragon to kill a rank 9. Although Fang Ping was not a paragon, at his level, to these people, whether he was a paragon or not was not a big difference. Kill. Fang Ping's speed was really as fast as lightning. His mentality erupted suddenly, intimidating one person. He kicked out and the other party exploded. Fang Ping did not even look. A Chongdao materialized in his hand. He swept it in all directions and killed the enemy again. It was only now that 4 or 5 people had been killed that the others came to their senses. Fang Ping was too fast. He was so fast that he repelled Qi Huanyu with one strike and killed his way into the crowd. These people had just fought with Xianxia. At this moment, many of them had not recovered to their peak. How could they be a match for Fang Ping? The next moment, the crowd scattered. Run, Fang Ping was terrifyingly powerful. Run? At this moment, Fang Ping let out a cold humph. More than 10 masses of imperishable matter were thrown out. Then, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and slashed some mentality again. At this moment, his mentality was only about 10,000 Hz. The increase in mentality from breaking through to rank 9 had been slashed twice by him. It had been completely wiped out. However, this was not a waste of effort. More than 10 Fang Ping appeared in the blink of an eye. Although their gazes were dull, their combat strength was not weak. They all had the strength of a weak rank 9, the strongest of the Paragon's clones had the strength of an upper stage origin. The weakest would not be weaker than a weak rank 9. The other party only slashed mentality. Fang Ping, on the other hand, equipped these clones with large amounts of imperishable matter. Although the mentality slashed was not much, their strength was not weak either. These clones killed their way into the crowd in an instant. Although their strength was far from these people's. After all, those who had survived until now were powerhouses. However, these clones had no problem creating chaos. As for Fang Ping himself, his aura disappeared instantly. In this chaos, Fang Ping's existence was almost impossible to find. Ah! A scream was heard. Fang Ping's silhouette disappeared in a flash. With one hand covering the sky, he crushed a rank 9 powerhouse directly. At this moment, Qi Huanyu had already reacted. He roared, "Fuse! Quick!" More than 10 Destiny Army powerhouses roared one after another. Their mentality and energy erupted, and they quickly rushed to Qi Huanyu's side. They fused their energy with him and used a joint combat technique. However, just as these people rose into the air, Fang Ping's silhouette flashed and appeared below one of them. With a punch, he punched through the other party and fell to the ground directly. Damn it! The long spear in Qi Huanyu's hand condensed again. He stabbed it toward Fang Ping and roared, "What are you waiting for? Join forces and kill Fang Ping." That brawny man must be stupid. Right now, the other party seemed to be hesitating. Should he go to the altar to save Chang Qingzi or join the battle? However, Qi Huanyu knew that Fang Ping was sinister and cunning. Since Fang Ping dared to appear openly at this time, that old guy would definitely not be able to escape. If Man Xiong went, he might also be trapped. If that happened, then it would be really dangerous. The battle with Chang Qingzi earlier had consumed a lot of their energy. Moreover, Fang Ping had killed 5 to 6 rank 9 martial artists in an instant. Many of them were from the Destiny Army. The power of the joint combat technique now was not as strong as before. After all, Man Xiong was a true god powerhouse. At this time, he still decided to kill Fang Ping. Moreover, the gate of all beings was in Fang Ping's hands. He had to get it back. If he lost the gate of all beings, even if he got out, the divine sect would not let him off easily. The 4 true gods had been guarding for thousands of years. In the end, they had lost the gate of all beings. Even if they did not kill him, he would still be severely punished. Bastard! Man Xiong was furious. His golden body erupted, and he was extremely powerful. A punch pierced through the air and went straight for Fang Ping. Fang Ping sneered and hid in the crowd in the blink of an eye. Boom, an explosion was heard. An injured rank 9 martial artist could not block the furious Man Xiong's punch and exploded on the spot. Qi Huanyu was so angry that he vomited blood. He roared, "If you kill more of our people, no one will be able to control him." Idiot! Man Xiong glared at him fiercely. Qi Huanyu was not afraid at all. He said angrily, "Kill him. He still has companions. They are all top-notch powerhouses. This person killed thousands of origin this time. Your companions were killed. Isn't it enough to learn from his mistakes?" He had had enough. Could he still not see the situation clearly? Man Xiong suppressed his anger and snorted. "Then let's join forces and kill him." At this moment, Qi Huanyu had also integrated the strength of the others. Without a word, he quickly rushed toward Fang Ping with his spear. At this time, Kong Lingyuan shouted from afar, "Bullying with numbers? I'll fight you guys." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Lingyuan flew toward him. Fang Ping laughed loudly. "The 2 of them are mine. Don't fight. Kill the others so that they don't sleep again." "Sleep, my ass." Kong Lingyuan cursed. Without another word, he rushed into the crowd. Forget it, he would not look for trouble. Those 2 fellows were very strong now. "Don't sleep again. I've endured until now. I'm going out soon. It's time to decide the winner. I don't want to sleep again. This time I'm going out with my eyes open." Kong Lingyuan roared. This time, he did not defend anymore. He waved a folding vitality fan like a machete and quickly joined forces with his clones. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting with the catacombs powerhouses. At this moment, Li Daong and the rest rushed over from behind. They roared one after another, "Kill the enemies and seize the treasures." It was the final moment. Almost everyone in the space battlefield was here. It was time for both sides to decide the winner and the loser. Kill! Battle cries pierced the sky. Blood splattered everywhere. Golden bodies exploded. Today, death was the main theme. Kong Lingyuan, Li Daong, Jiang Yuanhua, Su Haoren, one powerhouse after another fought in a bloodbath. Wars were sometimes ridiculous. Thousands of rank 9s had died in battle today, all for a portal that reflected the Tao. God knew how many of those true gods outside had become pawns for others. Fang Ping held the Vitality Changdao in his hand. The saber and spear collided, sending Qi Huanyu flying backward. Behind him, Man Xiong's iron fist shook the sky. Like his name, he really looked like a bear. Every punch shook the void. Fang Ping was not paying attention and was hit by Man Xiong's punch. His back was pierced directly, and he flew thousands of meters away. The two powerhouses joined forces to attack Fang Ping, their auras shaking the sky. Fang Ping, you must die today. Qi Huanyu roared. This was the last time. He could not give Fang Ping another chance. Fang Ping's speed of becoming stronger made him feel hopeless. From being far behind him, he might not be Fang Ping's match now if he had not integrated the energy of some Destiny Army powerhouses. If this person did not die, Divine Continent would be in chaos. Man Xiong did not say a word. He suddenly growled. A pair of golden iron fists extended hundreds of meters, and with a rumble, Fang Ping's skull cracked. Hand over the gate of all beings. Man Xiong looked at the gate of all beings in Fang Ping's chest. His eyes were cold and fierce. He broke through the air, his fists like fire. In the blink of an eye, he punched hundreds of times. Fang Ping also roared, waving his saber and sweeping. In the void, silhouettes appeared one after another. They were no longer the phantoms of the past, but the silhouettes of the origin. One by one, the fallen powerhouses wielded long sabers and swept in all directions, quickly fighting with the others. Man Xiong roared. With a punch, he blew up some of the phantoms. He said angrily, petty tricks. If you don't hand over the gate of all beings, don't blame me for killing your companions. As soon as he finished speaking, Man Xiong turned around and punched across the air. On the other side, the human who was fighting with the catacombs powerhouses, Fang Yu roared and waved his palm to block. With a bang, his palm exploded. Not only that, the punch had not reached its end. It exploded again, punching through Fang Yu's chest. Courting death. Fang Ping let out a low growl and broke Qi Huanyu's long spear with one slash. He held the crystal house in his left hand and smashed it toward Qi Huanyu in a frenzy. After smashing more than 10 times in a row, Fang Ping once again broke through the air and destroyed Brown Bear's second punch with one slash. Man Xiong laughed coldly and said coldly, looks like you still care about these people. Since that's the case, hand over the gate of all living things and wake Chongqingzi up. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. You're courting death. Fang Ping roared furiously. Then, the crystal house that was frantically smashing Qi Huanyu disappeared in an instant. The moment the crystal house disappeared, Fang Ping's eyes were like the ocean, surging with waves. He turned to look at Qi Huanyu. In the blink of an eye, Qi Huanyu looked confused. Bearman said coldly and fiercely when he saw the situation, what gall. Since you dare to be distracted in front of me, I'll kill you. When Fang Ping was fighting him, he actually dared to open up a second battlefield in the source world. This guy was crazy. Qi Huanyu was not weak. Fang Ping was only a rank 9. Even if his mentality was slightly stronger than Qi Huanyu's, there was still a limit. As for the source world, Qi Huanyu had traveled for a long time and stayed at rank 9 for many years. The source world might not be any weaker than Faceless from before. Fang Ping actually dared to drag Qi Huanyu into the source world to fight at this time. Moreover, he still had to face him. If this was not courting death, then what was? This was Fang Ping's first time trying to fight both sides. At this moment, he indeed felt the pressure. His movements and reflexes had all become sluggish. He had no time to care about Qi Huanyu, who was in the source world. Ren Xiong threw a punch. Fang Ping could not dodge it in time. The bones in his hand exploded and he was sent flying backward. Ren Xiong quickly followed up, waving his fists so tightly that Fang Ping kept bleeding. Not only that, in the source world, Qi Huanyu was indeed extremely powerful. Qi Huanyu, who held a long spear in his hand, was even more powerful than Faceless, joint attack combat techniques. Joint attacks also had the source. At this moment, Qi Huanyu seemed to have merged with many silhouettes and appeared in the source world. Wielding a spear, he swiftly attacked the slightly dazed Fang Ping, in the source world. This was Fang Ping's first time seeing Qi Huanyu's source world. Previously, when he slashed his Dao of origin, Fang Ping directly entered his Dao. At this moment, Qi Huanyu let Fang Ping see what a normal martial artist's Dao was. His source world was not big. In fact, it was very small. However, behind his floating island there was a path of light. Waves of energy gushed out from it, making Qi Huanyu even more powerful. It was close to 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide. 100 meters wide. This was definitely not considered a narrow path. Fang Ping did not know if he had expanded it later or if it had been like this from the beginning. In any case, apart from Zhang Tao, Fang Ping did not seem to have seen a path of 100 meters wide. No wonder the Life King wanted to walk on his Dao. Fang Ping saw his Dao, but Qi Huanyu did not see Fang Ping's. It was not that he did not see it, but he did not see it. Fang Ping had carved out a path that was 3,000 meters wide, but its length was extremely short. At this moment, it was attached to the floating island. It seemed like the floating island was expanding outward. If one did not look closely, it was almost impossible to notice the difference. Fang Ping's path was still dark. There was a slight glow, but it was not too obvious. As Qi Huanyu attacked Fang Ping, he asked in surprise, "Where's your Dao of origin?" He did not notice Fang Ping's Dao of origin. Fang Ping scolded angrily, "Are you blind?" Qi Huanyu was provoking him, "Although my Dao of origin is a little dark, it's so wide. It's also close to 100 meters long. Can't you see it? What's with that look? I'll kill you today. I can't reveal my Dao of origin so easily, lest others find out that I become so powerful not too far away." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping wielded his Cheng Dao and attacked Qi Huanyu quickly. Not only that, this time he wanted to take a closer look at this guy's Dao. He wanted to see if this guy's Dao had any flaws. There was no such thing as a flawless Dao. If he found it, perhaps he could take the opportunity to kill the Life King. Both of their source worlds moved closer in an instant. This time, Fang Ping did not crash into him. He did not have any restorative divine fruits now. Unless it was the last resort, he did not want to do so, lest he hurt himself. In the source world, Fang Ping and Qi Huanyu were fighting non-stop. In the real world, Fang Ping, on the other hand, was being beaten by Brown Bear until golden blood spurted out and his bones were broken. After all, Brown Bear was a true god. Even if he was severely injured, he was still a physique Dao powerhouse. Fang Ping's golden body was not enough. Especially now that he was multitasking, that was even worse. His reaction was a beat slower. His speed was a beat slower. Although Brown Bear was big, his reflexes were extremely agile. He circled Fang Ping and threw punches and kicks at the same time. Every punch and kick brought along a series of rumbles, causing the surrounding void to vibrate. Fang Ping was like a rag doll, beaten to a pulp and sent flying everywhere. Fang Ping! Kong Lingyuan roared furiously. The ribs of his fan exploded. With a loud roar, a rank 9 powerhouse was shot into a sieve like a shower of petals falling from the sky. There were originally about 100 people on Qi Huanyu's side. Fang Ping killed many more people. Brown Bear and the rest had also killed a few before this. There were still more than 10 rank 9 powerhouses waiting in the distance, fully focused on providing energy for Qi Huanyu. Not only that, there were still 7 or 8 people protecting them. In this way, the number of powerhouses participating in the battle was equal to that of the humans and overseas immortal islands. However, the number of top-notch powerhouses was less than that of the humans' side. In addition to the previous losses, they were completely at a disadvantage when they were fighting now. In the beginning, 500 rank 9s entered. Later, 300 rank 9s entered, 800 rank 9s. Until now, there were less than 100 people left alive. At this moment, they were actually being suppressed by the humans. Kong Lingyuan was powerful, but the others were not. This time, Jiang Kuei did not continue fighting. Instead, he let 2 Weiyu mountain powerhouses protect him. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he also had his eyes on a rank 9. In the blink of an eye, he dragged the other party into the source world. He was much more experienced than Fang Ping. At this moment, the powerhouse who was dragged away by him was instantly targeted by 2 Weiyu mountain powerhouses. They quickly charged toward the powerhouse whose eyes were glazed. When pulling someone into the source world, either the other party had the same intention or your mentality and origin were stronger than the other party's. Otherwise, you would not be able to pull someone in. When entering someone else's source world, it was also extremely dangerous for the physical body. On the catacombs side, there were not many who knew this kind of fighting style. This person was suddenly pulled away. Before the others could react, he himself did not even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, his body was destroyed by two powerhouses. Although his physical body was destroyed, his origin was not. At this moment, this person was still in Jiang Kuei's source world. But when his physical body was destroyed, his origin was greatly damaged. In an instant, he was extremely weak. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jiang Kuei opened his eyes and had already destroyed the other party's weakened origin. This was the fearsomeness of experts in the path of mental strength. Their source worlds were even more powerful than the experts of the way of the body. This was because some of them had integrated their own materialization, which would strengthen the source world. Moreover, mentality and the source worlds were closely related. At this moment, Jiang Kuei also demonstrated the strength of his ranking on the wind cloud list. A rank 7 origin martial artist was almost killed by him in the blink of an eye. Although there was someone cooperating, it also proved that mentality Dao was not weaker than physique Dao. Be careful. A catacombs powerhouse roared, Immortal God, block. Don't enter his source world. Someone, attack his body. Someone quickly organized a powerhouse and attacked Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei snorted coldly and shouted, Weiyu Mountain disciples, protect me. As soon as he said that, 30 rank 9 Weiyu Mountain powerhouses came in. The remaining 7 or 8 people quickly rushed over and started fighting with the people outside. As for Jiang Kuei, he targeted the Sky Plant Dynasty Palace Lord powerhouse who gave the order earlier. His eyes wandered, and he grunted a few times. In the blink of an eye, he fell into a deep sleep with the other party. This person was indeed powerful. Although his eyes were blank, there was still a trace of willpower outside. He said weakly, protect my body and wait for me to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, there was complete silence. The two powerhouses had already entered the source world to fight. On one side, Jiang Kuei led the Weiyu Mountain people in a fierce battle. On the other side, Yu Wuhua, Li Wuji, and the others were also shouting. On the overseas Immortal Islands, these emperor-level powerhouses' heirs and descendants had now revealed their final trump cards and techniques. Yu Wuhua wielded a long sword and shouted, Immortal Quest Island disciples, get into formation. In the blink of an eye, several Immortal Quest Island powerhouses seemed to have merged into one. Their golden bodies were changing. Different from the other energy converging, these people seemed to have turned themselves into weapons, fusing with Yu Wuhua's longsword. A giant longsword appeared, incomparably sharp. Yu Wuhua's height also grew in the blink of an eye. The woman who looked frail earlier was now like a god who had descended to the world. Immortal Quest. A faint light flashed, like the illumination of moonlight. The sword slashed out. 2 rank 9s could not dodge in time, and their golden bodies were instantly cut into countless pieces. On the other side, Li Wuji also roared. His body expanded, reaching 100 meters tall, and his 4 hooves trampled down. Beside him, a true dragon also grew in size, its tail sweeping in all directions. At this juncture, none of the experts would hide their strength any longer. In reality, when they faced danger outside, they did not unleash their full strength. Because they were all waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the great sealing array to break, the Heavenly Court army could not hold on for long. They still had the confidence to escape at the last moment. Humans were the only ones who knew nothing about this. At that time, everyone was in despair and fought with their lives on the line. But now, the treasure had appeared. What else was there to hide? These people unleashed their strength. They could not wait to kill all these people and go to Fan Ping's side. As for whether to help Fan Ping or snatch the treasure, it was hard to say. The massacre had been going on all this time. There were people dying on both sides, more and more people were dying. At this moment, more than 10 people from the Heavenly Court army were doing their best to integrate energy to support Qi Huanyu. But now, they were all vomiting blood. Some people's heads exploded. Their origin paths appeared and shattered in the blink of an eye. Bang, 2 rank 9 powerhouses died on the spot. Temple Master. The others looked at the 3 people fighting in the distance. At this moment, Qi Huanyu was sitting cross-legged in the void. His flesh began to crack, as if he was struggling to break free. His forehead was full of sweat. This was unbelievable for a top-notch rank 9. He was sweating. Among the 3 of them, Qi Huanyu was the weakest. At this moment, he was fighting Fang Ping in the source world. He was already at a disadvantage, implicating people from the Heavenly Court army. However, compared to Qi Huanyu, Fang Ping was not much better. His golden body had cracked a few times. At this moment, his golden body was dim, not as bright as before. Brown Bear's pair of iron fists beat Fang Ping until he wished he was dead. However, Brown Bear seemed to be getting weaker as the battle went on. At this moment, he was also panting heavily. He wanted to curse, hard to kill, although Fang Ping was not a true god, he was really hard to kill. He had almost destroyed the other party's golden body a few times, but the other party's recovery speed was too fast. However, what made Brown Bear somewhat relieved was that Fang Ping's recovery speed had also slowed down. It was not as fast as before. This time, Fang Ping did not pretend. His recovery speed had really slowed down. Even if he had enough imperishable substance, being injured repeatedly was somewhat damaging to his core. However, Fang Ping still gritted his teeth. He would grind them down. Today, he would grind a few people to death. As for whether he would grind them to death first, or he would grind them to death first, he would find out in the end. Big Black Bear, are you scratching an itch for me? Fang Ping saw that Brown Bear seemed to have the intention of killing the others first, so he instantly made a sarcastic remark. You're also a true god powerhouse? Trash is trash. No wonder you were sent here to be a gatekeeper. No, you're worse than a gatekeeper. At least watchdogs have something to eat. You don't even have food to eat. You're worse than a dog. You're asking for it. Brown Bear's eyes glinted fiercely. Suddenly, he broke through the air and grabbed Fang Ping's arm. With a roar, he tore Fang Ping's arm apart in an instant. Fang Ping's left arm was broken, but he was still extremely fierce. Holding a saber in his right hand, he pierced through his abdomen. This was Fang Ping's first time piercing through Brown Bear's flesh. Brown Bear roared angrily and swung his fist downwards. Crack. Fang Ping's right arm was smashed off. Fang Ping was just about to counterattack when his eyes became slightly dazed. On the other side, Qi Huanyu also roared. In the source world, he suddenly erupted and pierced Fang Ping with his spear. The battle was getting more and more intense. Qi Huanyu was not having a good time either. Fang Ping had beheaded him with one slash. Qi Huanyu was fine, but someone from the Heaven's Mandate army died on the spot again. Fang Ping was fighting on two fronts and was also heavily injured. At this moment, Brown Bear punched his head again. Bang! This was the first time Fang Ping's head was smashed by someone. Fang Ping retreated quickly. His head slowly grew out. It was extremely horrifying. Phew, Fang Ping panted violently. He was also feeling a little weak. At this moment, a sudden scream came from the other side. Kong Lingyuan and the rest also went crazy. They killed many opponents. 5 or 6 human powerhouses quickly rushed into the Heaven's Mandate armies. Camp, puff, Qi Huanyu's figure trembled. As the Heaven's Mandate army was under pressure, the strength in his body began to fade gradually. Fang Ping laughed out loud. In the source world, he went crazy again. He drove the floating island directly toward Qi Huanyu. Crack! In the real world, Qi Huanyu's golden body also began to crack. As Fang Ping attacked, the Heaven's Mandate army had no choice but to erupt their energy again to support Qi Huanyu. However, in this case, they would have to face the crazy Kong Lingyuan and the rest. Kill! Li Daong slashed with the sky-piercing sword, sending a person's head flying. Behind him, a Heaven's Mandate army also pierced his head with a spear. It was extremely tragic. In the next moment, Kong Lingyuan erupted again, tearing the ambusher apart. Blood splattered, and the golden body shattered. The legendary powerhouses with indestructible golden bodies died miserably at this moment. In a short period of time, both sides had lost more than 50 rank 9s. There were casualties on both sides, but more than 80% of the rank 9s in the catacombs were dead. Without Qi Huanyu, and with the Heaven's Mandate army pinned down, they were no match for the humans' joint forces. In the blink of an eye, almost half of them were killed. Just when Brown Bear was about to smash Fang Ping's head again, his ears suddenly twitched. At this moment, someone actually sent him a voice transmission. Earth Demon True Lord, don't kill Fang Ping. Brown Demon was slightly stunned. Oracle? Why? Brown Bear also sent a voice transmission. He had already noticed who was sending the voice transmission. He quickly asked, "Are you the Divine Sex Oracle?" "I'm the Divine Sex Wind-Watching Oracle." The man quickly exchanged a secret signal with Brown Bear, and then said, "Don't kill Fong Ping." As for the Gate of All Living Beings, Lord Sect Protector had previously ordered that if Fong Ping really seized it, it should be left in the human world. Left for them? Brown Bear was a little angry. The Gate of All Living Beings should be left to the human world martial artists? Yes, this is the Lord Sect Protector's order. This time, the human world will be destroyed. The Gate of All Living Beings is the catalyst. Earth Demon True Lord, please follow the order. Damn, he killed Mingyu and Faceless, and you want me to let him go? Sir. The Wind-Watching Oracle said sternly, this is the Divine Sect's order. But there is no need to be too deliberate. The Divine Sect did not expect that the Gate of All Living Beings would fall into Fong Ping's hands. But since it has come to this, we will act according to the Divine Sect's order. It was indeed unexpected that the Gate of All Living Beings fell into Fong Ping's hands. However, the Divine Sect had many plans, including the possibility of this happening. Since it had come to this, then the Gate of All Living Beings should be handed over to Fong Ping. Humph. Brown Bear snorted with mentality. At this time, the Wind Observer said quickly, Fong Ping will definitely die, and this time, when he goes out, he will definitely die. Sir, please calm down. The most important thing now is to rescue True Lord Diqiao. The Divine Sect urgently needs the return of the Masters. We can't afford any more losses. 2 of the 4 True Lords had died. If Chongqingzi died now, it would be a great loss. While he was speaking, Fong Ping and Qi Huanyu suddenly spat out blood. Fong Ping's eyes dimmed, and he fell to the ground almost at the same time as Qi Huanyu. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ping's aura dissipated. Seeing this, Brown Bear looked at the Gate of All Living Beings that had fallen to the ground. He was dumbfounded. The God Messenger had just said not to kill Fong Ping and not to seize the Gate of All Living Beings, but now Fong Ping was dead. He could not just stand by and watch, could he? Brown Bear did not say much and fell to the ground. At this moment, the Wind Observer's mentality was in a rush. He shouted quickly, "Sir, retreat." Brown Bear did not know, but how could he not know? Fong Ping had concealed his aura, and the 3 realms knew. Only people like Brown Bear, who had been here for thousands of years, knew nothing. But it was too late. Just now, Fong Ping had felt that something was wrong with Brown Bear's attack power. It had suddenly become much weaker. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Ping had quickly fought with Qi Huanyu in the Source World, blowing up half of Qi Huanyu's floating island and severely injuring him. Although he was also injured, it was not as serious as he had shown. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fong Ping wanted to catch Brown Bear off guard. In the blink of an eye, his aura dissipated. Martial artists who did not know would never have thought that Fong Ping could do this. He was just bullying Brown Bear. These people had not been out for thousands of years and did not know anything. As far as they knew, there was probably no one else who could do this. As for the catacombs martial artists earlier, Fong Ping had also concealed his aura. However, the situation was chaotic. His clones and his aura were still there. Brown Bear might not have sensed it clearly. Coupled with the temptation of the Gate of All Living Beings, he did not believe that Brown Bear would not be stunned. As it turned out, Brown Bear was indeed stunned for a moment. He quickly landed and wanted to take the Gate of All Living Beings. The moment the Wind Observer's voice came out, Fong Ping glanced in that direction. This time, the Wind Observer's mentality fluctuated violently. Fong Ping also noticed something unusual. He seemed to know who the God Messenger was, however, at this time, he could not care less about the other party. The moment Brown Bear landed, Fong Ping silently unleashed his mentality to the extreme, turning it into a thin needle and piercing it between Brown Bear's eyebrows. At the same time, a large amount of imperishable substance in Fong Ping's body erupted. His vitality erupted to the extreme. A Chongdao in his hand condensed in the blink of an eye. He gathered all his strength and slashed at Brown Bear's head. Roar! Brown Bear's mentality was severely damaged. He roared, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, it was too late to retreat. He punched both fists at Fang Ping, boom, with a loud bang, half of Fang Ping's flesh was blown up. However, at this moment, the saber also fell, splitting Brown Bear in half. Fang Ping's lower body had disappeared, but it grew back quickly. Without a word, the Chongdao in his hand appeared again. With a loud roar, he quickly charged at Brown Bear who had been split in half. Buzz, the Chongdao exploded again. With another slash, half of Brown Bear's body was smashed into pieces, the other half of the body screamed, but it did not escape. The other half of the body attacked Fang Ping, waving its fists and hitting Fang Ping's golden body continuously. At this moment, both of them were in a killing frenzy. It was extremely tragic. At this moment, Qi Huanyu seemed to be waking up. Fang Ping had not forgotten about him. When he saw this scene, he cursed in his heart. At this critical moment, Qi Huanyu was causing trouble for him again. If he did not kill him this time, he would be letting down those who had died down. Motherf *Ker, you're forcing me. Fang Ping threw out a dozen or so balls of imperishable substance again. His mentality sliced some more. Crack, Fang Ping seemed to sense something different. At this moment, the world seemed to be less clear than before. His mentality had dropped 10,000 kilograms. However, it was not useless. A dozen or so clones attacked Qi Huanyu quickly. Qi Huanyu, who had just woken up, was also heavily injured and could not break away for a while. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly rushed forward and hugged the other half of the body. Completely ignoring the other's counterattack, he kicked wildly. Rumble, a large amount of flesh and blood burst out. Fang Ping was extremely fierce. His head also hit the other half of the other's head crazily. Crack, half of Man Xiong's head exploded again, but his voice was full of resentment. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble. Half of the golden body exploded. Fang Ping's newly recovered golden body exploded again, but he laughed wildly. Competing to be more ruthless? You're not qualified. Come on. Having said that, below the head, the golden body separated directly. Other than the head, the broken golden body exploded with a bang. In the void, Man Xiong, who had condensed a mentality body, thought that by exploding his golden body, the other party would more or less give him some time when he was injured. He did not expect Fang Ping to be ruthless. He might as well go straight to the point and explode half of his golden body directly. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Man Xiong's illusory mentality body exploded almost instantly. No. Resentment, angry roars, unwillingness. At this moment, it rang throughout the battlefield. Rumble, the space battlefield shook violently. 3 true gods had fallen in a row. The Tao seemed to have the intention of spreading in. In the void, Man Xiong's mentality body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping's mentality swept again, but this time he did not find Man Xiong's remaining mentality. Obviously, this fellow's mentality was probably not as strong as the other two, or he did not expect that he would die like this. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Only Fang Ping's head was left floating in the air. On the other side, Qi Huanyu had killed his clone. At this moment, he was also panting heavily, his long spear propped on the ground. For a moment, he dared not go forward to fight with Fang Ping. The third true god had fallen. At this stage of the battle, everyone was incomparably tragic. No one was not injured. Fang Ping broke into a grin. At this moment, it was unusually horrifying. A floating head was grinning. If ordinary people saw this, they might be scared to death, especially when Fang Ping was bleeding from his 7 orifices. It was even more horrifying. Why struggle? At this moment, Qi Huanyu did not seem to care about the fall of the true gods. He sighed softly. Even if you get out of this place and bring the Demon Emperor's treasure out, I'm afraid you can't escape death. With such serious injuries, you don't even have a chance to escape. Fang Ping grinned. I'm willing. Even if I die, I'll bring some people with me. Humans are just like this. Don't you agree? The battlefield was incomparably silent. This was humans nowadays. 3 true gods had fallen. However, Fang Ping was also severely injured. At this moment, Qi Huanyu's aura was gradually getting stronger. Qi Huanyu looked at Fang Ping, who only had his head left and was recovering slowly. Qi Huanyu turned his gaze toward the gate of all beings and walked toward Fang Ping step by step. In the distance, everyone was still fighting. At this moment, there were fewer and fewer people. However, Qi Huanyu was not in a hurry. Although the catacombs' powerhouses were at a disadvantage, they could still hold on for a while. Kong Lingyuan and the rest would not come to their rescue so easily. Fang Ping had just returned to his waist. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "Do you think you can kill me now? You'll know once you try. Qi Huanyu, why don't we make peace now? I will think of a way to help you get rid of the Fake King. That way, your Tao will be unobstructed and you will be able to advance to become a true monarch." Qi Huanyu smiled and said softly, "Do you think I'll still believe everything you've said at this point? Fang Ping, you're too naive." It was enough that Fang Ping's injuries were more serious than his. "You." Fang Ping sighed. "You're even more naive than I am. Do you really think you can kill me? Do you really think this is all I, Fang Ping, have?" Qi Huanyu was already 100 meters away from him, but he did not act rashly. He was also worried that Fang Ping had a backup plan. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Self-destructing immortal god? Fang Ping, can you really self-destruct? When I fought with you in the source world, there were probably many cracks in your brain. Even the source world was affected by them. If you self-detonate again, I won't even need to kill you. You'll die on your own. You even know about this?" Fang Ping laughed, then sighed. "You're right. I really can't self-destruct anymore. If I self-destruct again, I'm afraid I'll die before you die." But, Fang Ping paused. Qi Huanyu was extremely vigilant and stopped in his tracks again. "But you're always so stupid." Confidence. Even Ji Yao was inferior. At least Ji Yao knows that when she meets me, she should save some money to buy her life. Why can't you understand that? At this moment, Qi Huanyu suddenly felt a sense of danger. At this moment, the two of them suddenly froze. Source world. In Qi Huanyu's origin Great Tao, at this moment, Qi Huanyu was a little stunned. Then, he said in disbelief, "No, how did you do it? Your divine artifact has already been taken by Ling Xiao. Why can you enter my source Tao without my permission?" Fang Ping laughed. "You're more powerful than I expected. You've woken up so quickly." Fang Ping was calm and composed. Walking on this 100-meter wide and 1,000-meter long avenue, he could not help but laugh. "Did you think that I entered your Tao of origin through a divine weapon?" Outside, he held the god-slaying saber and entered Qi Huanyu's path, almost severing his great Tao. At that time, no one thought much about it. Some people knew that divine weapons could sever the origin Tao. However, they did not know exactly how to sever it. This was because no one had ever owned a divine artifact, and there were only a few emperor-level powerhouses who had seen one. Therefore, at that moment, everyone felt that this was the uniqueness of the divine artifact. However, at this moment, Fang Ping entered Qi Huanyu's Tao of origin without a divine weapon. Qi Huanyu finally realized that Fang Ping's entry into his Tao of origin had nothing to do with the divine weapon. However, Qi Huanyu calmed down very quickly and said coldly, "So what? Without the divine weapon, you can't do anything to my Tao of origin." Their fight was in the world of origin, not the Tao of origin. In the Tao of origin, Fang Ping was only a projection of a wisp of consciousness. He could not do anything to him. Fang Ping was not anxious. He looked around and said, "Qi Huanyu, you're really quite powerful. Logically speaking, if you're not a true king, I should have entered without a sound. It's not easy for you to react so quickly. If your Tao hadn't been taken away by the Life King, you might not be weaker than the War King now. You're really talented." Humph. Fang Ping laughed and continued walking on his avenue. He looked around and murmured, "I'm actually curious. What's the flaw in your Tao of origin?" Qi Huanyu's consciousness body trembled slightly when he heard that. Then, he said coldly, "I'm flawless." Hee hee. After Fang Ping laughed, Qi Huanyu's consciousness body dashed over quickly. He wanted to destroy Fang Ping's consciousness. Fang Ping could enter without a sound and not through a divine weapon. This made him feel threatened. "You might have been able to do that in the past. But now, can you chase me away?" Fang Ping was not flustered. He threw a punch at him casually. Both of them felt a little weak. While Fang Ping was exchanging blows with him, he said, "Show me. Let me see what your flaws are. Perhaps not only can I kill you, but I can also kill the Life King. Don't move. I'll leave in a while." Fang Ping chuckled and looked around. There seemed to be some shadows appearing on the path. "Master, when I grow up, I want to be like you and become the strongest true king." A small figure was being held by an old man as he spoke in a childish voice. That was Qi Huanyu when he was young. "Master, I've become a divine general." "Master, I've entered the Tao of divinity." Fang Ping walked deeper as he fought. Qi Huanyu when he was young, when he was middle-aged, Qi Huanyu was different at every stage. However, he had a clear goal since he was young. He wanted to become the strongest true king like his master, the strongest. This was his philosophy. An unshakable belief, it had never wavered, because in his eyes, his master, the Life King, was the tallest, the most majestic mountain in his heart. He wanted to become a powerhouse like the Life King. However, gradually, Qi Huanyu seemed to notice that something was wrong. The Life King was more and more concerned about him. The origin Tao was a martial artist's most confidential secret. However, the Life King asked him which path he took, how his origin combat techniques were reassembled, and even took his origin chi. In the beginning, he did not understand, or rather, he did not think that the Life King would harm him. He trusted his master. He told the Life King everything. The origin combat techniques, the direction of the origin Tao, origin chi, he did not hide anything. Even when the Life King wanted to pry into his origin Tao by force, he cooperated because his master told him that he could help him correct some of the mistakes in his martial arts cultivation. He believed it. At that time, he was high-spirited. At that time, he was extremely powerful. Even though he had just entered the origin Tao, his battle prowess was extremely strong. His origin Tao was very smooth, so smooth that he felt that he would soon become a true monarch. However, Qi Huanyu soon realized that something was wrong. The further he went, the harder it was. There seemed to be some kind of resistance. His will had never wavered, and his dream had never changed. He had opened the path with his spear, and the great Tao was unstoppable. Why did he stop at that time? The origin Tao was getting harder and harder. However, he was still moving forward. Slowly, he approached the true monarch realm. At that time, his master suddenly told him to stop cultivating for the time being. The Destiny Royal Court was fighting everywhere, and there were many things to do. He wanted him to go to the Destiny Royal Court as the commander of the Destiny Army and deal with the Royal Court's war affairs. He was improving too quickly, and it was time to slow down. At that time, although Qi Huanyu felt that it was inappropriate, the Life King was the strongest true monarch, and he was also the master who had taught him since he was young. Naturally, Qi Huanyu had to listen. Thus, the Destiny Royal Court had gained an incomparably powerful deputy hall master. The Royal Court belonged to the Ji family, and he, Qi Huanyu, was also from the Ji family. He had done his best and poured his blood, sweat, and tears into strengthening the Royal Court. Even his cultivation had been delayed. However, he was still very satisfied. Under his leadership, the Royal Court had won many victories. Even when facing the Tianji army led by the three divine generals, he was not the least bit afraid. He led the Tianji army to consecutive victories. However, all of this changed when he felt that he was about to advance. That day, the origin trembled. The origin great Tao that he could see ahead of him was suddenly blocked by a wall. That day, there was a rumor in the True Monarch Hall that the Life King had actually taken a second great Tao and had once again proven his Tao. His master was even stronger than before. At that moment, his master, who had only attained the Tao for a few years, had truly reached the peak of the divine continent. However, Qi Huanyu had collapsed, proving his Tao. What Tao? His master had only taken one Tao, so why would he suddenly prove his Tao? And on that day, his Tao was blocked. Why? He was about to ascend to the great Tao and become a true monarch expert, but his Tao was blocked. At that moment, Qi Huanyu had thought too much. Hate, unwillingness, resentment, madness, all of this was vividly displayed within the quintessence Tao. Fang Ping chuckled as he watched. I thought you really didn't care. Now it seems like you do. However, you're not stupid either. You didn't show it. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Life King wouldn't have kept you alive until now. Qi Huanyu did not say a word and fought with Fang Ping in a frenzy. Is this your flaw? I can't feel it. As Fang Ping fought with him, he said, what exactly is your flaw? This is strange. I feel like you've made up for many of your flaws over the years. You're really not simple. As Fang Ping spoke, his eyes moved quickly. Qi Huanyu, what's that place? At this moment, there seemed to be a smear of darkness at the end of the 1,000-meter Dao. Qi Huanyu's eyes turned red and he said angrily, get out. Fang Ping's figure swayed and seemed a little illusory. Fang Ping exclaimed, your willpower is really strong. I'm impressed. It almost made me collapse, but I have money. Qi Huanyu did not understand. Fang Ping broke into a grin. I have wealth. This was the path that the system directly opened up for him to enter. Otherwise, he would not be a match for his master, Qi Huanyu. In the Origin Dao, it was a competition of willpower. This fellow's willpower was not weak. Moreover, this was his home ground. If it was invaded so easily, all the Origin powerhouses would have died. However, Fang Ping was special. He was an exception. At this moment, Fang Ping had entered through the back door. He was considered a thief. Although Qi Huanyu, the master, had discovered him, it would not be easy to chase him away as a thief. Fang Ping quickly flew toward the darkness. That should be Qi Huanyu's weakness. Very soon, Fang Ping arrived there. At this moment, Fang Ping saw clearly what it was. It was a scene, it was a shocking scene. Fang Ping was in a daze. After a while, he said, you're amazing. Mother ***, how did you hide it? Qi Huanyu did not say a word. The illusory figure had gone berserk and was fighting Fang Ping with all its might. Does the Life King know? I don't think so. If he knew, why would he tolerate it? Is he afraid that if he makes a move and you break down, he'll be affected too? But, Mother ***, you're amazing. Not only are you amazing, but the Life King is amazing too. I knew it. Why would Ji Yao call you Grandpa Huanyu? She's crazy. The Life King is her grandpa. You're her grandpa's disciple. You're the same generation as her father. It's normal for her to call you uncle, martial uncle. I can't believe I didn't consider this problem. You look old and Ji Hong looks young, so I didn't mind. I didn't expect this, I definitely didn't expect this. Fang Ping muttered to himself. His face was full of surprise and shock. Qi Huanyu finally could not hold it in anymore. He roared, what are you trying to do? TSK, what else can I do? I just want to know if the Life King will be affected if your Dao collapses. You're delusional. Fang Ping, do you think you can do anything to me? I'll find out after I try. Fang Ping grinned and disappeared into the Origin Dao in the blink of an eye. In reality, both of them opened their eyes at the same time. Without saying a word, Qi Huanyu charged at Fang Ping. Fang Ping grinned and said, Qi Huanyu, don't be rash. If I roar now, will you go crazy because your secret has been discovered? Qi Huanyu ignored him and charged at him with his spear. At this moment, Fang Ping had gradually recovered his golden body. He resisted with difficulty and laughed. You won't kill me that easily. I, on the other hand, am thinking about how to make use of all this. Do you think I should roar to make you collapse, or do something else? I feel that this secret might not only affect one of Fate King's Dao. Will it affect the other Dao as well? Qi Huanyu said coldly, I've long passed this stage. Do you think this little thing can affect me? Fang Ping, you're underestimating me. Is that so? Fang Ping grinned. With a sweep of Qi Huanyu's spear, Fang Ping's newly born golden body cracked again. The new body was no longer as powerful as before. Qi Huanyu's spear was like a dragon, stabbing holes in Fang Ping's body again and again. Fang Ping's breathing became weaker and weaker, but he was still smiling. The more you do this, the more it proves that you care. Qi Huanyu, I didn't expect this. You're quite capable. I really didn't expect that not only did you take revenge, but you did it so decisively. But I think, did you do it before the Life King took your Dao? Otherwise, this doesn't match. Ji Hong isn't young anymore, right? Before the Life King took his second Dao, he gave birth to Ji Hong, right? If that's the case, you betrayed the Life King first. How dare you betray the master you admire the most? I'm really too surprised. So all that determination you had and your worship of the Fate King are all nonsense. I've always thought that the catacombs powerhouses are cold-blooded and shouldn't care about women. But you actually slept with your master's wife and gave birth to Ji Hong. Motherf asterisk Ker, this is beyond my expectations. Ji Yao is really your granddaughter. No wonder you call her grandpa so affectionately. She doesn't know, does she? You're really something. Your son actually became a true king, and now you're the leader of Destiny Royal Court. I was wondering why you were so dedicated. Even if Destiny Monarch walked the same path as you still fought for Destiny Royal Court. If it were me, I would have smacked that useless Ji Yao to death. You, on the other hand, protected her time and time again at all costs. It's not easy. Fang Ping's words might cause a riot in the catacombs if they were to spread. Ji Hong, the master of the Destiny Royal Court, the new true king, Qi Huanyu's son, once these words were spread, the entire catacombs would be in an uproar. The dignified Destiny Royal Court's true King Hall Master, the Life King who was previously known as the #1 person in Divine Land, had been cuckolded by his own disciple. Did the Life King know? If he did, it would be shocking. Qi Huanyu's arm trembled. The hand that held the spear was shaking, but he gritted his teeth and continued to fight Fang Ping without saying a word. However, the aura on his body was fluctuating violently. Fang Ping chuckled. I'm very curious. How did you do it? The Life King is a top-notch powerhouse. Can't he sense whether you're his son or not? We're related by blood. Unless, you're really the Life King's son? F***ck, that's too messy. If you're the Life King's son, then you and the Life King's partner gave birth to Ji Hong. F***ck, that woman is your mother? Alright, even if you're an illegitimate child, according to the rules, that woman is your mother. F***ck, this is messy. I'm dumbfounded. It's very possible. Otherwise, how could a powerhouse like the Life King make a mistake? Unless, you're related by blood to begin with. That's why the Life King overlooked this. Qi Huanyu's expression was ferocious. He said angrily, nonsense. I've never betrayed master. Do you believe me? Fang Ping burst out laughing. Do you believe it yourself? You're really something. I've always sympathized with you and felt that the Life King had let you down. But now it seems like, you might have been discovered by the Life King. That's why he did such a thing and took away your origin because he hated you too. But he didn't kill you. He took away your Dao so that you can't enter the true king realm for the rest of your life. He made you stay in this realm forever. For powerhouses, especially for geniuses like you, this is the greatest torture. If it were me, I would also go crazy if I stayed at peak rank 9 forever. The more Fang Ping said, the more he felt that it made sense. He laughed. It's really very possible. Maybe the Life King made Ji Hong the Lord, the true king, just to kill him in front of you and take away his Dao. It's just that the opportunity hasn't come yet. That's not right either. If that's the case, Ji Hong might be his grandson. Maybe he really likes this grandson? Let your son call him father and be your superior. When you attend some court meetings in the Destiny Royal Court, do you want to kneel to your son? It's very possible. It was impossible before, but Ji Hong became a true king. According to my understanding of the catacombs, your lord is a true king. Do you not kneel when you attend court meetings? Of course, your status is high. It's hard to say. But I don't believe that all these years, your son has never reprimanded you or punished you. TSK, Qi Huanyu, you're detestable and pathetic. The Life King is a true powerhouse. He's vicious and ruthless. This kind of torture really can't be too ruthless. He placed you by your son's side, but you didn't dare to say it, didn't dare to mention it, ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed hysterically. Qi Huanyu went crazy. Fang Ping was right about some things. Did the Life King really not know? Qi Huanyu had always thought that the Life King did not know. Maybe, he was just deceiving himself. the Life King was really too ruthless to him. Walking on his Tao made him stagnate in this realm for hundreds of years. What not to be a king was a disgrace, what the first person below the true king was also a disgrace. If he had become a true king in the early years, he might not be weaker than King Hua and the others now, let alone becoming an emperor. But he did not. All these years, he fought everywhere like a dog. Wherever there was danger, he would go. The Life King did not seem to be worried about him betraying him. He gave him a high position, the commander-in-chief of the Destiny Royal Court, commanding the entire Royal Court army. Initially, he thought that this was compensation. Now that he thought about it, was it really so? Maybe the Life King did it on purpose. He made you work like a slave, made you suffer for the rest of your life, made you want to commit suicide, but you could not. Sometimes, killing a person might not be the best way to take revenge. Fang Ping was full of emotions. This is a big show, a really big show. I think this big show should be made into a TV series. Do you know what a TV series is? This melodramatic show should be broadcast on Earth, so that billions of people around the world can see it. Later, I'll think of a way to see if the catacombs can broadcast it. With the sky screen now, maybe it's really possible. Qi Huanyu, you're famous. If this news spreads, will your son die? What about your granddaughter? Will Life King let you go after losing face? Ji Yao calls you Grandpa Huanyu. Was it you or the Life King who taught her? I'm really curious. If it's the Life King. Damn, that'll be interesting, ha ha ha. I don't think you're that stupid. That means it might really be the Life King who taught her. Enough. Qi Huanyu roared, his eyes red like blood. Yes, the Life King taught him. When Ji Yao was still young, she had just learned how to speak. The Life King pointed at him and laughed. Look at you. You're even older than me. All these years, you've worked hard for the royal court. If you and I were together, no one would be able to tell who's the master and who's the disciple if we didn't look at our strength. Little Yao, look at your master uncle. Isn't he even older than the royal ancestor? I'm afraid no one would care if he called me grandpa. That day, Ji Yao, who had just learned how to speak, didn't remember anything but this. From that day onwards, he was the Grandpa Huanyu that Ji Yao called him. Until today, even if someone in the royal court corrected her, Ji Yao did not change her words. Maybe, she was guided by the Life King's mentality back then. Damn it! Qi Huanyu roared. It was unclear whether he was talking about Fang Ping or the Life King. At this moment, Qi Huanyu's combat strength had skyrocketed. Fang Ping kept flying backward, blood splattering in the air. Fang Ping, however, was smiling brightly. An unrestrained outburst. In this place where energy could not be recovered, Qi Huanyu had even forgotten to save energy. How long could he last if he continued to outburst like this? Did I poke his sore spot? Was this the flaw of his origin? All these years, did Qi Huanyu really not suspect anything? Maybe he was just pretending to be ignorant. His most trusted master did not seem to trust him. No, even he himself did not really trust the Life King. The relationship between the master and the disciple, or even the father and son, was too complicated. Qi Huanyu's eyes were turning blood red. He was incomparably crazy when he fought. Fang Ping could not take it anymore. His golden body exploded again. Fang Ping kept recovering, constantly using up large amounts of imperishable substance to restore his golden body and replenish his consumption. He did not retaliate. Right now, he had hurt his foundation. At this moment, it was difficult for him to recover completely. He might not be Qi Huanyu's match. But he could drag it out. If Qi Huanyu left with his men now, Fang Ping might not be able to do anything to him. But he did not leave and kept on killing. If this went on, Fang Ping would seize the opportunity to destroy everyone in the catacombs today. In the distance, a Destiny Army powerhouse roared, "Temple Master! Temple Master, retreat!" On the other side, Kong Lingyuan and the rest had already gained the absolute advantage. The catacomb side was about to collapse completely. Previously, there were close to 100 people. Due to the lack of powerhouses, there were less than 30 people left now. As for the humans and overseas Immortal Islands forces, because they did not lack imperishable substance, they had more powerhouses. Currently, there were about 50 people left. If this went on, the catacombs would become weaker as the battle went on. Sooner or later, they would be destroyed. Qi Huanyu had suppressed Fang Ping. Since he could not kill Fang Ping now, he should either go back to help them and kill the others, or retreat with his men. Why did he have to fight Fang Ping to the death? The Destiny Army powerhouses did not understand. The Temple Master was usually not this impulsive. Fang Ping was difficult to kill, but if he went back to help and killed Kong Lingyuan and the rest, Fang Ping might not have the ability to help them. When the time came, wouldn't it be better to kill these people and attack Fang Ping together? Temple Master. The remaining people shouted one after another. A Heavenly Plant's royal court powerhouse bellowed, Qi Huanyu, you're in cahoots with Fang Ping. You traitor. Qi Huanyu was too much of a traitor. At this time, instead of returning to help, he was entangled with Fang Ping. Was it necessary? Traitor? These words seemed to agitate Qi Huanyu. Qi Huanyu's eyes were blood red, and he turned his head abruptly to look at the person who shouted. That person saw a pair of blood-red eyes and was shocked. The next moment, he roared, retreat. There were more than 30 people, and there were about 10 people left on the Heavenly Plant's royal court's side. At this moment, he felt that Qi Huanyu had gone mad. If that was the case, there was no need to accompany him in his madness. If Qi Huanyu was not crazy, they still had the strength to fight. However, such a top-notch powerhouse had gone mad. They could not defeat the martial artists who had been resurrected. The Heavenly Plant's royal court powerhouses had long been afraid of killing. At this moment, in order to escape, they did not care about the others anymore and fled. Rumble, another series of explosions rang out. Many of the remaining people were killed in the blink of an eye. As such, the situation became even worse. Temple Master. Someone howled sorrowfully. In the blink of an eye, his voice dissipated as he was killed on the spot. These people could not understand why the wise and mighty Temple Master would end up like this today. Kong Lingyuan and the rest wanted to come to Fang Ping's side to help, but Fang Ping roared, kill the enemies, leave no one alive. Hearing that, Kong Lingyuan did not say anything else. He quickly led his people to chase after those who were fleeing. A chaotic battle had begun. At this moment, Fang Ping was still constantly provoking Qi Huanyu. The more he provoked, the crazier Qi Huanyu became. Gradually, his aura began to drop. Fang Ping, who had been defending without attacking earlier, began to counterattack at this moment. In the beginning, both sides were evenly matched. However, as the battle continued, Qi Huanyu began to be suppressed. Boom! Fang Ping blasted half of his body with a punch. An arrow of blood shot out of his mouth and pierced through his head. Qi Huanyu could not recover even after a long time. He had used up everything. At this moment, Qi Huanyu seemed to have sobered up. The blood in his eyes disappeared. He glanced at Fang Ping with a complicated gaze that could not be put into words. Fang Ping. When powerhouses kill each other, their families should not be implicated. Life King and Jihong are both true kings. I don't need to say anything more. Ji Yao is innocent. She has never killed a martial artist who had been resurrected. There are also innocent people in Divine Land. At this moment, Qi Huanyu was completely sober. His gaze shifted. Seeing Fang Ping's fist approaching, he laughed mournfully. In this life of mine, Life King was the one to succeed, and Life King was the one to fail. I can't blame him. But some things are not what you think, Fang Ping. At this moment, Qi Huanyu did not struggle to escape. He looked at Fang Ping and suddenly transmitted his voice. Rao Yaoer doesn't die. You guys get out. Be careful this time. Divine Land, 2 kings, Grandmaster. All parties might have joined forces. This time, I'm going to kill you guys. Fang Ping's pupils contracted sharply. The true kings of resurrection came out in full force, thinking that they could plot against all living beings. Little did they know, you guys are the targets of all parties. This is top secret. Fang Ping, don't kill Yaoer. This is my only request. Qi Huanyu laughed mournfully again. I'm not a king but a king. I'm a peerless prodigy. How can I die like this? I should be a king. Rumble, a loud noise was heard. In the void, a path collapsed. At the end of the black wall, a crack seemed to have been forcefully torn open. At this moment, Qi Huanyu's aura was terrifyingly powerful. I'm a true king. When a true king dies, heaven and earth collapse. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Rumble, the path that had just broken through the wall collapsed instantly. At this moment, the color of the space battlefield seemed to have changed. Blood. This was the first time something like this had happened. The true king's death had affected the space battlefield because he had achieved Tao here. Ha ha ha, hearty laughter and crazy laughter rang out continuously in the void. The path collapsed. Below, Ji Huanyu's body collapsed and exploded, leaving nothing behind. I died under the Tao. Fong Ping, can't kill me. Ha ha ha. His last hearty laugh was heard. The void turned blood red. In the blink of an eye, Ji Huanyu's aura disappeared from heaven and earth. Rumble, heaven and earth rumbled, and a rain of blood fell. For true monarchs have fallen. A murmur sounded in the outside world. Right at this moment, the Fate Monarch's aura erupted. Energy gushed out and the cracks in the void and the surroundings became chaotic. Fate King remained silent. But at this moment, it attracted the attention of everyone. The aura of the Life King seemed to be declining. The one who died is Ji Huanyu? He achieved Tao? Impossible. Sounds of shock could be heard. Ji Huanyu was dead, and he died because he became a true monarch. This was too surprising. Many people knew that Ji Huanyu's Tao had been taken away by the Fate Monarch. At this moment, a true king murmured, he's dead. Back then, he was so talented that all the kings in the God continent thought he would be able to achieve the Tao quickly. In the end, he was stuck at the God Tao realm, unable to advance. He's not a king, but he's a king. He's cultivated the divine Tao to a level no one has ever reached before or since. Some true monarchs were deeply moved. The limit of 400,000 cal, this was the only person they knew who had done it. Who else could? Had the most outstanding martial king of today done it? Not necessarily. When King Wu was at rank 9, he did not seem to be too powerful. At the very least, he was not as powerful as Ji Huanyu was now. Many true kings were martial artists of the same generation as Ji Huanyu. In that era, he alone suppressed all heroes. Everyone thought that he would be able to corroborate his Tao quickly, just like unquestionable Jian during the era of the sections. During those years in God Continent, Ji Huanyu was unquestionable Jian. As for the 3 immortal generals of the Sky Plant's royal court, that was something that happened after him. Furthermore, even when the 3 god generals were famous in God Continent, they had never gained the upper hand against Ji Huanyu. Even when the 3 of them joined forces to fight him, they did not gain any advantage. When the 2 armies fought, Ji Huanyu led the Heaven's Mandate army and fought with the Tianji army many times when they were at their peak, but they still won more than they lost. Many people felt sorry for such a person. If not for the Fate Monarch, perhaps Ji Huanyu would also be a powerful ruler now. Not the so-called king of non-kings. Ji Huanyu is dead. At this moment, someone's expression suddenly changed. If he's dead, what about the others? For true monarchs had fallen, among them was Ji Huanyu, a true king who was almost impossible to break through. Such a powerful person had actually died in the process of breaking through. Were the others still alive? This time, God Continent had 800 God generals. Even though there were many experts in God Continent, if all of them died, it would be an unbearable loss. The blood rain continued to fall. This time, for true monarchs fell. A rain of blood descended. Last time, there were 5 of them. Everyone was well aware of what this meant. Some people's great Tao was too strong, and they were comparable to 2. Needless to say, it belonged to Ji Huanyu. He, a true king who couldn't break through, broke through. If he survived, he might become terrifyingly powerful. Walking 3,000 meters in a day wasn't an illusion at all. Now, he was dead. The surroundings quickly quietened down. Ji Huanyu's death also meant that the trip to the King battleground was coming to an end. Since the leader of God Continent's side was dead, the others would probably be doomed as well. The leader of Realm Beyond Heaven, Gu Qing, was dead, and so was the true king left behind by that organization. No one knew how he died. However, if the humans were not completely wiped out, it would definitely be related to them. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Zhang Tao and the rest with strange gazes. Zhang Tao ignored them. At this moment, he was also feeling a little strange. Zhang Tao didn't make a sound and no one dared to provoke him. At the same time, Ji Hong, who was beside Fate King, had a strange expression. He glanced at Fate King and asked softly, "Senior brother, is really dead?" Fate King remained silent. Ji Hong had a complicated expression. Dead, Qi Huanyu was dead. After an unknown period of time, Fate King retracted his aura and the void stopped shattering. He said calmly, "So what if he's dead?" Trash. He led 800 god generals and god continent to die here. Father. Ji Hong said in a low voice, "Senior brother has made great contributions to the royal court. In times of crisis, he led the Heaven's Mandate army to battle everywhere, becoming the strongest royal court among the 4 royal courts. His contributions cannot go unnoticed, but now he has passed away." Fate King was too heartless, that was his disciple, a general of Heaven's Will army. Fate King wasn't this strong back then. When King Qian was still around, the 3 god generals roamed God continent. Under the circumstances where true kings didn't make a move, it was Qi Huanyu who turned the tide and led the Heaven's Will army. That was how Heaven's Will army was today. Otherwise, Heaven's Will army wouldn't be so peaceful. If not for the deaths of a few true kings a few days ago, Heaven's Will army wouldn't have suffered any losses over the years. Fate King remained silent. Ji Hong sighed. After a long time, he said, "Yao Er has been close to senior brother since young. If she knew that senior brother died here, I'm afraid," Fate King said calmly. "Afraid what?" "Father." Fate King ignored him. He looked around and said slowly, "Everyone, God continent has lost." Yes, lost. Even though Daoist Feng Yun couldn't update the death list after entering the space battlefield, they knew that they had lost. Their leader was dead, there weren't many survivors to begin with. Now, it was hard to say if anyone was still alive. Fate King continued, "The king battlefield must be broken today. Since everyone is here, I'll say this first. The 2 kings must not be left alive. Today, God continent will annihilate the 2 kings. Whoever dares to interfere and cause trouble will be punished by God continent. Ha ha ha, I don't care about the 2 kings. However, I want to see the earthly emperor's relic in its entirety. I've seen the earthly emperor's relic in the past. Perhaps everyone can look at it together." "There's no need to fight to the death," some venerable emperors spoke up. As for the 2 kings, they didn't care. On the peak, Zhang Tao looked around in silence. "What's wrong?" Zhang Tao was very excited when a true king died. Now that Qi Huanyu was dead, it meant that the humans had probably won. Now that Qi Huanyu was dead, it meant that the humans had probably won. If that was the case, why was he silent? "It's almost over. Once Fang Ping gets the treasure, I'm afraid he'll become everyone's target. I'll give it to you." "We were going to use it anyway." Battle King didn't understand. This was arranged beforehand. If Fang Ping really got it, Zhang Tao would use it as bait to lure them into the trap set by the cat. Wouldn't that be smooth sailing? Why was he still worried now? Zhang Tao was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "I've led all the humans' powerhouses here. Didn't you notice that?" No one was surprised. "No one discussed how to deal with us?" Did the Life Kings and the rest expect all the powerhouses to gather here when the King Battleground was opened? They probably didn't, however, they were all here. Although the Life Kings and the rest were angry, they didn't appear to discuss how to deal with them. As for telepathy, it was a big deal. Even if it was telepathy, it would be strange. No, these people didn't seem to consider this, a group of true kings. None of them thought about this. If that was the case, they were already prepared to fight. With humans, Zhang Tao frowned slightly. There were more than 200 catacombs true kings. There were only 50 or so humans. But the 2 kings hadn't appeared yet. Moreover, there were so many powerhouses watching. Weren't the catacombs guys afraid that everyone would join forces to kill the strongest catacombs first? Zhang Tao said no more. He continued to look around. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, in the space battlefield, the killing had also reached the final moment. One catacombs powerhouse after another was killed, some escaped. After all, there were dozens of powerhouses. Humans could not kill them all on the spot. However, there were definitely less than 10 people who escaped. The catacombs had 800 rank 9s and hundreds of rank 8s who entered the King Battleground. At this moment, even if there were some survivors in the outside world, including the remaining martial artists here, there would not be more than 30 people. More than 900 powerhouses were almost wiped out. These were not the key points. The key point was that the catacomb's strongest person, Qi Huanyu, was killed on the spot. This was a huge blow to the entire catacombs. The first person below the true kings, not a true king but a true king, the commander-in-chief of the Destiny Royal Court Army. It was simply unbelievable that such an expert had been killed without the help of a true monarch. Soon, Kong Lingyuan and the rest finished hunting the enemies and rushed to Fang Ping's side. Jiang Kuwei, Yu Wuhua, Li Wuji, and the rest were still alive. At this moment, they looked at Fang Ping with complicated expressions. Fang Ping's golden body had recovered. He looked at the place where Qi Huanyu disappeared without saying a word. Soon, Fang Ping looked at Li Wuji and the rest. All sides wanted to exterminate humans. Humans, had they reached this stage? Humans are the real threat to all sides. They can't allow humans to grow stronger because they might end up sacrificing humans. The bitterness in Fang Ping's heart was unbearable. He did not feel the excitement of killing a strong enemy. Zhang Tao, do you know that humans have been targeted by the powerhouses from all sides as a must-kill target? Maybe you do, otherwise, why would you come up with such a plan? But can you imagine, this time, it will happen, right now, a conspiracy, everything was a conspiracy, maybe all sides had an agreement. This time, they would exterminate human powerhouses. If the desperados were all dead, humans would be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They would no longer have any strength to resist. They could sacrifice the humans on Earth anytime they wanted. Zhang Tao might think that it was not the time yet. After all, many forces had only recently emerged. Fate King and the rest had planned to deal with the two kings. But, was it really impossible? Qi Huanyu said it was just a possibility. But Fang Ping felt that this was related to the future of all humans. He could not treat it as a possibility. Fang Ping, Kong Lingyuan looked at Fang Ping worriedly and asked hurriedly, "Are your injuries serious?" Fang Ping shook his head gently. He looked at Yu Wuhua and the rest and smiled. "You guys want to snatch the treasure? Now, you may not have the chance. I don't want to kill any more, especially my comrades who fought alongside me just now." Their expressions were complicated. Jiang Kuwei said in a low voice, "You said that after you snatch the treasure, you can let us have it after we get out." Fang Ping glanced at him and smiled. "Everyone has a chance. Let's talk about it after we save it. After we get out, Weiyu Mountain's venerable emperors have to contribute. Otherwise, can we really save so many powerhouses now?" Fang Ping, promise that if your venerable emperors contribute, I will definitely give everyone a fair chance to compete, Fang Ping murmured in his heart. Would venerable Emperor Qingtong contribute? Would he? Jiang Kuwei frowned slightly and said nothing. Fang Ping looked at Yu Wuhua and the rest and smiled. "You guys too. Everyone will only have a chance if the treasure is saved." Having said that, Fang Ping turned and looked at Xianxia on the altar. He smiled. "Not dead yet?" Fang Ping did not go to the altar. He did not trust anyone now. He did not trust the owner of this place either. "Everyone, let's work together and kill this person." Fang Ping growled. Without another word, an energy Chongdao condensed in his hand and attacked Chongqingzi from a distance. When the others saw this, they also attacked. They did not know why this true god was fixed on the altar, but it was a rare opportunity. Such a powerhouse was indeed a threat. "Kill him first," rumble, streams of lifeblood power and energy power shot toward Chongqingzi. At this moment, Chongqingzi's eyes opened abruptly and he let out a beast-like roar. Fang Ping ignored him. Since the owner of this place had agreed to help him deal with him, he had not killed the other until now. Fang Ping was already suspicious of his sincerity. That fellow. Did he not have the ability to kill, or was he unwilling to? No matter what, Fang Ping was already satisfied that the other party could control Chongqingzi. He just did not dare to trust him completely. While Fang Ping attacked Chongqingzi, he searched his mind for the contact cat. Deep in the Forbidden Sea. Even the cat wanted to doze off. However, it quickly perked up and said quickly, "Liar, do you want to pay me back?" Fang Ping was speechless. He was not in the mood to talk to it. He said quickly, "The second king, Grandmaster, and the catacombs might join forces to deal with human powerhouses. Cat, can you tell Minister Zhang? Cat was surprised. Join forces? Then you're in trouble. They have a lot of powerhouses, and I seem to have found the scent of a few old acquaintances. It seems like they've all come out this time. That town or whatever, they might be in trouble. Heavenly King? Fang Ping's tone changed completely. Everyone had doubted Heavenly King's position in the past. However, the more he knew, the more Fang Ping felt that humans could survive until now because of Heavenly King's secret protection. Now, someone actually wanted to deal with Heavenly King. How powerful was Heavenly King, second on the Emperor ranking, not counting the cat? He was the real number one in the 3 realms. Old Zhang used to be full of confidence that he could deal with Heavenly King. Could he really do it now? Fang Ping was worried. He asked hurriedly, who? Heavenly King might be one of the 8 kings. He was a top powerhouse back then. Even Unquestionable Jian was ranked below him. Unquestionable Jian could deal with many emperors. He could deal with at least 5 or 6. 8 kings? The cat muttered, is that so? I'm not familiar with the 8 kings. They didn't appear much back then. I only remember there was a Kuan king or something. I think he was the son of the earthly sovereign. I don't really remember. However, I seem to smell something familiar this time. Could it be the 8 kings, whatever? They're very powerful anyway. Maybe they're here to deal with that old man. Old man. It did not even know how old it was. If it were any other time, Fang Ping would have made fun of the Heavenly King for calling him old man. However, he really did not have the mood to do so now. He asked hurriedly, can I tell them? I don't know. The cat muttered, you're weak. That's why I can look for you. But they're very strong. The source world is solid. I'm not Imperial Cat. How can I communicate so easily? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. At this time, this cat still wanted to attack him. So what if I'm weak? If I'm weak, I've also killed a few true kings. You try. Tell them in advance so they can be prepared. I'm very worried. If something happens to them, humans are really finished. Fang Ping was a little pessimistic, helpless, and powerless. I'm very strong. I've killed a few true kings, but I'm really powerless. I've killed so many rank 9. So what? Once these paragons are surrounded and killed, humans are finished, blood sacrificed to earth, billions of people. Are those people so heartless? No. Are they still humans? Not for a long time. In order to prolong their lives and to become emperors, they have long become the immortals that the 9 emperors mentioned. Do immortals care about humans? Fang Ping was sad. The cat seemed to feel this emotion. It comforted him in a rare way. Don't be afraid. I've already set up a trap. When the heavenly realm appears and the emperor's aura appears, these people may not have the intention to kill you. Fang Ping suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He smiled bitterly. All right. Help me try to inform them. Big cat, I'll have to trouble you this time. When you come back from there, I'll make you delicious food and drinks. I want a lot of food. Oh yes, I want true god drinks. Different flavors. At least, more than 10 kinds. Oh yes, I want true god big fish. I want emperor too, Fang Ping said helplessly. Okay. If this cat really wanted to come back, if the plan was successful, it would be a few years later. Let's talk about it then. He agreed without any hesitation, and the cat also had a smile on its face. Does this mean that I might be able to drink true god drinks tomorrow? Will the swindler be surprised to see me tomorrow? The cat quickly disconnected from Fang Ping. It scratched its head with its paws. After a while, it muttered, contacting the pseudo-emperor. It's so troublesome. I don't even know what his origin is like. Sigh, it's so troublesome. The cat shook its tail, closed its eyes, and quickly entered the cat's world. As soon as it entered the cat's world, a large number of fish-headed monsters seemed to act instinctively. They roasted themselves and quickly floated into the cat's mouth. The cat ate a few monsters and dug around in the cat's world with its buttocks in the air. After a while, it dug out a stone tablet. The cat held the stone tablet and thought for a while. It used its claws to carve Zhang Tao's appearance on the stone tablet. After a while, it thought again. The god-forbidding staff appeared. Zhang Tao used the fishing rod and the god-forbidding staff before. Right now, the cat seemed to be stripping the aura. After a while, a wisp of aura merged into the stone tablet. Then, the cat took out the Sky Destroyer and started poking at the stone tablet, chanting, "Poke the pseudo-emperor to death, poke the pseudo-emperor to death. I'll poke, poke, poke." Outside the king's battleground. Zhang Tao frowned slightly. His expression changed slightly. In the next moment, Zhang Tao's figure appeared on a huge platform. This was his origin world. The platform was huge, the layout was also interesting. Rows of bookshelves were placed here. There seemed to be books and words on them. Li Zhener's affair, Nanyan Yu Bagua collection, Jiang Tianming's biography, Li Venting rumors, Fang Ping collection, Song Cat record. The books seemed to exist in reality. Zhang Tao was not interested in reading these books. He looked around and suddenly lifted his head. High up in the sky, a thin film like a canopy blocked the expansion of the origin world. However, at this moment, it was being poked until it bulged. Zhang Tao was stunned. What was this? It seemed like someone was poking him in his origin world. The canopy in the sky was like a sticky candy. It was being poked and stretched, but it did not break. Someone wants to pry into my origin Dao? Zhang Tao was a little dazed. Then, his brows furrowed again, as if he had thought of something. With a low roar, he broke through the air, both hands pulling at the canopy. With a roar, he tore a small crack in the canopy. "Ah, fake human emperor, I found you." A cheerful shout was heard. The canopy was closing up. The Song Cat said hurriedly, "I used 14 divine weapons to make the trap you wanted. You have to return it to me." Zhang Tao was stunned. All right. I know you're poor. The liar said that he'll return it, so he'll return it." Right, the liar asked me to tell you that you're finished." "What second king, what grandmaster? Anyway, everyone is coming to deal with you. Also, that old man, there are people coming to deal with him too. They're very strong. I've said it before. I only set traps and don't fight. I can't beat them either. If you can't come, I won't care about you. I'll find a place to hide and sleep. Also, whenever you're going to explode, just think of me. Oh right, don't let your imagination run wild. Otherwise, I'll poke you every day until you die." The Song Cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws threateningly. In an instant, the canopy closed up. Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. Everyone was going to deal with them? This? He had expected it, but he did not expect it to be now. The next moment, Zhang Tao's expression was sorrowful and somewhat self-deprecating. "So, I've been scheming against you, and you've been scheming against us. I've underestimated you. But now, the arrow is knocked. There's no way out." Zhang Tao smiled self-deprecatingly, his eyes blank. Do humans still have a way out? There's no way out for humans anymore. Ha ha ha. We can only fight for our lives in the face of death. When have we humans ever had a way out? The next moment, Zhang Tao's consciousness returned. He looked around with a faint smile. Will anyone help us this time? Will anyone? I don't know. Humans have become the public enemy. What a joke. What have we done wrong? In this world, apart from being independent, who else can we rely on? The human race should have a conclusion. In this 3 realms, who are humans and who are immortals? Human immortals are divided. Then let me, Zhang Tao, do it. Zhang Tao seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. The next moment, he transmitted his voice to the peak of humanity and said in a low voice, "Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death." 3 consecutive fight to the death. At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn. Has it come to this? There's an accident in the plan. In the distance, the void trembled slightly. Heavenly King suppressing Heavenly King walked out of the crack and looked around. His smile was no longer there. Fight to the death. Are old friends here? The atmosphere gradually became solemn. The battlefield of the kings is probably going to open. At this moment, blood rain fell from the sky once again, the great Tao collapsed again. Today, 5 kings had fallen, blood rain poured down. Zhang Tao allowed the blood rain to cover him, allowing the blood rain to fall. His entire body was dyed red, the color of blood was horrifying. Zhang Tao smiled. Blood rain, there will be blood rain today. It's just an appetizer. Today, the human demon will reappear. P.S. I'm really not a mage by Xianxia-san. Brothers, please add it to your collection. In the space battlefield, Fang Ping and the others had killed Xianxia. This true god powerhouse probably could not rest in peace. His death was too unjust. He allowed a group of rank 9 powerhouses to attack him without any resistance. He could only watch helplessly as he was killed. If it were Fang Ping, he would rather self-destruct than be tortured like this. Fang Ping, who had killed Xianxia, had indeed said this. This guy has been yelling for a long time. He might as well self-destruct. He just had to wait for us to kill him. Everyone was speechless. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone true god powerhouses. Xianxia would not give up until the last moment. At this moment, Fang Ping also began to count the number of people. When they entered, there were 65 powerhouses. Now, there were not many left. 48 people. 17 people died in battle. The 4 great true god powerhouses, including Qi Huanyu, were all killed by Fang Ping. Fang Ping also killed some rank 9s and entangled the Destiny Army powerhouses. Even so, 17 people still died in battle. It could be seen that the remaining catacombs powerhouses were indeed the elites of the elites. 17 people. Many from overseas immortal islands had died in battle. Some from Weiyu Mountain and other grotto heavens had also died. On the human side, a few people had died too. Fang Ping had brought 50 Sino Nation powerhouses in. Including Star Town, there were close to 70 powerhouses. These 70 people were all from Sino Nation. At this moment, there were only about 20 Sino Nation martial artists left. About less than 20 Sino Nation powerhouses had gone out. In total, there were only about 40 surviving martial artists in Sino Nation. Almost 30 top-notch powerhouses had died in battle. The weakest was a rank 8 4th level. Sino Nation had never suffered such a loss before. They could not afford it either. Out of 30 top-notch powerhouses, 14 rank 8s had died in battle. This meant that 16 rank 9s had died in battle this time. Fang Ping really did not feel too excited at this moment. 16 rank 9s from Sino Nation had died in battle. There were only about 80 rank 9s in Sino Nation, including Star Town. A loss of 20%. This was the accumulation of new martial arts for 100 years. No, there was also Star Town's accumulation of 300 years. On Star Town's side, Wei Yong, the Wei family head, Zhou family head, and Jiang family head were dead. Many rank 9s had died in battle. Aside from Polaris, many rank 9s in Sino Nation had also died in battle. Fang Ping surveyed his surroundings. A faint look of sorrow appeared on his face. There were some people he was not familiar with, however, there were some people he was familiar with. Elder Fan Hai Ping, the powerhouse who had been guarding the Magic City catacombs for many years, was dead. After the destruction of the Magic City catacombs, the old man who could not stop grinning from ear to ear was dead. When Skygate City was destroyed back then, when this old man was chatting with Fang Ping, his smile was as bright as the sun. He was also one of the few rank 9s who were over 100 years old. He had spent most of his life in Magic City's catacombs. Initially, he thought that after the destruction of Magic City's catacombs, he would go to Nanjiang to hold the fort, where he would be more at ease. Who would have thought that once they left Nanjiang this time, they would never be able to return? Other than Fan Hai Ping, there was also a powerhouse that Fang Ping knew, Northern Spear King Wanyu. This top-notch rank 9 from the central government used to be ranked 10th on the rank 9 ranking list, second only to Wu Chuan, who was ranked 9th back then. And now, he had also died in the catacombs. The Southern Spear King had also perished in a previous battle. Now that the Southern and Southern Spear Kings were dead, Zhang Weiyu no longer had to worry about someone breaking through to the next realm and snatching his title of Spear King. Silence. Beside the altar, everyone was silent. This time, a total of more than 500 people from the overseas immortal islands and humans had entered. Now, other than the few who had gone out, only these few survived in the end. More than 400 powerhouses had died in battle. On Weiyu Mountain's side, 30 rank 9s had come, but now only 5 or 6 of them had survived. On the overseas Immortal Island side, they had also suffered extremely heavy losses. Fang Ping looked around and did not say anything about this. He said softly, "Everyone, I have obtained the treasures, but now, it's not the end." Yes, it was not the end, Fang Ping said in a low voice. "If nothing goes wrong, once we leave the space battlefield, the Second King's people will definitely attack. Not only the Second King's people, I think the Wangwu Mountains people seem to be waiting outside too. Right now, we still don't know why they're here. Right now, we're all a group of wounded soldiers. At this time, I'm afraid we'll be facing true god-level powerhouses. If it's just one, it's still okay, but if it's a few, can we really get out of here alive?" The crisis was not over yet. It was still early. Fang Ping knew all these very well. Jiang Kuei took a deep breath and said, "If you want to avoid the Second King's people, then it's best to break the space battlefield here and get out directly." Fang Ping said lightly, "Let's not talk about whether we can break it or not. If the King battlefield is not broken yet, once we get out, we'll instantly become a thorn in everyone's side. That's why we still have to break the King battlefield and let the Second King appear. Only then will we have enough time to mess up the situation." Breaking the stalemate was still on the Second King's side. Even if the Second King had really joined forces with some people, even if they were pretending, they would not immediately become enemies with the humans. Therefore, if they wanted to buy more time, the only way was to break the King battlefield. However, if they wanted to break the King battlefield, then they had to get out of the space battlefield. Having said that, Fang Ping asked again, "Everyone, how many avatars do you have left behind by the Emperor-level powerhouses?" "I have." "Me too." The few of them spoke up one after another. On the overseas Immortal Island side, although there were not many who survived, most of them were leaders from all sides. Yu Wuhua, Li Wuji, people from Dragon Island. There were all these people, a total of 5 Emperor-level powerhouses avatars. There were also avatars on Jiang Kuei's side. On the Xuande Grotto Heaven's side, although Xianxia had retreated, there were still people who stayed behind, and they also brought along an avatar. On the 6 Great Grandmasters' side, there were only 2 avatars. There were a total of 8 avatars. At this moment, Bei Gongyan opened his mouth and said, "Before I came, Minister left me one too." Fang Ping looked at him abruptly and let out a soft humph. He was slightly annoyed. Bei Gongyan knew why he was angry. If he had used the Emperor-level avatar when they were besieged earlier, he might have been able to save a few people. Of course, more people might have died. However, if Fang Ping had known about Zhang Tao's avatar, there was a high chance that he would have used it earlier. He would not wait any longer. Bei Gongyan said in a low voice, "Minister Fang, we need to break the King battlefield." Humans needed to break the King battlefield. Therefore, even if they suffered heavy losses, he did not use this avatar because he wanted to use it to break the King battlefield. At this moment, in the crowd, Jiang Yuanhua said, "Before we came, Heavenly King Suppressing also gave us an avatar." Fang Ping did not get angry again. Breaking the King battlefield was indeed one of the most important tasks of the humans' plan. If the 2 kings refused to come out and the true kings in the outside world did not dare to take the risk and attack, then the plan this time would fail. It was normal for the humans to be prepared. Fang Ping did not dwell on this topic. He said, "That's 10 Emperor-level powerhouses avatars. Those fellows who died in the catacombs and those who died in the Grandmaster's battle should have brought some with them. Have you looted them?" In the King battlefield, even if these Emperor-level powerhouses avatars had consciousness, they would not appear. This was because it would easily trigger the Chaos Origins attack. Therefore, unless the Master used them, these avatars would not appear on their own. When Fang Ping asked this, Kong Lingyuan answered, "I found 2, but we're not their descendants or disciples, just give them to me later. Tell me who owns them." Others could not use them, but Fang Ping did not have this concern. He had seen almost all the people who participated in the previous battle and remembered their auras. Those people were not as strong as him. He could still use their auras if he simulated them. As for the 2 avatars that were left behind and not used, Fang Ping was not surprised. A true god's avatar might not be very powerful. Even an emperor-level avatar depended on how much mentality was cut. If it was cut less, it might not be as powerful as the imperishable matter avatars that Fang Ping had created previously. Using avatars in the king battlefield was because these true gods and emperor levels origins were powerful and could trigger the chaos origin to riot. Otherwise, the avatar's combat strength would be average. 12 avatars, Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, with so many powerhouses, if all their avatars appear under the chaos origin, it will definitely cause a big riot. But can they tear the king battlefield apart? Fang Ping calculated for a while and felt that it should not be a big problem. Back then, one of Life King's avatars had directly exploded the rank 7 territory. Now that there were 12 avatars, it would not be too difficult to destroy the entire king battlefield's boundary wall. Yu Wuhua continued, to destroy the graveyard of gods, these should be enough. But now, we might not have the chance to use them. Yu Wuhua said with some worry, even if we want to release our avatars, we have to leave the space battlefield. I'm a little worried that the second king's people will be waiting for us at the exit. As soon as we show up, the true gods will intercept and kill us. If they have a true god alive, after so many years, they might be able to temporarily avoid the Chaos Origins attack. Fang Ping laughed. It's okay, don't worry about this. What I'm thinking about now is how to bring everyone out safely. Since we came with me, I don't want any more accidents to happen to everyone at this stage. Fang Ping pondered for a moment and said, I'll think of a way to release the powerhouse's avatars. As for you guys, I'll see if there's a way to let you guys go first. Fang Ping. Kong Lingyuan's expression changed slightly. Fang Ping waved his hand lightly. After hesitating for a while, he still walked up the altar. Seeing him walking toward the altar, everyone's expression changed slightly. Chang Qingzi was fixed on the altar. They saw it but did not ask. There was something unusual here. But a true god had been fixed, they were also unwilling to cause more trouble, lest they caused trouble. Now that Fang Ping walked over, thinking that Fang Ping had run down from the altar, everyone had some thoughts in their minds. On the altar. As soon as Fang Ping went up, his mentality fluctuated quickly and said, Thank you for your help, senior. Sigh. A sigh sounded beside his ear. Fang Ping did not say much. He said quickly, Senior, this is your origin world. Can you open up another exit for people to leave? This can be done. Are you guys leaving? Yes. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Can you open up a little further? After we leave, we'll be a little further away from the king battleground, a little further. Most of my origin world is shrouded in this place. It's not too far away. With your abilities, you can rush back in 10 minutes. That's enough. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. That was enough. If they did not appear in the outside world directly and were surrounded by those true kings, then Kong Lingyuan and the rest could escape. He was worried that after they left, those people would attack them without saying a word. Then, Kong Lingyuan and the rest would be in danger. Heaving a sigh of relief, Fang Ping continued, Senior, Junior still has a request. Senior, do you know if there was a powerhouse's corpse left behind among the martial artists who died in battle? I can't tell the specific characteristics, but the origin is very ancient, using a sword, very cool. This was what Zhao Xingwu had told him before. Zhao Xingwu seemed to be looking for it. Not only Zhao Xingwu, but the people from Mount Wangu seemed to be looking for it too. At this moment, the people from Mount Wangu were still outside. Moreover, the owner of Mount Wangu was very powerful. Fang Ping wanted to try and see if he could find that corpse. It might be of some use. Ling Xiao took away his divine weapon at a critical moment. He was very upset. But sometimes, he had to consider the big picture. Humans could not provoke a top-notch powerhouse who did not make their stance clear anymore. Especially on Mount Wangu's side, it seemed like there was more than one emperor-level powerhouse. Even if he was unhappy, the other party had saved a few rank 8s and left. Fang Ping did not want to say anything. If he could use this corpse to exchange for Mount Wangu's help, then so be it if the divine weapon was taken away. Using a sword, the origin is ancient, his voice seemed a little abnormal. After a moment, he said slowly, Is it related to Mount Wangu? You know? Sigh. A sigh sounded again. Do you know, back then, why was this place chosen as the battleground? Fang Ping was at a loss. The second royal palace was here, of course, this was chosen. Because here, you can. Forget it. It's all in the past. Don't mention it. His voice was a little weathered as he said softly, the person has already passed away. It's useless to mention it. The corpse you're looking for has long been destroyed. However, back then, his weapon was left behind. Since you're asking, then bring his weapon out. If you meet Moon Spirit in Mount Wangu, tell her, the person is already dead. Dead for a very, very long time. Don't look for him anymore. Thousands of years have passed. So what if you find him? If you find him, will he still be him? The voice's tone was a little weathered, a little lost. Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. Listening to these words, could it be that this owner was the one he was looking for? It couldn't be, Mount Wangu's owner was called Moon Spirit. According to this person, could it be that Moon Spirit was looking for her Dao partner? Yu Wuhua had said before that Moon Spirit's Dao partner was the son of a sovereign. He also had an elder brother who was one of the 8 kings. If that was the case, Moon Spirit's Dao partner would not be too weak. The son of a sovereign should at least have emperor-level strength, right? Moon Spirit was known as the #1 powerhouse in the blessed grotto heaven. Then, her Dao partner might have been stronger than her back then. The owner of this source world was also extremely strong. According to Fang Ping's judgment, it was probably the source world of the so-called 36 saints or even the powerhouses who were one step above the 8 kings. As for whether they would be stronger, he could not judge. If that was the case, it might really be the case. The owner of this place is that person? Don't you know Mount Wangu? That's true. This person's consciousness seems to have just recovered. Back then, even if Moon Spirit came, she might not be able to see anything. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, below the altar, a thin sword as thin as a cicada's wing suddenly shot out violently. Fang Ping dodged it hurriedly, but when he saw that the long sword did not have any murderous aura, only then did he grab it. As soon as he got it, Fang Ping's gaze moved again. He asked hurriedly, is this a divine weapon? It's not a divine weapon. The voice explained, this is an emperor-level demon god from Misery Sea. When its lifespan reached its end, it used its own body as a material to forge an emperor weapon. Divine weapon, emperor weapon, divine weapon. Divine weapon is the weapon used by true gods, Fang Ping nodded slightly. When humans referred to divine weapons, they were referring to weapons used by rank 7 and above. It was not a big deal for ancient martial artists to call the weapons used by true gods divine weapons. Fang Ping caressed the long sword gently. The long sword seemed to be dead silent. The voice said again, divine weapons, emperor weapons, and divine weapons all need to be sacrificially refined. The sacrificially refinement has to become one with one's own origin. Only then can one command it with ease, eliminating the original aura of origin. This is the true unity of man and weapon. This sword has not been sacrificially refined for many years. It has long lost its sharpness. The voice paused. Young friend, it's best if you can give this sword to Moon Spirit. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but someone knows this sword. It's the sword owner's great enemy in the past. It's easy to attract trouble, Fang Ping said, of course. If it's possible, I will give it to the owner of Mount Wangu. However, if the other party is my enemy, Fang Ping will not lie to you, senior. I will not give her an emperor weapon. The voice in the dark did not say anything. No one would give an emperor weapon to the enemy. Of course, it did not exclude the possibility that some people would cultivate stupidly and insist on fulfilling their promises. After talking about these, Fang Ping said, Senior, I'll have to trouble you then. Where can the exit be opened? Right here. The location where the altar is built is where the core of my source world is. Later, all of you stand on the altar. I will open a passage for all of you to leave. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Fang Ping thanked him again. As for whether the owner of this place would secretly harm the people who were sent away, he could not do anything about it now. He had to make every possible effort, since this owner had given him a long sword, the possibility of him deliberately killing them now was not too high. It was better than going out and facing the two king's people. Of course, he would not leave. At this moment, Fang Ping was recuperating rapidly. He did not plan to leave. If he, who was carrying the gate of all beings, left with Kong Lingyuan and the rest, he would immediately bring trouble to these people. The others could leave, but he could not. Moreover, Fang Ping did not plan to leave either. Although his current combat strength was not as good as a true god's, in the face of such a crisis, he could not just stand by and watch. Even if he could hold up a true god for a while, it would be considered as doing his best. If humanity was really destroyed, he could not escape. He was a must-kill target for many people. If humanity was not destroyed, then he would not die either. At least old Zhang and the rest would help him block those top-notch powerhouses. After a while, Fang Ping walked down from the altar. Without looking at Jiang Kuei and the rest, Fang Ping gave Kong Lingyuan a look. Kong Lingyuan's eyes were solemn as he followed Fang Ping to the side. The two of them looked at each other. Fang Ping transmitted his voice. Later, Elder Kong will leave with the remaining people. Remember, after you leave, stay a certain distance away from the grand battlefield. When that time comes, I will break the grand battlefield so that others will not be interested in hunting you down. Seeing that Kong Lingyuan was about to speak, Fang Ping raised his hand, not giving him a chance. He continued, this time, humanity has suffered heavy losses. We can't afford any more losses. After Elder Kong leaves, don't return to Earth for the time being. Find a place with no one and hide first. Hide? Kong Lingyuan's expression changed. He transmitted his voice. What exactly happened? Fang Ping gave him a look and said in a low voice, now, all parties are targeting humanity. This time, the top-notch powerhouses all have a slim chance of surviving. Once the top-notch powerhouses are destroyed, humanity will be wiped out. Elder Kong, bring these people to hide, at least there will be some hope. Didn't we already expect this kind of thing to happen? The dead are not pitiful, only the living are pitiful. Hatred for the country, hatred for the family, extinction of the race. I can't imagine how we can live on like this, but Elder Kong is older than me. I think Elder Kong can shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Kong Lingyuan's eyes were blood red, he clenched his fists, his meridians protruding. Extinction, yes, this day. Had they not been preparing for it since a long time ago, however, when he heard Fang Ping say with his own ears that humanity might be wiped out this time, Kong Lingyuan still felt a little hysterical and crazy. Why? Why did they have to target humanity? Did the weak deserve to die? Then I can't leave. Besides, I'm strong, more or less a part of the combat force. As Fang Ping said that, he added, don't delay any more, time is running out. Also, after Elder Kong leaves, quickly separate from Outland, overseas Immortal Islands, and other forces, don't act together. Oh, right, overseas Immortal Islands. That guy from Sky Cloud Island is from the cult. Kong Lingyuan looked agitated. Fang Ping said quickly, ignore him. I don't have time now, I just need to remember him. If I don't die this time, I'll look for him later and find out the background of that so-called God sect. Elder Kong, just be careful. When you get out, quickly separate from him. Fang Ping did not plan to kill the other party now. This was still the spy of the one God sect that he knew so far. This God sect was extremely powerful. Many things were secretly controlled by the other party. Fang Ping did not have time to care about it now, nor did he have the opportunity to do some things. When this was over, if he did not die, then he would have something to say. Since this person had been targeted by him, he would remember him. He even knew his background, so he could plan well. Kong Lingyuan took a deep breath, nodded, and did not speak. That's it then. Fang Ping said no more. He walked back, glanced at everyone, and said quickly, all of you go out from the other exit later. Leave the Emperor-level avatars to me. Wait for a while. You can leave after I'm done with the king-crushing battle. Having said that, Fang Ping raised his hand to interrupt Jiang Kuei and the rest. He said lightly, if you don't want to die, then listen to me. Right now, we're still comrades. I, Fang Ping, will not harm you at this time. If you trust me, then do it. If you don't, then do as you please. After a moment of silence, Jiang Kuwei and the rest sighed and handed the emperor-level avatars to Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled, took the carriers, looked at the human powerhouses, and said with a smile, "Take care, everyone. Seniors, please bring back the corpses of those seniors who died in battle and bury them properly. If I don't die, I'll come back to pay tribute to these comrades with everyone." After saying that, Fang Ping stepped on the void and left, disappearing on the spot in an instant. Kong Lingyuan's expression was complicated. He looked around, sighed softly, and took the lead to step onto the altar. When the others saw that, some of them also had complicated expressions, but they all followed one after another. After a while, a violent wave came from afar, the entire space battlefield was shaking. At this moment, the altar split open. A pitch-black crack appeared, and a voice rang in everyone's ears, "Leave." As soon as the words were spoken, Kong Lingyuan did not ask anything. He was not in the mood to ask about this. He stepped into the crack, looked back at the distance one last time, and suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Humans, never give in. Never give in, even if our race is wiped out, as long as one of us is still alive, we will definitely take revenge." Definitely. Having said that, Kong Lingyuan did not even look back. He took to the skies and left, 2 drops of blood tears sprinkling on the passageway. Unwillingness came from being weak. Rumble, the king's battleground shook violently. Outside, hundreds of true king powerhouses looked sideways. Energy rushed to the sky, the void collapsed, and the aura was abnormally terrifying. "You want to kill me? Dream on." At this moment, a loud roar pierced through heaven and earth. Above the king's battleground, there was an explosion, and a huge pit appeared. At this moment, everyone saw everything inside clearly. Outside the space entrance, Fang Ping was surrounded by more than 10 emperor-level avatars. At this moment, these avatars formed a circle, surrounding Fang Ping. It was not to kill Fang Ping, but to defend against the strong enemy. Outside the avatars, several true gods attacked together, the smell of blood so thick that it made people want to vomit. Fang Ping, on the other hand, soared into the sky, chaos origin erupting, like thunder, but it did not strike Fang Ping. Because his origin was already strong, at this moment, Chaos Origin's target was those avatars, those true gods who attacked. Fang Ping followed the edge of the Chaos Origin eruption, struggling to fly out of the hole in the sky. But at this moment, a true god attacked him again, another one. "Where are you going?" Behind, the cold-looking true god, holding a bloody spear, pierced the void, tore the space, and attacked Fang Ping. "Break through the air!" Fang Ping roared, turned around and punched, smashing the space. The iron fist and the bloody spear collided. Fang Ping's hand bones exploded instantly, but he used the force to fly out. "I walked 800 meters in a day, advancing to the origin with double 9 ranks, you are not worthy to kill me." Fang Ping's roar resounded through heaven and earth, "I am a peerless prodigy, how can I be killed by trash like you?" As soon as these words came out, the outside world was shocked, some true king's aura was even unstable. Double 9 ranks, advancing to the origin, walking 800 meters in a day, was this not a 9th stage origin? Genius, monster, a true peerless monster, no wonder he could withstand a true god's attack, only his hand bones were broken. Ordinary rank 9s would have died long ago if they faced a true god's attack at close range. At this moment, Zhang Tao's vitality rushed to the sky. In the sky, the bloody body instantly evaporated. "Who dares to kill my human race?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao held the blood-colored saber in his hand and let out a low roar as he slashed out with the saber. The saber split the heavens and the earth and covered the entire king-grade battlefield, even though they were separated by a realm wall. At this moment, the true god powerhouse who was chasing after Fang Ping was also inexplicably terrified. He only felt that this slash could slash open the battleground of the king's battleground and kill him on the spot. Rumble. Before the saber landed, the entire king-grade battlefield roared. A palace rose from the ground to meet the Chaos Origin lightning. "Martial King?" A faint laugh came from the palace. No one appeared. In the next moment, a giant hand that blotted out the sky directly reached out from inside the king's battleground. It tore through the void and covered Fang Ping directly. "Leave behind the gate of all living things. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire world." "Give it a try then." Zhang Tao was incomparably cold. He stepped into the air and roared once more. Dao severing. Another sky-covering saber light descended. At this moment, the first ray of saber light slashed onto the world barrier of the King battlefield. A crisp cracking sound rang out, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning formed from the chaos origin source bombarded the saber light. In the blink of an eye, the second ray of saber light descended. This ray of saber light pierced through the bolts of lightning as if it had broken through space and collided with the giant hand that blotted out the sky in the blink of an eye. Creak, an ear-piercing sound like glass shattering rang out. This saber slashed the sky-covering palm directly into two halves. The saber light did not disperse but landed directly on the true god powerhouse next to him. Martial King. You've got guts. At this moment, a second palm stretched out from above the palace, grabbing at the saber light. Creak, another crisp sound rang out. One of the palm's fingers was severed. At this time, Zhang Tao's second ray of saber light also dissipated completely. At this moment, Fang Ping was already close to the broken hole. At this moment, Fang Ping could leave this place in an instant. Although the chaos origin in the King battlefield had not been broken, there was a gap. He came out from inside. The chaos origin was not too strong, so the chaos origin would not target him anymore. However, in the next second, something unexpected happened. This time, Fang Ping displayed what was called ruthlessness. Just as a finger of Second King's second palm was severed, revealing a gap, Fang Ping turned around abruptly, tearing the space apart, descending in front of the terrified true god in the blink of an eye. The true god did not expect Fang Ping to appear at this time. He really did not expect it. He was still in a state of deterrence from Zhang Tao's saber light. At this moment, he was still in a state of lingering fear. He had just narrowly escaped. In addition, Second King's palm was still here. He did not expect Fang Ping to turn around and attack him. Chase! Chase your mother! Fang Ping roared fiercely. Holding a long sword in his hand, his speed was astonishing. His sword slashed through the air. The longsword was incomparably sharp. Fang Ping's explosive force was also extremely strong. When this sword slashed out, with a slash, the other party was severed into two halves directly. Being severed into two halves could not kill a true god. However, Fang Ping seemed to have calculated it. With a roar, his mentality forcibly controlled the other party's mutilated body. Like moving a mountain, his vitality rushed to the sky. With a roar, he forcefully moved the other party to an undamaged spot in the sky. In the sky, that was the Chaos Origin's lair. Previously, the other party was only attacked by the aftermath. It was not to the point where he could not defend himself. However, at this moment, Fang Ping directly moved the other party to the place where the Chaos Origin was the densest. Almost instantly, a shrill scream was heard. Rumble. The aura that erupted from the Chaos Origin at this moment was terrifyingly powerful. Even an Emperor-level powerhouse felt a sense of danger at this moment. Second King Palace suddenly fell. In the void, the palm with the severed finger seemed to have turned into a human at this moment. An angry voice was heard. How dare you? How ruthless! Second King Palace was shocked. In this sort of situation, a non-true divinity martial artist actually dared to turn around and cut apart the physical body of a true divinity right under his nose. Then, he forcefully threw the other party into the core of the Chaos Origin. Even Second King Palace did not dare to rush to the rescue at this time. Almost in an instant, the scream was extinguished. Heaven and earth changed color, Tao collapsed, and a rain of blood poured down. Today, the sixth true king had fallen. His death was unacceptable. The hundreds of true kings in the outside world were dumbfounded. Under such circumstances, not only did Fang Ping not run, but he actually turned around and killed a true king powerhouse. Although the other party was not killed by Fang Ping personally, at this moment, the only thought that Fang Ping gave everyone was, he was full of guts. He was really full of guts. Under the threat of the Chaos Origin, under the situation where Second King Palace was in front of him, under the situation where the opponent was a true god who was much stronger than him, he actually counterattacked at this time. Ruthless my ass. Fang Ping cursed loudly, but he did not stop. At this moment, he once again left behind a clone. Without saying a word, he fled frantically. Just as the broken palm was about to crush Fang Ping, an Emperor-level clone appeared. Rumble, the Chaos Origin followed, erupting with an incomparably powerful aura, almost instantly exploding the palm. In the outside world, an Emperor-level powerhouse from the overseas Immortal Islands was dumbfounded. This Emperor's clone was used like this? He really did not expect this. Fang Ping's own origin was not strong. At this time, he did not attract any attention at all. Although the Chaos Origin was affected, it was very weak, and Fang Ping could withstand it. However, Second King Palace was incomparably powerful. Even if they hid in the Imperial Palace, with the Emperor-level clone, the aura of their origin was also terrifyingly powerful. Naturally, the Chaos Origin would choose them first. Rumble, the moment Fang Ping left, the space behind him was blasted into ruins. The void was shattered, like glass shattering. It looked especially terrifying at this moment. However, Fang Ping laughed maniacally, roaring, "Second King Palace? Just two old dogs. Life King wanted to kill you for a long time. I've been shouting for so many years, but I didn't see you make a sound, trash." In the sky, blood rain poured down. Fang Ping faced the blood rain and rushed straight out of the battlefield. God slaying, in front of hundreds of true kings, Fang Ping killed a true god. Right now, he wanted to escape from the battlefield. Right above that hole, Zhang Tao stood there with a smile on his face, ready to help Fang Ping. Good job, as expected of Zhang Tao's successor. He had courage, charisma, ability, and means. Under such circumstances, he could actually kill a true god so easily. Even he was surprised. Today, Fang Ping killed 6 true gods, splitting the sky and earth. Of the previous 5, Zhang Tao did not ask. The only one who could do it was Fang Ping, not a paragon, killing true gods, killing 6 of them in one go. He said that he was the most evildoer in the 3 realms. Who would dare to challenge him? Seeing that Fang Ping was about to come out, Zhang Tao was ready to help him with a smile on his face. In the next moment, Zhang Tao's expression suddenly became stern, shouting, "How dare you!" With a roar, Zhang Tao wielded the crimson saber and slashed behind him. Over there, a large hand broke through the air, heading straight for Fang Ping. Just as he swung the saber, from the left, a similarly large hand stretched out. Zhang Tao held the saber in his right hand and slashed downward, his left hand punching. However, it was not enough. At this moment, jade-like palms from 4 sides broke through the air. Everyone's target was Fang Ping. They wanted to kill Fang Ping and seize the treasure. The moment Fang Ping came out, everyone knew that the treasure had been taken by Fang Ping. How could they let Fang Ping and Zhang Tao meet up? "How dare you attack in front of me?" At this moment, a fist broke through the air, shattering several palms in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, in the distant void, a palm also reached out, grabbing at the giant fist. A faint voice said, "Heavenly King, the gate of all beings is not something humans can covet. Since you've attacked, don't blame us for not respecting you." The person who came was very strong. When the Heavenly King's fist hit the palm cracked instantly, but it did not shatter. During this moment of delay, the other palms had already grabbed Fang Ping again. "Do you think I'm dead?" With a roar, the void was shattered. Warlord's beard and hair stood on end. He broke through the air, his body like lightning, kicking everywhere. Rumble, the giant palms were kicked to pieces. Behind Warlord, a beam of vitality light pierced through heaven and earth. He roared, "I don't play tricks. I'm here with my real body. If you want to steal the treasure or kill me, you'll have to ask me first." The others were not in their real bodies. They were just palms condensed from energy. However, Warlord and Zhang Tao's real bodies landed in the sky above the king's battleground, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, Zhang Tao also shattered the giant palms with his saber, broke the void with his fists, and defeated the strong enemy. Zhang Tao's expression was cold. He shouted, "Since it's a rank 9 snatching treasure, and we humans have obtained the treasure, why do you old things have to interfere? The treasure belongs to the strong. Martial King, can't you see through this?" "I see through it." Zhang Tao shouted, "I saw through it a long time ago. But am I not strong? Is the Heavenly King not strong? Why don't we humans have the right to own this thing? Do you guys decide the rules?" "Martial King," in the void, someone said with pity, "Do you really want to become enemies with the powerhouses of the 3 realms for this thing?" As the voice rang out, spatial fluctuations appeared once again. It was not just one person, many people attacked again. At this moment, Fang Ping was less than 30 meters away from Fang Ping. However, the breach was blocked by the chaos origin, so his speed was also slowed down. Zhang Tao could not help him. If he helped, he would trigger the chaos origin to attack, and Fang Ping might be killed instantly. But the others did not have this concern. That was because just now, someone spoke. The gate of all beings can only exist in the source world. When people die, the source is shattered, the gate of all beings will fall too. This was not said by anyone else, but by Taoist Feng Yun. This Taoist who said that he would not participate in the affairs of the three realms said this when the others attacked. At this moment, some of the powerhouses who originally had some concerns did not have the slightest bit of them at all. They attacked one after another. They did not care about Fang Ping's life or death. These people were extremely powerful. Once their energy seeped into the battlefield, Fang Ping would soon be attacked by the chaos source. Even emperor-level powerhouses were afraid of the power of the origin. If Fang Ping was attacked, he might be instantly destroyed. Taoist Feng Yun. Zhang Tao shouted coldly. At this moment, many Zhang Tao appeared in the same place again, attacking one after another. Some were holding a teaching whip, some were holding a great Tao book. Just like the day when he killed Grand Peace, Zhang Tao once again split into many people, blocking the attacks of the powerhouses from all directions. Martial King, are you being stubborn? Stubborn? Zhang Tao said in a low voice, let Fang Ping come out. When he comes out, we'll talk about who owns the treasure. Do you really think that I don't know what you want? They wanted to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping was too big of a threat. This time, inside the battlefield, a total of 6 true king powerhouses had fallen. This did not even include people like Di Hao and Gu Qing. If they were included, the number of true kings who died was even higher. Under such circumstances, even if Fang Ping said that he had advanced by 9 realms, this kind of monster that walked out in a day was frightening. If they knew that Fang Ping had walked less than 100 meters, everyone would probably attack and kill him at this moment. A level 9 origin with the strength of a quasi-true god was a monster, but it was not unacceptable. After all, it was a double 9 realms advancement. But a level 1 origin, a quasi-true god, perhaps even the powerhouses hidden in the dark were going to attack. It was too scary. It was okay to skip 1 or 2 ranks, but from a level 1 origin to a quasi-true god, it was not a problem even if it was 10 ranks. With this kind of monster, it was impossible not to die. At the same time, inside the battlefield, at this moment, it was not a palm that appeared, but 2 jade-like pure white palms appeared. One palm directly blocked the attack of the chaos source. The other palm went straight for Fang Ping. The 2 kings also wanted to snatch the treasure. At this moment, Fang Ping was surrounded by dead ends. In front of him, many powerhouses wanted to kill Fang Ping and snatch the treasure. Zhang Tao and War King were no match for them. Heavenly King subduing attacked but was blocked by many powerhouses. At this moment, the other human powerhouses were also targeted by many powerhouses' chi dynamics. On average, every human powerhouse had their chi dynamics locked by at least 3 people. At the back, it was the 2 kings who attacked. Fang Ping showed bitterness. I know it's difficult. I know that humans will face a lot of trouble after taking the treasure out. But I don't know that no one is afraid of humans. The aftermath of Zhang Tao killing Grand Peace had completely disappeared. No one wanted the treasure to fall into the hands of humans. Even if the Emperor ranking 2 Heavenly King subduing was here, even if the Emperor ranking 7 Martial King was here, it was still useless. At this moment, Zhang Tao's many clones attacked the giant hands. For the first time, he showed bitterness on his face and said in a low voice, "Is there no one who said a word of justice for us humans? Is there no one?" I said, "Let Fang Ping come out, we'll talk about the treasure later. You guys said that to snatch the treasure, it all depends on strength and luck. Now that Fang Ping has it, why is there no one who said anything about the rules? 3 realms, humans, immortals, do we humans deserve this? In the past, weren't you humans?" Zhang Tao slashed another energy palm into pieces. Everything happened at the speed of lightning. In the void, Zhang Tao's voice echoed and spread further. The seed of rebirth, the gate of all living things, were all created by us humans? Why do we humans have to bear the burden of the disaster left by the 9 emperors? Ancestors, myths, legends, is there no one who showed any mercy to us humans? Cries of blood echoed in the surroundings. Were the powerhouses of the three realms not humans? Did the so-called immortals exist since the ancient times? Could it be that the humans of today did not have any bloodline inheritances of any powerhouses? Why did no one say a word of justice, and do something for the humans? Were the disasters of the seed of rebirth caused by humans? Zhang Tao's voice was deep, filled with grief, anger, unwillingness, dissatisfaction. All kinds of emotions were transmitted. We don't seek immortality. At this moment, below, Fang Ping bellowed, humans don't seek immortality. What myth, what legend? They are immortals, we are humans. The path of immortality is heartless, but we humans have compassion. He was unwilling, he did not want to see Zhang Tao begging for help. At this moment, this invincible martial king was begging for help, hoping to receive pity, hoping to receive sympathy. He did not want to see this scene. Even if he died in battle, he had had enough of all this. No matter how strong you are, no matter how you beat them fair and square under the rules are set by them. They can choose not to defend, but you have to defend. Don't seek immortality? Zhang Tao looked sad and growled, is there really no one who shows any mercy to us humans? I'm willing to hand over the gate of all living things and let Fang Ping out. Let him out, I'll hand it over to you. Let Fang Ping out. At this moment, no one knew whether he was speaking the truth or not. It seemed like they did not care whether he was speaking the truth or not. Those who attacked were still attacking, and those who were watching were still watching. As for Fang Ping, he was now facing a desperate situation. In front, a palm had already broken through Zhang Tao and the others' defense, covering them. Behind him, the two kings' palms, mixed with the rolling chaos origin, attacked him. At this moment, a sword pierced through the air, cutting through the palm that was covering them. Li Zhen stepped on his military boots, holding the blood sword in his hand, and broke through the air. As soon as he arrived, three extremely powerful energy blasted him. Someone was targeting them. Li Zhen's body trembled, golden blood spilled from his mouth, but he was still cold. He looked around, sneered, and pulled out his sword again. Just as he pulled out his sword, someone else attacked again. Similarly, from the human side, someone pulled out his sword again. Sword King's beard and hair were all white. He stepped out, and behind him, several powerful energy attacks also erupted. Human powerhouses, regardless of the aura lockdown, broke through the air one after another. They stopped powerhouses one after another. At this moment, Fang Ping could not cross the short distance of less than 10 meters. The wound was healing, and a large amount of chaos origin was gathering. If he crossed it, he would probably explode. Behind him, the two kings' palms were also close at hand. They opened their palms with extremely violent chaos origin, as if they wanted to crush Fang Ping alive. Fang Ping stopped in his tracks, looking at Zhang Tao, who was more than 10 meters away. Their eyes met. Zhang Tao chuckled suddenly. Fang Ping grinned as well. At this moment, Fang Ping opened his mouth, as if he was talking. Be more reliable. No sound came out. Don't worry. Zhang Tao was also talking, but no sound came out. While the two were talking, Fang Ping suddenly turned around, looked at the two giant palms, and shouted, I'm the king of explosions. I'll blast you bunch of old dogs to death. Rumble. At this moment, in the area where the second palace was located, more than 10 extremely powerful auras erupted. They erupted instantly. In the outside world, Zhang Tao, Li Zhen, Warlord, Sword King, more than 10 powerhouses, their faces turned pale. Right below the second palace, more than 10 powerhouses clones appeared almost instantly. They were all top-notch powerhouses, and they all unleashed their strongest auras together. Rumble. The sky fell and the earth cracked. At this moment, all the chaos origin in the entire battlefield was converging toward this place. Fang Ping restrained his aura, leaped, and ran toward Zhang Tao. At this moment, Zhang Tao also unleashed a terrifying aura. With a sweep of his saber, the void collapsed directly, and countless energy palms exploded in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Zhang Tao's left hand covered the sky, and a handful of chaos origin broke through the gap, grabbing Fang Ping in his hand. In a flash, he grabbed Fang Ping and left the battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Tao's left hand was bombarded by chaos origin until it was a bloody mess. Below, in the second palace, at this moment, a few extremely angry roars came from the second palace. The two kings did not know when Fang Ping had buried more than a dozen powerhouses clones at the second royal palace's location. The clones that Fang Ping released earlier were all other people's clones. Previously, Fang Ping blamed Bei Gongyan for not telling him that he had old Zhang's clones. Bei Gongyan was not here, or else he would vomit blood. He did not expect that not only did Fang Ping have clones, but there were more than 10 of them. Fang Ping, who restrained his aura, muttered, "I'm the leader." This was said to someone who was not here. "I, Fang Ping, am the leader this time. If old Zhang did not trust me 100%, would he let me lead the team? You, Bei Gongyan, are still hiding your clones and not telling me. Will I tell you? Before entering the space battlefield, I buried more than 10 clones underground? Damn it." An earth-shattering roar rang out. It was the voice of the second palace lord, Rumble. The second palace was blasted apart by chaos origin. More than 10 silhouettes shot out one after another. 2 heaven-shaking auras penetrated the battlefield, their auras shaking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, another roar rang out. Heaven and earth turned dark at this moment, completely dark. Rumble. This explosion reverberated for more than 100,000 miles. The king battlefield exploded. Rumble. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. Fang Ping buried the powerhouse's clones near the second royal palace and blew up the palace, forcing the two kings and more than a dozen true gods to leave the palace and unleash their strength to block the chaos origin. But the more they unleashed, the stronger the chaos origin was. Such a contradictory result was something the two kings did not want to do, but it was something they had to do. Therefore, under the situation where so many powerhouses unleashed their origin, the huge king battleground exploded. Light illuminated the entire sky. At that moment, the sky in the catacombs turned dark. But at this moment, the sky in the catacombs was bright. Energy exploded, the source exploded, everything exploded. Under the light, the two kings and more than a dozen true gods roared, energy soaring into the sky, roaring to fight against the chaos origin. They thought of breaking the origin this time, but not like this. It was enough to make a small opening. Not now. The entire king battleground exploded. Fang Ping, the Destiny Monarch, was extremely tall and strong. At this moment, this powerful emperor-level powerhouse let out a shocking roar. He was not afraid of the chaos origin. Although the chaos origin was strong, it could not kill him. But what about the powerhouses under his command? After painstakingly reviving more than a dozen true gods, one of them was killed by Fang Ping as soon as they appeared. And at the moment when the chaos origin exploded, almost in the blink of an eye, the two kings could not protect it in time. 2 true gods screamed shrilly, surrounded by endless chaos origin aura. Crack, the great Tao collapsed. The chaos origin was too powerful. Too many true gods and emperor levels had died here in the past. Although it had calmed down after many years, those who were not emperor level, especially true gods, were the most dangerous. Their origin was much stronger than ordinary rank 9s, but much weaker than emperor levels. As a result, the chaos origin, the chaos aura, was extremely violent, attacking their source world. The great Tao of the origin was almost impossible to resist, especially at this moment. This place gathered the chaos origin aura of the entire king battleground. If it was at a normal time, the explosion in some areas might not be able to kill a true god. Zhao Xingwu had escaped earlier. But at this moment, the great Tao collapsed in the blink of an eye. Not one, but two true gods, at this moment, were destroyed by the chaos origin. Their bodies died and their Tao disappeared, never to be revived. The rain of blood poured down once more. They had great ambitions and were prepared to rebuild the heavenly court. These experts under the two kings knew that the road ahead would be bumpy, but they did not expect that they would die before they could display their skills. 3 great true gods had perished. There were originally more than 10 true gods that the two kings had revived. At this moment, 3 of them had died, and there were only 12 left. The 15 real gods were the power that they had worked hard to preserve after the battle back then. Even an expert like Di Hao had no choice but to drop his cultivation level due to the lack of treasures and healing treasures. The two kings spared no effort and used up almost everything they had to revive these people. But in the blink of an eye, 3 people had died. The two kings' hearts were bleeding. These people were not weak, very strong, at least a rank 9's million cal vitality strength. Among the true gods, they were not considered weak. The strongest one even had a vitality of 1.2 million calories comparable to a rank 9, but he died here just like that. Moreover, these people were true iron-blooded warriors who had been fighting for countless years. Some of the current catacombs' true kings could not compare to them. However, he was dead. Fang Ping. The Destiny Monarch roared. The Sky Plant King had a slender figure, long hair draped over his shoulders. Looking at his face, one might even mistake him for a fairy who had descended to earth. His face was so handsome that he did not look like a man. But this Sky Plant King, who was incomparably calm earlier, also had a ferocious look on his face at this moment. They had been unhindered in the three realms since the Earthly Emperor Dynasty era. War after war, even in the North-South War back then, they had never suffered such a loss. But today, they had suffered such a great loss in the hands of a non-true god martial artist. The Sky Plant King's killing intent was thick and horrifying, covering a radius of thousands of meters, attracting the Chaos Origin to envelop him completely. But the Sky Plant King was not afraid at all. His eyes were cold and fierce, looking at Fang Ping who was held in Zhang Tao's big hand high in the sky. Despicable, he deserved to die. At this moment, from all directions, those powerhouses leaped into the sky one after another. The peak below had long been blasted apart. Waves of aura rose from all directions, incomparably powerful, surrounding the entire ruins of the king battlefield. Zhang Tao looked at the encircled king's battlefield and suddenly laughed. He laughed a little hysterically. Who were they surrounding, humans or the second king? Before the cat sent the message, he had a slight fantasy that these people would first deal with the second king. But now, was it really to deal with the second king? What a big scheme, what a big urn. This urn was set up for humans. They wanted to kill human powerhouses. Everyone had the same thought. They had reached a consensus a long time ago. They wanted to seize the gate of all beings, and they also wanted to kill humans. This was the consensus of the powerhouses present. There was even a consensus that killing human powerhouses came first, and seizing the treasure came second. Only by killing human powerhouses could they sacrifice the earth and open the gate of all beings. This was the conclusion that everyone had reached after all these years. If humans did not work together, if humans were not so difficult to deal with, if humans did not resist, if Zhang Tao and the others were not strong, these people could still live for a few more years, but they dared to resist, they dared to fight back, and they were very strong. This was the original sin. They should die, they should be killed, they should be destroyed. This is a scheme that has been set up for many years. Zhang Tao looked at Fang Ping, incomparably bitter. This was not a scheme that was set up overnight. Perhaps it had been set up a long time ago. All parties had already met and reached a consensus. However, in the past few years, humans were not considered strong, so these people did not make a move. Now, humans were strong, so they made a move. Must the place where the kings fought break open now? Maybe not. Zhang Tao held the Changdao in his hand, put Fang Ping down, looked around, and said softly, "You should go." Go where? You can send them away, leaving one person to carry the treasure. You should go, Zhang Tao said it matter-of-factly. The others would not have any objections. If Kong Lingyuan received such an order from Fang Ping, he would not carry it out either. Even if he would die if he came out, he would not hesitate. But Fang Ping did not leave. Zhang Tao was a little upset. His plan was not so perfect. At this moment, even if the cat unleashed its celestial aura, emperor aura, at this stage, these people might not leave now. Unless there was a precondition, it was not worth fighting anymore. The price to pay for killing humans was too high. He would go and take a look first. After all, the temptation of becoming an emperor was greater. Killing humans was also for the sake of becoming an emperor. Fang Ping also knew this. At this moment, he quickly transmitted his voice, "Let the cat do it now. Maybe it can lure all of them away." No. Zhang Tao refused, saying quickly, "If we do it now, all sides are not chaotic enough, not anxious enough, and there are not many casualties. Everyone is very rational. It's very likely that something I don't want to see will happen. Being seen through. Then humans will really be wiped out." Once they were seen through, humans would be wiped out today. Outside the trap, these people were definitely no match for the people present. Therefore, we have to kill crazily. Let the Tao be chaotic, the people's hearts confused, and all sides in chaos. We have to fight and escape to the forbidden ocean. By chance, the gate of all beings will unleash its aura. When that time comes, everyone will be in chaos. Zhang Tao was extremely rational at this moment. He even had the time to teach Feng Ping. Remember, don't be afraid of sacrifice. You can't gamble on success or failure just to not sacrifice. We can't afford to gamble. In order to make them fall into our trap, we must first fight a bloody battle. If we are defeated, we will escape, and humans will no longer be a threat. Only then will we let all sides ignore this and go treasure hunting to seize the opportunity. Also, remember, in this chaotic world, there will always be sacrifices. I can't, you can't. It's not that I'm afraid of death. It's you that I can't die. I'm the leader of the neo-martial artists. I can't die. If I die, the people's hearts will be in chaos. You can't die. If you die, all hope will be gone. Feng Ping, you have to learn to sacrifice others, even if it's cold-blooded and cruel. Zhang Tao's gaze was complicated. He continued to transmit his voice, therefore, you must survive later. Go back to Earth. Don't be stupid. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. It's not worth it. I will do my best to lure everyone away. You must listen to me. If we leave, you will be the backbone of humanity. Otherwise, even if we go through all the hardships and bring everyone away, humanity will still be wiped out. Other than you, they can't deal with the catacombs, they can't deal with the three realms. At this moment, Zhang Tao was really pouring his heart out. He told Feng Ping everything that he could and could not say, everything that he could not say. People can die, but you and I can't. Not now. This was because they were the leaders of 2 generations of humanity. If they died, humanity would fall apart. Feng Ping bit his lip. Blood dripped down his face. Tears welled up in his eyes. Yes, I can't die. If I die, no one can give humanity the greatest advantage in rank 9. I understand. At this moment, the rumbling weakened. The surroundings gradually quietened down. The 2 kings' killing intent soared to the sky. The 12 true god powerhouses were extremely disheveled. They surrounded the 2 kings and stared coldly at Feng Ping's side. They had died before they could achieve anything. 3 true gods had fallen. Not only that, the last seed of the Divine Court army had also been killed by Feng Ping and his group. General Di Hao had also died in the hands of these people. More than 50 human powerhouses had gathered together at this moment. In the void, Heavenly King Suppressing's expression was ice-cold. He stepped out of the void and walked to Zhang Tao's side. Looking around, Heavenly King Suppressing said coldly, "They're here. Why aren't you killing them? Did they not say that they were here to kill the 2 kings? Why weren't they attacking?" From afar, Life King said mildly, "Hand over the treasure." At this moment, the catacombs' true kings had gathered, forming a huge encirclement. Close to 200 catacombs' true king powerhouses, in all directions, the void fluctuated. One by one, the emperor powerhouses stepped out of the void. Overseas emperors, grandmaster emperors, and even venerable emperors from a few major realms had arrived. Not only these people, but in the void, some true gods from unknown forces had also appeared one after another. In the periphery, close to 300 true god powerhouses and dozens of venerable emperors. In the inner periphery, the humans had more than 50 paragons. Emperor level. Zhang Tao and Heavenly King Suppressing were the only ones. On the side of the 2 kings, there were also 2 emperor level and 12 true god powerhouses. This was the first time since the North-South War that so many powerhouses had gathered. More than half of the 3 realms rank 9 and above powerhouses had come. Treasure. At this moment, Feng Ping took out the bead and quickly transmitted his voice. This is a fake gate of all beings. It's a gate of reflection, used to reflect the great Tao. Feng Ping quickly transmitted his voice to explain to old Zhang, still talking to the powerhouses around him. Treasures belong to the powerhouses. I, Feng Ping, am aware of this. However, I've worked hard to obtain this item, with countless casualties. I don't have any other requests. If you give me some energy stones, energy fruits, divine weapons, and the like, this item will belong to you. What right do you have to negotiate with us? At this moment, an venerable emperor's voice was cold, looking at Fang Ping and the others as if they were looking at dead people. What right do I have? Fang Ping said furiously, we humans have more than 50 paragons who are not afraid of death and dare to fight. This is the right. Come on, I want to see how many people can be killed when more than 50 paragons fight to the death. I don't believe that you're really not afraid of death. Humph. A cold snort resounded through heaven and earth. The next moment, an earth-shattering aura spread. Thousands of miles away, someone said coldly, the human world only relies on people like Heavenly King Suppressing and Martial King. If these two people are stopped, don't tell me that you guys don't even have the heart to fight. This voice came from the direction of the Forbidden Sea. In the crowd, Heavenly King Suppressing's expression was cold, saying coldly, King Sun, I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. Out of my expectations, you're actually still alive. One of the powerhouses of the 8 kings, someone appeared. Heaven and earth tremor soon. Among the 8 kings, the powerhouse ranked 4th. Everyone was afraid of humans, because humans had Heavenly King Suppressing, who was very powerful. Martial King was also extremely powerful, and everyone was also afraid. However, Martial King was injured, and emperors dared to fight. Heavenly King Suppressing. Emperors dared not fight. At this moment, one of the 8 kings who had hidden for many years, King Sun, appeared to strengthen everyone's confidence. Don't worry, Heavenly King Suppressing will be stopped. This dispelled everyone's biggest worry. Humans must be eliminated. If they did not kill human powerhouses, how could they activate the seed of rebirth and open the gate of all beings? You, Xianxia, even want to suppress the heavens. Suppress the heavens, or suppress us, I also want to see who you want to suppress. Almost at the same time, the person stepped through the void, instantly moving thousands of miles away. Separated by 100 miles, he stood on top of a mountain, his figure reflected in the catacombs, his aura made some weaker true gods tremble from 100 miles away. Xianxia, if you don't want us to fight, come find me when I kill a human true god. King Sun's voice was calm, his hands behind his back, his aura powerful and ancient. Heavenly King Suppressing did not speak. At this moment, Zhang Tao said softly, everyone, we humans hand over the treasure, for free. We humans will not participate in this battle, how about that? Zhang Tao took the bead from Fang Ping and said softly, we humans only want to survive, nothing else. We don't want the treasure, is that okay? Zhang Tao looked at Life King, Li Zhu, Qing Tong of Weiyu Mountain, Heavenly Emperor Wu Ya of Boundless Mountain, and the beautiful female Empress of Immortal Seeking Island. In the crowd, Kuokang Mountain's Gong Juanzi frowned slightly, taking a few steps back, not saying a word. He did not really want to get involved, he was only here to take a look. To see what the gate of all beings that he missed back then was like. Initially, he thought that the appearance of the 2 kings would definitely cause everyone to surround and kill them, who knew that the situation was not quite right. Not every powerhouse knew everything. However, Gong Juanzi was not stupid, he still felt that something was wrong. The appearance of the 2 kings, the Life King who kept saying that he wanted to kill them, actually did not move at this time. This should not be, even if they were afraid of the other parties, worried that they would be the fishermen to take advantage of the situation, there was no need to surround the human powerhouses at this time. Gong Juanzi took a few steps back. Purple Cap Mountain's Gong Yuzi sighed softly, escaping into the void in the blink of an eye, no one knew if he had left or continued to hide. Venerable Emperor Green Lotus also did not say a word, also taking a step back. However, at this time, his gaze was fixed on the long sword in Fang Ping's hand. Fang Ping had used this sword to kill that true god just now. Venerable Emperor Green Lotus felt that it was a little familiar, but not quite the same as his impression. At the outermost, an illusory powerhouse sighed softly, his sigh complicated. The old man came from the Xuanda Grotto. Previously, he was the one who taught Fang Ping and the others the cultivation methods. At this moment, he also felt that something was not right. However, looking at the hundreds of true gods and tens of venerable emperors at the outermost, at this moment, this great emperor was also confused. What should he do? Help the human martial artists? However, if it was really as he expected, it was too dangerous, the combat strength of both sides could not be compared at all. The most powerful heavenly king could originally intimidate everyone. However, here, at this moment, there might be 3 people who could fight the heavenly king to a draw. The faraway King Sun, and the second king. Yes, when the second king easily withstood the bombardment of the origin, under the explosion of the king's battleground, not only were they unharmed, but they also protected 12 true gods. The Xianxia Grotto's venerable emperor knew that they were in trouble. These 2 people were too strong. Not to mention comparable to heavenly king powerhouses, the 36 saints back then were probably comparable to them. The 36 saints were powerhouses who had walked more than 80,000 meters in one path. According to human calculations, the increase was at least 2.7 times and more. At the level of the 36 saints, their basic vitality was also terrifyingly strong. Probably no one had a basic lower than 500,000 calories. After the increase, it was at least 1.85 million cal, the absolute peak 1.85 million calories was comparable to the rank 9's 3.7 million calories vitality strength. This was the 36 saint level powerhouses, too strong, comparable to a rank 9's 2 million calories vitality. That was the emperor level, and the 36 saints, the weakest, had a vitality strength of more than 3.7 million calories. Such a gap, if an ordinary emperor level encountered the 36 saints, would almost be crushed. Without 4 or 5 emperor level powerhouses, it would be difficult to shake the other party. As for the heavenly king, naturally, they were stronger. If the second king joined forces, they might not be weaker than a heavenly king. The Xianxia Grotto's owner, Emperor Xianxia, was a powerhouse who achieved Tao with his physique, and was not weak, not the weakest among the emperor levels. However, at this moment, he still sighed and took a few steps back. There were too many people. Although he wanted to do the human world a favor, he did not want to court death. Unless the human world had the advantage, then neutral parties like them could possibly get close to the human powerhouses. After all, whether the seed of rebirth was a blood sacrifice to the human world was still undecided. It was still necessary to be on good terms with the human world powerhouses. However, if they were completely outmatched, intervening at this time would be courting death. Some powerhouses retreated, some powerhouses once again escaped into the void. If the humans handed over the treasure, some people were also unwilling to be enemies with the humans. After all, the other party also had a large number of powerhouses. There was no need for pointless killing. However, almost everyone did not leave. They came here for the gate of all beings. How could they leave now? Zhang Tao wanted to hand over the gate of all beings, just to survive, but there was no reply. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Seeing this, Zhang Tao's expression became even more bitter, and he said with difficulty, "We humans just happened to be here, and now we are willing to hand over the treasure." Everyone. Do you really want to force us into a life and death struggle? Fate King glanced at him and ignored this martial king who looked extremely lowly at the moment. King Ming looked at the 2 kings and said slowly, "I am Ji Ming, the Hall Master of Heaven's Fate Royal Courts True King Hall. The 2 of you should know me. Now that the 2 of you have returned to God Continent, I only have one question for you." King Ming was tall, and he looked at him and said indifferently, "Ji Ming? I have indeed heard of you. Do you have any questions? Will the 2 of you return to the royal court, or, there are other plans?" King Ming smiled faintly. King Ming is the founder of the royal court. Logically, when you return to God Continent, you should return to the royal court. Before he could finish, King Ming sneered, "No need. The 3 realms are huge. A mere imperial court, this king doesn't even put it in his eyes. Moreover, the Heaven's Fate Royal Court today is not the one I founded in the past." King Ming was indifferent and even a little sarcastic. "Do you really think I care about a mere royal court?" At this moment, they only had him, Tianji King, and 12 true gods on their side. Compared to everyone else, they were much weaker. However, King Ming wasn't afraid. This time, he and Tianji King were preparing to rebuild the heavenly court. If this was all they had, they would be a laughingstock. Furthermore, there were 2 heavenly king stage powerhouses here. Under such circumstances, rebuilding the heavenly court was not enough. 2 heavenly king experts were enough to make them the laughingstock of the 3 realms. King Ming wasn't surprised. He smiled faintly, "Since the 2 of you have other plans, that's for the best." When he said that, some of the true kings had weird expressions. What did he mean? If the two of them returned, they would be killed. If they didn't return, they would just forget about it. Then why did King Ming create such a huge ruckus and wanted to kill the two of them? Of the hundreds of true monarchs, not everyone knew anything. Weak true kings like King Pingshan were trembling in fear at this moment. What were they trying to do? What were King Ming and the others trying to do? It seemed like many people knew, such as King Feng, King Hua, King Tiger. These powerhouses seemed to know everything. But he didn't know. King Ming seemed to be implying that they should coexist peacefully. Just as King Pingshan was in shock, Zhang Tao spoke again. His back was a little hunched. Everyone, do you have to do this? We humans also have experts from all over the world. Experts from several domains. Your bloodline has been passed down to the human race. Do you really have to force us? No one answered. Humans. Zhang Tao let out a sigh, filled with endless bitterness and desolation. The next moment, this lowly martial king straightened his back. His chi and blood rushed to the sky as if he was a different person. From today onwards, the human race will have its own bloodline. We don't worship immortals and Buddhas, we don't worship myths. The human race, everyone is the sky. Neo-martial artists, humans must fight. Fight. The powerhouses of the human race roared. They could only fight for their lives, and fight for victory. Rumble, heaven and earth roared. Blood rain poured down again. Zhang Tao, Fang Ping, and the others were soaked in the blood rain. P.S. I'm too tired. I can't stir up my emotions. I'll take it easy today. BQ blood rained down. Zhang Tao yelled. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to the human experts. Fate Monarch plays an important role in this. Li Zhu is mysterious, and Feng Monarch and the others are his minions. Everyone, kill the true monarch of Destiny Royal Court. Seniorly, can you defeat King Sun? Heavenly King Zhen's expression didn't change. He said telepathically, King Sun isn't here with his real body. It's just a clone. It's not hard for me to kill him. But King Sun isn't the only one here. There are a few experts hiding in the dark. Clone? Zhang Tao was slightly surprised. He really didn't see it. Heavenly King Zhen didn't say anything more. Everyone quickly communicated and finally reached a consensus. Break out of the encirclement. They fought as they retreated toward the Forbidden Sea. They were in charge of killing the true god experts of Destiny Royal Court. At this moment, the experts hadn't made a move yet. Heavenly King Zhen suddenly said, we can't wait any longer. They're still waiting for someone. Yes, these people didn't make a move. They were waiting for someone. Not King Sun. Maybe they're waiting for the experts of the divine sex, Heavenly King Zhen said telepathically. Then, he suddenly sent a telepathic message to the two kings, Tianji, Tianming, it's better to rely on yourself than others. Do you really think that you can return to the peak with these few people? Any promise was not worthy of being trusted. It's very difficult for you to cultivate experts. Now that the situation in the three realms is set, it's difficult to gather experts. Unless the three realms are in chaos and the various overlords fall, then you can take advantage of the chaos to gather a group of experts and return to the peak, kill a group and gather a group. Only then will you have enough capital to be the final winner in the future battles. Heavenly King Zhen was extremely calm at this moment. He said quickly, I know that you have backup in the 4 great courts. You have people in several great courts. But when you return, you look so miserable. Do you really think that those people will return to you? You might have a group of old subordinates hiding. According to what I know, experts from the earthly Emperor God dynasty appeared in the Forbidden Sea. Maybe it has something to do with you. But you've been in hibernation for so many years. Do you have the confidence to make them return? Some of them have even become emperors. Will sovereigns submit to you? The Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King said a lot and was extremely fast. He didn't need the two kings to give him any reply. After going through the pros and cons for a while, he finally said, there's someone behind King Ming. King Qian has rarely shown himself all these years. Perhaps it's King Qian, one of the 8 kings of the Heavenly Court. You've overestimated yourselves if you want to snatch something from King Qian. The two kings did not speak. The subduing heavenly king did not say anything else. Don't overdo it. At the same time, Zhang Tao also seemed to be transmitting his voice. However, these top experts' auras were overflowing, and their psychic power filled the void. No one knew if they were communicating or not. Fang Ping. I'll deal with King Pingshan later. When encountering an expert, he immediately fled. Everyone, walk through capital city's catacombs, straight into the Forbidden Sea. The capital city catacombs have been set up. Today, we'll wipe out the capital city catacombs while we're at it. Zhang Tao transmitted his voice while wearing an indignant expression. Fate Monarch, are you really not willing to let us leave? At this moment, Life King seemed to be conversing with someone too. After hearing what was said, he said mildly, I have no intention of fighting with you in the land of rebirth. Hand over the treasure, Fang Ping will kill himself. This matter ends here. Zhang Tao's expression was gloomy. He looked around and in the next moment, he suddenly shouted, only kill the kings of the Destiny Royal Court. With this shout, Zhang Tao tore the void directly, appearing in front of a true king in the blink of an eye. Not only him, but human powerhouses also tore the void at this moment, heading straight for the true king of the Destiny Royal Court. At the same time, Heavenly King Suppressing broke through all obstacles with one hand, capturing a true king and throwing him toward King Sun, who was 100 miles away. This true king only felt that he was completely out of control. In an instant, he broke through space and appeared in front of King Sun in the blink of an eye. King Sun frowned slightly. The Destiny Royal Court was considered an ally. At this moment, he had no intention of killing anyone. However, in the next moment, King Sun's expression changed. With a cold snort, he struck out with his palm. He did not want to kill anyone, but when Heavenly King Suppressing threw him, he actually hit a killer move. A jade-like palm struck out. At the same time, this true king revealed a look of horror. His Tao was burning, he was passively self-destructing. Just as he was panicking, King Sun struck out with his palm. The void collapsed, blasting him directly into the void. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the void collapsed again. A true king was instantly killed on the spot. Since Heavenly King Suppressing had hidden a killer move, King Sun had no intention of saving him. He directly blasted the true King Sun into the void. How could this true King Sun withstand the joint attack of two Heavenly King powerhouses? With one move, his Tao directly collapsed, and he died without a burial place. The moment his Tao collapsed, Heavenly King Suppressing's figure suddenly appeared in front of King Sun. At the same time, another person silently appeared beside King Sun. Good, very good. Heavenly King Suppressing's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, King Zhen, you are also alive. The newcomer had a head of silver hair, and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. He sighed softly, Heavenly King Suppressing. Are you King Zhen or someone else? In the past, among the 8 kings, King Qian, King Zhen, and King Li were the most mysterious. They almost never showed themselves. Although I have seen you in the heavenly realm, I do not know who you are. Heavenly King Suppressing, are you still not willing to tell me? Me? Heavenly King Suppressing was not in a hurry to fight with the two. When powerhouses like them fought, it was not something that others could participate in. Heavenly King Suppressing said as he tilted his head to look at the battle 100 miles away. At this moment, both sides were prepared, and they continued to fight. This time, these people didn't enter the space battlefield. Instead, they fought on the battlefield of the kings. In just a short moment, hundreds of true gods were fighting. In the blink of an eye, the land within 100 miles disappeared and turned into a black hole. Heavenly King Suppressing took a look and turned to look at King Sun and King Li. He said indifferently, this old man has forgotten who I am. On the other hand, King Sun, are you the one who has been supporting King Ming all these years? King Sun remained silent. Heavenly King Suppressing looked at King Zhen and frowned slightly. You have been overseas all these years? In that case, there is a powerhouse that you are supporting in the overseas Celestial Islands. This old man is a little curious. Why do you want to go against the humans? King Zhen smiled. There are some things that we have to do. Although humans are weak, are they really weak? You have always said that the Earth realm is the strongest, but what is the truth? Wrong, humans are the strongest, Although there are many powerhouses in the Earth realm, ask yourselves, are they really united? Once your greatest enemy is dead, the Earth realm will split up. 200 true gods will be divided into at least 5 to 6 factions, and everyone has their own plans. So, in terms of factions, humans are the strongest. Killing human powerhouses is indeed something we have to do. It's not that you are too weak, it's that you are too strong, and you are not strong enough to suppress everyone. Since that is the case, we naturally have to choose the humans first. That god sect isn't weak either. Heavenly King suppressing was indifferent. Why don't I see you surrounding and killing them? God sect, King Sun chuckled. I think you should know who established the god sect. If possible, we also want to destroy the god sect first. However, they are too well hidden, and you are in the open. Don't worry, if they appear this time, next time, you will end up like them. Is that so? Heavenly King suppressing smiled and didn't say anything else. He punched the space and laughed. Go in and play. Can you really destroy the Earth realm? The two Heavenly King powerhouses did not hesitate. They laughed and stepped in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Heavenly King suppressing also moved and disappeared in an instant. Kill. Break. Suppress. Seal. Attack. At that moment, Xianxia roared again and again. In the void, Xianxia appeared one by one. They were not clones, but manifestations of the great Tao. Each of these figures charged at a true king expert. Xianxia's original body also fought with the Fate King in the blink of an eye. The Fate King held a spear in his hand, similar to Qi Huanyu's spear, but his aura was many times stronger. With one spear, he broke the sky and earth and said in a low voice, Kings, today is the day to destroy the land of rebirth. Kill. Most of the catacombs' true kings were prepared. Although the humans suddenly attacked, they were not unprepared. In the blink of an eye, the powerhouses from both sides fought in the void, and cracks appeared everywhere. Some of the weaker true kings and peak true kings were in the center of the battlefield. Before they even fought, their golden bodies were already cut and bloody. Around them, the eyes of the true kings of the other 3 majestic courts flickered as if they were hesitating. However, the powerhouses did not hesitate at all. The Maple Monarch growled and roared, kill them. As soon as he said that, the Maple Monarch took the lead and entered the battlefield, blocking the War Monarch instantly. Kill. Seeing that the Maple Monarch had joined the battle, some of the Sky Plant's majestic court true kings did not hesitate anymore. They entered the battlefield one after another. At that moment, the Sky Demon King and the Myriad Demon King, the 2 Peak Demon Kings and Emperor-level powerhouses, also appeared. Kings of the demon race, kill. The 2 Emperor-level powerhouses did not hesitate. As soon as they appeared, they led the demon race dynasty to attack the humans. At the same time, the Fate King's spear was broken by Xianxia's saber. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he shouted in all directions, what are you waiting for? Sigh. The next moment, a few figures broke through the void. They all had Emperor-level strength. King Wu, the human race will not be destroyed. Why do you have to do this? We have never wanted to destroy the human race, but King Wu is too aggressive. We have no choice but to do this to avoid repeating the mistakes of Tian City. The powerhouse who spoke came from a sky beyond heaven. However, Xianxia did not say a word. He growled and grabbed the Fate King with his palm. Since you have made your stand, come at me together. Xianxia shouted, his voice shaking heaven and earth, Xianxia is right here. If you want to kill me, come at me. The Fate King's eyes were cold as he shouted, everyone, surround and kill Xianxia. The next moment, another 3 venerable sovereigns appeared, together with the Fate King and the venerable sovereigns who had been led here before. There were 5 venerable sovereigns. They surrounded Xianxia from all directions. Their intention was clear. They had to kill him. The 5 powerhouses had obviously come to an agreement. No one wanted to take advantage of the situation. They all went all out. The void around them shattered, and this place became an independent battlefield. The 5 of them quickly attacked Xianxia in the void. They were not the only ones. At this moment, the powerhouses of the 4 majestic palaces also began to converge. On the human side, the suppressing Heavenly King and King Wu were both restrained by the powerhouses. It seemed that they had reached a dead end. Desperate situations came so quickly. The people of the two kings had not made a move yet, and neither had the two kings. Not only did they not make a move, but more than half of the people of the sky beyond heaven and the bounded boundaries also did not make a move. Most of the people of the overseas immortal islands were also watching the show. Even so, there was no way out for the human race. 50 to 200, the disparity in combat power was too great. It was useless to be ruthless at this moment. These true king powerhouses were not afraid of death in a battle of life and death. Moreover, the probability of them dying was not high. On the periphery, the two kings watched coldly. After killing the human race, it was time for them to rebuild the heavenly court. As for them not making a move, the people of the catacombs did not seem to have any objections. Some things were more complicated than humans thought. They were still waiting. Who were they waiting for? The divine sect. In this battle, the powerhouses were not only plotting against the human race, but also the divine sect. The divine sect and the human race were the two most united forces. Destroying these two forces was everyone's consensus. These powerhouses did not make a move now because they were guarding against the divine sect powerhouses. They were even prepared to wait for these people to appear and kill them together. In the battle between the north and the south, the bounded boundaries were almost destroyed. There were countless deaths and injuries. Under such circumstances, how could it not attract the attention of all parties? Today, the gate of all beings appeared and besieged the human race. With the situation of the divine sect, someone would definitely appear. No one was willing to be a chess piece for others. Since the divine sect wanted to play chess, then they would destroy this chess player. These people watched coldly. In the central area, the battle had set off waves of energy tides. Even Fang Ping, although there were people taking care of him, at this moment, he had to face two true god-level powerhouses. King Pingshan was among them. There was also an old acquaintance, King Huai. Fang Ping. King Huai looked at Fang Ping with a smile and said lightly, "Aren't you usually very arrogant? Today, I would like to see how you escape." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his palm down, aiming straight at Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping did not say much. He took a detour and ran. At the same time, other human powerhouses were also forcibly breaking through, heading toward the direction of the capital city catacombs and breaking through the direction of the Forbidden Sea. "Do you think you can leave?" King Huai appeared in front of Fang Ping again, blocking his way, and said with a smile, "You'd better die." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm appeared in front of Fang Ping. "Break!" Fang Ping growled and slashed out with his sword, piercing through the void. The long sword collided with the palm, making a clanging sound. Fang Ping flew backward and broke through the void, but his sword also cut a bloody mark on King Huai's palm, and the palm was about to be cut off. King Huai frowned slightly, but Fang Ping sneered and said disdainfully, "Trash. You have about 70% control of your strength, and you're qualified to kill me." His words were truly enough to make one break down. King Huai's face was frighteningly gloomy. Trash, he was despised by a powerhouse who was not a true king, but Fang Ping was right. His control of strength was not high, because his promotion time was very short, shorter than King Pingshan. Although it had also been more than 100 years, this short time was relative to other true kings. Moreover, during this period, he had also been injured many times. Now, he actually failed to kill Fang Ping with one palm, but was injured by Fang Ping. Sharp-tongued. King Huai snorted coldly, looking at King Pingshan, a little sullen. Was this guy watching the show? When King Pingshan saw him looking at him, he also showed a look of disdain, too lazy to pay attention to him. The next moment, he quickly broke through the void and went straight to Fang Ping. As he attacked Fang Ping, he said coldly, "King Huai, I don't need you to interfere when I kill a god general." King Pingshan was still a little stronger than King Huai. Fang Ping almost did not react, and was blasted into the void by his fist. Fang Ping drew his sword and slashed, and the force of this slash was also with all his strength. But even if he did his best, it was not enough to fight against these peak true kings. But an unexpected scene happened. King Pingshan seemed to be too careless, and his arm was slashed by Fang Ping's sword. The flesh and blood on his arm instantly collapsed, and he was injured by the sword. "Damn it!" King Pingshan was furious, a little angry, and roared, "You dare to hurt me, I will kill you today. No one can stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, the flesh and blood on King Pingshan's arm recovered instantly, and he blasted a punch at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was hit and flew backward again. King Pingshan's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind him and blasted another punch. Fang Ping elbowed behind him, and the elbow and fist collided. Fang Ping staggered, and the void collapsed. Behind him, King Pingshan also took a step back. At this time, just as King Huai was about to make a move, King Pingshan was furious and roared, "He is mine. King Huai, how dare you interfere?" As soon as he finished speaking, King Pingshan was completely furious. His body was like thunder, leaving shadows in the void, and he quickly attacked Fang Ping from all directions. Although Fang Ping was no match for him, he was still fighting with all his might. Nearby, when the human powerhouses saw this scene, they also roared and broke out of the encirclement to rescue Fang Ping. Seeing that there were human powerhouses coming, King Pingshan seemed to be anxious and crazy. "I will kill you today." Boom, with a loud bang, King Pingshan blasted a punch, and Fang Ping broke through the void in the air, flying thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. King Pingshan also chased all the way. Behind him, King Huai tried to attack several times, but King Huai kept cursing. "He dared to hurt me. I will wash away this humiliation myself. King Huai, get lost. Do you think that I can't even kill a god general?" King Pingshan roared. He was too angry. King Huai's expression changed for a while, and he snorted softly. This guy, he had never seen him so prideful before. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He knew that Fang Ping did not have the strength of a true king, so he dared to talk big. After watching for a while, seeing that King Pingshan had beaten Fang Ping's flesh to the point that it began to crack, King Huai did not stay any longer and quickly rushed to other places. The gate of all beings was not with Fang Ping, and Fang Ping was now being targeted by King Pingshan. Although some true kings wanted to kill Fang Ping had an opponent now. Moreover, he was a true king who wanted to wash away his humiliation. They did not want to embarrass King Pingshan at this time. Fang Ping was indeed no match for King Pingshan. Even if King Pingshan was considered weak among the true kings, Fang Ping still fell into an absolute disadvantage when they fought. However, to be able to fight a true king at his peak to this extent, Fang Ping was also far better than the rank 9 Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping's expression was solemn, but he did not say much. He tried his best to resist King Pingshan's attack, focusing on defense and evasion. Zhang Tao could not break out of the siege. The humans were still a little short of breaking out of the siege. The only thing he had to do at this time was to hold on and wait for Zhang Tao to break out. Just as Fang Ping was trying his best to resist, a voice suddenly came to his ears. "Fang Ping, I have no intention of making an enemy of anyone. This time I was also forced to come here. I don't care whether your land of rebirth has the seed of rebirth or not. All these years, I have not participated in any war with the land of rebirth. You and I are both the weak ones here. I am not afraid to say it out loud. Now, let's join forces and fight our way out of the battle zone. When we reach the periphery, you go your way, and I go mine." Fang Ping was a little stunned. "Stay away from here. This place is too dangerous. Stay away from here. I will say that you escaped. If any true king from the land of rebirth escapes this time, don't come looking for me for revenge. If Martial King can survive, tell Martial King that I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. Also, I will not cooperate with you. Only you and I know what we are talking about now. I will not admit to these things after this. Don't even think about dragging me down with you." King Pingshan's words were straightforward and clear. "I will not kill you. Both of us will fight our way out of the siege and then run away together. Where you run to, whether you die or not, that's none of my business. As for me, I will run my own way. Don't drag me down with you. I will not pick a side, nor will I cooperate. I have no intention of selling a favor to the true king of the land of rebirth. I don't need it. Just pretend that I don't exist." As King Pingshan was speaking, his expression changed, and he roared, "This person is my opponent. Fang Ping could not die. If he died, Where else could he find such a suitable opponent? It was very dangerous to besiege others. Although it was embarrassing to be evenly matched with Fang Ping, it was better to be embarrassed than to lose one's life. Did he not see that Heavenly King suppressing had just casually thrown a true king, and the other party died in the blink of an eye? The true king who was thrown out was a little stronger than him. Therefore, not only could Fang Ping not die, but he also had to fight him to the end. Whoever intervened and killed Fang Ping would be taking his life as well. However, as soon as he finished shouting, King Pingshan's expression changed. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared beside the two of them. She did not move much, just looking at the two of them, especially Fang Ping. Looking at Fang Ping and the sword in his hand, she frowned slightly. Venerable Green Lotus, King Pingshan's face turned green. The Venerable Green Lotus of Mount Wangu, why did this person come to his place out of nowhere? Was she helping Fang Ping? Fang Ping did not wait for Venerable Green Lotus to speak. He quickly transmitted his voice. That person asked me to tell you not to look for him anymore. He has already died. Green Lotus aura suddenly fluctuated. He transmitted his voice to Fang Ping, shouting sternly, that person. You mean he is not dead? He is still alive? If not, what did Fang Ping mean by this? Was the prince really not dead? Dead, not dead. But it's hard to explain now, and I don't have time. Green Lotus's expression changed drastically. Was the prince dead or not? Master had been searching for him for many years and had gone crazy. At this moment, the prince's emperor weapon had actually appeared in Fang Ping's hands. Had Fang Ping seen the prince before? Tell me, where is the prince? Where have you seen him? Where did the emperor weapon in your hand come from? Green Lotus ignored King Pingshan. Her eyes were cold, looking at Fang Ping, waiting for his answer. However, Fang Ping was in no mood to pay attention to her at this time. He looked at the Shen family's patriarch who was besieged by several people. The Shen family's patriarch was already defeated. At this moment, most of his golden body was destroyed, and the battle had just started. Help, you don't have to help me. Kill those people, I'll tell you everything later. B*****. If you don't help, I'll die anyway. I won't tell you anything. That person is not completely dead yet, there's still a chance of survival. He took out the emperor weapon because he wanted me to ask for help. Let your master go and save him. If you don't help, I won't tell you anything even if I die. Fang Ping's mentality fluctuated violently. If you want to know, then help. Otherwise, let that prince be buried with me. I'll shout it out before I die. Let's see if your master will kill you or not. Green Lotus's expression was livid. Master knew. Master knew that she knew the prince's whereabouts, but in the end, she missed the opportunity. Even if what Fang Ping said might be false, the emperor weapon was in Fang Ping's hands. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the prince was really not dead and waited for rescue, then she missed this opportunity now, causing the prince to die. Master might really kill her. Green Lotus's psychological fluctuations were very strong, but Fang Ping did not care about these. If it was another time, he might receive some benefits or exchange the god-slaying saber. That would be enough. The person in the space battlefield had helped him before. Although he suspected the other party's purpose, he could still pass on the emperor weapon. But now, Fang Ping did not care if he was despicable or not. He would drag Mount Wanwu down first. Kill. At this moment, beside him, the Shen family's patriarch roared angrily, unleashing a powerful aura. He sent a true king flying with one blow, but his skull was crushed by the other two true kings. Fang Ping's eyes were cold and fierce. Without saying a word, he went straight there. As for King Pingshan, seeing that Fang Ping did not defend or block, he almost vomited blood in anger. Should I kill or not? At this time, Fang Ping actually ignored him, not defending or blocking him. Do you believe that if I use this move, I'll slap you to death? How could there be such a person? But if he killed Fang Ping, what should I do? King Pingshan was furious. In the next second, he gritted his teeth and appeared in front of Fang Ping. With a rumble, he collided with Fang Ping, who was breaking through the air at high speed. King Pingshan flew back hundreds of meters. Fang Ping did not care about this scene. Venerable Emperor Green Lotus almost thought that she was hallucinating. what was going on? A true god was sent flying by Fang Ping, vomiting blood. How could Fang Ping be so strong? Damn it, Fang Ping, I will definitely kill you. King Pingshan roared and quickly chased after Fang Ping. It was better to get away from Venerable Emperor Green Lotus first. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Fang Ping broke through the air to save the Shen family patriarch. However, the Shen family patriarch shook his head at him. Go, Fang Ping did not have the ability to save him. At this moment, Zhang Tao roared, come and help me. At this moment, Zhang Tao's crimson saber was broken by a Venerable Emperor powerhouse. The longsword even drew bright sparks on his body. There was no fire in the catacombs, but at this moment, he still slashed out flames. As soon as he said that, many powerhouses among the humans roared in anger and charged toward Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao could not die. The Shen family patriarch's injuries were not light. However, at this time, he also unleashed an extremely powerful aura and charged toward them. The true monarchs surrounding them didn't try to stop them. The humans needed to be stopped if they wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, if these people went to help King Wu now, they would be trapped. Based on this, these people also began to chase the true kings and charged toward them. This time, the humans would be annihilated. With a combat strength ratio of 4-1, there were many powerhouses. At this time, the catacombs needed to be stable. As long as they were stable, they would win this time. Not only could they win, but they could also win at the lowest cost. Second King, Grandmaster, the powerhouses in these places had not made a move yet. At this time, the catacombs would not rashly fight the humans to the death. They would just wear them down. If they killed King Wu, the land of rebirth would definitely collapse. A large number of powerhouses began to gather with Zhang Tao and the rest as the core. Life King and the rest saw this and did not say anything. This was the path to death. Before this, they still wanted to break out of the encirclement. Now, Zhang Tao did not even have the thought of breaking out of the encirclement. This time, they would definitely kill all the powerhouses from the land of rebirth. However, Zhang Tao did not care about this. While fighting with Life King and the rest, he roared, Li Zhu, are you really not willing to help me? At this moment, Li Zhu was far away from this place. Under the protection of a few rank 9 powerhouses and a true king, he was watching the battle from afar. The one protecting him was none other than the right divine general. This newly promoted true king had not made a move yet. He had been protecting Li Zhu. No one said anything. At this moment, hearing Zhang Tao's roar, the right divine general said coldly, King Wu, now that things have come to this, do you still want to play tricks? A scheme? Zhang Tao's long saber reappeared. The blood-red long saber slashed at Fate King's chest, shattering it. He yelled, Li Zhu, do you think these people from the catacombs will let you go if I die? Will Fate King let you off? Dream on. Sigh. Li Zhu sighed and said, Zhang Tao, things have come to this, and I don't want to explain anymore. After you die, my wish will be fulfilled, and it's time for me to abdicate. Hypocrite. Hypocritical? Li Zhu didn't cough this time. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Tao, a faint smile on his face. Who was the hypocrite, you, or me? Was it necessary for everyone to be like this? Seeing Li Zhu's expression, the right divine general was slightly surprised. He sent a message to Li Zhu, brotherly, can King Wu and the others still turn the tables? This time, he brought all the true kings of the land of rebirth with him. How could they be defeated so easily? Initially, their plan was to kill a portion of the true kings that were resurrected. They could kill or not kill the rest. Who would have thought that he would bring all of them? There's more to this matter than meets the eye. Just wait and see. Li Zhu responded, also through voice transmission. He then said, King Wu isn't an idiot. I can't believe he still asked for help at this time. Li Zhu paused and stared at Zhang Tao for a while. Then, he looked at the true kings and humans who were gathering from all directions. King Wu isn't a coward. Even at the last moment, he wouldn't let these martial artists who were resurrected die with him. 5 venerable emperors, and King Wu has withstood them until now. He's terrifyingly powerful. I'm afraid he's almost at the level of the 36 saints. Many old antiques didn't know how powerful the 36 saints were. However, Li Zhu's explanation was clear and logical. Rumor had it that Zhang Tao had been seriously injured. Now, he could fight against 5 alone. Unbelievable, of course, Zhang Tao hadn't reached the level of the 36 saints. Otherwise, these 5 venerable emperors wouldn't be a match for the 36 saints. Even so, Zhang Tao was terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, Li Zhu couldn't tell if Zhang Tao had gone all out. Humanity is really amazing. Li Zhu sighed softly. It was amazing that Zhang Tao could cultivate to this level. It was really unexpected. Li Zhu continued, some people aren't here yet. The best part is yet to come. Only a few people have died on both sides. If fewer people die, some people won't come out. They're afraid. Afraid? The Right Divine General felt strange. He said telepathically, afraid of what? Afraid of what? Li Zhu smiled. Afraid that God Land and the Land of Rebirth are putting on a show. As soon as he said this, the Right Divine General's body trembled. He was extremely shocked. What did he mean, putting on a show? What show? Li Zhu's eyes were deep. He said telepathically, are you saying that the enemies on the surface are scary? Or that the enemies in the dark are scary? A heavenly king powerhouse has many powerhouses under his command. He knows many top secrets of the heavenly realm. He has 3 guardians, all of them have the combat power of King Wu. Under the guardians, there are many venerable emperors. It's reported that there are no less than 10 of them. There are also 72 master gods. Although many died, there are still 40 to 50 of them left. Who isn't afraid of this hidden force? Li Zhu said with a sigh, I'm not afraid of a powerful enemy. I'm afraid of knowing nothing about the enemy. No matter how powerful the Land of Rebirth is, many things are on the surface. As for the divine sect, can you be sure that the divine sect's people aren't among us? The Right Divine General was still shocked. Li Zhu ignored him and continued, so, are the divine sect afraid? Yes. They're afraid that God Land and the Land of Rebirth are just putting on a show to lure them out. These people always show up during the war. This is related to that heavenly king. He seems to be cultivating something similar to the path of war. The more intense and tragic the war is, the stronger he might become if he participates in it. Therefore, even if he wants to come, he might not dare to. Only when there are casualties on both sides, when he's really in a killing frenzy, will he bring his people out. The Right Divine General could not hold back his emotions. He hurriedly said telepathically, you're saying that the Fate King, the Maple King, and the Martial King are all acting? This was beyond his expectations. He had never thought of this. How could it be, acting? Both sides had been enemies for years. They had killed each other countless times. Were they acting this time? This plot was getting bigger and bigger. The big Right Divine General's expression changed. He thought that he would know some things after becoming a true king. However, he now understood that there were some things that he knew nothing about. Previously, he was already shocked when the Fate King did not deal with the 2 kings. However, when the Fate King dealt with the Martial King and the others, he felt that it was understandable. Now, Li Zhu was telling him that the Martial King and the Fate King might be acting. Their ultimate goal was to bait a huge fish. The Right Divine General was shocked. Was that true? Brotherly, is what you said true? Li Zhu clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes were like the sun and moon. His mentality did not fluctuate, but his voice rang in the Right Divine General's mind. I don't know. I'm just suspecting. I think that the divine sect's leader is suspicious too. To be able to live until now, one must be strong and cautious. It's easy to confirm if it's a scam. Just wait, when there are more deaths on both sides, even if it's a scam, that person will bring people here. And if there are more deaths, is it really a scam? I'm afraid the Fate King also has the intention to destroy the Land of Rebirth. Even if he has some agreement with Zhang Tao, it's just empty talk. If the divine sect comes, they'll swallow the divine sect. The divine sect's future will be to destroy the Land of Rebirth. Li Zhu's words made the Right Divine General feel extremely complicated. One plot after another. Who was the ultimate target of this battle? Previously, he thought it was the Land of Rebirth. Now, he was confused. Could it be the so-called divine sect? Powerhouses like the Fate King and the Martial King had their own plans. Even Li Zhu, who was beside him, had his own plans. His eyes were sharp. Perhaps he had seen through something. That leader. Could it be him? The Right Divine General was a little suspicious at this moment. Li Zhu seemed to know a lot about the divine sect. Moreover, Li Zhu had worked with the great sect of the Land of Rebirth before. Could it be that Rang was the real leader? If that was the case, the Right Divine General was terrified. Li Zhu seemed to know what he was thinking. His voice came again, Brother Gu, you don't need to think too much. I'm not that King of Heaven, who survived since the ancient time. If my subordinates were as powerful as that King of Heaven, they wouldn't be nameless and willing to lay low. However, Brother Gu, don't worry. After this battle, the situation of the three realms should change. As Li Zhu spoke, his voice sounded like a whisper in the Right Divine General's mind. This world is going to be chaotic. Let it be completely chaotic. I don't care if the Fate King has some secret agreement with Zhang Tao. The Land of Rebirth can't be completely destroyed. Otherwise, the situation will be chaotic enough. Not just the Land of Rebirth, but the other parties can't be completely destroyed. Otherwise, how can we save the situation? As the Right Divine General was a little confused, Li Zhu smiled again. Wait a little longer. I want to sort out the strength of all parties. If it's the Second King's people, go to the Second King's side. If it's the Divine Sect's people, go to the Divine Sect's side. If it's the Martial King's people, go to the Martial King's side. The Right Divine General was shocked again. He really felt like a clown jumping on a beam. What did Li Zhu mean by that? What Second King's people, Divine Sect's people? Martial King's people? Was he talking about God's land? Could it be that the true king powerhouses of God's land were mixed in with so many other forces? Then wouldn't the incomparably powerful God's land be a castle in the air? Seeing his shock, Li Zhu chuckled and shook his head. Too young. How could you know how complicated the three realms were? The 8 kings' people, the 9 emperors' people, the 4 emperors' people. All the powerhouses from the ancient times, the chaotic era, the Earth Emperor God dynasty, all the powerhouses wanted to be chess players. They wanted to set up a trap and participate in the game. In the past 1,000 years, so many true king powerhouses were born in God's land. Did you really think it was a coincidence, including you? Li Zhu glanced at the Right Divine General. If you didn't fight with me, could you really become a true king now? You thought that it was because of your own hard work. However, your opportunities, the battle techniques, the god fruits, and the Tao enlightenment you obtained, were really because of your good luck? Li Zhu sighed in his heart. In this world, so what if you were a true king? Some people were involved in the game and didn't know it. Emperor-level games were set up by true gods were set up by true gods, and even rank 9 experts had their own rank 9 games, chain after chain. The current situation was like a spider web. It was not just a single web, but countless webs. The situation had long since descended into chaos. It was time for him to sort out the situation. Li Zhu didn't speak again. He glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eyes. You, who made the first move? He saw Fang Ping. Someone else also saw Fang Ping. That King Ping Shan. Interesting. Is he King Wu's spy? On Sky Beyond Sky's side, there were still many emperors who hadn't made a move yet. They were currently watching the battle. A venerable emperor powerhouse said. Beside him, Empress Wu Mo, who had her garden taken away by Zhang Tao, said slowly, perhaps. However, Fang Ping's talent is unparalleled. I didn't expect him to be able to advance with just 2 ninth refinements. Empress Wu Mo said, I know about his past. He is only cultivated for 3 years, but his progress is too fast. If King Wu dies this time, he must be killed. If King Wu doesn't die. She didn't continue. Now, many people didn't seem to attack Fang Ping because they were afraid of something. Being afraid of King Wu was a very important point. Fang Ping and King Ping Shan were playing house. Some people saw it, but they didn't say anything. If King Wu didn't die, he would kill Fang Ping. Whoever killed Fang Ping might become King Wu's target before he died. If King Wu died, Fang Ping would definitely die. Everyone present, including Empress Wu Mo, wanted to kill Fang Ping to prevent him from escaping and coming back for revenge. So now everyone was waiting for an opportunity. However, some people noticed Venerable Emperor Green Lotus and frowned slightly. They didn't know why Venerable Emperor Green Lotus kept following Fang Ping. Was he going to protect him? It was very unwise to stand on the human side at this time. Moreover, Mount Wangu and the human side were not very harmonious previously. Ling Xiao had taken Fang Ping's divine weapon. Even if there was a reason, this matter would not be so easily forgotten. Of course, now that the divine weapon was returned, perhaps it could be relieved. Everyone was silent, watching the battle, each with their own plans. At the same time, Fang Ping was intercepted by King Ping Shan again. His heart was bursting with anger. Although this guy did not fight to the death with him, it was very annoying to pester him like this. Ignoring him, Fang Ping transmitted his voice to Green Lotus again, "Give me the divine weapon first. When I die, you guys take it. If I'm not dead, I'll return it to you." Green Lotus frowned slightly. If the divine weapon was given to Fang Ping, not to mention whether he could get it back, the key was to give it to Fang Ping now. Fang Ping looked angry and transmitted his voice, "I don't have the strength to fight a true god now. Only with the divine weapon in hand, I have some chance. Now that the humans are in danger, you guys insist on taking away my weapon at this time. Not to mention that I don't have a good relationship with you guys, even if I owe you a favor, don't expect me to tell you anything." During the battle, if the weapon was taken away, and it was the key main weapon, for Fang Ping, it would be a great loss of combat power. For a rank 9, the feeling was not obvious. However, now that he was fighting a true god, without the divine weapon in hand, he had lost his biggest killer move. With the god-slaying saber in hand, he could directly break into the other party's Tao of origin and sever the other party's Tao. Even if he could not kill them, it would still greatly reduce their combat power. The human powerhouses were all here. If there was a chance, he could even kill a lot of true kings, and the divine weapon could only be used to its greatest effect in Fang Ping's hands. If the others got the god-slaying saber, even if the divine weapon could sever the Tao of origin, they might not have the chance to break into the other party's Tao of origin. In other words, it was almost impossible to break into it. Those who had this ability were at least powerhouses at the level of the 36 saints or even heavenly kings. Therefore, the divine weapon used to be exclusive to these people. Venerable Emperor Green Lotus was still hesitating. Fang Ping said angrily, "You guys are not sincere at all. You expect me, Fang Ping, to tell you everything. Dream on. You guys saved a few rank 8s and took the divine weapon, I'll give it to you. Now, if you want to trade, if you want to know everything, at least give me the divine weapon first. Otherwise, I will never tell you a word, never." Venerable Emperor Green Lotus saw that he was extremely angry, frowning for a moment. A Chongdao fell into Fang Ping's hands quietly, almost no one knew. Ling Xiao could not keep the divine weapon, so he gave it to her when they came out. At this moment, after the king's battleground exploded, Ling Xiao was far away from the second palace, but he was also affected and seriously injured. He was being taken care of by a true god from Mount Wangu and was not here. Fang Ping wanted the god-slaying saber. Green Lotus thought about it again and decided to give it to him first. Even though she had just come out of the mountain, she knew a little about the human martial artists' personalities. If she did not give it to him now, she might not be able to find out anything about the prince. However, being threatened by others, Green Lotus was also a little uncomfortable. She said telepathically, "If you get the divine weapon, people will also question my Wangu bloodline. It's best not to use the divine weapon so easily." Fang Ping ignored her. "Nonsense. I'm fighting with people. What do I use if I don't use a weapon?" At this moment, Fang Ping, who had gotten the divine weapon, his eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at King Pingshan, who was blocking the way, King Pingshan felt a little uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at me? You, help me protect my body. Pretend to fight with me, don't let anyone near my body." King Pingshan was stunned. What are you talking about? Me, protect your body?" He was really stunned. What was this? I said that we should mind our own business. I didn't kill you because I'm afraid of death, but you actually want me to protect you. This? Are you really not treating a real king? I'm not on your side, I'm not the resurrected king. King Pingshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Fang Ping said quickly, humans can't be defeated. If I die, you will definitely be hunted down. Do it secretly, no one will. No. Quick, open the space rift. Let's fight inside the rift. Make a big commotion yourself. King Pingshan was still in a daze. Subconsciously, he opened a gap. Then, he almost died of anger. What was he doing? Okay, a wise man submits to circumstances. King Pingshan, I'll check later. As long as I'm sure that you really haven't fought with humans or killed human martial artists, I can make the decision to spare your life. King Pingshan hurriedly said telepathically, the war between Destiny Royal Court and you only happened 2 years ago. I haven't been out of the Pingshan territory for the past 2 years. Speaking of this, King Pingshan was a little exasperated. He said coldly, do I need to explain anything to you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You're dead this time. Your land of resurrection will be destroyed. He was about to explode with anger. Why should I explain to him? Spare my life? Who the hell do you think you are? However, Fang Ping ignored him again. Now that things had come to this, he could only gamble that King Pingshan was really as timid as a mouse. Otherwise, it would be better to let them fight among themselves than to let a human powerhouse protect him. On the other hand, if King Pingshan acted with him, he could avoid some trouble. Fang Ping did not talk nonsense. King Pingshan and King Pingshan quickly fought and fell into the space rift in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a powerful wave erupted from the rift. King Pingshan roared, how dare you? I'll kill you today. He was shouting with all his might, but Fang Ping had already unleashed his mentality and sent a telepathic message to the Shen family's patriarch not far away. Senior Shen, I'll cut off Cloudfox King's Dao later. You take the opportunity to kill him. Shen Haoyan did not reply. He continued to fight and retreat, converging on Zhang Tao. However, he was a little confused. Fang Ping still had the ability to plot against the second true king. What was King Pingshan doing? Was Fang Ping not afraid of being killed instantly because he was distracted? Although he didn't understand what was going on, Shen Haoyan stared at true monarch Cloudfox. He wanted to see if there was a chance that he could kill a true monarch in a 1 versus 3 situation. Until now, no one had fallen except for the one killed by Heavenly King Zhen. Even if there were humans who were seriously injured, they could still hold on for a while in such a short time. No one had fallen for the time being. In the void rift. Opposite Fang Ping, King Pingshan roared continuously. He was really angry. The energy was extremely strong, bombarding the space. Damn, the bastard opposite him really ignored him. He just closed his eyes and remained silent. What do you take me for? This king is not your servant. It's not that I can't kill you, I just don't want to get into trouble. Fang Ping, how dare you? Damn it. Are you really not afraid that I'll kill you with a slap now? Fang Ping, say something. King Pingshan was going crazy with anger. What was this? If people knew about this, how would they look at him? Fang Ping still wanted to plot against other true kings. Once he was discovered. Who would believe him if he said he was not on the side of the resurrected martial artists? Thinking of this, King Pingshan roared angrily, don't let people find out. If they find out, I'll kill you. Cough, cough, even Fang Ping coughed. I really can't stand this true king anymore. You even told me to be careful? Sigh. Fang Ping sighed. If all the true kings of the catacombs were like this, what was the point of fighting? Everyone was good, and I was good. You live your life, and I live mine. There was no war to speak of. I hope that the 3 realms are filled with true kings like you. That's world peace. Fang Ping murmured and prayed sincerely. King Pingshan's face was livid. Was this an insult? However, Fang Ping ignored him. He was only left with 2.8 billion wealth points. The reason why it was 2.8 billion points was that after killing Chongqingzi and the others, he had gained a lot of things. It was a pity that Qi Huanyu died under the Dao. His storage ring shattered and disappeared. Otherwise, with Qi Huanyu's identity, he might have a lot of good stuff. A true king would have at least 50 million points and above. I'm afraid the consumption will be even higher if I break the other party's Dao. I hope these true kings don't react so quickly. true kings had very strong willpower. It was easy for them to discover that someone had broken into the origin of Tao. Only by seizing the moment of the breakthrough and slashing with his saber, severely injuring the other party and letting others kill the true king, could Fang Ping have a chance to kill a few more people. The thought flashed past Fang Ping's mind. In the blink of an eye, his expression turned sluggish. At the same time, King Pingshan threw a punch toward the outside world. The energy burst was extremely strong. He roared, "Fang Ping! I will not live under the same sky as you." This angry roar was sincere. He was truly angered. Just as he roared, a voice suddenly rang out. In the outside world, 3 great true kings besieged Xianxia. One of them suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze dull. Xianxia had been waiting for this moment. This paragon who was not considered powerful completely disregarded everything at this moment, going all out. His origin chi erupted to the extreme, and a crimson saber appeared in his hand almost instantly. In this life, he held the title of the founder of neo martial arts in vain. He had never killed a true king powerhouse. Today, this old man would also kill a true king for fun. Die! A loud roar resounded through heaven and earth. A crimson saber slashed down directly under the circumstances that the other 2 true kings could not understand. The Cloudfox true king did not block it, and a lot of her origin chi leaked out. What happened? There was no time for them to think. Just when the 2 of them wanted to help, it was too late. The crimson saber slashed down with a loud bang. This slash was a slash that Xianxia had used all his strength. It directly slashed the Cloudfox true king's golden body into pieces. His mentality was also instantly wiped out on the spot. Rumble, the Tao collapsed. Not many people noticed that there was another crack in front of the Tao. It was very big, but it gave people the feeling that it was caused by the collapse of the Tao. A true king had fallen. Today, the 10th true king had fallen, the one who killed the enemy, Xianxia, one of the founders of neo martial arts. Blood rained down. Many people were stunned for a moment. It was understandable that the suppressing heavenly king killed someone, and it was understandable that a martial king killed someone. It was even understandable that Warlord, Hades King, and Sword King had killed a true king. However, the weak Xianxia had killed a true king under the joint attack of 3 people. It was really incomprehensible. How useless were these 3 people to be able to achieve such a scene? Meanwhile, some venerable emperors frowned. Something was wrong. These venerable emperors were thinking about this problem. In the next second, the aura of a true king powerhouse who was fighting Warlord also changed. At this moment, a weapon that looked like a brush suddenly appeared in Warlord's hand. Buzz, Warlord waved the divine weapon. At this moment, countless hairs shot out from the brush, turning the true king into a sieve almost instantly. Not only that, but the opponent's mentality was also severely injured. Warlord's outburst was not over yet. The handle of the brush fell with a bang. Crack, in the void, a blood-red color appeared again, and the Tao collapsed again. This time, many venerable emperors' attention was focused on Warlord. Someone frowned and said, "Ashes fur? That's normal. Divine. Divination Lord used to brush Ashes fur, so it's not surprising that some Ashes fur remained." That's true, but Divine Divination Lord is also very powerful to be able to refine Ashes fur to this extent. Several people discussed. At this time, Gong Yuzi at the back did not say a word. Some things were better heard than heard. If he really said it out loud, it wouldn't sound so good. He was a purple-cap mountain powerhouse, his junior brother, Divine Divination Lord. Who said he was brushing his fur? However, at this time, someone said in a low voice, "The 4 royal courts, hundreds of true gods, 3 of them died in a moment." They did not know what to say, too useless. However, at this time, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu walked out, looked around, and said lightly, "Someone is using a divine weapon to cut off their origin Tao." Who? Fang Ping? Speaking of divine weapons, many people thought of Fang Ping. However, there were not many people who saw Venerable Green Lotus give Fang Ping the divine weapon. If an Venerable Emperor wanted to give something, it was not difficult to hide it from some people. Soon, everyone looked at Venerable Green Lotus again. However, Green Lotus did not say a word, standing at the edge of the battlefield. Seeing this, everyone frowned again. Soon, they looked at the area where King Pingshan and Fang Ping were fighting. At this moment, Fang Ping vomited blood, his golden body broken, and was sent flying out of the crack. Behind him, King Pingshan was extremely gloomy. He blasted another punch, blasting Fang Ping into the space crack again. Someone frowned, saying slowly, even if Fang Ping still has divine weapons, how did he break into the true god's origin? As soon as he said that, even those who had doubted Fang Ping earlier were speechless. Yes, how could Fang Ping break through a true king's defense and enter their origin Dao? At the same time, Ming Wang, who was fighting with Zhang Tao, suddenly shouted, "Be careful. There is an expert in the dark wielding a divine artifact to slash your source." It wasn't strange for those emperor-class experts to be able to see through it, but it was surprising for Fate King to say so. Not everyone knew about divine artifacts. Ancient venerable sovereigns like Ping Yu had seen divine artifacts in the past, so they knew about them. How did the Fate King know that the divine weapon could sever the source? Actually, not many people knew about this. Now that the true kings were on their guard, it would be difficult for Fang Ping to break through their origin Great Dao silently. After killing 2 monarchs in a row, everyone was on high alert. Fang Ping no longer took any risks at this time. Instead, he continued to fight the Mountain King peacefully. From all directions, the experts began to converge on Zhang Tao. They were getting closer and closer. On the human side, there were also people who were seriously injured and powerless. They were in great danger and on the verge of death. The battle circle was getting smaller and smaller. But some people were frowning at this moment. "What is the martial king doing?" Li Zhu murmured. He was not a god, so he still didn't know the martial king's purpose. But wasn't he just waiting for death by shrinking the battle circle to this extent? No matter how strong the martial king was, facing so many experts at this time, it would be strange if he didn't die. This junior. Is he going to make a last stand and send all the human experts to their deaths? Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu was also a little surprised. What was Zhang Tao doing? This is the human sovereign of this generation. Fate King was also a little surprised. He asked curiously, "Tianji, what do you think he is going to do?" Tianji said coldly, "I just want to wait for him to die and take back the gate of all beings." King Tianming smiled, "Soon." Tianji said nothing. At the same time, in the inner circle, Zhang Tao looked in all directions. The human experts were gathering. Star City, Heaven of Gods, Ancient Buddha Sacred Land, Wanta World, Totem City, Andes Mountains, the experts of the 6 sacred lands were here this time. Zhang Weiyu, Nan Yunyue, and the others were also here. More than 50 Despair Realm experts, this was the foundation of the entire human race. Zhang Tao's face was full of sorrow. This time, it was true sorrow. Previously, he had questioned everyone to stall for time. But at this moment, it was true sorrow. Even space itself seemed to be grieving. The rain of blood in the air grew heavier and heavier. Everyone. "I, Zhang, have let you down." Zhang Tao's voice was low. "You all respect me as the leader of humanity, but I, Zhang, have led you all into despair." On the side of the Hall of Gods, the war god was bare-chested as he swung his battle axe through the air, sending a true king flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. Laughing heartily, he said, "Martial King, things have already come to this point. If you're not dead, then take care of our descendants. Although we Western experts have been at odds with you all these years, our general direction is the same. Although we may not agree with your Tao or some of your methods, since we're in the same direction, we'll act according to strength. You have the final say." The war god laughed uproariously. On the ancient Buddhist Holy Land side, an old monk who looked like he was about to enter the grave chanted scriptures, allowing a true monarch to attack his golden avatar. He held a demon-subduing pestle in his hand and destroyed half of the true monarch's body. He said slowly, "Martial King, you're a good person, but you're too paranoid. That's not necessarily a good thing." Zhang Tao's expression was bitter. "I'm afraid, I don't dare believe it." The ancient Buddhist Holy Land smiled, but didn't say anything. On the other side, the leaders of the other Holy Lands also spoke. "Martial King, we've all died once. There's nothing to be afraid of. Killing as much as we want before we die is good enough. Martial King, you often say that we're heartless, but if we're heartless, do you think you can protect Earth?" As long as Earth exists, you, Martial King, are not the greatest contributor. Don't flatter yourself. The experts laughed uproariously. Fate Monarch and the others had already killed Zhang Tao's golden avatar. Hearing this, they frowned. Were these his last words? They felt that there was something wrong with the Martial King today. The experts of the other holy lands were also behaving strangely. It seemed like they weren't overly pessimistic or desperate. What were these people thinking? While Fate Monarch and the others were lost in their thoughts, the god of war roared in the next instant, Hall of Gods, Martial King Zhang Tao shall be the leader of humanity, witnessed by the heavens and earth. Ancient Buddhist Holy Land seconded. The world of 10,000 pagodas seconded. The leaders of the other holy lands echoed loudly. At this moment, the color of heaven and earth changed. In the next instant, the experts of the various holy lands roared angrily. On the Hall of Gods side, it wasn't the god of war who had changed, but the sun god, the true leader of the Hall of Gods. At this moment, this golden-haired, blue-eyed expert chuckled. His body emitted a dazzling light like a second sun. Martial King, treat the humans of the West kindly. Zhang Tao, if humanity survives, don't forget us. In the world of 10,000 pagodas, the great pharaoh laughed heartily. He held a scepter in his hand and stepped on a golden pagoda as he walked toward Zhang Tao. The further he walked, the more illusory his figure became. Not only him, but people from the 6 holy lands also walked out. The sun god, the first ancient Buddha, the great pharaoh, the sword monarch and the war monarch wanted to walk out, but the sword monarch blocked them with his sword. The 6 peak experts walked toward Zhang Tao, ignoring everything, ignoring the attacks. Their figures became more and more illusory. The grand Tao appeared beneath their feet. The sword monarch stepped on a flying sword that covered the heavens and earth. He walked with ease, laughing heartily. The 6 holy lands represent the billions of lives of the human race, and honor Martial King as king, human king. Human king. The 6 of them shouted in unison. Many people still couldn't understand what was going on. What were these people doing? But at this moment, Zhang Tao's eyes were filled with tears of blood. He laughed loudly. Zhang Tao is ashamed. I don't dare to call myself a king in this life. Human king. Zhang Tao accepts. I am the human king, the king of humanity. King shall die, the race shall be exterminated without a king. Fuse. At this moment, the Grand Tao scripture appeared in Zhang Tao's hand. Right at this instant, the 5 great experts were actually unable to stop the 6 people from entering. Life Monarch's spear shot toward the sword monarch, but it was as if it pierced through the air and actually failed to hit the other party. And right at this moment, in the distant void, King Sun's voice suddenly came over, roaring, "Damn it, he killed Martial King. He wants to fuse with the Tao of humanity. Be careful." Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu also roared. The others were still at a loss. In the next instant, Heavenly Emperor Chang Rong also roared, "Fool, retreat." Zhang Tao was fusing with humanity. The 6 holy lands represented all of humanity. At this moment, they acknowledged Zhang Tao. Humanity was of one mind. The 6 holy lands, 6 powerhouses close to emperor rank, fused their great Tao into Zhang Tao's great Tao book with the method of self-destruction. At this moment, heaven and earth were changing colors. A rain of blood poured down. 6 near emperor rank powerhouses virtually fell at the same time. It was also at this moment that the 6 phantoms entered the great Tao book at the same time. This Zhang is incompetent and has let down the martyrs. Zhang Tao roared angrily, mixed with infinite unwillingness, anger, and hatred. As the human king, I will kill all enemies under the heavens. In the next instant, Zhang Tao cloned 6 times. These clones were shaped like the 6 people who fell previously. Some wielded swords, some wielded axes. Their auras skyrocketed, breaking through to emperor rank one after another in a blink of an eye. And Zhang Tao's main body, his aura skyrocketed even more. Kill. An angry roar reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Everything was fast to the extreme. Zhang Tao did not kill emperor rank powerhouses, but in this instant, the 6 clones entangled Life King 5 people, while he tore through the air himself, sweeping a saber across, obliterating the void. In front of him, the 2 opponents of Sword King previously were just about to go help the others at this time, but they did not even have the chance to react. With a rumble, the 2 people were sliced into pieces by the saber. Kill. 6 top powerhouses sacrificed themselves as the price. How could killing 2 true kings be worth it? The current Zhang Tao was powerful until it was somewhat appalling. In the distance, King Sun roared, "Go." The 6 people's energy merged. "It can't last long, quickly retreat. He's invincible at this moment." Noisy. Just at this moment, a fist landed on King Sun's head, directly bursting it apart. The subduing heavenly king's figure appeared, looking at Zhang Tao with some sorrow. 6 top powerhouses died, but it also helped Zhang Tao, only hoping that Zhang Tao could live up to this trust. 6 sacred grounds, 6 near emperor rank powerhouses willingly integrated their great Daos into Zhang Tao's Tao of Unity. This was not something that could be compared to external Daos. In the end, external Daos still had to be walked by oneself. And these 6 great Daos were integrated into Zhang Tao's Tao of Unity in a nearly complete way. After this, you should also have the strength of a heavenly king. I hope you don't let this trust down. Too heavy. Really too heavy. As the subduing heavenly king disappeared again, Zhang Tao was like a god at this moment, his eyes bloodshot, rushing into the crowd, his combat strength unstoppable. Damn it, attack. Life King roared, but was blocked by one of Zhang Tao's clones, unable to break through. At this moment, there were no emperor-rank powerhouses in the catacombs. When the crowd gathered earlier, almost all the catacombs' real kings had arrived. But at this moment, Zhang Tao integrated the strength of 6 people. Although his great Daos had not been completely integrated, his strength was really close to heavenly king level. What was a heavenly king? In the past, unquestionable Jian had the combat strength of a heavenly king in the catacombs, 1 against 10 emperor-rank powerhouses. At this moment, several emperor-rank powerhouses from the catacombs were entangled. No emperor rank. Zhang Tao's speed was too fast, so fast that non-emperors could not even see his figure clearly. 6 seniors have fallen. Even if you pay 10 times the price, it will not be enough. Zhang Tao's cold voice resounded everywhere. Almost in the blink of an eye, he smashed a real king's head with 1 punch, did not even look, appeared again, already piercing through the chest of another real king. At this moment, the remaining 40 or so supreme powerhouses on the human side all exploded. Kill. Heaven and earth were collapsing. At this moment, heaven and earth were really collapsing. In the sky, an incomparably huge crack appeared. The real kings had fallen too quickly. The great Daos were intertwined, as if they had returned to the war between the north and the south. Some powerhouses from the outer skies and bounded domains saw this scene. Their expressions changed. Kill. Break out. Zhang Tao roared, and dozens of supreme powerhouses rushed out while killing. Some of the catacombs' powerhouses in front of them could not dodge in time. Zhang Tao's figure appeared, and with a slash of his saber, the crack in the sky became bigger. The Fate King was going crazy, and he roared, "What are you all doing?" The others were still watching the show. At this moment, someone said faintly, "The human king can't last for too long. It won't be too late to kill the 6 powerhouses when their energy is exhausted." This scene was beyond their expectations. However, at this moment, no emperor-rank powerhouses were willing to make a move. Zhang Tao was at his peak. Only when he exhausted the energy of the 6 powerhouses, when his great Daos had not finished merging, would it be his chance to make a move. Even the 2 kings were silent at this moment. It was worth it to exhaust some powerhouses from the 4 majestic halls. The humans and the 4 majestic halls had suffered heavy losses in this short battle. If this battle continued, they might not even need to intervene, and both sides would be crippled. At this moment, Zhang Tao was also silent, giving his all, only hoping to kill more people before his energy was exhausted. Kill. 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 At this moment, there was only the sound of killing in the entire world. At the same time, Fang Ping once again ignored King Pingshan, closing his eyes and looking for people to break through their great Daos, cutting off their great Daos. With his eyes closed, Fang Ping's mood was heavy and complicated. Toward the 6 sacred lands, like Zhang Tao, he did not trust them very much, and had a lot of dissatisfaction. However, he did not expect that today, the powerhouses from the 6 sacred lands would actually end their lives in this way, at this moment, to fulfill Zhang Tao's wish. Race. East. West. They are all humans. I, Fang Ping, apologize to all of you, seniors, and heroes. Humans will never forget your heroes. Fang Ping's heart was burning. At this moment, he appeared on the path of a true king. With a fierce roar, the Chengdao's blood-red glow erupted, and with a rumble, the great Daos were cut off. In the next moment, this true king powerhouse was killed on the spot in the chaotic battle. Rumble, the sky collapsed, Zhang Tao was killing people, Fang Ping was killing people, and the others were also bathed in blood. Zhang Tao's killing speed was too fast. He did not choose to kill those powerful true kings, only those weak ones. Such true kings could not fight back against him at this moment. He wanted to take advantage of this moment to kill more people. In a short time, close to 20 true kings were killed on the spot by him. Unbelievable, however, at this moment, Zhang Tao's aura was declining, and the 6 clones were also beginning to dissipate. Myriad Demon King, Life King, and a few other powerhouses had begun to attack him. In the periphery, some venerable emperors were ready to make a move. They wanted to kill Zhang Tao. They could not let him integrate 6 great Daos. If this person did not die, he might really become a heavenly king. In total, close to 30 monarchs had been killed by the humans. Unbelievable. Led by 5 emperor-level powerhouses, close to 200 true gods surrounded and killed more than 50 people, and there was such a huge loss, and all this was because of Zhang Tao's Dao. Not everyone could integrate other people's Dao, Coalescence Dao, Emperor Dao. Maybe it should be called King Dao. This Dao was a little special, so special that it made people feel uneasy. Break out. Go. Zhang Tao roared, turned around, and slashed out with his saber, killing another monarch. Then, he roared and punched out a huge spatial tunnel. Go. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, someone made a move. Seeing that his aura was declining, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu also struck out with his palm, causing the space passage he created to tremble violently. Not only Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, at this moment, another ancient venerable sovereign, Changrong Heavenly Emperor, also struck out with his spear, causing the passage to tremble again. Pingyu, Changrong. Zhang Tao's voice was cold. He would definitely kill these people. With 2 ancient venerable sovereigns attacking, the passage was about to shatter. At this moment, a sigh was heard. Seems like I still have some use. At this moment, Dragon Transformation Heavenly Emperor appeared. Without saying anything, he cut through the air with his sword and broke Changrong Heavenly Emperor's spear. Dragon Transformation, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Changrong Heavenly Emperor did not retreat this time. He shouted coldly, Zhang Tao wants to take away the gate of all living things? It's not that easy. With that said, the 2 peak-level venerable sovereigns fought, their energy shaking the sky. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu took a look and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a figure flashed in front of him in the next moment. Gong Juanzi sighed and said, this old man was originally unwilling to make a move, but I received a favor back then. Pingyu, retreat. North Sea, you want to stand up for the human realm? Heavenly Emperor Pingyu was abnormally indifferent. Do you know that as long as the human monarch doesn't die, the human realm will be united? When the great Dao appears in the future, it might not be able to open, or it might simply help the human monarch succeed. Great Dao. Gong Juanzi chuckled and said, this old man is really a little curious. Unfortunately, this old man is stubborn. If he was stubborn, he would not have fought with the northern sect powerhouses to the point where the heavens and earth split apart without even seeing the supreme treasure back then. Others did it for the supreme treasure, but he really did it for his ideals. Of course, he was also looking for the powerhouse who broke his cultivation technique. With that said, Gong Juanzi's psyche energy erupted. At this moment, countless demons suddenly appeared in the void, psyche energy condensed. These demons were all incomparably powerful. With a powerful aura, they all charged toward Heavenly Emperor Pingyu. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu frowned. The difference in strength between the masters of the 10 great caves and the masters of the 4 heavens was not too big. However, the North Sea Emperor was young, and he was also severely injured back then. His strength was considered the weakest among the 14 people, and he was even about to fall from this level. But at this moment, when Gong Juanzi went all out, he also had to do his best to deal with him. Just as the 2 supreme powerhouses were blocked, the passage completely materialized, and the humans began to retreat while fighting. someone sighed again and said slowly, "Human king, since you are already here, why don't you stay?" At this moment, the two venerable sovereigns from the human realm beyond heaven, one male and one female, the powerhouses who had besieged Xianxia in the emperor's tomb, also attacked. Of the two, one bombarded the passage, and the other charged toward Xianxia. The battle started again. Pingyu and Changrong were both blocked, and they did not get involved. But the humans could not leave. If they left, who would see this great show today? Ah, forget it. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor from the overseas Immortal Islands transformed into a human form and said with a wry smile, "The Sky Emperor asked me to take care of them, but I never thought it would be like this." At this moment, the Dragon Emperor punched the female empress, who was bombarding the passage, and said with a smile, "Come, let me fight with you." After saying that, the two venerable sovereigns did not argue. Everyone had their own standpoint, and it was just a matter of who was more powerful. One human and one dragon, in the blink of an eye, fought each other. One venerable sovereigns after another began to attack. From the human realm beyond heaven, another two venerable sovereigns walked out, and their target was Xianxia, including the gate of all beings in his hand. At the same time, the Black Season Heavenly Emperor of the Xuanda Cave took a step forward, looked at the two from the Qin family, and sighed softly, "Everyone, these two are from the Xuanda realm, we can't kill them." He did not say that he would help the humans, but the two peerless sovereigns of the Qin family could be considered his disciples. He could not sit back and watch these two true god-level powerhouses. The Black Season Heavenly Emperor stood out and stopped the two venerable sovereigns who had just walked out. On the opposite side, one of the venerable sovereigns said lightly, "Xianxia, if you want to attack, just attack. Why do you have to find a reason? Do we need to do this?" "That's true," the Black Season Heavenly Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Then let's do this. You too, this path is blocked. What you say doesn't count. What if you include me?" At this moment, Gong Yuzi also smiled bitterly and said, "Although Tianming and I separated last time, when Master left, he asked me to take care of him. It's fine if I didn't see him, but how could I just sit back and watch him die here?" Another venerable sovereign stood out. In the distance, Zhang Tao laughed loudly and said, "Thank you, venerable sovereigns, for your help. This Zhang will remember this kindness in my heart." Five venerable sovereigns, for the humans, the Dragon Transformation Heavenly Emperor, the Black Season Heavenly Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, Gong Juanzi, and Gong Yuzi, the venerable sovereigns did not say anything. Although they had made a move, the humans were still at an absolute disadvantage, and it would be difficult to salvage anything. When Zhang Tao was killed, it would be the time for them to leave. At this moment, Zhang Tao's 6 doppelgangers collapsed. 5 emperor-level masters had come, plus, no one could stop the celestial emperor from the heavenly realm. Zhang Tao had not integrated the Great Path at this moment, and his strength was declining. Could he really be a match for them? This time, would there be humans who would choose to integrate Zhang Tao again? Probably not. Even if there were, the others probably would not give them another chance. This time, a total of 18 emperor-level masters came from the 22 heavens beyond heavens. The Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor was the only one who made a move for the humans. Of the other 17 masters, 5 were stopped. At this moment, there was still one person fighting with Zhang Tao, but there were still 10 venerable sovereigns from the heavens beyond heavens here, including Qing Tong and Green Lotus Sovereign. At this moment, except for Qing Tong and Green Lotus, who were thinking about something, the other 8 people's expressions changed more or less. The masters from the other territories also did not make a move, but they were also thinking about something. There were more venerable sovereigns from the overseas Immortal Islands, but most of them were also waiting for something. The situation was still not reversed. Even if the humans had killed more than 30 real kings at this moment, they were still in danger, and as the battle continued, more and more absolute peak masters were seriously injured. Do they still have trump cards? At this moment, Li Zhu murmured and looked around, feeling that the appetizer had just been served. What other trump cards did Zhang Tao have? P.S. Promote a new book, Talking Pork Shoulders new book, the first sequence. Introduction. After surviving a catastrophe, you finally see the light. Take a day off today, let me indulge myself for a day. It's been almost 3 years since I started writing about the source of wealth. It's been less than 12 million words in 3 years. I've always known that I don't have the talent. The only thing I can do is to work hard. Originally, on such a happy day, I should have updated more. After all, hard work brings results. However, I still took a day off today. I'm not in a good mood. I'll go out for a drink, relax, and be happy. Thank you, everyone, for your support and companionship along the way. Tomorrow, I'll be full of energy and work hard to update. Thank you again. Has a complicated mood, indulge for a day. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Did Zhang Tao still have a trump card? 5 emperors had made a move for humanity, but it was far from enough. There were still many emperors who hadn't made a move yet. Although they hadn't made a move yet, it was because there was no need to. At this moment, Fate King and the others had defeated Zhang Tao's clone and arrived before him. Including the person who had fought with him previously, there were 6 emperors surrounding Zhang Tao. At the moment when the 6 near-emperor realm powerhouses fused together, Zhang Tao could fight against all 6 of them alone. He might even be able to fight them evenly and gain the upper hand. But at this moment, the energy of the 6 emperors had been used up. Zhang Tao's aura had weakened significantly. In that instant, he had killed so many true monarchs, and it was not effortless at all. Don't give him a chance to fuse with his Tao. Fate King roared. The fusion of 6 emperors wasn't something that could be done instantly. Zhang Tao needed to absorb and digest these Tao paths and integrate them into his Tao of returning to one. Killing Zhang Tao now was the only way to prevent all this from happening. Fate King felt that the 6 emperors surrounding Zhang Tao wasn't enough. Zhang Tao had to die. If he didn't die, he would be the biggest threat. Heaven-subduing King didn't need to die. If Zhang Tao and the other human experts were dead, Heaven-subduing King might not continue to protect humanity. Strictly speaking, Heaven-subduing King wasn't a human. He was just a Tao protector. Kill him. With a roar, Fate King looked at the emperors from sky beyond, land of boundaries, overseas immortal islands who hadn't made a move yet. He roared furiously, "What are you waiting for? If you don't make a move now, don't blame me for letting you go. I want to see if King Wu will kill us or those who are alone after he fuses with his Tao." At this moment, Fate King was burning with rage. Previously, there was a plan. When the people from the Divine Church came, these people would resist the Divine Church. But things had changed. Zhang Tao had fused with his Tao and killed dozens of true kings instantly. He had never imagined such a loss. The losses were huge and the others were still watching the show. It was hard to say whether the god's religion would come or not. He wasn't willing to wait any longer. If he stopped now and allowed King Wu to escape, they would want to take revenge. Should they kill the people from Sky Beyond first or fight with God Continent? Fate King didn't need to guess to know King Wu's choice. Cut off his wings first. The great monarchs of the Sky Beyond Heaven usually acted alone. It was normal for them to be surrounded one by one. As soon as he said that, the venerable sovereigns of the Beyond Heavens were ready to make a move. Sometimes, the words spoken by experts like the Life Monarch might not necessarily be false. The losses were too great. In order to preserve his strength, there was a chance that he would stop now. When the time came, the martial artists in the human world would not dare to seek revenge from the catacombs. Seeking revenge from them. Based on Zhang Tao's personality, the possibility was not low. If that's the case, the outer heaven's venerable rulers looked at each other and were somewhat tempted. Many of these people had cooperated with humans. Heavenly Emperor Xianming, Heavenly Emperor Guanming, Heavenly Emperor Wu Mo. These people had worked with humans before, and they had been hesitating about whether they should make a move at this time. Now, they were still a little hesitant. The martial artists of the human world seemed to have reached a desperate situation. But was he really in a hopeless situation? On the side of the heaven-suppressing Heavenly King, a great battle had yet to erupt, and the martial king had yet to die. They looked at each other, and Empress Wu Mo said through voice transmission, "We can't make a move for the time being. At least wait until King Wu is dead before we can kill the other human experts." Otherwise, the venerable sovereigns who had cooperated with humans looked at each other and did not move again. They would not make a move until King Wu was dead. These people did not move, but it did not mean that others did not. At this moment, the aura of several venerable sovereigns in the bounded domain changed. Qinglian of Mount Wangu and Qingtong of Mount Weiyu did not move. Gong Zhuanzi of Mount Quokang, Gong Yuzi of Mount Purple Cap, and Xianxia of Mystic Virtue Realm were helping the humans in the battle. The remaining Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, Huatong Mountain, and Luofu Mountain also had venerable sovereigns. Among them, Heavenly Emperor Qing Jin of Luofu Mountain was also one of the masters of the 10 major Grotto Heavens. His combat strength was extremely strong. Based on rank 9 vitality force, ordinary emperor-level martial artists could walk as far as 50,000 meters. Their vitality was comparable to that of a rank 9 martial artist, with a vitality of more than 2 million to 3 million. The masters of the 10 major Grotto Heavens and the masters of the 4 Brahmas were at least 50,000 meters. Their vitality was between 3 million to 4 million. Above them were the 36 saints. The weakest was a powerhouse who walked as far as 80,000 meters. The strongest of these powerhouses had reached the limit of 100,000 meters. Even if they could not complete the last step of transformation, their combat strength would be about 4 million to 5 million calories under normal circumstances. Some of them might be weaker than this, but that was only when they had just advanced. The combat strength that Zhang Tao had shown before was probably about 3.7 million calories. This kind of strength could be said to be the top among the masters of the 10 major Grotto Heavens or the weakest among the 36 saints. The moment the Sword King and the other 5 venerable sovereigns integrated, Zhang Tao's combat strength definitely exceeded 4 million calories. That was why he could easily kill a true god. Only with this kind of strength could Zhang Tao fight against 6 venerable sovereigns alone. At this moment, he was fighting 6 venerable sovereigns, but his aura was still declining. It was even showing signs of falling from his previous combat strength. At this moment, with the addition of venerable sovereigns, Zhang Tao was definitely no match. Luofu Mountain was the 7th Grotto Heaven. Venerable sovereign Qing Jing was also extremely powerful. At this moment, this venerable sovereign seemed to be ready to attack. In the crowd, the Shin family's elder ancestor had his lower body chopped off. Seeing this, he roared madly, "Qing Jing! You're my master. I don't expect you to help the human race, but do you want to destroy the human race? If you want to destroy the human race, why did you send me out of the mountain 300 years ago? Qing Jing! Master!" At this moment, the old man wept blood and lamented, "Don't join the battle. Even if you don't help the human race, I won't say a word. Master, don't hit me when I'm down. I beg you. I beg you." The old man wept. The Shin family came from the 7th Grotto Heaven of Luofu Mountain. At this moment, not only the Shin family, but the Wei family's elder ancestor also wept blood and roared, "Uncle, are you going to join the battle too? You won't stop until the human race is destroyed?" Venerable Sovereign Huatong Mountain was here too. The Wei family came from Huatong Mountain. The Wei family's elder ancestor sobbed, blood and tears streaming down his face. "Uncle, all these years, although we've been protecting the human race, we've also been protecting the domain and the blessed Grotto Heaven. Can't you just stay out of this for the sake of our friendship from 300 years ago? Back then, the domain didn't send people out of the mountain to protect the human race. On one hand, it was because of Heavenly King subduing, and on the other hand, it was to protect the blessed Grotto Heaven from being attacked by other powerhouses. Over the past 300 years, other than the Yang family's elder ancestor, the others more or less knew about the situation. So many resurrected martial artists gathered in Star-Suppressing City. On one hand, it was for opportunities, and on the other hand, it was to recruit old subordinates for these sects. Very few people knew that some of the resurrected martial artists had actually entered the blessed Grotto Heaven. The Wei family, the Shin family, the Yang family, had practically all donated blood to them. This was the reason why there were still so many people in the blessed Grotto Heaven after so many years, and why there were some new generations. Of course, these families also benefited from it and obtained some benefits from the blessed Grotto Heaven. As for families like the Chen family, they had been in the mystic virtue realm for many years, but they hadn't entered. That was because they hadn't been able to find a martial artist that was compatible with the mystic virtue realm. They didn't even get a token, so they didn't enter. The 2 men's cries made the 2 venerable sovereigns frown slightly. Luofu Mountain's Qing Jing sovereign said lightly, "Hao Yin, if you return to the sect now, I will protect your life." You achieved your Dao on Mount Luofu, you are not a martial artist of the mortal world. Sovereign Huatong Mountain also looked at House Wei's forefather and said slowly, Wei Tong, your teacher passed away when you were young. I watched you grow up. You came from Huatong Mountain, not the mortal world. I sent you out of the mountain, not expelled you. As soon as the two venerable sovereigns finished speaking, Xianxia said in a shrill voice, So, if we don't return, the two venerable sovereigns will exterminate the human race today. The two venerable sovereigns remained silent. Ha ha ha. All right. The old ancestor of the Shen family smiled miserably. This disciple is willing to return to the sect. Can master watch from the side and not interfere anymore? He could return, but if he returned, would the two venerable sovereigns take action? Haoyan, this is the law, this is the general trend. Shen Haoyan understood as soon as this was said. He smiled miserably, I understand. Shen Haoyan understood. If that's the case, why should I return to the sect? From now on, I, Shen Haoyan, have no sect, no teacher, only the guardian of the human race. Sovereign Qingjing frowned slightly. After all, Shen Haoyan was a true god expert. Now that Shen Haoyan had cut off all ties with him, he felt a little uncomfortable. This was the disciple that he had brought up. He didn't expect the human world to change completely in 300 years. Heavenly King Zhen, at this moment, Sovereign Qingjing looked at Heavenly King Zhen, who was fighting in the space crack in the distance. He didn't see anyone, so he frowned slightly. At this moment, he somewhat understood why Heavenly King Zhen had chosen to let these heavily injured true gods leave the mountain. To erase their memories and let them start over, otherwise, these true gods with memories wouldn't have completely sided with the human race just because of 300 years of guarding. 300 years wasn't too long for these true gods. But for Shen Haoyan and the others, these 300 years were their entire lives. What master, what sect, those were just words that Heavenly King Zhen said casually. A sect that didn't exist in their memories, a master that didn't exist in their memories, could they compare to the human race that had been guarding for 300 years? The two of them begged with tears of blood, but they didn't get the result they wanted. Although the two venerable emperors didn't move at this moment, anyone with a discerning eye knew that it would be soon. As long as Zhang Tao fell into a disadvantageous position, many venerable emperors might attack him again soon. At the same time, Fang Ping once again fought with King Ping Shan and went to the side of Venerable Green Lotus. Venerable Green Lotus, help the human race once. Fang Ping said earnestly, this time, Fang Ping will definitely tell Mount Wangu everything I know. There's no need for the venerable emperors to make things difficult for me. I just need to stop one venerable emperor like the other venerable emperors. Mount Wangu is powerful. If I stop one person, it won't bring any trouble to Mount Wangu. With Mount Wangu's strength, there was no risk for Green Lotus to stop one person. Even Gong Yuzi and the others were the same. They stopped the powerhouses. As long as they didn't die at this time, even if the human race really lost afterward, those people wouldn't fight with Gong Yuzi and the others to the end. Venerable Green Lotus said nothing. Fang Ping's expression changed. Venerable Green Lotus, don't you really want to know about the prince's situation? Green Lotus responded coldly, if there's a first, there'll be a second. Now I'm taking action. Later, maybe I'll drag the entire Mount Wanwu into action. I won't be threatened by you again. Your emperor weapon should have been obtained after entering the space battlefield. I'll look for it myself. Having said that, Venerable Green Lotus said again, I'll lend you the god-slaying saber for now. After you die, I'll take it back. After a while, Venerable Green Lotus had figured out some things. The emperor weapon should have been obtained by Fang Ping after entering the space battlefield. This speculation was not baseless. They had suspected before that the prince had appeared in the king battlefield. Now that Fang Ping had obtained the emperor weapon, it was obviously more likely that he had come from the king battlefield. If that was the case, with Mount Wanwu's identity, even if there were many powerhouses here, including the two kings, no one would stop them from entering the space battlefield to search. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said telepathically, since Venerable Green Lotus thinks it can be found, then forget it. I just hope that Venerable Green Lotus won't hit me when I'm down. Venerable Green Lotus did not speak. She was not in the mood to pay attention to him. She would just listen to what Fang Ping said. Fang Ping had no right to force her to do anything. Under such circumstances, in the distance, Zhang Tao was fighting 1 against 6. He was gradually being besieged by the 6 people and began to collapse. Seeing this, Fate King shouted again, "Must you wait until the end? A long night is fraught with trouble. Don't you understand this principle?" At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion was heard again, the void exploded, rumble, the great path collapsed. In an instant, 2 great paths were broken. Blood rained down. On the human side, a paragon and a true king powerhouse had perished together. Old Liu. Warlord roared furiously. The one who died was the Liu family's old ancestor. First, his best friend, Sword King, died. Now, the Liu family's old ancestor was also dead. Warlord roared madly. Out of the 13 paragon old ancestors of Star City, old ancestor Yang died. Sword King died. Old ancestor Liu died. In a short time, more and more people were dying. F***ck your grandma. Warlord roared angrily. His body suddenly grew many times bigger. He roared, "Kill." As soon as the word kill came out, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Warlord's body. In the distance, Gong Yuzi, who was fighting with someone, frowned when he saw this scene. He shouted, "Tianming. Ha ha ha, you're about to die. Why do you care so much? Go to hell." A roar resounded between heaven and earth. Warlord smashed the void with a punch, smashing a true king powerhouse in front of him into pieces and dissipating between heaven and earth. On the opposite side, Maple King and Hua King hurriedly retreated. These 2 people and a true king had joined forces to kill Warlord because Warlord was powerful. Who would have thought that Warlord could actually explode at this time and kill another true king? But soon, the 2 of them seemed to understand something. Maple King said coldly, "I see. Warlord, you broke your own Dao and borrowed someone else's Dao. You're more ruthless than I thought." At this moment, Warlord broke his own great path and forcibly merged with a venerable emperor's Dao that did not belong to him. He did not walk the return to 1 Dao, so he could not merge it. Unless he walked on a second great path, but that would take time. At this moment, he chose another method. He broke his own Dao and filled in a venerable emperor's Dao on the foundation of his original Dao. Perhaps only powerhouses like Warlord, who was about to become emperor, could use this method because the future of their great paths was almost the same. But this way, even if Warlord temporarily had the strength of an emperor, his strength would be greatly reduced after this battle. Moreover, he walked on someone else's Dao, a completely unfamiliar Dao. Even if it was an emperor's Dao, it might not be comparable to his current origin Dao. A powerhouse who became emperor by relying on himself was definitely stronger than this. Warlord was only 1 step away, but at this last step, he gave up. He chose to replace, choosing to walk on the Dao of the venerable emperor who was killed by the demon emperor. And this was also brought back by Fang Ping. Ruthless? Warlord killed a true king with a punch and laughed. "I'll let you see how ruthless I am. Die." Warlord roared again. His huge body broke through the boundaries of space and appeared in front of Maple King in the blink of an eye. Then, ignoring King Hua and Maple King's attacks, he took their attacks head-on. The next moment, he grabbed Maple King. "I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Go to hell." An angry roar resounded in the sky. Warlord wrapped his arms around Maple King, and with a rumble, Maple King's arms exploded. At this moment, a chuckle sounded in Warlord's ears. "Fengji, you can't die." It seemed like the forgotten second king moved at this moment. Skyplant King was calm and composed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Warlord and Maple King. He gently squeezed Warlord's shoulder. With a bang, Warlord's shoulder exploded. Bang, Maple King took the opportunity to punch, sending Warlord flying hundreds of meters backward. Frowning slightly, he recovered his smile and bowed. "Fengji greets Lord." The surroundings were in an uproar. Many true kings of Sky Plant Royal Court were stunned. Lord, that was what Second King called Second King when he was in charge of the Royal Court. If so, didn't that mean many people were shocked? Maple King was Second King's man. One had to know that without King Qian, no one knew if Li Zhu was really strong or not. King Hua wasn't as strong as Maple King, who was the leader of Sky Plant lineage. He was second king's man. Skyplant King ignored the shocked gazes around him and said indifferently, I thought you could bring me a surprise. Feng Ji, you have disappointed me. Skyplant lineage wasn't led by Maple King. Not only that, Maple King was almost killed by Warlord. He had to come out and save Feng Ji. After all, Feng Ji wasn't weak. Although he hadn't reached the imperial level, the difference wasn't too big. If he could improve further, he might have a chance of reaching the imperial level. Feng Ji is useless. Maple King lowered his head and didn't explain anything. Forget it. Skyplant King didn't say anything else. He looked at Battle King, who was fighting the other true gods, and said with a smile, Divine Divination True God is still so tactful. I won't kill you because of Demon King. Go. Warlord ignored him. He had already rushed to the Shin family's patriarch and started saving people. Skyplant King didn't participate in the battle, and Maple King didn't attack either. On the side, King Hua quietly retreated. He didn't expect Maple King to be second king's man. One of second king's men has come out. On the other side, Li Zhu sighed. His voice was only heard around him. Maybe there's more than one. Maple King has roped in a few true kings these years. It's hard to say if there are more in the dark. Green Wolf King might be Destiny King's subordinate. Li Zhu glanced at Green Wolf King as he spoke. How many spies did Second King have in the four great courts? In the past, rank 9s who had entered the sovereign battlefield might all be suspects. Of the remaining 150 or so true kings, Li Zhu calculated in his mind. More than half of them had entered the sovereign battlefield. Did Second King have so many people under his command? Close to 100 true kings have entered. Second King came out so calmly this time. Maybe they have at least 20 people, maybe even more. Li Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Second King had worked hard all these years. The number of true kings they had roped in was not small. There were more than 100 true kings in Divine Land. How many truly belonged to the four great courts? At this moment, another great Dao collapsed. More and more people were dying. Li Zhu didn't look anymore. He looked in another direction. What was Heavenly King Zhen waiting for? Not just Heavenly King Zhen. What was King Wu waiting for? What was the divine sect waiting for? Li Zhu was guessing. At the same time, Mount Wangwu's Grotto Heaven. Zhao Xingwu attacked the outer world wall in a frenzy and shouted, Mount Wangwu's current sect master, outer sect successor Zhao Xingwu, requests an audience with my sect master. Sect master, please come out of seclusion. Impudent. At this moment, several true gods rose from within the world wall, their eyes cold. This person dared to attack Mount Wangwu. Even the sect master of the outer sect was not allowed. The world wall seemed to show signs of opening. Several true gods were ready to come out and chase away or even kill this disgraceful Zhao Xingwu. Senior Sister Green Lotus has ordered that no one is to leave the mountain. At this moment, someone secretly transmitted. Green Lotus had said before she left that no one was to leave the mountain. The few true gods frowned. Were they going to watch this person go crazy? The next moment, in the sky, countless spatial rifts appeared. Someone secretly activated the array, ready to kill Zhao Xingwu. This was Mount Wangwu. Even the outer array had the ability to kill a true god. The rift disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xingwu's body had countless bloody marks. However, Zhao Xingwu did not care. He still attacked the array crazily, roaring, Zhao Xingwu requests an audience with the sect master. If the sect master doesn't see me, he will definitely regret it. This time, we humans have found the prince's remains. If the sect master doesn't rescue the humans, the prince's remains will also be buried with him. He was talking nonsense. He had no idea whether Feng Ping had found the remains or not. But now, the battle at the King battlefield had already covered the catacombs with blood rain. Even the sky above Mount Wangwu was blood red. No matter what, he had to take a gamble. It would be best if he found it. If he could not, he would first trick Mount Wangwu's sect master to come out of the mountain. If he did not hand over the remains now, when the battle was over. No, at most he, Zhao Xingwu, would be buried with him, or both sides would fall out. No matter what, it was better than now. If the sect master doesn't come out of seclusion, Zhao Xingwu's voice had yet to fade. Almost before he could react, a slender figure appeared in front of him. An extremely beautiful woman, almost face to face with him, waved her hand casually. The surrounding space rift dissipated. "You said, you found him?" The woman's voice was crisp but extremely low. Zhao Xingwu felt a little palpitating for no reason. But he quickly calmed down and said hurriedly, "I found him. Not only that, before I came, Heavenly King Suppression sent me a voice transmission. That person back then was not the prince, but King Kuan in disguise. King Kuan had long killed the prince and seized the prince's Dao." Boom, the space exploded. Zhao Xingwu spat out a mouthful of blood. Even his golden body began to crack, and this was caused by the woman's qi dynamic. A paragon was almost killed by her qi dynamic. Zhao Xingwu was not shocked but delighted. So strong, once such a powerhouse made a move, would it not be easy to kill a true king? King Kuan, the woman's face was like an iceberg. She murmured and beckoned. Zhao Xingwu fell into her hands. "If it's fake, I'll destroy your world. If it's true." Before the woman finished speaking, she had already disappeared without a trace. If it was true, she, Moon Spirit, would change the 3 realms today. Master, behind her, by the time the people of Mount Wangu reacted, Sovereign Moon Spirit had already disappeared. Many people looked worried. Their master had not come out of seclusion for many years. Now that she came out, she left in a hurry. Something big was probably going to happen today. The next moment, the woman in the lead shouted, "Come out. Master must be heading to the graveyard of the gods. We will go together." As soon as she finished speaking, a total of 12 true god powerhouses opened the boundary wall and instantly stepped into the air. The Wangu bloodline did not suffer many losses in the war between the north and the south. In the past, they even had 8 true god elders at the mystic virtue realm, let alone the Wangu bloodline. And on the Green Lotus side, there were still an emperor-level powerhouse and a true god. 2 emperor-level powerhouses, 13 true gods, and even this, there was still a true god staying behind. The strength of the Wanwu bloodline was enough to show how terrifying it was. The land of kings. Heaven and earth were blood red. More and more paragons were dying in battle. 6 leaders had merged. In a short while, 3 paragons had fallen. Out of more than 50 human paragons, 9 died in battle in the blink of an eye. As for the catacombs, there were even more dead. Zhang Tao alone had killed nearly 20 true kings. It was unbelievable. Fang Ping, the weakling, had secretly cut off the paths of 4 true kings and was killed by others. In addition to those who had died earlier, the few who had died in the explosion of the land of kings, today, more than 50 true gods had died in battle. Too many people had died. At this moment, not only was Zhang Tao facing a crisis of death, everyone, including Fang Ping, was facing a crisis of death. At this moment, the person who came to find Fang Ping was not someone else. Maple King. Pingshan, are you done playing? King Maple strode leisurely toward Fang Ping. He said lightly with a hint of mockery, "Are you from the land of rebirth, or are you simply afraid of death?" Were King Pingshan and Fang Ping fooling around? In fact, many people had noticed it earlier, but no one was anxious. Now, Maple King was walking over. No one dared to kill Fang Ping, at least not before Zhang Tao was dead. They did not want to kill Fang Ping and cause Zhang Tao to go all out to kill them. But Maple King was not afraid. Zhang Tao was besieged by 6 venerable emperors. He himself had the strength of a near emperor. What was he afraid of? Moreover, both kings were here. King Pingshan's expression changed for a while. He was a little embarrassed, but he dared not provoke Maple King. Not to mention that Maple King's identity had been revealed, he dared not touch the person supported by the 2 kings. Hearing Maple King's impolite words, King Pingshan laughed dryly. "Maple King, you must be joking. Pingshan's strength is not enough. I can't do anything to Fang Ping." "It's a pity." King Pingshan looked embarrassed. As he spoke, he even gave Fang Ping a look that seemed to be implying, "Good luck to you. Alright, you guys fight. No, you just wait to be killed. I won't get involved anymore." Both realms knew that Maple King wanted to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping had really offended Maple King. He killed 2 of his most outstanding grandsons and killed his most outstanding son. He even pretended to be his grandson and killed people in the king battlefield. He ruined the Maple King's plans several times and scolded the Maple King more than once or twice. He scolded the Maple King to his face. It would be unreasonable if the Maple King did not kill Fang Ping. Previously, Warlord and the others could still defend themselves, but now they could not even protect themselves. Who else could save Fang Ping? King Pingshan was about to leave when he saw Fang Ping was extremely calm. At this moment, Fang Ping acted as if he did not see King Feng. He tilted his head to look at Green Lotus, who was not far away, and said coolly, "Since Mount Wangu is unwilling to intervene, then let Feng Ji, the old bastard, kill me. Green Lotus, I hope you can live longer than me." Qinglian's expression changed slightly. The Maple Sovereign also looked at the Azure Lotus and said in a deep voice, "Sovereign Azure Lotus, Mount Wangu, wants to participate in this matter?" The Green Lotus Sovereign didn't look at him, but at the Sky Plant King. The Heaven Plant King didn't seem to look at her. He was looking into the distance, thinking about something. The Green Lotus the Arch really wanted to curse now. What to do? Don't care, let Fang Ping be killed, although she was prepared to go to the space battlefield to take a look. What if he could not find it and Fang Ping was the only one who knew? At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus wished she could slap Fang Ping to death, but she still had to say, "As for the others, I don't care. Fang Ping can't be killed." He could not kill Fang Ping. As for the others, even if they killed King Wu, she would not say anything. Fang Ping let out a faint laugh. "Don't care, since you've said this, I can't just ignore it." The Maple King could kill anyone he wanted. He had decided to fight the Maple King head-on. "If you're afraid of me dying, then I'll definitely court death." As soon as Venerable Emperor Green Lotus finished speaking, Fang Ping broke through the air, holding the god-slaying saber in his hand, charging straight at King Maple. The Maple King's face was ashen. He had not made a move yet, but Fang Ping had taken the initiative to attack him. "Feng Ji, old bastard, come and kill me!" Fang Ping roared. "Fang Ping!" This angry shout came from the Green Lotus the Arch. Green Lotus was about to go mad with anger. She was struggling enough to protect Fang Ping's life, but now Fang Ping was provoking the Maple King. This made Green Lotus furious. The second king was still here. Did Fang Ping really think that he would go against the second king for his sake? She was no match for the second king. At this moment, Green Lotus attacked directly. It was not the Maple King, but Fang Ping. She had enough of Fang Ping. Did Fang Ping really think that she could not do anything to him? At this moment, she would capture Fang Ping and bring him back to Mount Wangu to deal with him first. Seeing Venerable Emperor Green Lotus attacking him, Fang Ping scolded loudly, "Old witch. I'm courting death myself. What does it have to do with you? My life is my own. Why do you care who I fight with?" Venerable Emperor Green Lotus had been hesitating all this while. Now she wanted to capture him. Fang Ping was not afraid of falling out with her. This woman was not prepared to help him at all. Why should he be polite? "Why do you care who I fight with? I'm willing to die, but this old witch actually wants to capture him." Green Lotus's face was livid. Fang Ping scolded her? "Humph." With a cold snort, Green Lotus stretched out her hand to grab Fang Ping. Fang Ping was not an emperor-level opponent. Just as he was about to fall into her hand, the Maple King suddenly struck with his halberd, breaking her palm with a rumble. "Venerable Emperor Green Lotus, this person and I are absolutely irreconcilable. If I don't kill this person, I won't be able to rest and eat in peace. Please hand him over to me, Venerable Emperor." The Maple King was indifferent. He was not afraid of Venerable Emperor Green Lotus. Although his strength was not as good as the other parties, now that his identity was exposed and both kings were here, he had confidence. Green Lotus said coldly, "This person is extremely important to my Wanguo. He's just at the origin realm. As a peak true god powerhouse, do you still fear him?" "Hee, maybe." The Maple King did not seem to care about his reputation at this time. He laughed and said, "If this person doesn't die, I will indeed feel uneasy. In just 3 years, he has become a powerhouse who is close to a king from a mortal, and even killed a true king. He is stronger than you think." Was Fang Ping not strong? 3 years. In 3 years, he had achieved the stage of killing a true king. Not just one, but many. Not only this time, how many powerhouses had Fang Ping killed? as early as that time in Magic City's catacombs, he killed King Pine. Although it was Tsang Mao who killed him, it was closely related to Fang Ping. In that battle, many true kings had fallen. It was also because of Fang Ping that triggered the Battle of Magic City. It was even more so this time. Hundreds of god generals in the catacombs were all killed, in addition to the god generals who had died in Fang Ping's hands before, or indirectly in his hands. The Maple King was a little scared. This person, in less than 3 years, he killed thousands of god generals. Venerable Green Lotus Emperor, are you really going to protect him? You, Wangwu, stole his divine weapon, and now you even captured him. This person is vengeful, even more shameless than King Wu. Fang Ping scolded loudly, I'm stronger than you. As long as the Wanwu bloodline did not attack humans, why should I hold a grudge? As for the divine weapon, that's money to buy my life, I'll accept it. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Green Lotus and roared, let's not talk about what happened before. It's just a deal. If you kill him, I'll give you the information. I'm a man of my word. If you don't kill him, then there's nothing. Don't care if I die or not. Doesn't the Wanwu bloodline like to deal? Then let's not talk about anything else. It's just a deal. Fang Ping could see now that it was meaningless to talk about anything else with the Wanwu bloodline. Just talk about a deal. From Ling Xiao to Green Lotus, their personalities were similar. If it did not concern them, they would not care how many people died. If that was the case, Fang Ping would not stand on ceremony. He would sell the information. A near-emperor powerhouse's life in exchange for information. At this moment, Fang Ping also hated the Maple King to the core. This guy repeatedly targeted humans. Old Zhang should have killed him long ago, Fang Ping roared. At this moment, the Sky Plant King suddenly looked in his direction and said lightly, Maple Halberd, kill him. As soon as these words came out, the Maple King immediately laughed and responded, your subordinate obeys. Having said that, he looked at Green Lotus. This was the second king's order. Would you dare to stop him? As for the Sky Plant King wanting to kill Fang Ping, it was not surprising. Previously, Fang Ping had killed 3 of the true gods under his command. Di Hao also died in his hands. Moreover, the Divine Court army was annihilated. It would be unreasonable not to kill Fang Ping. At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus's expression was ugly. She looked at the Sky Plant King with some fear. Seeing the Maple King walking toward Fang Ping, Green Lotus's brows furrowed again. Just as the Maple King's halberd stabbed toward Fang Ping, Green Lotus blocked while saying, Sky Plant King, this person and Wang Wu. Before she finished speaking, at this moment, the Sky Plant King's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the expressions of many top powerhouses changed. They are merely 2 dogs. Do you need to talk nonsense with them? Green Lotus, trash. As soon as the words came out, a palm as white as jade directly covered the sky. Under the Sky Plant King's furious gaze, the palm broke through the air and slapped directly toward his cheek. Moon Spirit. Does a dog have the right to call me by my name? Rumble, the jade palm fell. The void where the Sky Plant King was directly smashed into nothingness. At the same time, another palm fell. With a slap, the Venerable Green Lotus was sent flying. Before the person arrived, the voice came. I gave Wang Wu to you. Is that why I compromised? Shameful thing. A cold shout, resounding in all directions. At this moment, the Destiny King and the Sky Plant King instantly gathered. But at this moment, the palm came again. You 2 dogs. Back then, for his sake, I spared you from death. How dare you bully my Wang Wu? Get lost. A clear shout sounded. In the next moment, a sword aura that shook the world descended. You don't know your place. You deserve to die. The sword aura broke the sky. In everyone's shocked eyes, the sword aura descended almost instantly. Ah! The 2 kings had just made a move to stop it. In the void, tens of thousands of sword auras exploded one after another. On the side of the 2 kings, there were 12 true god powerhouses. 2 of them could not withstand it for a while. In the blink of an eye, they were cut into pieces by the sword auras. Moon Spirit. The Destiny King roared. His aura erupted. At this moment, the void trembled. Powerful, it was even more powerful than the aura of Zhang Tao and the others who were fighting at the side. The two kings, top emperor-level powerhouses, both had the strength of 36 saints. Dogs are dogs. Still want to make a comeback? A sneer, resounding throughout the universe. The person who came was very domineering, very cruel, even unreasonable. In short, from the enemy's point of view, there was no justice in not killing such a person, but at this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were frighteningly bright. There was such a powerhouse, unreasonable, was really King good, the key was that he was strong enough. Moon Spirit. At this moment, King Zhen's voice came from afar. He shouted, "You, shut up! Who do you think you are?" The voice scolded again. One of the 8 kings? In the past, I looked down on you the most. Among the 8 kings, the other 7 were in charge of their own territories. Only you were the king's dog. When you saw me in the past, you were clearly stronger than me, but you still bowed to me. Trash. Moon Spirit. King Zhen's roar echoed through the sky. This was too much. He was one of the 8 ancient kings, but now, he was being scolded and humiliated in front of all the powerhouses of the 3 realms. He was angry, but Moon Spirit didn't care. She still hadn't arrived. But in the next moment, a long sword pierced through the sky and appeared in all directions. She said with a cold voice, "I am handling matters. Those who have nothing to do with it, scram." After saying that, a shadow appeared in the void and looked at Fang Ping with a sharp gaze. "You are Fang Ping?" "Yes." You, the domineering Moon Spirit hesitated for a moment and said gloomily, "Have you found him?" "The Emperor weapon is here." Fang Ping raised the long sword. Moon Spirit glanced over and her emotions fluctuated violently. When her aura swept over, Fang Ping's golden body shattered. "Speak." Fang Ping's mouth was bleeding, but he stood straight and said with a smile, "I have a condition." "Speak." "Kill them." Fang Ping pointed at the 6 venerable emperors on Zhang Tao's side under King Feng's shocked gaze. Fang Ping looked at King Feng in disdain. "Trash, would I let her kill you? You are not qualified." "Too much." Moon Spirit said coldly, 6 venerable emperors is too many. "Can't the venerable emperors kill them?" "I can kill them, but these people have powerhouses behind them. I can't kill them." After saying that, Moon Spirit's real body seemed to arrive and merged with the shadow in the blink of an eye. She said directly, 10 people in exchange for you telling me everything." After saying that, Fang Ping didn't say anything. A thin sword pierced through the void. The heads of the 3 kings who were fighting with Patriarch Zhou were pierced by a thin sword almost instantly. Rumble. 3 venerable emperors collapsed. The 3 kings were killed instantly. On the other side, the 2 kings looked terrified and turned to flee, but at this moment, 2 venerable emperors appeared in the void. On the venerable emperors, 2 figures appeared. They were both Moon Spirit, one was holding a thin sword and the other was holding a machete. They slashed down at the same time. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the 2 venerable emperors collapsed. Divine weapon. Earthly Emperor sword. Northern Emperor saber. Damn, this woman, Chang Rong and the other ancient venerable emperors were stunned. 2 divine weapons, complete divine weapons. Not only that, 2 clones like Gu Qing, almost all of them had the strength of the 36 saints. 2 powerful, 36 saints, holding divine weapons, cutting the venerable emperor's origin path. No venerable emperor could defeat them. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Moon Spirit's 2 clones merged again. Everyone felt her aura rising again. He had become even stronger. She really had the strength of a heavenly king. She was the leader of the northern sect in the past. The northern sect cultivated their bodies. Under everyone's shock, Moon Spirit displayed the strength of her body this time. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of a venerable emperor in the blink of an eye. Under the venerable emperor's terrified gaze, she slapped his head with one hand. With a rumble, the venerable emperor was smashed into minced meat without any resistance. 6. Moon Spirit's cold voice rang out. The next moment, just as she was about to kill the 7th person, the 2 venerable emperors suddenly joined forces and attacked her. "How dare you?" This was also said by Moon Spirit. "Puppets dogs, how dare you attack me? You've angered me." After saying that, Moon Spirit held a sword in her left hand and a machete in her right. She shouted coldly, "Green Lotus, kill the people who killed these two dogs." Fong Ping, I won't count these people as the heads you want. Fong Ping was stunned. I didn't have asterisk king say anything, but, kill them if you want to, it was too shocking, a top-notch powerhouse holding two divine weapons. Fong Ping felt that the divine weapons in her hands were terrifyingly powerful. He subconsciously looked at his god-slaying saber and suddenly felt a little disgusted. What the hell, why was his god-slaying saber so weak? Beside him, Venerable Emperor Green Lotus had been silent ever since he was sent flying by Moon Spirit's slap. At this moment, when he heard what was said, he did not say a word and charged toward the two Venerable Emperor's subordinates. Not only that, over at Mount Wangu, a true god who was looking after Ling Xiao and the rest also charged toward the two Venerable Emperor's subordinates without saying a word. At the same time, Moon Spirit held her weapons in both hands and fought with the two Venerable Emperors in the blink of an eye. Her expression was extremely cold. Two mere dogs, how dare you rebel against your master? It seems that I'm too kind. Moon Spirit was really overbearing. At this moment, she suddenly shouted coldly, I'm going to clean up the house. Those old things in the dark, if anyone dares to interfere, don't blame me for being merciless. As Fong Ping and the others were shocked, Moon Spirit suddenly separated a clone, broke through the void, and slashed toward the darkness with a sword. King Qian? Try and interfere if you dare. Moon Spirit, I didn't mean that, then get lost. Moon Spirit, long time no see, get lost. Don't think that just because father isn't here, you dare to bully me. After saying that, Moon Spirit attacked with her sword. The void shook for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, a figure quickly broke through the void and left. King Qian left. No one knew if this King Qian was Sky Plant Royal Court's King Qian. But no matter what, this moment still shocked everyone. King Qian, the leader of the 8 Venerable Emperors, must be the one that Moon Spirit knew. When Moon Spirit's clone attacked, he actually took the initiative to avoid it. Fong Ping was also shocked. But at this moment, the 2 Venerable Emperors growled at the same time. Both of them unleashed their ultimate moves at the same time, and one hit caused Moon Spirit's saber-wielding clone to collapse. King Tianming said angrily, how dare you? Moon Spirit, do you really think that we dare not kill you? Then let's try. Moon Spirit's clone quickly returned and merged with the scattered clone. She said coldly, you 2 dogs, greedy and afraid of death, how dare you attack me? In the past, when you went to the Earth Palace, you were not even qualified to carry my shoes. Now, you dare to attack me, you're asking for death. Moon Spirit's every word sounded completely unreasonable. She was simply going too far. If it were her opponent, he would probably go crazy at this moment. Powerhouses like the 2 Venerable Emperors were also furious at this moment. Fong Ping hid at the side, but his eyes lit up as he listened. That was it, that was good. He also did not expect the master of Mount Wangu to be such a person. No wonder people said not to provoke this person. Even a powerhouse like the Heavenly Hound had to take a detour when he went to Mount Wangu. This woman's ability was probably not as strong as the Heavenly Hound. But from her tone, even if she was facing the Heavenly Hound, she was still incomparably domineering. The key point was, Fong Ping seemed to have heard something different. The father that Moon Spirit mentioned, was she referring to her father-in-law, the Earthly Emperor, this woman? Could it be that she was also the daughter of a sovereign, Earthly Emperor sword, Northern Emperor saber? Among these 2 weapons, the Earthly Emperor sword could still be understood. The Northern Emperor saber should also be a sovereign's weapon. How did it fall into Moon Spirit's hands? Just as Fong Ping was thinking about this, the sky began to rain cats and dogs. As soon as Moon Spirit came, she killed 6 Venerable Emperors of the Catacombs and 2 true gods under the 2 Venerable Emperors. In the blink of an eye, she killed a total of 8. Her combat power seemed to be even stronger than old Zhang's Dao fusion. At the same time, the situation in other places was also changing. Seeing Moon Spirit and the 2 Venerable Emperors fighting, Zhang Tao suddenly showed a faint smile on his face. He originally wanted to wait a little longer, but unexpectedly, there was an accident. Of course, this accident was a good one. He was also surprised. The master of Mount Wangu actually had this kind of personality. no wonder the heavenly King Zhen felt a headache whenever he mentioned her. In front of Green Lotus, the heavenly King Zhen pretended to be arrogant. However, the heavenly King Zhen had stayed in the bounded domain for 1,000 years, and he had never broken into it. It was obvious that the old man probably did not dare to break into it. While Moon Spirit and Green Lotus were entangled with the two venerable emperors, Zhang Tao's eyes lit up. I was planning to fight back when the people of the divine sect came. I did not expect that. The opportunity would come early, the opportunity could not be missed. I don't know when the divine sect will come. Even if they come, this situation may not happen. In this case, the humans are about to collapse, then come. Trap. A roar resounded throughout the world. At this moment, Zhang Tao's Book of the Great Way appeared again. Just like before, it formed a closed space, trapping the venerable emperors and himself in the blink of an eye. This trap also seemed to be a signal. At this moment, on the side of the catacombs, the real kings who were fighting with the humans suddenly roared and attacked their companions. Boom. While the others were still surprised by the appearance of Moon Spirit, they realized that something had happened. Kill. A total of 8 real kings attacked their companions at this moment. On the human side, someone was stunned for a moment. Then, without saying anything, he also attacked crazily. Rumble. The 8 of them turned around at the same time. Almost in an instant, 3 of the 8 real kings who were attacked died instantly. The remaining 5 were also seriously injured under the incredulous gazes of the others. King Wu. At this moment, one of the 8 who turned around said coldly, "The favor of saving our lives in the past will be written off today." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the air and left without saying anything. While the others were still in a daze, no one stopped him. They just let him leave. King Wu, I have betrayed the God continent today. There is no place for me in this vast world. I hope King Wu will not go back on his words. The second person also left in the blink of an eye. The remaining 6 did not say a word. They once again fought with the real kings beside them, bathed in blood. This scene happened too fast, too shocking. In this short period of time, Moon Spirit and these people killed 9 real kings of the catacombs and seriously injured 5, including the 8 who turned around. There was a total of 22. Originally, there were close to 150 real kings left. Now, they had lost a large amount of combat power. At this moment, on the side of the catacombs, there were only about 120 real kings who could still fight. On the human side, there were close to 50 real kings again. In the Great Tao Book, Fate King and the others were furious. Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao grinned, "Are you surprised? I thought you guys had guessed it." "Who knew? You guys didn't." Fate King was furious. The real kings of the God continent defected to King Wu. Even if they had guessed it, it would not be easy to investigate. However, he did not expect that it was not 1 or 2, but 8 of them. Why? It was understandable if there were 1 or 2 real kings, but why did 8 real kings join the land of rebirth that could be destroyed at any time? He was not the only one who did not understand. At this moment, even Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Warlord had mentioned that old Zhang might have a backup in the catacombs. He had thought that old Zhang might have planted a spy among the catacombs' powerhouses. However, 1 or 2 was also his expectation. Why were there so many? The key was not the number. He knew some of the 8 powerhouses. King Hua. Counterattack was dumbfounded. This was the combat power of the Sky Plant's royal court, second only to Maple King. Why, was he on old Zhang's side? In the distance, King Hua casually destroyed the mentality of the person who ambushed him. Seeing powerhouses looking at him from all directions, King Hua seemed a little embarrassed. He chuckled. "Everyone, don't be surprised. I had no choice." Li Zhu, he was one of the top 10 powerhouses on the Emperor leaderboard. Maple King had 2 kings behind him. King Qian was extremely mysterious. Even someone as weak as King Huai was secretly supported by someone. Pine King, Bamboo King, everyone had their own plans. I'm not weak, but now that there are so many Emperor-level powerhouses, after thinking about it, I realized that only the land of rebirth can cooperate with me. How sad. King Hua was filled with emotions. He casually pushed the real kings in front of him back. He laughed. "Don't blame me. I didn't want to do this. However, everyone treats me like a chess piece. Every chess piece wants to escape from this game. I'll give it a try. After saying that, King Hua looked at Fang Ping. He smiled. You're lucky that you didn't kill Hua Yu. Otherwise, I don't have many descendants. This might not happen today. At this moment, King Hua laughed. Then, his aura skyrocketed. Martial King, your coalescence Dao. I've learned it but I haven't grasped its essence. When can you teach me the Dao fusion method? King Hua laughed. In the blink of an eye, his aura, which was originally weaker than Maple King, changed. There seemed to be an additional inexplicable aura. In an instant, his aura was so strong that it was comparable to War King's coalescence Dao. This time everyone was shocked again. Zhang Tao was crazy, he actually dared to teach the coalescence Dao to the catacombs' real kings. Wasn't he afraid that King Hua would learn his Dao and benefit without doing any work? Not to mention, this was Zhang Tao's origin Dao. At this moment, even Moon Spirit and the two kings were a step behind. There was someone who dared to teach his Dao to outsiders. King Hua. How bold, this was his archenemy, his opponent. In the Great Dao Book, Zhang Tao laughed. Today, you killed 3 people. I'll teach you the Dao fusion method. You said it. King Hua smiled brightly. He said lightly, everyone is for themselves. I also want to become an emperor. I also want to be a chess player. Why are you all so surprised? As soon as he said that, King Hua broke through the air and attacked a real king powerhouse. Under the opponent's disbelieving gaze, King Hua slammed his palm on the opponent's chest and caused it to explode. You're really strong. It's a pity that I didn't dare to show it before. I let Maple G, that trash, show off in front of me. Today, I'm satisfied. King Hua laughed. In the distance, Li Zhu was surprised for the first time. He had thought about it. He had thought about it a lot. However, he never expected that Zhang Tao's people would have King Hua. This powerful King Hua had always given him the impression that he was a slippery person. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there was grass growing beside the wall. However, at this moment, he dared to betray the land of rebirth. What was he relying on? Hua Yan, why? At this moment, even the Maple King was shocked. King Hua was rebelling. King Hua sneered. You can even rely on the second king. I'm only cooperating with the land of rebirth. Compared to you being a dog, I'm still better than you. Are the second king stronger than the land of rebirth? Ha ha ha. King Hua laughed. Were the second king strong? Perhaps, a single king might not be weaker than Zhang Tao. But what about the second king now? Out of 15 true god subordinates, 5 were killed in the blink of an eye. The second king did not even have the chance to show his strength before he was killed by the lunatic Moon Spirit. Moon Spirit was truly a lunatic. The reason why she was called a lunatic was that Moon Spirit had suddenly gone crazy. She was impatient and impatient. Go away, you 2 dogs. I'll spare your lives today. I'm still short of 4 heads. If you dare stop me again. Before Moon Spirit finished her sentence, she suddenly went crazy and turned blood red. Her white dress turned scarlet in the blink of an eye. Kill! Moon Spirit shouted. Like a lunatic, she slashed through the void with her sword and saber, forcing the second king to retreat. The second king was about to explode. We stopped you. You killed 2 of our true god subordinates the moment you arrived. Did you think it was easy to revive these true gods all these years? Yet, this woman killed as soon as she arrived and scolded them as if they were her servants. Both of them had the combat power of a heavenly king if they joined forces. Even the emperors of the past were extremely courteous when they saw the heavenly kings. Moon Spirit, who did she think she was? Now, she was accusing them of stopping her. The second king was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This woman was getting crazier, a lunatic heavenly king. Moon Spirit's ability was not heavenly king, but with 2 artifacts, she definitely had the ability of a heavenly king. Similar to the second king. When the second king joined forces, they had such ability. However, they were not alone. They might not be able to defeat a heavenly king. It was the same for Moon Spirit. Artifacts were external objects. She might not win against a heavenly king. In this way, both sides were equally matched. Although they were evenly matched, Moon Spirit was still arrogant. She shouted, Qing Tong, come here and kill their dogs for me. Not far away, Sovereign Qing Tong wore a bitter expression. Moon Spirit, how dare you? Moon Spirit shouted angrily and said coldly, how dare you call me by my name? Before the heaven realm was destroyed, you were just an ordinary venerable sovereign. How dare you bully me? Sovereign Qing Tong wanted to curse, who bullied you? Your man is dead, and now he's calling you his imperial concubine. If he were to shout, it would be even more troublesome. Your father is dead, and now he's calling you a princess. That would be an even more miserable death. This woman was a complete lunatic. The heavenly realm was destroyed and her family was destroyed. She escaped with a few maidservants and established Mount Wangu. In reality, Mount Wangu was just a temporary residence for this woman. In the end, after he created Mount Wangu, he did nothing but search for the ruins of the heaven realm all year round. Because of this, even the heavenly cat and the heavenly dog did not dare to go to Mount Wangu. The heavenly cat and the heavenly dog were the only two known fellows who walked out of the heavenly realm after it was destroyed. Moon Spirit did not know whether the heavenly hound was in the heaven realm back then. She did not know whether the heavenly cat was in the heaven realm or not. But these two fellows were still alive. She felt that they knew, so she often went to look for them. But the cat and the dog ran away when they saw her. Moon Spirit blocked the gate of Quokang Mountain several times, but the heavenly cat refused to go out. The heavenly cat hid, and Moon Spirit could not find it. After a few times, she finally gave up. Coincidentally, someone saw the prince at that time, so the heavenly cat escaped. Sovereign Qing Tong was speechless. Moon Spirit was even angrier. You also bully me. How dare you? I spared your life in the past, but now I want you to kill some trash, and you dare to evade me. Sovereign Qing Tong did not say a word. I didn't even say a word. How could I bully you? Why was this woman even crazier than before? Kill these dogs quickly, and I will repay you for saving my life. Hearing this, Qing Tong sighed softly. Without saying anything, he quickly rushed towards Sovereign Green Lotus. During the war between the North and the South, it was indeed Moon Spirit who saved him. Saving his life. It was worth it to kill a few true gods to repay it. Seeing this, the two kings' eyes turned red. Green Lotus and a true god attacked. Although Green Lotus was not weak, not everyone at Emperor level could kill a true god in the blink of an eye like Moon Spirit and King Wu. 8 true gods besieged Green Lotus, but it was Green Lotus who retreated. The remaining 2 also killed the true god of Wang Wu until he bled. The 10 powerhouses had fought on the battlefield, and the maidservants of Wang Wu could not compare to them. Green Lotus had gone far on the path, and old Zhang once mistook her for the master of Mount Wangwu. Her ranking was still above Gong Zhuanzi. Otherwise, 8 true gods were enough to kill this emperor level. However, if Qing Tong, the leader of the southern sect, was included, Green Lotus could not be compared to him. At this moment, the Destiny Monarch was really angry. Stop him! The Destiny Monarch shouted angrily, stopping Qing Tong, otherwise, the people they brought out today would be in trouble. At this moment, King Feng glanced at Feng Ping, his eyes gloomy. But he did not make a move. He could kill Feng Ping, but Feng Ping had no one to protect him now. But if he killed Feng Ping, that crazy woman, King Feng glanced at Moon Spirit who had killed the 2 kings, and without saying a word, he ran to fight Qing Tong. He would rather fight Qing Tong. That woman was really crazy. At the same time, on the side of the catacombs, more than 10 true king powerhouses leaped into the sky, heading straight for Qing Tong. They were the hidden pawns of the 2 kings all these years. If the 15 true gods from before were added, there would be a total of more than 30 true god powerhouses. In addition to the strength of the 2 kings that were comparable to the 8 kings, it was not impossible to rebuild the heavenly court. But who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen? Godland. Li Zhu sighed softly. There were only about 100 true kings, and now that so many people had left, the people of the 2 kings had also been counted. On the side of Godland, there were only about 100 true kings left. Moreover, they were somewhat at a loss and helpless. They were a little confused. Was this still Godland? The 4 kings had become thieves. The people of the 2 kings and the martial kings had taken away more than 20 people in a short while. The key was, among the remaining people, were there still any? This turn of events was out of everyone's expectations. Li Zhu took a look and sneered. He said calmly, in that case, it's about time. The situation of the three realms is about to change. King Zhen is standing behind King Fate, and many of the true kings in Godland are probably under their control. King Zhen? The right God General paused for a moment. I thought it was King Sun, but it's actually King Zhen. Didn't you see Moon Spirit's attack and King Zhen's voice? King Zhen is on the same side as King Fate. Li Zhu pointed at Xianxia. King Sun should be on the side of the Outer Seas Immortal Islands. Many of the Outer Seas Immortal Islands are working with him, or they might even be secretly groomed by him. King Kuan should be the so-called leader of the God religion. King Qian. King Qian is just a *T stick. He is in charge of balancing the various powers, and his role is similar to Heavenly King Zhen. We can't be sure if King Zhen is Heavenly King Zhen. However, King Zhen hasn't appeared yet, so he is either dead or Heavenly King Zhen. Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, and King Zhen have all revealed themselves. Of the four kings of Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui, at least 2 died back then, and at most 2 heavenly kings are left. Perhaps they are the supporters behind the land of domains and the realm beyond skies. But something is probably going to happen to the land of domains. Li Zhu smiled. In the domain, King Wu is out of control. Back then, he was schemed against by King Kuan, and both the North and South sects suffered heavy losses. This heavenly king might have fought with King Kuan back then, and it's hard to say if he's still alive. The one behind Sky Beyond Skies hasn't appeared yet, but something unexpected happened in Sky Beyond Skies, and the dragon transformation is out of control. 6 kings, 6 powers. Li Zhu smiled. This way, the situation of the 3 realms is clear. The 2 kings are considered a power, the demon monarch is also considered a power, and King Wu and Heavenly King Zhen are 1. They are 8 powers. The right God General asked in a deep voice, what about Brother Li? Me? Li Zhu said softly, I am just an accident. You will know about something sooner or later. The right God General was silent. Sooner or later, today, the kings were pawns, and they didn't even know how they died. Be it the land of rebirth or Godland, it was the same. Zhang Tao had revealed some information about the land of rebirth, but he didn't say everything to keep the secret. On the other hand, Godland was under the control of a few powerhouses, and they might not even have the right to know. The right God General didn't ask any more. Looking at the current situation, he said, even so, the land of rebirth must be destroyed. He could see that Zhang Tao couldn't hold on anymore. King Ming and the others were attacking crazily, and the Book of Great Tao was cracking. Zhang Tao was also spitting blood from the 6 powerhouses' attacks. Although many of the true kings of Godland had defected, they all had opponents. At this moment, the humans were still at a disadvantage, and they were fighting 1 against 2. Once Zhang Tao died, they would return to square 1. Not only that, but the venerable emperors in the domain and Sky Beyond Skies were also moving. This included the overseas Immortal Islands, which had the most emperors. If they were King Sun's men, and King Sun was fighting Heavenly King Zhen, then the overseas Immortal Islands were actually the humans' enemies. Yes, we must be destroyed. I want to see what King Wu can do. Did Zhang Tao still have a plan? At this moment, everyone was extremely wary of Zhang Tao, worried that he still had a backup plan. Zhang Tao felt bitter in his heart. How could he have a backup plan? If he could instigate dozens of true kings to defect, he would have killed the catacombs long ago. Why would he need to set up a trap? Moon Spirit's appearance was an accident. 8 true kings were not a force to be used now. This time, he was prepared for at least half of the humans to perish. His original plan was to retreat as he fought. When many of the humans had perished, and many of the catacombs had been killed, the divine sect would definitely appear. That would not be the time for the 8 of them to attack. These 8 people were the last resort. Unexpectedly, Moon Spirit came. Seeing that the situation was good, he let them appear and kill some more people. But now, he saw that many human powerhouses were filled with hope. The War King even looked like he was itching to get rid of everyone today. This made Zhang Tao feel extremely bitter. Idiot, if he was really that strong, why would he still need to fuse with the Tao? At this moment, he was already powerless. The three powerhouses of the catacombs were completely enraged. The Life King's combat strength was originally not as strong as the Emperor level. But at this moment, the Life King was slightly stronger than the other 5 emperors. And all of this originated from one Dao, Qi Huanyu's Dao. Zhang Tao realized that the Life King seemed to have taken Qi Huanyu's Dao for a long time. Most importantly, he seemed to be fusing with the Dao, not like Zhang Tao, but the great Dao that suppressing Heavenly King had mentioned. He had connected Qi Huanyu's Dao to his own Dao. Originally, the Life King had taken 2 Dao, and each Dao was less than 10,000 meters long. But after connecting the Dao, it seemed to be more than 10,000 meters long. Zhang Tao was thinking of a way out as he said with a smile, "Life King, you're ruthless." Suppressing Heavenly King said that connecting the Dao was as difficult as ascending to heaven, but you did it. What a surprise. King Wu, there's no need to struggle pointlessly. The Life King's face darkened. He said coldly, there have been enough accidents today. Do you think there will be more? The Life King pierced his head with his spear. Next to him, the King of Myriad Beasts had already returned to his true form. He swept his tail and shattered Zhang Tao's golden body. Several venerable sovereigns were closing in. Zhang Tao was about to die. At this moment, the Life King suddenly said, "Are you thinking about the Divine Sect, or Li Zhu?" The Life King said coldly, "The Divine Sect has been here for a long time. Do you know that?" As soon as the Life King said this, another accident happened. Rumble. In the distance, the void collapsed. An illusory figure walked out of the darkness and almost killed everyone on Li Zhu's side with a palm strike. But at this moment, Li Zhu's side was unharmed. Li Zhu coughed lightly. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He said with a wry smile, "This is beyond my expectation." This king thought that everything was under control. I never thought that the 3 great sect protectors would actually come for this king. At this moment, 2 people walked out of the darkness. They were 2 men and 1 woman. They were all wearing special masks. Even though there were countless experts present, no one could see through their masks and see their faces clearly. As for their auras, they seemed to be a little turbid. One of them was wearing a mask with a cloud pattern, one was wearing a mountain mask, and the last one was wearing a baby-faced mask. The 3 guardians of heaven, earth, and man. I didn't expect them to come together. Li Zhu coughed up blood again. He smiled and said, "The 3 guardians really think highly of me." At this moment, the man wearing the cloud mask said in an ancient voice, "Li Zhu, are you still trying to hide it? We have already found out that you are not Li Zhu. The tree of life in your palace bore the fruit of life. A dead man has come back to life after eating the fruit of life, and this tree of life was planted by the earthly sovereign's projection. Who are you?" A dead man had come back to life, the tree of life. That day, Feng Ping pretended to be Feng Miesheng and entered the king battlefield. When King Feng returned, Li Zhu was watering a small tree in the palace. It was a mythical tree, but it was of little value. The tree of life, legend had it that the demon emperor planted one in the past and it bore the fruit of life. It was said that it had absorbed thousands of daos. No one believed that someone would plant it again. But the tree in Li Zhu's palace bore the fruit of life. The man wearing the cloud mask was the celestial guardian of the 3 guardians of heaven, earth, and man. At this moment, he said in an icy voice, "You have entered the realm battlefield, haven't you? You have brought the tree of life with you, haven't you? You know very well what you've stolen. The only thing I am curious about now is, before the fruit of life bore, how did you make Li Zhu listen to you? No, it might not be difficult." A mysterious powerhouse gave pointers to a young genius who rose from a mortal. Naturally, the young genius would listen to everything. Am I right or wrong? The young man went to the graveyard of the gods, entered the realm battlefield, raised the tree of life, and bore the fruit of life, right? You, Li Zhu, who are you? At this moment, many people were shocked again. What was going on today? Powerhouses emerged one after another. The 3 people who appeared now gave them the feeling that none of them were weaker than Zhang Tao. What was more frightening was that when the celestial guardian attacked just now, he did not manage to kill Li Zhu's party. He had been blocked. Li Zhu was fake. A dead man came back to life. Who came back to life? The real Li Zhu had died a long time ago. At this moment, Li Zhu coughed slightly, blood spilling out of his mouth. He said with a smile, "The celestial guardian's guess is reasonable. The celestial guardian said calmly, I'm afraid you came back to life more than 10 years ago. At that time, Li Zhu's origin would have collapsed and died. You replaced him. Am I right? 3 celestial guardians, you didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? I just want to confirm whether you are the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor? Li Zhu said with a smile, when did I become the Demon Emperor? The Demon Emperor is still alive, isn't he? You said I came back to life. How could I be the Demon Emperor? That's right. The celestial guardian said calmly, I don't think you are him. Then who are you? One of the 36 ancient saints? One of the 8 kings? Or, one of the 4 emperors? Or, the reincarnation of the 9 emperors? Rumble. As soon as the celestial guardian said this, some venerable sovereigns, unable to control their energy, lost their composure in the battle. The reincarnation of the 9 emperors? No, resurrection, true resurrection, resurrection with memories, because Li Zhu had consumed the legendary fruit of life, the fruit of life that could allow one to live another life. Only the earthly emperor's projection had the tree of life. You. Are you the reincarnation of the earthly emperor? There are many doubts about the earthly emperor's establishment of the divine dynasty. Li Zhu said with a smile, if so, your sect master is my son? Celestial guardian, you can't talk nonsense. I am Li Zhu. When did I become someone else? If you are the earthly emperor, should King Kuan call me father? King Wu. Ha ha ha. Li Zhu laughed heartily. The celestial guardian wasn't angry. He said indifferently, maybe. Maybe the earthly emperor's projection really wanted to resurrect the earthly emperor. Maybe someone stole the fruit of victory. Li Zhu laughed again. Stole? What do you mean? The destruction of the earthly emperor divine dynasty was also your sect's doing. Didn't you spread the news that the earthly emperor was a projection? Didn't King Kuan plan such a great war and cause countless casualties just to become an emperor? Why are you trying to frame me now? The conversation between the two stirred up waves again and again. The divine sect was really the one who planned the war of the earthly emperor divine dynasty. They had their guesses, but some people knew that the divine sect was founded by King Kuan. The earthly emperor divine dynasty was also King Kuan's family business. Why did he leak the secret? Back then, when the earthly emperor divine dynasty existed, the 3 realms thought that there was a real emperor. However, King Kuan never showed up. Many people thought that he had died in that war. If the sect master was really King Kuan, it meant that King Kuan knew that the earthly emperor was fake from the beginning. That was why he didn't show up. In the end, he leaked the news and triggered a great war. Some of them didn't understand. At this moment, Fang Ping understood a little. The gate of projection. In that war, King Kuan might have done it for the gate of projection and the powerful Great Tao. It was the same for the war between the north and the south. However, King Kuan's fruit of victory seemed to have been stolen. They didn't know about the war of the earthly emperor divine dynasty, but Li Zhu had long stolen the fruit of victory. He used those Great Tao to nurture the fruit of life. The real Li Zhu revived the fake Li Zhu. Perhaps he was the mysterious grandpa in the eyes of the real Li Zhu. Li Zhu came from an ordinary family. He was a child from an ordinary family in the catacombs. He joined the army at a young age. From a soldier in a small city, he gradually became stronger. In the end, he joined the Tianji army and shone brilliantly. In the end, he even ascended to the throne, shocking everyone. In the catacombs, there was a clear hierarchy. It was difficult for a child from an ordinary family to reach that stage, no matter how talented he was. But Li Zhu did it. At this moment, Fang Ping understood a little. This guy also had a cheat, maybe. He was the current Li Zhu. The current Li Zhu was probably that old grandpa. He cultivated Li Zhu and made him strong so that he could enter the space battlefield and seize the Great Tao. No, there are 4 true god powerhouses there. How could he seize the Great Tao in the door? In fact, it was very easy to verify this. If there were still Great Tao in the gate of all beings, it meant that the sect master had guessed wrong. But if there were none, then it was used to cultivate the fruit of life. Fang Ping didn't know if Li Zhu could steal the Great Tao in the door under the noses of the 4 true gods. But the sect master could not have said it out of nowhere. There must be some basis. Just when Fang Ping was in shock, Li Zhu laughed again. 3 guardians, I'm a little surprised. Is Fate King a piece of trash worth your cooperation? Trash? At this moment, Fate King looked at him and said lightly, who are you relying on? The people you secretly subdued? Do you really think these people will rely on a living dead who doesn't even dare to show his strength? I'm the #1 person in Godland. I've always been. Whether King Qian is one of the 8 ancient kings or not, if he doesn't dare to show himself, I'm the #1 person. As for you, you're just a joke. All these years, I've revealed my strength in order to make people believe in me. How many people can you convince with just your glib tongue? After saying that, Fate King looked at the Sky Plant's royal court and smiled faintly. Red Moon, tell me, is Li Zhu worth your cooperation? After saying that, he looked at King Huai and smiled. King Huai, it's been hard on you all these years. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been kept in the dark. King Huai smiled too. Back then, I almost died trying to prove my Dao. It was Brother Ji who saved me and spent a lot of heaven and earth treasures. I'll remember that. Li Zhu only thinks of plotting against the world. What a joke, all these years, the Sky Plant's royal court has been declining day by day. They've been fighting the land of rebirth nonstop. I still have some credit. As soon as he said that, some of the catacombs' real kings almost broke down. King Huai. What's going on? Li Zhu laughed too. He said in surprise, you are Ji Ming's man? Huaying, you've really surprised me. At this moment, King Maple said nothing. King Huai was a 3-way spy. He was not Li Zhu's man but Fate King's. All these years, he had been fighting the land of rebirth. King Huai's contribution to the war between the Sky Plant's royal court and the land of rebirth could not go unnoticed. Everyone was dazzled by this series of changes. Even Zhang Tao was surprised. He looked at Fate King in shock. This man really had not been idle all these years. Also, that Li Zhu fellow had been tricked. Fate King said coldly, some people always think that they've calculated everything. Martial King, you're like this. Li Zhu is the same. I, Ji Ming, have been walking around God's continent for hundreds of years. How can you guys who have never traveled God's continent compare to me? Having said that, he roared, kill. At this moment, the 3 great sect protectors attacked one after another. Not only them, in the darkness, there were auras coming again, their targets, powerhouses from all sides. This change in the situation caught everyone off guard. Even Fang Ping was shocked. Fate King, they underestimated him. No, this should be the real Fate King, a fellow who could even tolerate Qi Huanyu who made him a cuckold. A fellow who could disregard everything for the sake of Dao. A fellow who even groomed Ji Hong to become a true king. Did he not know how to plot at all? Fang Ping was a little confused. Fate King had joined forces with the Divine Sect. If that was the case, who could fight them? There were too many powerhouses in the Divine Sect. On Fate King's side, the 4 royal courts seemed to have secretly reached an agreement with him. At this moment, Celestial Demon King and Myriad Demon King did not panic. Obviously, they knew something about the situation. There were too many powerhouses in this alliance. With the appearance of the Divine Sect's 3 great sect masters, the situation changed again. Not just the 3 great sect masters. At this moment, true god auras were being emitted from all directions. At this moment, Li Zhu suddenly laughed out loud. King Wu, it seems like you and I are both their targets. I didn't expect that Fate King and Kuan King were planning to catch us all in one go. This was out of his expectations. He thought that Fate King and King Wu were secretly working together to catch the Divine Sect. But now, Li Zhu knew that he was wrong. It turned out that Fate King and Kuan King's target was not only King Wu but also him. Zhang Tao also started coughing blood, but he was no longer pessimistic. Instead, he laughed heartily. Li Zhu, weren't you very proud of yourself? You thought that you were unparalleled in scheming, but it seems like you failed today. Yes. Li Zhu sighed. Then, he looked at Fang Ping who was hiding at the side and sighed softly. That day. I should have killed you. It could be said that he was single-handedly created by Fang Ping. Before Fang Ping went to the Imperial City, no one had suspected him. But ever since Fang Ping went there, he first caused a ruckus in the palace, then revealed the news to Ji Yao, Huayu, and the others. King Wu had secretly sent people to spread the news. After a while, he was almost a joke. That day when Fang Ping sneaked into the palace and killed Feng Miexing, he had actually sensed something. Unfortunately, at that time, in order to hide his strength, he did not expose it. Who would have thought that everything that happened next was completely out of his expectations? Since then, all parties had their eyes on him, including the divine sect. They had been testing him constantly. There were a few strange true god auras in Skyplant City, flashing and disappearing. It must be the divine sect powerhouses who were secretly spying on him. When Fang Ping heard this, he grinned and said, "King Li, we're all in the same boat now. Why do you have to say such hurtful words? We can only escape if we work together, isn't that right?" Fang Ping, Li Zhu ignored the three great sectmasters' encirclement and said with a smile, "I'm actually a little curious. Why do powerhouses always appear to protect you at the critical moment? When you were in the 7 southern regions, Song Mao appeared. Today, Wang Wu suddenly appeared too. These are all unexpected things. You have repeatedly turned danger into safety, not because of your own strength, but because of the protection of these outsiders. This king is indeed a little puzzled. Why is it that every time this happens, your existence is a variable? Who are you? Was it a coincidence? Maybe, however, some things might seem like a coincidence, but they might not be." At this moment, many powerhouses looked at Fang Ping from all directions. He looked at the weakest martial artist in the field. So many absolute peak and true monarchs had died, yet this fellow was still unharmed. Just now, he had reached a dead end. The Maple King wanted to kill him, and the 2 kings wanted to kill him. However, the moon spirit of Mount Wanwu came. Fang Ping's ability to turn danger into safety was displayed to the fullest. As soon as Li Zhu finished his words, Tian Hun, who was about to attack, stopped abruptly. He looked at Fang Ping and said flatly, "Fang Ping. You, Wang Jinyang, Yao Qingjun, Li Hansong, this time, you are all targets of the divine sect." At this moment, Li Zhu didn't seem surprised. Instead, he murmured, "Is it really you 4? The 4 emperors of battle, war, destruction, and hegemony." Fang Ping and the other 3 revealed some of their characteristics. As for Fang Ping, it was a little complicated. But now that he thought about it, since the other 3 were the reincarnations of the 4 emperors, there was no reason for Heaven Reverse not to be here. Fang Ping was Heaven Reverse Emperor. As soon as Tian Hun finished his words, King Sun's voice came from afar. "I have been paying attention to them. Are they really the reincarnations of the 4 emperors?" King Zhen said indifferently, "Li Xianxia and Zhang Tao know better than us. But it seems that King Kuan knows more than us. King Sun, since King Kuan's men have already made their move, I'm afraid it is true." "The 4 emperors are really reincarnated," King Sun exclaimed. "I thought they were either completely annihilated or still alive. I didn't expect them to be reincarnated. If that is the case, kill them." King Sun bellowed. The next moment, his voice reverberated in all directions. "Go to Mount Royal Sea and capture the other 3. Wu Ming, capture Fang Ping." Since King Kuan's men wanted to capture them, it meant that King Kuan must have found something. The reincarnations of the 4 emperors were found. At this moment, Zhang Tao's expression changed. Something unexpected happened again. Regarding Fang Ping and the other 3, other than Fang Ping, the other 3 were extremely low profile. They did not make many moves and were always covered by Fang Ping. He was also helping to cover up and divert attention. He even secretly spread some news. Wang Jinyang and the others were just ordinary martial artists who had been reborn. The reincarnations of the 4 emperors were very important, including their divine weapons and even their Tao of origin, the Tao of origin that the 4 of them walked out from. Could it be the Tao of origin from their previous life? If he captured them, could he take their divine weapons and their Tao so that he could reach the top and become an existence like the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor? These few years, Zhang Tao was not like how he looked on the surface. He did not care about the others. In the dark, he had made some arrangements, including the disappearance of their tracks after they entered the catacombs. These were all arranged by his men. But at this moment, it seemed like they were still discovered by the evil sect. Helplessness appeared in Zhang Tao's eyes. Fang Ping did not say anything, but the other 3 were probably exposed because of the Emperor's tomb. At the Emperor's tomb, Heavenly Emperor Zhang's heart appeared. Although he used Fang Ping to divert attention, there were many people who went that day and more or less noticed some clues. In addition to some previous rumors, it was not difficult for King Kuan to determine that these four were the reincarnations of the four emperors. Although Fang Ping and the others performed well back then, they had not reached the level of true god. At that time, they were not in the eyes of those big shots. But later, Fang Ping became more and more conspicuous. Some things could no longer be hidden. King Sun sent some people from the overseas Immortal Islands to Mount Royal Sea to let the emperor from Nameless Mountain capture Fang Ping. The divine sect also wanted to capture these four and even kill King Wu, Li Zhu, and the others. Tian Hun purposely said that he wanted to capture Fang Ping and the others. It was not a slip of the tongue but to divert the attention of the overseas Immortal Islands and beyond Avalon to humans. The reincarnations of the four emperors were more important than the divine sect. At this moment, Tian Hun shouted, "The divine sect has no intention of becoming enemies with everyone. This time, we only came out to capture the reincarnations of the four emperors and kill Li Zhu, King Wu, and the others who provoked the divine sect." Li Zhu chuckled. Does anyone believe that? If those people from beyond Avalon and the overseas Immortal Islands believe that, then they are the real idiots. Zhang Tao also roared, "You fools, can't you see it? King Kuan and King Ming have joined hands. No, I should say King General, these two heavenly kings have joined hands to kill everyone. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be?" The two heavenly kings had joined hands. Moreover, their subordinates were extremely powerful. King Zhen and King Ming were in cahoots. They could even be said to be the secret supporters of the catacombs. King Kuan was in charge of the strongest and most mysterious sect, the divine sect. Now that these two parties had joined hands, once they attacked the other parties, would the other parties be able to resist? Li Zhu smiled faintly. It might not be two heavenly kings. Since King Sun has spoken, it might be three parties. King Sun was a supporter of the overseas Immortal Islands. If three parties joined hands, then this time, other than these three parties, everyone would definitely die, including Tian Ji and King Tian Ming. At this moment, the powerhouses from all sides were also thinking about it. There were King Sun's men in the overseas Immortal Islands, but it didn't mean that they were all under his command. There were 33 overseas Immortal Islands, all led by Emperor Realm powerhouses. King Sun didn't have the ability to control all of the overseas Immortal Islands. Most of them were actually idle forces. A few of the Immortal Islands were under King Sun's direct command. These heavenly kings had a few Emperor Realm powerhouses under their command. King Sun had a few. As the supporters of the catacombs, King Zhen, King Ming, Sky Goblin King, and Myriad Goblin King, these Emperor Realm powerhouses could also be considered as powerhouses under King Sun's command. These few were also Emperor Realm powerhouses. Right now, it seemed that there was no heavenly king supporting the human realm powerhouses. However, there was probably someone secretly leading the attack of so many Emperor Realm powerhouses from the human realm. In this place, other than King Qian who had just left, there might be another heavenly king here. No. King Kuan might also be in the dark. Layers upon layers of nets pressured the powerhouses who didn't know what was going on, making it difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, many people were at a loss. Where should they go? Originally, they came here to seize the supreme treasure. But now, the supreme treasure was still in Zhang Tao's hands. However, as various forces entered the battlefield, the situation had become so complicated that even the Emperor Realm powerhouses were at a loss. Who should they help? Who should they kill? There were many heavenly king powerhouses. King Qian, heaven-suppressing king, King Kuan, King Sun, King Zhen, and perhaps another heavenly king powerhouse were in the dark. In addition, there were two kings and Moon Spirit. Just this alone meant that there were 8 powerhouses with the strength of a heavenly king. There were also many powerhouses with the strength of 36 saints. King Wu, the 3 sect protectors, and perhaps Li Zhu. Just now, when sect protector Tian attacked and failed to kill Li Zhu, it meant that this person probably had the strength of at least 36 saints. Not only that, what about Supreme Emperor Qing Tong of Weiyu Mountain? He didn't show too much strength, but as the leader of the southern faction, Supreme Emperor Qing Tong had fought with Moon Spirit many times. How could he only see this little strength? back then, the masters of the 10 great grotto heavens and the masters of the 4 Brahma heavens who were not far from the level of 36 saints had not broken the limit and advanced to this level. At this moment, all the powerhouses had mixed feelings at this moment. At this moment, the true God powerhouses of the divine sect also appeared one after another. 10, 20, 30, a total of 30 true God powerhouses. King Kuan did not appear, but the 3 sect protectors appeared with 30 true gods. As for the emperor-level powerhouses, perhaps there were people from the divine sect among the emperor-level powerhouses. Among these 30 people, 27 of their targets were the humans. 3 of them. Their target was Fang Ping. At the same time, the nameless emperor of the overseas immortal islands also looked at Fang Ping. Capture Fang Ping. This was what both the divine sect and King Sun wanted to do. Because of the appearance of the divine sect, everyone seemed to have forgotten a very important person. A lunatic, who had always felt that she was superior and looked down on everyone, a lunatic with a noble status that almost no one in the 3 realms could surpass. At least after the destruction of the heavenly realm, no one in the 3 realms had a higher status than her. An emperor's daughter and an emperor's daughter-in-law. Even in ancient times, Moon Spirit's status was extremely noble. At this moment, it seemed that she was provoked. She was ignored. Divine sect, King Kuan killed her husband. The divine sect could even be said to be a family with Mount Wangu, if it was really established by King Kuan. At this moment, the smell of blood on Moon Spirit's body was so thick that it was frightening, but her voice was much more normal than before. She opened her mouth and said, "The 3 sect protectors of heaven, earth, and human. I think they are 3 of the 36 saints." Moon Spirit casually repelled the 2 kings with a slash and no longer paid attention to them. She was not afraid that they would ambush her. She turned directly, looked at the 3 of them, and said lightly, "Do you know me?" Behind her, the 2 kings looked at each other and frowned slightly, but they did not make a move. At this moment, the situation was changing. At this moment, there was no benefit in fighting this lunatic Moon Spirit to the death. Moon Spirit opened her mouth. The sect protector was silent for a while before saying, "Tianli greets the lady. Tianbai greets the lady. Tianhui greets the lady." At this moment, the 3 sect protectors all introduced themselves. There was a soft gasp from all directions. The 36 saints. They thought they were all dead. It was understandable that the 8 kings were not dead because the 8 kings were guarding the 4 directions. They might not be in the heavenly realm. However, the 36 saints could be regarded as the direct subordinates of the emperors, and their main task was to guard the heavenly realm. After the destruction of the heavenly realm, almost no one had heard of the 36 saints surviving over the years. But now, 3 of the 36 saints had gathered in the divine sect, and these 3 had become the sect protectors. At this moment, some ancient venerable sovereigns were also sure that the divine sect was founded by King Kuan. These 3 great sages, although the 36 sages did not clearly state which emperor they belonged to, had a good relationship with the earthly sovereign. Obviously, these people were also under the earthly sovereign's son, King Kuan, one of the 8 kings. "It's you." Moon Spirit did not seem surprised. She still said indifferently, "I haven't seen you for a long time. I just want to ask, how did you survive?" The 3 of them did not speak, as if they were unwilling to talk here. Moon Spirit suddenly laughed. It seemed to be the first time she had laughed since she came here. "King Kuan is not dead, the 3 of you are not dead, and the puppet of the earthly sovereign even showed up. Maybe the earthly sovereign is not dead." The 36 saints were on good terms with the 9 emperors. This meant that an emperor could probably command 4 sages on average. And the earthly sovereign's family had too many strong masters. This showed that the earthly sovereign's family might not have suffered many losses in the battle that destroyed the heaven realm. Maybe they had preserved the most strength. That didn't sound like a problem. But at this moment, many people felt the sky had turned cold. Some emperor-level experts even felt a little cold. Moon Spirit's tone was getting more and more normal. The 2 sons of the earthly sovereign could command 3 to 5 saints. But King Kuan is still alive, you are still alive, and even the 2 dogs that were his mounts are still alive. Tianji and the Lord of Destiny were livid, but at this moment, neither of them said a word. They felt that something big was going to happen. Only, he died. Only he died. Moon Spirit seemed to be a little crazy. She murmured, "Why? Why didn't you losers die? Why? Tell me, why? Why did the heaven realm disappear when I went to the king's mansion to rest for a few days? He died. I'm still waiting for him in the king's mansion, waiting for him to come and take me home. Tell me, why didn't he come? He said he would go to the king's mansion to rest for a few days. When he's done with his work, he'll come and take me home, he promised. Why?" Moon Spirit did not know who she was asking. She murmured, "I waited and waited, waited until the heaven realm was destroyed, waited until the puppet dynasty was destroyed, waited until the battle of the north and south ended, waited until now, more than 7,000 years, where did he go?" More than 7,000 years, at this moment, Fong Ping suddenly felt an indescribable sympathy. Even if Moon Spirit was very strong, even if this woman was noble, even if she was crazy and domineering, she waited for a man for more than 7,000 years. Fong Ping could not imagine it. At this moment, a figure flashed in his mind, Xianxia. If I died in the catacombs, if she was alive, would she be like this? Fong Ping's thoughts flashed. He dared not think about it. He did not want to think about it. After going crazy for more than 7,000 years, he would rather not suffer such torture. Why did he have to die? Moon Spirit's voice became shrill. There were not many deaths in the earthly emperor's family. Why did her man have to die? And he was the most outstanding one. Her husband was the most talented and had the best character among all the princes. Even the emperor said that her husband had the potential to be an emperor. That year, when the earthly emperor brought his son to the North Palace, she fell in love with him at first sight. Love at first sight, they had been in love for 1,000 years. She thought that everything would be fine, that everything would be the same as it had been for 1,000 years. However, this time when she went sightseeing, she was full of expectations. She imagined that her husband would come and take her home like before. What she waited for was shocking bad news. The heaven realm was gone, her home was gone, her husband was gone too, her father was gone. The North Emperor's saber flew to Mount Wangu and trembled for a few days. As for the earthly emperor's sword, it was given to her husband by the earthly emperor. Before they left, her husband gave it to her to protect herself and took away his own sword. Perhaps she should not have taken the earthly emperor's sword that year. Perhaps she had harmed her husband. Moon Spirit's eyes suddenly turned red. No, it was all their fault. These D*MN fellows, why did they not die? Weren't they supposed to protect her husband? Why did King Kuan not die? Where was King Kuan for the past 7,000 years? Why did he not dare to come and see her? Who was the husband that appeared that year? Was he really her husband? At this moment, the emperor weapon in Fong Ping's hand trembled. Then, it fell into Moon Spirit's hand in the blink of an eye. Moon Spirit caressed it gently and said in a low voice, "No. He's alive. He won't leave my sword behind. This is Moon Spirit's, my husband won't lose it." Moon Spirit murmured. At this moment, all the powerhouses who were fighting slowed down. Everyone felt a little nervous. So, husband is really dead? Dead. Rumble, the sky and earth changed color. At this moment, in the eyes of the three great sect protectors, a blood-red great path appeared. Blood red. My husband is dead. What's the use of you dogs? You actually want to capture and kill Fong Ping. You even want to take away my husband's remains. You have angered me. A shocking murderous aura rose from the void. Moon Spirit stood on the blood-red great path and looked at the three great sect protectors. However, she did not directly attack them. Instead, the blood-red great path coiled. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Moon Spirit's great path directly wrapped around the nameless, venerable emperor who had just arrived near Fong Ping. You want to take away my husband's remains? You deserve to die. No, you don't even deserve to die. You dog slave, I want you to live in pain for the rest of your life. Moon Spirit let out a mournful growl. The blood-red great path wrapped around the nameless venerable emperor like a long snake. The nameless venerable emperor roared angrily. Moon Spirit. How dare you? Go to hell. At this moment, Moon Spirit's great path was really like a long snake. The front, like the head of a snake, swallowed the nameless venerable emperor in one bite. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the blood-red great path seemed to be chewing and swallowing. In the distance, King Sun roared angrily, "Moon Spirit, you bastard, how dare you kill my people?" Moon Spirit looked over and murmured, "You bullied me too. Husband, they are all bullying me, all bullying all bullying Ling. The last word was extremely shrill. Under the horrified gazes of the other venerable emperors, the bloody smell on Moon Spirit even dispersed the blood-red clouds and rain in the sky. Rumble, at this moment, a big hole seemed to be torn open between heaven and earth. In the sky, an energy sun appeared. The night actually turned into day. It was impossible to see the sun at night in the catacombs. However, at this moment, the sun appeared in a flash. Then, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Rumble, huge cracks appeared, and a huge road appeared. Then, under everyone's dazzled eyes, this road was covered by a wisp of blood. Under the blood, Moon Spirit seemed to appear in it. Her figure was extremely huge, and she bit off this huge road with one bite. Crack, everyone seemed to hear a cracking sound. No! A mournful roar came out. The illusory figure of the nameless venerable emperor flashed and disappeared. The next moment, it was completely covered by the blood. All of this happened too quickly. Almost in a few words, this venerable emperor from Nameless Mountain, this venerable emperor from the overseas immortal islands, became the first venerable emperor powerhouse to die today. Drip, the blood rain was almost like a fountain dripping down. Moon Spirit looked up at the sky, a smile on her face, and murmured, "Husband, these dog slaves all deserve to die. When Ling kills all these dog slaves, I'll take you home." At this moment, Zhao Xingwu appeared in front of Fang Ping, the fear in his eyes chilling. Old Zhao was a little scared. Did this old man do something shocking and troublesome? Remains. Where did the remains come from? This woman was too scary. At the thought of not having any remains, this woman went crazy, maybe even crazier than she was now. When a heavenly king powerhouse went crazy, without 2 or 3 heavenly king powerhouses, could they stop her? Old Zhao looked at Fang Ping, his eyes flickering. "Fang Ping, you seem to be dying more miserably than this old man." The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. The remains that Moon Spirit mentioned. Damn, I don't have them. Would it be useful to tell her about the space battlefield? I'm afraid that even the suppressing heavenly king can't stop this woman. This was too crazy. She killed a venerable emperor in an instant. What was the strength of this woman? Just as Fang Ping and the others were worried. In the void in the distance, the heavenly king's figure flashed and disappeared. At this moment, the 3 heavenly king powerhouses did not fight. She really reached the heavenly king realm, with 2 divine weapons. The heavenly king suddenly looked at the 2 of them and sighed softly. "Both of you, prepare to die." The 2 heavenly kings snorted coldly, cursing in their hearts. However, they were a little afraid. Moon Spirit had really broken through the heavenly king realm of a true king, if the heavenly king and Moon Spirit joined forces. The 2 of them looked at each other. This was a little troublesome. Moon Spirit was terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, Moon Spirit was so dangerous that even Wang Wu's people didn't dare to get close. The 12 true gods who had just arrived saw Moon Spirit's blood-red body. Without exception, they all stood in the distance and didn't dare to make a sound. They were true gods, but they were also servants. They were Moon Spirit's maids. Some of these people were maids from the Earth Palace, some from the North Palace, and some were brought by Moon Spirit herself. They were completely different from some of the true gods. Seeing Moon Spirit like this, these true gods all looked at the Arch-Green Lotus. But the Arch-Green Lotus didn't dare to speak at this moment. At this moment, she didn't fight with the 8 true gods anymore. The battle between Wang Wu and Moon Spirit had ended, so she didn't continue to fight. But in the next moment, Green Lotus was a little frightened. Moon Spirit looked at her abruptly before looking at the 12 real gods who had just arrived, as well as the other injured real god. She chuckled and said, "Go, slaughter King Kuan's men. If they don't die, all of you will." As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and charged toward the 3 sect protectors with one hand covering the sky. She wanted to destroy the god sect. These people were more hateful than Wang Wu. Wang Wu and the others weren't the earthly sovereign's subordinates. But King Kuan was the earthly sovereign's son, and the 3 arch protectors were the 3 sages. These people must die. Lady, the Arch-Protector Tian screamed. Moon Spirit didn't say a word. She held the two divine weapons and split into two again, attacking the three people. At this moment, the Arch-Green Lotus and the others looked at each other. Then, these women shouted and quickly attacked the true gods of the God sect. Li Zhu was dumbfounded by what he saw. Fate King was dumbfounded, Li Zhu's mouth twitched, and he took a few steps back. He couldn't afford to offend her. Moon Spirit was a madwoman. No one knew who she would attack next. From the moment she arrived, she attacked Wang Wu and the catacombs. Then, she scolded the Arch-Qing Tong, King Qian, King Sun, and King General. Now, she was even more powerful. She brought Wang Wu's people to kill the people of the God sect. The three sages came with 30 experts. Not including the heavenly kings, their strength was comparable to the catacombs. But now, before he could do anything, he had encountered a lunatic. Qing Tong, get over here and help me keep someone occupied. Moon Spirit shouted. She wasn't polite to Sovereign Qing Tong at all. She wanted to kill these people by holding back a saint. Sovereign Qing Tong smiled bitterly. What a lunatic! If he didn't act now, he suspected that this lunatic would attack him in the next second. If it were a normal person, it would be impossible, but if it were a moon spirit, the probability was 100%, Qing Tong sighed helplessly. With a casual strike, he shattered the Maple Monarch's golden body. He took a step into the air, and to everyone's surprise, his aura skyrocketed. He chuckled and said, Moon Spirit, leave Tianhui to me. I just broke through the realm not long ago, and I'm no match for the other two. The heaven, earth, and human protectors were all ancient saints. Tianhui was the sect protector and the only female. She was also the weakest of the three. Since Qing Tong had said this, it meant that he also had the strength of a sage. As the master of the second grotto heaven and the leader of the southern faction, it was not surprising that Qing Tong possessed such strength. In the blink of an eye, Qing Tong fought with the sect protector. The remaining two sect protectors shouted. Lady, the second prince died not because we didn't want to help. Before the heaven realm was destroyed, we were ordered to go to the Misery Sea. Before we returned, we found out that the heaven realm was destroyed. They thought that Moon Spirit was angry that they didn't save the second prince, so they hurried to explain. This lunatic was too strong. Even though the two sages had joined forces, they were forced to retreat by her two clones. Although they were not as strong as the two kings, they were in the same realm, so the gap between them wasn't too big. However, Moon Spirit was much stronger than the two kings just now. If this went on, even if Moon Spirit couldn't kill them in a short time, their plan would be in vain. Orders? Yu Ling yelled, whose orders? The orders of the earthly sovereign? I've never heard of anything important in the Misery Sea that requires the three sages' help. You deserve to die. The three sect protectors were extremely frustrated. What was the reason? This woman was really unreasonable. Li Zhu looked at the few people fighting not far away, then at the people from the Divine Church who were entangled by Mount Wangwu. He suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Life King and asked, amused, Jiming, what, do you think? Life King's expression was worse than everyone else's. The Divine Church appeared and was extremely powerful. He thought that everything could be settled quickly. He didn't expect such a big mistake to happen, although he was infuriated, seeing that Zhang Tao couldn't take it anymore. Then looking at the rest of the land of rebirth, Life King said coldly, although there's an accident, all of you still have to die. Before he finished speaking, the spear in Life King's hand swung, breaking the Didao book with a bang. Zhang Tao's 7 orifices were bleeding, looking slightly dispirited. Martial King, it's time to end this. Life King growled, raising his spear and pointing it at his head. At this moment, Fang Ping roared, green bastard, you were cuckolded by your disciple, Qi Huanyu. You gave birth to Ji Hong, a bastard who's not even sure if he's a son or a grandson. You only won 6 against 1. Do you really think you're somebody? Even Qi Huanyu has more guts than you, at least he cuckolded you. Fang Ping's roar reverberated through the clouds. At this moment, the spear in Life King's hand trembled slightly. Zhang Tao took the opportunity to slap the spear away with his palm and took a step back. Life King tilted his head and looked at Fang Ping. His expression didn't change as he said lightly, Fang Ping, if you want to die so badly, then I'll fulfill your wish. someone, go and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the three true kings charged toward Fang Ping. Among them was King Huai. At this moment, the Wangwu bloodline was entangled. No one could protect Fang Ping. Zhang Tao had also fought to this point. At this moment, 6 venerable emperors surrounded him. There was no way out. As for Life King, the leader of the Destiny Royal Court, he was indeed outstanding. Although there were fluctuations, they were quickly suppressed. As for the powerhouses from all sides, some were surprised, some were mocking, but at this moment, no one jeered. They were all top-notch powerhouses, and Life King was an emperor-level powerhouse. This matter could be said to be big, but it was also not worth mentioning. Even if it was true, the worst that could happen was that he would become a laughingstock in the future. Right now, no one would discuss this in front of Life King, lest he bore a grudge. They were not discussing, but the humans were bursting into laughter. War King sent a true king flying with a punch and laughed maniacally. Fang Ping, are you serious? As he said that, War King flew toward Fang Ping quickly, ready to rescue him. Of course. Fang Ping ignored Life King. In fact, he had already guessed it. Life King's tolerance was extraordinary. It was wishful thinking to expect him to kill Life King with words. Fang Ping was not doing this for Life King. At this moment, although Fang Ping saw the 3 true kings coming toward him, Zhao Xingwu, who was beside him, started to block his way. Fang Ping did not escape. He shouted, "Ji Hong, I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. Your father is not Life King, but Qi Huanyu. Otherwise, do you think Qi Huanyu would fight for the Ji family for the rest of his life if he knew that Life King had taken away his Dao? Do you really think he's an idiot? Life King knew all of this from the beginning. He purposely made your father kneel to his son, and even made you and your son suspect each other and kill each other. Ji Hong, I didn't kill Qi Huanyu. Before he died, he committed suicide. He wanted to become a king. He said that his life had been filled with grievances. Even if he died, he wanted to die as a king. It's not like he didn't know that forcefully achieving Dao would hurt Life King, but he still did it. Think about it. Is this considered revenge? Ji Hong, you're still working for Life King. How can you face your own father? Fang Ping was the kind of person who would spill everything. At this moment, Ji Hong, who was fighting with the human powerhouses, suddenly slowed down. He looked at Fang Ping. His expression was inscrutable, but his gaze was a little complicated. Qi Huanyu. His father, Catacombs martial artists were heartless, but they were not born heartless. That was the general environment. He had only achieved Dao not long ago. He had not reached the level of people like Life King. He had long gotten used to all of this. Qi Huanyu. Was he really like what Fang Ping said? Some things were better left unsaid. Once exposed, it was just a thin layer of window paper. Many things flashed in Ji Hong's mind. Qi Huanyu looked at him with a complicated gaze. He looked at Ji Yao with a complicated gaze. For the royal court, he had fought for many years and had never complained about it. Even though many people knew that his Dao had been taken away by someone else, a Life King, he was still conscientious and did not say anything. He was not a king, but he was a king. What a resounding title. This non-king level expert was even more famous than some of the true kings. However, at this moment, Ji Hong could not tell what he was feeling. Was it sadness, or sorrow? Fang Ping did not care about Ji Hong. He did not have time to care. 3 great true kings charged over. Zhao Xingwu had just advanced. Although he was not weak, he was no match for 3 great true kings. Seeing that, Fang Ping let out a roar. His gaze was blank for a moment. He quickly charged into a true king's Dao. Pfft, one of the true kings vomited blood. Fang Ping did the same. At this moment, Life King suddenly shouted, the divine weapon is in his hands. Fang Ping is the one who slashed Dao. Be careful. Kill him quickly. At this moment, everyone knew that it was not a powerhouse who attacked secretly. It was Fang Ping. Many people were shocked. How many true kings had this guy killed today? Until now, more than 50 true kings had been killed or injured. Zhang Tao, Moon Spirit, and the others were the main killers. Fang Ping could be considered as an assistant. He had also helped many human powerhouses kill their opponents. Without Fang Ping, there would not have been so many deaths today. And with the divine weapon in his hands, at this moment, a few venerable emperors who had not attacked were also ready to make a move. Snatch the divine weapon. Kill Fang Ping, snatch his divine weapon, or not kill him. They were worried that if they killed Fang Ping, Moon Spirit would take revenge. This woman seemed to have reached some agreement with Fang Ping. But it was still possible to snatch his divine weapon. Back then, even the 36 saints did not have a divine weapon. Maybe they did, but they would definitely hide it. These people were tempted. Some true gods were also tempted. Not Fang Ping, but Imperial Sea Mountain. At this moment, there seemed to be a battle at Imperial Sea Mountain. In addition, the divine sect said that the 3 ultimate path heavenly emperors were reincarnated there. At this moment, some true gods felt that there was no hope of getting the treasures here, so they set their sights there. Although King Sun sent people to Imperial Sea Mountain, there were continuous battles and venerable emperors fell, so people from the overseas immortal islands could not go there. However, the divine sect seemed to have sent true god powerhouses there. Over there, the humans did not have a true god overseeing things. They only needed to compete with the divine sect powerhouses there. At this time, seeing that all sides were fighting, some powerhouses from the overseas immortal islands, outland, and bounded boundaries were very tempted. To Imperial Sea Mountain, they sensed it. Fang Ping's mentality was not bad either. He sensed the battle coming from Imperial Sea Mountain. Looking at old Zhang's group, who were surrounded, he suddenly became anxious. He quickly transmitted his voice to old Zhang in the distance, let old cat make a move. If this goes on, humans will be destroyed. No. Zhang Tao refused directly. While fleeing toward Li Zhu, he transmitted his voice, if we make a move now, they will slaughter us before going to search for treasures. We can't be idiots. Don't you understand that raising a tiger will bring disaster? But, Fang Ping was really anxious. Imperial Sea Mountain was guarded by the endless centipede. How many people from the divine sect were there, not to mention the number, maybe one true god was enough to kill all of them. They could even enter the human world now and slaughter humans. This time, old Zhang was really fighting for a chance of survival. Not even a single defense force was left. Zhang Tao said weakly, you and Zhao Xingwu go. Break out. I will create an opportunity for you guys to go back and help. But you, I'm fine. After saying that, Zhang Tao's mentality became weaker and weaker. I still have one last move. I will create an opportunity for you to break out later. We will also take the opportunity to escape to the Forbidden Sea. You go to Imperial Sea Mountain, kill if you can, escape if you can't. Okay. Fang Ping did not have time to talk to Zhang Tao. Warlord was entangled, Maple King, the injured Maple King was entangled with Warlord again. This time, it was not him alone. He brought a few true kings with him to besiege Warlord. Although the 2 kings did not attack, Maple King attacked. The 2 kings did not say anything, which meant that they had the same intention. Fang Ping became more and more anxious. At this point, if he did not break out, the others would attack. By then, humans would really be extinct. But what was old Zhang's last move, Li Zhu? At this moment, Fang Ping saw Zhang Tao running toward Li Zhu. He probably wanted to borrow Li Zhu's strength. But would it work? Li Zhu hadn't moved at all, except when he was defending against the Divine Protector and showing a small part of his power. At this moment, Fate King seemed to have forgotten about him. He did not send people to besiege Li Zhu. A saint-level powerhouse could not be killed by 3 to 5 true gods. Even 3 to 5 emperor-level powerhouses were not enough. That was why Fate King ignored him. If Zhang Tao went to Li Zhu now, was he not afraid that Li Zhu would kill him? In Li Zhu's eyes, humans might be more of a threat than Fate King and the others. Fang Ping was waiting for an opportunity to break out. At this moment, the battle had also broken out in Imperial Sea Mountain. In order to capture Wang Jinyang and the others, the divine sect mobilized 2 true god powerhouses. They thought highly of these people. Dozens of injured rank 8 and 9 martial artists could be killed by one of them, let alone 2 true gods. At this moment, one of them was responsible for attacking. The other sealed the void, preventing these people from escaping. The ones fighting this true god were a few top rank 9s. Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, Li Chongxing, although there were many of them, they were injured earlier. Now that they were facing a true god, how could these rank 9s be a match for him? Sensing the difference in strength between them and the enemy, at this moment, Wang Jinyang took out his longbow and shouted, "What you want is the divine weapon. The divine weapon is right here. Let them go, I'll go with you. Otherwise, I'll seal the divine weapon in Sanjiao Gate and self-destruct." "Do you really have the ability to snatch the divine weapon away?" When the true god saw the blood-colored longbow, his eyes lit up. He opened his hand to snatch it. However, in the blink of an eye, Wang Jinyang's vitality erupted. The divine weapon disappeared, showing signs of self-destruction. The true god frowned slightly, he glanced at Wu Chuan and the others who were already half dead and said lightly, "All right, give me the divine weapon, and I'll let them go." "Dream on." Wang Jinyang shouted coldly, "Do you think I'm an idiot like you? Let them leave first, or else, don't even think about taking anything away." The true god frowned slightly and said lightly, "How would I know if you'll do the same thing after they leave? If you want to keep their lives, you can come with us." He was not prepared to let these human powerhouses go. If he took Wang Jinyang and the others away, they might not be able to get the divine weapon. Even if the sect leader had a way, it would also take a lot of effort. Then he would bring these people along with him, since Wang Jinyang cared about these people, then it would be easy. Wang Jinyang glanced at him and said in a low voice, "If we fall into your hands, will our lives still be in our hands? Let them go, and I'll go with you. You don't have the capital to bargain." The long-haired true god said indifferently, "If you don't go, I'll kill them one by one, then destroy the human world. As for you, even if you self-destruct, the divine weapon won't disappear from the world, unless you can destroy the divine weapon. It's not that the Sanjiao Gate can't be broken. It's just a matter of the price. The Sanjiao Gate could be broken. In the past, no one had done it because it was not worth it. Breaking a rank 9 Sanjiao Gate might cost a lot, but it was not worth it. However, if Wang Jinyang really died here, his Sanjiao Gate would also be hidden in the void of this place. It could be broken by paying a huge price. Wang Jinyang seemed to be hesitating about something, looking at Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun. One Yu, and he knew that it was not just one person who had been exposed, but all of them. That was within reason. If the three of them did not pay attention, then so be it. If they did, they would not be left out. "What should we do?" Li Hansong asked through voice transmission. The true god sensed it but did not stop him. He also hoped to bring the people back alive. If they really self-destructed, the Sanjiao Gate might be broken, but what about the great path of a supreme emperor? These people had not walked their own paths yet. The feeling that the Wang Jinyang trio gave them was very obvious. There was no aura of origin, which meant that they were not rank 9. Although the trio's combat strength was extremely strong when they teamed up and used the divine weapon, they were not origin. In that case, it would be difficult to pry into their great paths. Only if they could capture them alive could they have a way to steal their great paths. "We can only make a Hail Mary attempt." Wang Jinyang said through voice transmission, "Remember what the cat said? If we walk the opposite path, we might become stronger quickly. We've all entered rank 9. With our strength and foundation, it might not be difficult to break through and walk a few hundred meters away. By then, our strength will increase tremendously. Ironhead will continue to be the tank, defending against the true gods to prevent us from being killed instantly. Old Yao and I will attack and use the divine weapon to see if we can break the seal and escape from this place." Li Hansong was sweating profusely. "How do we walk the opposite path?" "I have no idea." As for whether they had not reached the limit of rank 8 yet, it did not matter. At this juncture, who would care about this? "Let's try Sanjiao Gate." Wang Jinyang said quickly, "This time, we'll go forward with indomitable will. We don't have to worry about getting lost in the depths of Sanjiao Gate anymore. It's either we succeed or we die. Once we succeed, we'll have the strength to fight." When Li Hansong heard this, he did not hesitate anymore. He said quickly, "Okay, I'm just afraid that they won't give us time." While they were talking, the true god suddenly attacked. He was not targeting them, but Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan dodged quickly, vomiting blood. With a ferocious expression, he said, Motherf asterisk cur. I'm the number 1 rank 9. The more I go, the more miserable I become. Now I've become a hostage. He, Wu Chuan, was ranked 9th among the rank 9 back then. In front of him, those who were not at the peak were Zhang Weiyue, Nan Yingyue, Zhao Xingwu, and Kong Lingyuan. The first 3 were now in the impasse realm. Kong Lingyuan was also only 1 step away. Only he was ranked lower and lower. This time, he vowed to become a peak. In the end, he was beaten out halfway. What did this mean? Now, the sky was raining blood. They could even hear some sounds. It was just something that happened 1,000 miles away. Many experts of the human race had perished. He, Wu Chuan, did not even qualify to participate in the war. 4 departments and 4 prefectures. Even Fang Ping, a rising star, was doing better than him. At least Fang Ping was still participating in the war. According to Wu Chuan's understanding of Fang Ping, even if Fang Ping did not have the strength of a peak, since he stayed, he might have a way to deal with those true gods. As for him, Wu Chuan, he was really miserable. He was so miserable that he was ignored and used as a hostage to blackmail a few juniors. Was he willing? He had never been willing. I'm not. Wu Chuan roared. Even if he was not at the peak now, he was still incomparably crazy. He slashed his sword, charging toward that true god. That person had a mocking smile on his face. A non-true god actually dared to attack him. Did he really think that he did not dare to kill? You're asking for death. The long-haired true god attacked casually. Wu Chuan could not even dodge. Half of his body was blasted into powder directly. Useless. A true god can't even kill me in 1 move. You're really useless. You can only show off your might in front of us. Wu Chuan laughed loudly. He broke through the air quickly, charging toward him again. Even if he died, he would die with some dignity. It was either succeed or die trying, fighting with a true god, fighting to the death. This was the best way for a rank 9 to reach the peak. Zhang Weiyue and Chen Yaozu had reached the peak this way. Bang! The long-haired true god struck again. This time, Wu Chuan still could not dodge. His mentality was not as good as the other party. He was locked on. At this moment, Wu Quishan growled. His sword struck. Li Chongqing and the rest unleashed the last of their strength, attacking one after another. They had to fight for a chance for Wu Chuan. Among these people, he was the one with the most hope of reaching the peak. Even Wu Quishan, although ranked higher than him, Wu Quishan's path was slightly more complicated. It might be difficult for him to reach the peak instantly. At this moment, Wang Jinyang and the rest looked at each other. Without hesitation, they retreated one after another. They began to sit cross-legged in the void, going against the great path. Just do it for me. Wu Chuan roared. His expression was extremely ferocious. If he did not reach the peak now, he would all die. He was not resigned to this. Rumble, heaven and earth roared. At this moment, Wu Chuan suddenly roared. 1,000-meter-long great path instantly appeared under his feet. The great path seemed a little unstable and a little shaky. But Wu Chuan did not care about this. He was wild with joy and shouted crazily, I knew it, I knew it. I can definitely do it. At this moment, the long-haired true god frowned slightly and said calmly, even so, you can't escape death. A newly advanced true god and you dare to compete with me? He was not too worried. An initial true god whose power had not stabilized would be his match, but he was not careless either. At this moment, he did not give Wu Chuan a chance. He instantly broke through the void and appeared in front of Wu Chuan. He slapped. Wu Chuan used his sword, but he was sent flying in the blink of an eye. He spat out fresh blood. So weak. Even true gods are the same. The long-haired true god was cold. He was not a newly advanced true god. Just as he was prepared to kill Wu Chuan, in the distance, a figure broke through the air and came over. Kong Lingyuan roared, asking me to escape and take revenge? That kid is really daring. I can't do that. Everyone, I am here. As soon as he said that, Kong Lingyuan shouted. A path under his feet led straight to this place, 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Kong Lingyuan's aura skyrocketed. 1,000 meters in one step. His speed was incomparably fast. He laughed loudly and said, "Wu Chuan, you're not bad. You're 3 seconds faster than me. But I'm not injured, you piece of trash." He looked at Wu Chuan disdainfully. "Look at your injuries, I'm not." But Wu Chuan could not care less about this. He was overjoyed and laughed loudly. "Old Kong, slow is slow. You're the most useless one. Your ranking is higher than mine, but you're slower than me. Let's see who dares to laugh at me in the future." Kong Lingyuan became a paragon, 1 step slower than him. At this moment, the dying old man Li could not help but scold, 2 rookies pecking at each other. What's the point? As soon as he said that, even in the face of death, everyone burst into laughter. The next moment, everyone roared in unison, "Congratulations to the 2 paragons. Congratulations to humanity." This roar was earth-shattering. Congratulations to the human race for the addition of 2 new apex experts. Killing a true god, congratulations again. Rumble. At the periphery, the true god in charge of sealing heaven and earth had no choice but to remove the mentality lockdown in the surroundings and fight with Kong Lingyuan instantly. Wu Chuan laughed maniacally too, roaring, "Congratulations to killing a true god." Slash. Wu Chuan also fought with the long-haired true god in the blink of an eye. The 2 new paragons, although their combat strength had increased by a lot, were still being beaten back. Even so, the laughter never stopped. They were fighting with their lives. "If I don't die, I'll definitely bite a piece of you. Kill." The angry roars were loud. However, the roars were useless. Soon, Wu Chuan and Kong Lingyuan were sent flying, crashing through the air, blood spurting non-stop. Old Man Li and the others looked at each other. Their laughter became softer, a little helpless, but very calm. 2 newly promoted paragons were no match for them. That was for sure. Old Man Li was really helpless now. He sighed, "Old Wu, why are you so useless? You're ranked higher than Wu Chuan. Why don't you become a paragon?" Wu Quishan said calmly, "I'm not as high as you. I'm 4th on the wind cloud list. Why don't you become a paragon?" "I'm still young. I'm not that much older than you." Old Man Li was not convinced. He cursed, "You've absorbed true King Dao. You're as useless as Tian Mu." Beside him, Tian Mu was implicated. He smiled bitterly, "I absorbed Dao. I was only a weak rank 9 then. Could I be the same as Wu Quishan? Wu Quishan is really useless. I said he would become a paragon a long time ago. He hasn't done it yet." The 3 of them spoke one after another, cursing and swearing. There was no elegance to speak of. Although they were cursing, they still looked at Li Hansong and the other 2 behind them. Old Man Li frowned slightly, saying, "These 3 kids seem to have some ideas. However, they're not even rank 9 now. Although their combat strength is strong, even if they break rank 9 now, it's already good enough if they have rank 5 or 6 strength. Of course, if they go further, they might have rank 7 or 8 strength." The key was that it was useless. Even if the 3 of them joined forces and possessed combat strength at Qi Huanyu's level, it was useless at this moment. 2 veteran true gods. Their strength was not comparable to ordinary true gods. Did they not see the 2 newly promoted paragons being beaten miserably? Shouting about killing true gods to congratulate them earlier was just bragging. Even if they could not win, they had to show their strength. Wu Quishan smiled, saying, "Maybe there's hope? Look after these kids. Now, the seal is broken." Wu Quishan looked around and said slowly, "The few of us are considered half-crippled. We can't even run." He looked around and finally saw the old CCMAU Vice-Chancellor who was healing. He smiled, saying, "Vice-Chancellor Yun, those kids. I'll leave them to you. Your injuries aren't too serious, and Li Hansong is half a student of yours. Later, bring them away." Before the old headmaster could speak, Tian Mu casually said, "I don't even know how a weakling like you managed to sneak in. Since the battle wasn't of much use, you could only run away. Old Yun, run faster later. I know you can run. All these years, other than me, you're the only one who's lived the longest in martial arts universities. You've participated in many battles. Not only did you not die, you've even made it to rank 9. You have a lot of teaching experience. When you go back, take a few promising fellows and find a place to hide. The old vice-chancellor of CCMAU opened his eyes and looked at the crowd. He said in a low voice, I'm old, and my strength is not enough. It's good that you're not strong enough. Tianmu chuckled and said, only the weak will not be noticed. They will not be pursued. As for us experts on the wind and cloud list, if we really lose, none of us can escape. You're not a powerhouse on the wind cloud ranking. When the time comes, the inheritance will be the most important. You're qualified. The old headmaster looked at the crowd before turning his head to look at the few young talents. A hint of helplessness flashed across his eyes. Leave, who would be willing to take on such a responsibility? Even Kong Lingyuan dared not. Hence, after settling down the rank 9 who had retreated, he quickly rushed here, ready to find an opportunity to participate in the battle. Those who were responsible for inheriting civilization were the most pitiful. The old vice-chancellor sighed. The minister and the others should have made arrangements. There's no need for me to stay, since Zhang Tao had already made preparations for the last fight, he would not be unprepared. The plan to preserve a descendant might have already begun. Just go if I tell you to. What's with the nonsense? Tianmu was about the same age as him. He did not mince his words and said hotly, it's not like I'm letting you live. I'm letting these kids live. They can only take revenge if they're alive. As he said that, he transmitted his voice, the few of us will give that long-haired guy a fierce blow later. That fellow Wu Chuan seized the opportunity. He might be able to take advantage of us. Everyone was well aware of the so-called fierce blow. As they spoke, the few people behind them had some changes. At this moment, Li Hansong was the first to experience a change. His body expanded rapidly. Li Hansong opened his eyes and said gloomily, what do I do now? No experience. He walked through the Sanjiao gate, the gate of life. This time, it seemed to be a little different. His mentality and consciousness wandered in the gate of life for a long time. Then, his body began to expand, his aura was getting stronger and stronger, but Li Hansong felt like he was about to explode. What did this mean? Was he considered to have succeeded? No experience at all. At this moment, Yao Qingjun also opened his eyes. He frowned slightly and said, do you see the gate? What? You don't see it? Yao Qingjun glanced at him. At this moment, his mentality was also constantly transforming. He said in a low voice, it's not the ordinary rank 9. Try pushing the gate. It seems like you can push it. In the depths of the gate of mind, he saw a faintly discernible gate. His mentality pushed for a bit. It did not seem to be too sturdy. The gate seemed to have opened a small gap. Then, it was the current situation, his mentality continued to grow, the speed was very fast. Gate? Li Hansong said in surprise, we have a gate too. Did Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors have a gate too? This was unclear. It seemed like no one knew. Wasn't it said that Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors could battle sovereigns? If sovereigns sealed the gate, they could still block the path of Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors. This was also looking down on Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors too much, right? Thinking up to here, Li Hansong looked at him rather strangely. Don't tell me you're exterminating? Imposter? Yao Qingjun could not be bothered. I really didn't see it. You saw it. Maybe it's really an imposter. Right at this time, Wang Jinyang opened his eyes. At this moment, his vitality surged continuously, becoming stronger and stronger. The 3 people did not seem to have walked out of Origin Dao. But their auras were strengthening continuously, making the others somewhat surprised and giving sidelong glances too. How did these 3 people do it, not stepping into Origin? How did they become strong? Wang Jinyang opened his eyes and said with a slight frown, there's a gate, I saw it too. The only possibility is that, after the previous life died, someone laid down a gate anew. The moment these words came out, the few people's hearts trembled slightly. What did he mean? Wang Jinyang did not say much either. What did he mean? The Sanjiao gate had 3 gates. Back then, when Zhan and these people were alive, did sovereigns really block 3 gates? Not necessarily. In that case, perhaps after Zhan and these people died, someone else made a move and laid down another gate, a total of 3 gates. Wang Jinyang said nothing else, nor did he move, continuing to close his eyes. He discovered that the more he pushed the gate, the faster his strength grew. It was as if something behind the gate was feeding back to them, strengthening their strength. Whether this was considered walking the Great Tao in reverse, they did not know. Perhaps this was the leftover feedback from their previous life. When they were weak, the imperishable substance that healed them seemed to have originated from this. There was indeed another world within the Xianxia gate. Under normal circumstances, when ordinary martial artists explored the Xianxia gate with their mental power, it was very easy for them to become immersed and eventually be unable to return. If that happened, they would become the living dead. None of them had it. Wang Jinyang did not think too much about it. At this time, he just had to accept this fact. Soon, Wang Jinyang opened his eyes again. This time, Li Hansong said sheepishly, "I still haven't discovered it. In any case, I feel that I'm still growing stronger, but I did see a path. I don't know if it's the Great Tao of Origin. I didn't go there, it's quite far. We'll talk about this later." Wang Jinyang was unwilling to say more, but Yao Qingjun said faintly, "For someone with an iron head, maybe there's no one blocking the way." Li Hansong glanced at him. "I'll kill you sooner or later. Old Yao is actually stabbing me in the heart every day now." Although he thought about it, Li Hansong still said quickly, "No, it's hard to go further." "My current strength," Li Hansong shook his head. He felt that he was much stronger than before, but even if he was stronger, did he have the strength of 4th or 5th stage origin? Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be Wu Kuxian's match. It was useless. This made Li Hansong extremely disappointed. "It's useful." Wang Jinyang's aura seemed to be a notch stronger than Li Hansong's. At this moment, he glanced at the two of them, took a deep breath and said, "Fang Ping isn't here, we can only rely on ourselves. If he's here, it'll be very easy for us, but now, let's try it." As the two of them looked at him doubtfully, Wang Jinyang said telepathically, "Among the three of us, one of us has a strong vitality, one has a strong mentality, and the last has a strong physique. If Fang Ping is here and changes his aura, the three of us might be able to merge into one. The three of us will merge into one, becoming an existence with a strong physique, vitality, and mentality." As soon as he said that, Li Hansong was excited at first, then disappointed. Fang Ping was not here. Although Fang Ping is not here now, it's not impossible. Both of you have absorbed the strength of Zhang's heart, and I have absorbed even more. Wang Jinyang's eyes flickered. Zhang's strength is very strong, and the essence of his strength is even stronger. His strength has always been in our bodies. Think of a way to extract this strength now and forcefully conceal your own aura. We'll try to use Zhang's strength as our origin, and the three of us will merge. It's similar to the combo combat technique, but it's a level higher. In the Emperor's tomb, Old Yao and Tai Tu had both absorbed Zhang's strength. If that was the case, they could use Heavenly Emperor Zhang's origin as a link and try to merge. When the two heard that, their eyes lit up. The three of them in one, perhaps it was not just a simple superposition of their strength, perhaps it would be even stronger. This time, both of them began to search for Zhang's strength. The essence of Zhang's strength was too high, and they did not finish absorbing it last time. The three of their auras gradually began to fluctuate. At this moment, the two true gods who were fighting with Kong Lingyuan also transmitted their voices to each other. Are Wang Jinyang and the rest a little different? A little. Origin. Origin seems to be assimilating. Origin assimilation? What are they doing? Be careful, more and more of the 72 lords of gods have died these years. Previously, Chang Qingzi and the rest had not even left the graveyard of the gods and died inside. We cannot follow in their footsteps. I'll stop these two, you go and kill the others, capture these few. These three people might be the reincarnations of Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors. Who knew if they had a backup plan? Although it was almost impossible for these three people to instantly recover their previous life's strength, but what if, of course, if they really recovered, then they were not what they could deal with. Even if all the powerhouses of the current three realms gathered together, they might not be a match. One emperor suppressing the three realms, Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor's strength was comparable to an emperor. The appearance of an Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor was also enough to suppress the three realms. This was the true supreme powerhouse of the heavenly realm. There were some things that the people of the divine sect knew more than the average venerable emperor. This was because the founder of the divine sect was really closely related to the emperor. Both of them were vigilant. Too many true gods had died today. They were also afraid that they would follow in their footsteps. At this moment, both of them exploded in an instant, fighting Kong Lingyuan and Wu Chuan until they kept crashing through the space. However, Wu Chuan also seemed to have sensed that these people were not normal. Seeing the situation, he roared angrily, yelling crazily, "Old Kong, whoever lets the opponent go is a coward." Kong Lingyuan was speechless. "What time is it now? You're using this to provoke me?" Thinking was just thinking. Kong Lingyuan was also fighting with all his might, although he felt that he should not believe a few brats who had not even reached rank 9. Fang Ping had already let him see that those rank 8 martial artists should not be underestimated. Fang Ping had broken 9. That was killing many true gods. Even if these three were not as good as Fang Ping, if the three of them joined forces, they would more or less have some combat power, right? Just as Kong Lingyuan and Wu Chuan were fighting with all their might to entangle their opponents, the three people's auras were becoming more and more similar, closer and closer. The origin of the power of battle. At this moment, Li Hansong's divine armor appeared. Yao Qingjuan's long spear appeared in a flash. Wang Jinyang's longbow also appeared once again. The three of them opened their eyes abruptly. Merge! The three of them roared one after another. At this moment, Yao Qingjun seemed to turn invisible. His entire body merged into the long spear. The god-destroying spear suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. It was the same for Wang Jinyang. At this moment, it was as if he had become pure vitality, merging into the blood-colored longbow in the blink of an eye. The longbow seemed to be alive, the color of blood was also becoming more intense. At this moment, Li Hansong roared. Holding the bow in his left hand and the spear in his right, he roared, "Merge!" The void trembled. Li Hansong's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His body also expanded, turning into a giant. "No. I've been tricked to death by you guys. You guys are squeezing me until I explode." Li Hansong roared. These two people's powers were merging with him. All of a sudden, his mentality and vitality force skyrocketed. It was a little hard for him to bear such an increase in strength. "Stop talking nonsense. Attack quickly." Wang Jinyang's roar was heard. This guy. Did he not just stack his strength a few times? Did he not just have a physical body that was about to explode? His physical body was strong. What was there to be afraid of? Li Hansong cursed. Without another word, he roared again and broke through the air. This time, he was far away from everyone. At the next moment, Li Hansong held the longbow in his hand. He knocked his spear and shouted, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, Elder Kong, hold them back." Wu Chuan did not say anything. Li Hansong roared again, "Hold them back." This time, Wu Chuan could not hold it in anymore. His mentality fluctuated violently. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry." What were these few brats doing? He could feel the skyrocketing aura. But now, he was about to be beaten to death. "If you have the time to let me hold them back, then go ahead and fight. Kill them." At this moment, the two true gods were a little wary and shouted. The three of them had actually merged into one. This was beyond their expectations. However, from the aura, they were very strong. They did not seem to have reached the level of a true god. Logically speaking, there was nothing to worry about. But when the long-haired true god was locked on by the spear, he kept feeling uncomfortable and uneasy. At this moment, Li Hansong roared, "I can't hold on any longer." With a loud roar, his golden body exploded. The divine armor did not move at all, but the flesh and blood inside instantly evaporated. Shoot! Rumble! The god-slaying spear was mixed with an extremely powerful aura and shot out. It seemed to be inferior to a true god's attack. The long-haired true god wanted to dodge, but he was held back by Wu Chuan. In addition, the spear was locked on, so it was hard for him to dodge. "No, something's wrong. The aura is not too strong. It shouldn't be a threat to my life," the long-haired true god thought to himself. However, that sense of danger did not disappear. Very soon, he knew where the danger was coming from. His companions were facing him. He had his back to them and did not see anything. However, his companion saw an unforgettable scene. The spear suddenly changed halfway through its trajectory. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the spear. The figure appeared a little abruptly. Its back was facing them, and it was facing Li Hansong. At this moment, there seemed to be a sigh. "You are better than I expected. I thought you would hold back a little. I didn't expect you didn't mind. You are you. I am me. After all, we are not alone." A murmur was heard. At the next moment, the figure turned around, grabbed the god-slaying spear casually, and threw it out. The god-slaying spear did not seem to contain any energy waves. It was calm, not even the sound of the wind was heard. You have to learn how to use your power reasonably. Extreme martial artists have unique power and control it all. Of course, you and I are not on the same path. Figure it out yourself, a murmur was heard. In the blink of an eye, the spear appeared behind the long-haired true god. Like a piece of tofu, the spear easily pierced into his back. In the long-haired true god's disbelief, the spear broke out of his body. In the blink of an eye, its power was exhausted, and it fell to the ground after piercing through his body. However, all the power that he had just gathered exploded in his body. Rumble. This explosion was so loud that it shocked everyone. However, the long-haired true god's physical body was still in the same spot, but there was a hole in his chest. The explosion did not come from his physical body. At the next moment, everyone knew where the explosion came from. In the sky, a path was destroyed in an instant. It was not broken, but it turned into countless pieces and disappeared from the world. At this moment, Yao Qingjun fell to the ground, panting heavily. He held the god-slaying spear in his hand and looked at Wang Jinyang, who had fallen with Li Hansong. Strangely, Wang Jinyang's face was pale, but he did not say a word. Li Hansong's divine armor did not disappear. He relied on the power of the divine armor to maintain his golden body from collapsing completely. At this moment, he was stunned. Was that a battle? Battle, he did not die. Then what was old Wang? It was just a remnant will. Wang Jinyang lowered his head and groaned. His blood flowed out, and his face was pale. Everyone has a demonic heart, and he is no exception. He is not a saint without any desires. He wants to revive. The power of his heart has some remnant will. At this moment, Li Hansong seemed to understand. When old Wang absorbed the power of heavenly battle Thearka's heart, he seemed to have absorbed something else. That shadow just now might be what he had absorbed. However, at this moment, old Wang exhausted everything to draw out the power of his heart, and it seemed to have expelled this thing. Li Hansong looked at him worriedly. Was this all? Could old Wang have been possessed by Zhan? He could not be bothered to be shocked at how powerful Zhan was. Just now, Zhan had used the power of not even a true god, but a casual attack had destroyed a true god's source. The use of power was already beyond imagination. Old Wang did not speak anymore, and he did not have the strength to speak. This was just a portion of the heart's power. If he went to the ruins of the heaven and absorbed the remaining corpses, would he still be Zhan? Perhaps. But, even so, I should find a chance to look for it. Old Wang muttered in his heart. It was time to look for it. He was stronger, and he was willing to help humans. That was enough, just like what Tai Tu had said. Even if he became his previous life and lost himself, so what? If he could really recover the power of the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor, it would be enough to quell all troubles. Zhan was really too powerful. A remnant will, combined with the power of a true god, killed a true god so easily that it was shocking. This was the might of the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, another true god attacked Kong Lingyuan frenziedly. He wanted to run, his companion's death shocked him too much. What was that? Did the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor revive? To actually easily slay a true god, this made him terrified to the max. Even when he saw the three people seemingly powerless at this moment, falling to the ground, he also wanted to run. Too terrifying. If there was crushing in terms of power, he would not be so alarmed. But the power that the other party displayed did not have true god level. He wanted to run, but at this moment, Wu Chuan and Kong Lingyuan went crazy, dead. To actually finish off a true god so easily? Wu Chuan laughed crazily and roared, "Your father also slaughtered a god." All around, the human powerhouses all had dazed looks. You slaughtered a god? Yes, the other party's corpse was sent flying by Wu Chuan with a kick. But were you sure that you killed it? Wu Chuan did not care about this. My opponent died, and no one present had the strength to kill him. Then it was naturally me who killed it. Old Kong, trash, kill him together. Slaughter a pair today. Kong Lingyuan was speechless. At this moment, he also could not care too much. With a loud roar, he and Wu Chuan attacked that true god frenziedly, one in front and one behind. The void cracks appeared frequently, the commotion was huge. Compared to the fall of that true god just now, the commotion was more than 1,000 times bigger. But at this moment, everyone's mind was still recalling that spear just now, millions of power control. Not only that, there was also the condensation of power, truly condensing into one point. At this moment, many people were deep in thought, as if comprehending something. A few powerhouses also landed one after another at this time, protecting the three in the center. No one asked what exactly happened just now. At the same time, Heavenly King subduing, King Sun, King Zhen, these Heavenly King powerhouses, other than the still frenzied moon spirit, all appeared one after another, looking in the direction of Mount Royal Sea. They did not sense anything, nor did they see anything. The only thing they felt was that a great Tao collapsed, and a true god fell. But at that moment just now, they seemed to be faintly palpitating. Heavenly King subduing looked over there and did not speak. Very soon, he turned his head to look at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was about to fall. His backup plan did not seem to have appeared yet, or rather, he was just fooling Fang Ping. The unforeseen event at Mount Royal Sea happened not long ago here. At this moment, Fang Ping and Zhao Xingwu were still waiting for an opportunity to break out. The fall of a true god did not seem to cause too much of a commotion today. Does Zhang Tao still have a backup plan? At this point in the battle, even Heavenly King stage powerhouses had appeared. Among the known Heavenly King stage powerhouses, other than the Kuan King, it was unknown if the Demon Emperor had reached the Heavenly King stage, but the probability was not low. If these two Heavenly King stage powerhouses did not appear, it was hard to say if there were any Heavenly Kings behind the sky beyond Avalon and the Domain lands. Who else could turn the situation around? Li Zhu had been watching from the sidelines. Even though Zhang Tao dashed over, Li Zhu still retreated. Under such circumstances, how could Zhang Tao break through the encirclement? The battle was in full swing, humans versus the catacombs. The Wanwu versus the divine sect. Some of the venerable sovereigns in the human realm upon heavens had joined the battle, while the rest were fighting against the 5 venerable sovereigns who had helped the humans. The subduing Heavenly King had been entangled with the 2 Heavenly Kings. At the moment, most of the experts from the overseas immortal islands, and some from the human realm beyond heavens and the land of domains had yet to join the battle, while the 2 kings and Li Zhu had yet to join the battle. Who could reverse the situation at this moment and save mankind? Fang Ping did not know. At this moment, Fang Ping was also at a loss. He was very powerful, he had killed many true gods in the space battlefield. After he came out, he had killed 3 true gods under the command of the 2 kings and had secretly severed the great Tao of 4 or 5 true gods. Among the true gods who had fallen today, more than 10 had died in Fang Ping's hands. He had done it very successfully, unprecedented. Wang Wu's participation in the war was also very important to him. If he did not bring back an emperor weapon, Moon Spirit might not easily believe Zhao Xingwu's words. At this point, no one would say that Fang Ping was useless. However, Fang Ping kept glancing at Zhang Tao. In his mind, Zhang Tao was extremely powerful and omnipotent. Was it really impossible? Zhang Tao said that he would create an opportunity for him to break out of the encirclement. Could it be the opportunity for him to die? 6 venerable sovereigns besieged Zhang Tao. At this moment, Zhang Tao's golden body was already dim, and his aura was unstable. Fang Ping had already made preparations. He informed the cat to activate the trap. Regardless of whether these people went or not, they would more or less create some chaos. Just as he was about to do so, Zhang Tao suddenly let out a bitter laugh as he was nailed to the void by Fate King's spear. Seeing that the Fate Monarch was about to make another move, Zhang Tao coughed up blood, but he said, "What's the rush? Were they that impatient? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you before I die?" Even if Zhang Tao, who possessed the strength of 36 saints, was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the 6 venerable emperors would not dare to be careless. If it wasn't for the fact that he had expended too much energy this time and didn't have enough time to fuse with his Tao, the 6 of them might not have been able to injure him so easily. Wait, I can't run. Zhang Tao laughed. Then, he panted and said, I've always thought that I've done all kinds of evil things and am not a good person. He had never claimed to be a good person. But although I'm not a good person, I rarely go against my conscience. Everyone frowned. What was King Wu doing at this time? Summarize my life. The martial king was indeed a character. Even during the heavenly realm, those princes couldn't compare to someone like King Wu. They had to bear hardships and forge ahead. Step by step, they had led the Hua nation to this point. In a single battle, the humans had killed dozens of monarchs. This was an outcome that no one could have predicted 30 years ago. But even heroes have their twilight years. Zhang Tao had nowhere else to go. Was there a need for someone like him to boast about his achievements? Zhang Tao opened his mouth. At this moment, more than half of the powerhouses focused their attention on him. What else did King Wu want to say? Even the 2 kings and Li Zhu were interested. What did King Wu want to say now? On Fang Ping's side, warlords staggered over and met up with Zhao Xingwu. They had finally stopped their opponent. At this moment, Warlord's expression was a little ugly, as if he knew something. While everyone was paying attention, Life King did not rush to kill Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's aura was still declining. His injuries were too severe. The longer this dragged on, the weaker King Wu would be. In the end, he might not even be able to attack before his death. Besides, he wanted to hear what King Wu had to say. He also wanted to know what someone like King Wu would do at this time. Turn the tables. The catacombs and the divine sect had countless powerhouses. The 2 kings had not made a move yet, but it did not mean that they would not. On Zhang Tao's side, even if another heavenly king came, he might not be able to save him. Killing King Wu was a consensus among many. King Wu, are you done? Zhang Tao chuckled. Not yet. Can't you wait for a while? After saying that, Zhang Tao sighed. Sometimes, it's better to be black-hearted. What happened today was my idea alone. No one else knows about it. I will take responsibility for my actions. If you have any dissatisfaction, come at me. As soon as he said that, Life King and the others felt uneasy. At this moment, they did not wait any longer and attacked one after another. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, unleashed his remaining strength and resisted with difficulty. He shouted, 10 years ago, I went to a place by chance. There, I took an ice coffin with me. Do you want to resurrect her? Do it, or I will destroy all your hopes today. Zhang Tao. At this moment, the color of the world changed. In fact, the air was even colder than when Moon Spirit appeared. A deep, piercing voice spread in all directions. Good. Very good. Zhang Tao, I've been searching for 10 years. I thought of many people, but I never thought it would be you. You deserve to die. The voice was extremely cold. The next moment, a long sword shattered the void and appeared in front of Life King and the others instantly. Die. Heaven-destroying sword technique. Unquestionable sword. Demon Emperor. The surroundings were in chaos instantly. The unquestionable sword appeared, Life King and the others' expressions changed drastically. When that long sword appeared, they sensed the danger of death. Life King roared and waved his spear to block it. Before the sword arrived, Life King's spear was shattered. Thousand Goblin King returned to his true form. A giant dragon roared. His body shone with golden light, but his scales were still shattered. Heavenly Goblin King also roared. He turned into a golden-winged rock and soared into the sky. The remaining 3 venerable sovereigns roared and retreated. Demon Emperor. At this moment, some people seemed to understand something. Gong Yuzi, who was fighting with others, was extremely angry. He roared, Zhang Tao. How dare you? At this moment, Gong Yuzi even gave up on his opponents and flew toward Zhang Tao. He was helping the humans, but Zhang Tao did such an evil thing. It was so disappointing. Zhang Tao's face was pale, but he didn't regret it. Looking at the shattered space in the distance, he said, the ice coffin isn't with me. I hid it somewhere. Since the Demon Emperor has appeared and wants to take back the ice coffin. Demon Emperor, please help the humans escape. The space in the distance was shattered. An illusory figure appeared between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth shook. At this moment, even the crazy moon spirit slowed down. She tilted her head and looked at the illusory figure. Then, she was filled with endless anger. Unquestionable sword. How dare you deceive me? Unquestionable sword never deceived anyone. The illusory figure's voice was calm. Unquestionable sword saw that person in the past. It's hard to tell whether he's real or not. Unquestionable sword never said that he's real. The illusory figure shook the space. He didn't move, but the long sword in front of him instantly exploded with extremely sharp murderous energy. Buzz, the space was shattered. Zhang Tao's body was bleeding, but he still stood straight. You should know my character. Save him. Otherwise, I won't tell you everything. I was too careless. Unquestionable sword, whose face could not be seen clearly, had calmed down. I thought it would be safer if I didn't bring her with me. No one would go there. I didn't expect you to find out. Zhang Tao, you've really exceeded my expectations. After saying that, he asked, is she well? She's fine. Zhang Tao smiled. I didn't open the ice coffin. I didn't expect it to be related to you back then. I was just surprised and curious. That's why I brought it back to the human world. After that, I found out more about the ice coffin's origin. The illusory figure did not speak. He looked at him for a while and said lightly, if anything happens to her, I'll destroy the human race. Since she fell into your hands, it's not surprising that you forced me to make a move. Was Zhang Tao a good person? Not really. Internally, he was a hero, a good person, a leader, a faith, a king. Externally, he committed all kinds of evil. At this moment, Fang Ping understood. Zhang Tao had dug up Unquestionable Sword's wife's grave and stolen her coffin. He was using it to force Unquestionable Sword to show himself and make a move. This was his backup plan. Was digging up someone's wife's grave something a hero would do? Was using Unquestionable Sword's wife's remains to force Unquestionable Sword to make a move? None of them. However, at this moment, looking at Zhang Tao's calm and unperturbed face, Fang Ping did not know what to feel. No wonder Zhang Tao had waited until now to use this backup plan. Unless it was a desperate situation, Zhang Tao would not want to use this method. Family members should not be harmed. This was the core values of the martial artists. Braving life and death and fighting to the end. Martial artists, even evil sects, rarely harmed family members. Because this was the real bottom line, the bottom line of humanity. However, at this moment, Zhang Tao had broken this bottom line. Not only did he harm family members, but a dead person too. While Fang Ping was thinking about this, Unquestionable Sword did not dwell on it anymore. He was a decisive person. Since Zhang Tao had something on him, with Zhang Tao's personality, he would not regret it now. He would not give up on a combat strength like him. He would grasp at any straw that could save him. King Qian. At this moment, Unquestionable Sword looked into the distance and said indifferently, stop King Kuan. I've watched enough. Demon Emperor, I'm just passing by. King Qian's voice came and disappeared. Suit yourself. Unquestionable Sword stopped talking to him. He looked at Zhang Tao and said indifferently, I can't help you too much. Some things are beyond my ability. Having said that, Unquestionable Sword looked around, looked at the venerable emperors who were fighting with his long sword, and said indifferently, tell me where the ice coffin is. I'll help you stop these 6 people. 6 venerable emperors, stop the 6 venerable emperors and tell him where the ice coffin was. This was his condition. Zhang Tao chuckled and said, all right, but I'll give you some bonus. Those few. Help me kill them. Having said that, he pointed at Fang Ping. At this moment, on Fang Ping's side, Warlord and Zhao Xingwu were resisting the attacks of many powerhouses, including Maple King. At this moment, Maple King did not say anything. He broke through the air and fled, yelling, Lord, save me. Bonus, yes, it was a bonus. Among the true gods, the strongest Maple King had not reached Emperor level. Unquestionable Sword had killed too many powerhouses like this. In the battle 1,000 years ago, he entered the catacombs and killed countless true kings, including many Emperor-level powerhouses. Just as Maple King fled, Unquestionable Sword's figure flickered and appeared in front of the other three in the blink of an eye. The three true king powerhouses were terrified. Without saying anything, they fled one after another. Demon Emperor, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The Demon Emperor was a taboo in the catacombs. The catacombs' inheritance was somewhat broken because of the battle 1,000 years ago. The Demon Emperor entered the catacombs and killed countless ancient powerhouses. At this moment, many people still remembered how he killed people back then. On the other side, Myriad Demon King, Sky Demon King, and the other powerhouses were all roaring in anger. Unquestionable Sword. How dare you show up? Bastard! Unquestionable Sword turned a deaf ear to them. His jade-like palm stretched out and almost in the blink of an eye, he captured a true king powerhouse. At this moment, the void in the distance seemed like someone was going to break through the air and arrive. However, in the next moment, King Qian's laughter was heard. King Kuan, long time no see. Why are you in such a hurry? At this moment, even though they were extremely far away, everyone seemed to have seen this scene. On the sea, two figures stood facing each other. Both of their figures were very illusory. The one who spoke was an old man, who was also King Qian. On the other side was King Kuan, the sect leader of the divine sect, the son of the earthly sovereign, one of the 8 kings, and the mastermind behind several wars over the years. King Qian, you want to stop me? No, King Kuan, destroying the human world now is different from what we discussed back then. Destroy the human world? I'm just killing some people who are blocking my way. How can the human world be destroyed so easily? The two of them spoke but did not make a move. King Kuan also stopped breaking through the void to move forward. At this moment, the Demon Emperor did not seem surprised nor did he care. He grabbed a true king with one hand and said indifferently, those who are weak should have this kind of awareness. The weak should not participate in these things. Why can't these people understand? His palm slowly descended. It had the charm of Heavenly the Archon's attack previously. There was not a strong energy wave and it was calm. Boom, with a loud explosion, the true king who was running away was smashed into pieces. Fang Ping did not see what happened at Imperial Sea Mountain. Otherwise, he would have made a judgment. The Demon Emperor was not as strong as Heavenly the Archon. His strength had not penetrated into the origin. Even so, Fang Ping was shocked at this moment. He was too close to him. The Demon Emperor was almost right under his nose. He attacked calmly and killed a true king instantly with his extremely powerful strength. Although he did not kill emperors like Moon Spirit, when he killed true gods, he did not cause too much of a commotion. The Demon Emperor did not care about him. He stretched out his hand again and attacked the second person. It was none other than the Maple King. At this moment, 2 big hands appeared in the void behind the Maple King. Unquestionable Jian, are you going to kill my people? The Sky Plant King's voice was cold and unafraid. Unquestionable Jian saw this and did not speak. The big hands disappeared and appeared behind the other 2 in the blink of an eye. He did not want to fight with the 2 true kings. He had already promised Zhang Tao to fight against the 6 emperors. There was no need to fight with the 2 true kings for a nobody. Ah! 2 screams were heard. The 2 true kings were no match for the Demon Emperor. This person might also have the strength of a heavenly king. The weakest true god could only be considered as a true god. There was a difference of 1,000 meters and 100,000 meters. As soon as Unquestionable Jian attacked, he killed the 3 true king powerhouses almost instantly. The next moment, the Demon Emperor turned his head and looked at Fang Ping and Warlord. Uncle. Unquestionable Jian's voice was calm. I'm afraid you've recovered some of your memories, right? You recognized Yuner, right? Zhang Tao knew that Unquestionable Jian's wife was in the ice coffin. Warlord must have contributed a lot. Warlord's expression was complicated. He said in a low voice, yes. Forget it, uncle. Our relationship in the past. Today. Let's end it here. Unquestionable Jian murmured. The Demon Emperor had chosen a human. Now, he was Warlord, the warlord of the human race. He was not Unquestionable Jian's uncle. After saying that, he looked at Fang Ping. Tell Azure Cat that humans are humans and demons are demons. Humans have feelings, demons should have no feelings. Why bother yourself? After saying that, unquestionable Jian did not speak again. He disappeared and appeared in front of the 6 Life King powerhouses in the blink of an eye. I haven't fought for many years. Come and fight with me. Unquestionable Jian held the longsword in his hand. He was calm from the beginning, except when he was a little emotional when he just came out. Just when Fang Ping was still thinking about what he said just now, Zhang Tao's voice rang in his ears. Why are you still standing there? Break out of the encirclement, retreat. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Tao exploded and charged into the crowd. At this moment, the other human powerhouses did not bother him anymore. They fought and retreated at the same time. Stop them. Life King roared. He did not expect unquestionable Jian to appear and help King Wu's side. No, maybe unquestionable Jian did not want to help anyone. He just did not expect King Wu to dig up his wife's grave and steal her body. As soon as he finished shouting, unquestionable Jian chopped off his head with his sword. He said indifferently, how dare you be distracted when you are fighting with me? Do you really think King Zhen can save you? After saying that, unquestionable Jian made his move again. His palm was small, but this time, he grabbed the celestial demon king's sharp claw. Sparks flew everywhere. With a crack, the golden rock's claw was broken. Compared to 1,000 years ago, Celestial Demon King, you don't seem to have improved much. Unquestionable Jian was indifferent. 1,000 years ago, the Celestial Demon King was the Demon King who protected the royal court. He had fought with him before. However, this Demon King did not seem to have improved in the past 1,000 years. Demon King. The Celestial Demon King roared in anger. You are actually still alive. Unquestionable Jian smiled faintly and didn't reply. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen suddenly appeared from the void in the distance. He punched out a huge tunnel and shouted, retreat. As soon as he said that, King Sun and King Zhen appeared and wanted to break the tunnel. Heavenly King Zhen snorted and dragged the two of them into the crack in the void again. At this moment, Zhang Tao's Book of Great Tao appeared again. At this moment, the Luofu Mountain Venerable, Huatongshan Venerable, and Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven Venerable made their moves. Just stay here. You are not qualified. Zhang Tao shouted. His body shone with golden light and his aura increased rapidly. Retreat now. I will cover you. Zhang Tao's battle prowess increased. As the masters of the 10 Grotto Heavens, Luofu Mountain Venerable was extremely powerful. However, the 3 of them were still trapped by the Book of Great Tao. Tianji, Tianming. Seeing the 2 kings about to attack, Zhang Tao shouted angrily, once the humans are eliminated, you will be next, idiots. Are you really going to stop me? The 2 kings didn't speak. Their eyes flickered as if they were thinking about something. At this moment, the 2 kings suddenly attacked, not Zhang Tao, but Li Zhu. Li Zhu suddenly appeared behind Zhang Tao. He shook his head slightly and said with a smile, this world is really messy. He wanted to kill King Wu, but the 2 kings were protecting him. Wasn't the world messy enough? Zhang Tao was slightly shocked. He sensed Li Zhu's arrival, but Li Zhu was too fast. He didn't break the space but teleported. Zhang Tao didn't have time to fight back against the 3 emperors. Fortunately, the 2 kings seemed to have thought of something and attacked. Tianming Monarch and Tianji Monarch attacked Li Zhu at the same time. The space around them kept collapsing like a black hole. The whole ground had disappeared and was still expanding. Li Zhu chuckled and said, 2 kings, when there are more living people and experts, the situation will be chaotic. Some people who needed to be killed still had to be killed. Why bother? Then, Li Zhu thrust his palm, which collided with the 2 kings' palms and disappeared in the void. The 2 kings both frowned. Li Zhu was really powerful. He might not have reached the Heavenly King level, but his strength should be comparable to theirs. Besides, who knew if Li Zhu had hidden his strength? Li Zhu shook his head again and laughed. His mind energy fluctuated. At this moment, an unexpected scene occurred once again. Many experts of the divine sect were fighting against the experts of Wanwu Mountain. But when Li Zhu's mind energy fluctuated, 4 or 5 true gods suddenly attacked their companions. This scene shocked everyone. Rumble. No. How dare you betray the divine sect? As the experts of the divine sect screamed, several experts of the divine sect died on the spot. After killing their companions, these people didn't even look back as they quickly flew away. The people of Wanwu Mountain were stunned. What was this? It was not over yet. Almost at the same time, people from the catacombs, humans, and overseas immortal islands rose and killed their companions. Fang Ping, who was escaping with the warlord, saw an unbelievable scene. On the human side, among the experts who were bathed in blood, a top expert from the pantheon of gods had betrayed them. Under his companions' disbelieving gazes, he destroyed their golden body with one strike. On the human side, there was also a traitor. Chaos. In the distance, Li Zhu was still smiling faintly. But when he saw that only one person from the human side attacked, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Thunder King, is the agreement invalid? On the human side, a square-faced powerhouse was fighting with all his might. As if he was controlling lightning, he smashed a true king's body with one strike. Seeing that the elders of Stellar Sky City quickly dodged, the Thunder King said coldly, I said to help you kill Xianxia, not the others. Thunder King, the suppressing heavenly king is not that easy to kill. Li Zhu shook his head and smiled. There are not enough dead people. Make it more chaotic. As soon as he said that, 4 or 5 of the dozen true kings who had just betrayed the second king suddenly attacked and killed their companions. Chaos, complete chaos. At this moment, almost no one dared to believe the people around them. The powerhouses of the second kings were a little surprised. How did Li Zhu do it? Li Zhu was still calm. Even when he saw the traitors being surrounded and killed by the powerhouses, he did not help. He just smiled and said, since ancient times, there is no need to do that. After so many battles, there are still so many true gods and venerable emperors left. Why bother? Too many powerhouses. It was not good. Too many people could easily make the situation chaotic. If that was the case, then more people should die. Today, almost 100 true gods had died, but today, more than 300 true gods had participated in the battle. More than 40 venerable emperors, so many people, it was not good to be in a mess. P.S. There is an official chicken dinner event tonight, but it should not delay writing, because the eagle died very quickly, everyone can rest assured. End of chapter 998. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.